Konoha Year 60. Several years have passed since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, a conflict that swept across the entire shinobi world. Under the tireless efforts of the Seventh Hokage Naruto Uzumaki and his comrades, Kirigakure entered the most prosperous era since the village's founding, a golden age praised throughout the nations. The last rays of sunset filtered through the window of the Hokage's office, casting dappled shadows across the towering stacks of documents. Naruto Uzumaki, once the child of prophecy, now the Seventh Hokage, set down his brush, massaged his throbbing temples, and let out a long, weary breath. Sasuke really had the right idea, he muttered, recalling the image of his eternal friend and rival who always walked his own path, saying that the seed of Hokage would shackle one's pursuit of truth. Becoming Hokage had been his dream since childhood, but now that the dream had come true, he felt all the more keenly the heavy burden hidden beneath that glory. Endless paperwork from morning to night, diplomatic maneuvering between villages, pressure from the daimyo's court, and the elders constantly jockeying for power. Everything threatened to suffocate him. The office door slid open softly, and Sakura Haruno walked in carrying a cup of hot tea. After the war, she had become the director of Konoha Hospital thanks to her extraordinary medical ninjutsu, and also served as the Hokage's medical advisor. Complaining again, Naruto. Sakura smiled helplessly, setting the teacup before him. Kakashi-sensei went through the same thing back in the day. I know, Sakura, Naruto said as he took the teacup, but his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the window. On the training ground in the distance, a few children were practicing ninjutsu beneath the setting sun. Their laughter drifted on the wind, evoking memories of his own childhood. Just then the office door opened again. Hinata Hyuga stood hesitantly in the doorway, holding an elegantly prepared lunchbox, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Naruto-kun. Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing past. This is today's lunchbox. Naruto's face immediately broke into a radiant smile, a smile that seemed capable of scattering every shadow. Thank you, Hinata. I'm always troubling you. Hinata's blush deepened as she watched Naruto take the lunchbox. Since the war ended, her care toward him had become ever more meticulous, and their relationship had grown closer day by day. The unspoken feelings between them had never been voiced, yet everyone could see the unique bond they shared. Sakura watched the scene, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. As the person who understood Naruto and Hinata best, she felt happy for Hinata, yet could not help recalling the promise she had once made to Naruto long ago. But she quickly suppressed that feeling and smiled warmly at the devoted couple. The cozy atmosphere was broken by a sinister, silky voice. What a touching scene, Hokage-sama. Tokugawa Iemitsu, the shadow sent to Konoha by the fire daimyo, stood in the doorway without anyone noticing when he had arrived. The younger brother of the fire daimyo, he ostensibly served as a liaison between Konoha and the daimyo's court. In truth, he was an eye planted in the village by his elder brother. He always maintained an elegant demeanor, but the sharp glint that occasionally flickered in his eyes made him impossible to underestimate. What business does Shadow-sama have here? Naruto's tone immediately turned formal. He never concealed his dislike for this effeminate noble. Tokugawa Iemitsu smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on Hinata for a moment. It seems the Hyuga clan grows ever closer to the Hokage. But setting aside such personal matters, I believe the Hokage should give more thought to my previous proposal, the matter of dispatching troops against the Wind Country. Naruto's expression darkened. I've told you, Konoha will never become a tool of aggression. The Hokage is rather stubborn, Tokugawa Iemitsu said, languidly toying with the folding fan in his hand. You should understand that the Wind Country's strength has waned in recent years, and the Sand Village is bereft of talent. Now is the perfect time to strike and unify the continent. Besides, this is also the daimyo's will. Naruto rose and walked to the window, his gaze falling on the Hokage rock in the distance. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the second Tobirama Senju, the third Hiruzen Sarutobi, the fourth Minato Namikaze. All of these great predecessors had dedicated everything to protecting the village and preserving peace. The first Hokage founded the hidden villages to protect children from killing one another. Naruto said, his voice firm and powerful. As long as I am Hokage, I will never allow Konoha's shinobi to become executioners of war. Tokugawa Iemitsu gave Naruto a long, deep look, one carrying a trace of appreciation, but far more cold calculation. In that case, Hokage-sama, please prepare yourself to bear the daimyo's wrath. With that, he offered an elegant bow, turned, and left, leaving behind a thought-provoking silhouette. Sakura looked at Naruto with concern. Is it really all right to defy the daimyo so directly? I've heard Tokugawa Iemitsu is a narrow-minded man who never lets a grudge go. Naruto stared in the direction Iemitsu had gone, his brows tightly knitted. I have a bad feeling about this, Sakura. A storm is coming. Outside the window, the sun had fully sunk below the horizon, and darkness began to shroud Konoha. In that darkness, it seemed countless eyes were watching this village that had just known peace. Chapter 2, Luring the Tiger from the Mountain. Early the next morning, just as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the Hokage's office, an urgent report shattered the calm. Hokage-sama, An ANBU ninja knelt on one knee speaking urgently. Orochimaru's trail has been spotted in the land of lightning. Orochimaru. Naruto's brow furrowed, his brush pausing mid-stroke. So that man is still alive. Naruto's brows locked together as his brush paused. That man really is still alive. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, Orochimaru had vanished as if from the face of the earth, never appearing again in the shinobi world. Many believed he was dead, but Naruto had always sensed that a man like Orochimaru would never disappear so easily. Is the intelligence reliable? Naruto asked in a low voice. Yes, Hokage-sama, the ANBU replied respectfully. One of our intelligence officers spotted him near Cloud Lightning Gorge in the Land of Lightning. Although it was only a fleeting figure, the ANBU continued, those snake-like pupils and pale face could not be mistaken. Naruto thought for a moment, then turned to Sakura, who was organizing documents. Summon Neji and Shikamaru immediately. Understood. Sakura nodded, quickly forming a series of hand seals and contacting the two through a special communication method. Before long, Hyuga Neji and Nara Shikamaru arrived at the Hokage's office one after another. Neji was now the captain of the Konoha military police force responsible for the village's security. He wore a white ninja uniform, the Konoha forehead protector still on his brow, but in those Byakugan eyes the sharpness of youth had given way to steadiness and composure. Shikamaru, meanwhile, served as the head of the Hokage's strategy division, assisting Naruto with political affairs and strategic planning. He still wore that perpetually lazy expression, but the occasional glint in his eyes betrayed his extraordinary intelligence. That's the situation, Naruto said, after briefing them, looking at Neji. Orochimaru's strength is unfathomable, and he is extremely cunning. I need you to go to the Land of Lightning and verify the intelligence. But remember, don't act rashly. Report back as soon as you've assessed the situation. Neji nodded, the veins around his Byakugan slightly bulging. Understood. Given how dangerous Orochimaru is, we must be cautious. Shikamaru Naruto then looked toward his friend. I want you to go with Neji and make absolutely sure everything is handled. Wherever Orochimaru appears, there is usually a conspiracy behind it. Shikamaru, however, looked troubled. He scratched his perpetually messy black hair. Sorry, Naruto. There are some urgent family matters I need to handle personally. I might have to leave the village for a few days. Naruto was taken aback. Shikamaru rarely turned down a mission, especially one this important. He looked at Shikamaru and noticed something flickering in his eyes, as if he were hiding something. All right, Naruto said, choosing not to press further. He trusted Shikamaru to have his reasons. Then let me go with Neji instead. With his taijutsu, he should be able to help. After the arrangements were made, Naruto stood alone by the window. The unease in his heart grew stronger. Sunlight fell upon his face through the glass, yet it could not dispel the gloom gathering in his mind. Sasuke summoned by the daimyo, something happening in Shikamaru's clan, and now Orochimaru's trail. Naruto muttered to himself. All of this is too much of a coincidence. As the Seventh Hokage, who had endured countless battles, Naruto's instincts were far sharper than most. He could feel an invisible net slowly tightening around him, and its target might very well be himself. Night fell, and Naruto lay in bed tossing and turning. It wasn't only the unease in his heart. It was also that Hinata hadn't come by with a lunchbox as she usually did today. Strange. What's wrong with Hinata today? Naruto stared at the ceiling, the image of her gentle smile surfacing in his mind. Could she be feeling unwell? The rain outside grew heavier, fat droplets pounding against the window, as if heralding something. Naruto's unease swelled with the storm until he suddenly sat bolt upright, a terrible thought flashing through his mind. Sasuke is gone. Shikamaru is gone. Neji and Lee are gone too. And even Hinata. A bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating Naruto's stricken face. Could this be? Luring the tiger from the mountain. The rain fell harder, dense drops pounding against the rooftops with a crackling sound. Howling wind swept through the streets, lifting fallen leaves, making the night feel especially desolate. Naruto lay on his bed, the unease in his heart surging like the raging storm. He kept replaying everything that had happened recently: Tokugawa Iemitsu's threats, Orochimaru's sudden appearance, the successive departures of important comrades. All of it pointed to a terrifying conclusion. Someone was carefully weaving a trap aimed at him. Just as he was about to get up and check on Hinata, a flurry of urgent knocks suddenly sounded. The noise was particularly harsh amidst the storm, carrying an ominous urgency. Naruto immediately rolled out of bed, not even taking time to grab his jacket, and dashed toward the door like a bolt of lightning. His heart hammered, a sense of foreboding hanging over him. The moment the door opened, a blood-soaked figure collapsed into his arms. Hinata! Naruto cried out hastily, catching the dying Hinata. By the light of a lightning bolt, Naruto took in Hinata's condition, his heart sinking to the depths. Her face was pale as paper, blood seeping continuously from the corner of her mouth, and her white Hyuga clan robe was stained red over most of its length. Most terrifying of all, Naruto could sense her chakra draining at an alarming rate. The breath of life within her was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. No, don't move, Hinata said weakly, using her last strength to grasp Naruto's arm. I have something important to tell Naruto-kun. Naruto wanted to rush her to the medical unit immediately, but Hinata with her last ounce of strength held him back. Her eyes were filled with pain and reluctance, but above all with a resolute determination. They want to kill you. Hinata's voice came in broken fragments, every word seemingly costing her all her strength. The Shadow Lord, my father, and many of the great clans in the village. They say you're a threat, that you possess too much power, that you must be eliminated. Naruto's heart sank. Even though he had suspected it, hearing the truth sent a chill through his bones. What hurt even more was that Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata's own father, was also part of it. Hinata closed her eyes, gathering the last of her strength, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. I argued with my father. He sealed my chakra points. Wouldn't let me warn you. I reversed my chakra. Reversed chakra. Naruto's pupils contracted violently. As a top-tier ninja, he knew exactly what this meant. A forbidden technique of the Hyuga clan, forcibly breaking through sealed chakra points by reversing chakra flow at the cost of certain death. Tears instantly blurred Naruto's vision. He clutched Hinata's ice-cold hand, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Why did you do this? Why so foolish? A faint blush spread across Hinata's pale face, the last flicker of life before the end. Using the last of her strength, she voiced words hidden in her heart. For years her pure pale eyes filled with endless love and reluctance. Naruto-kun. I have always liked you. Ever since we were children. Those words seemed to drain the last of her vitality. Intense pain made her delicate body tremble slightly, yet a contented smile lingered on her lips, as if to say, having spoken those words, she had no regrets in this life. I feel the same, Hinata. Naruto held her growing cold body tightly, tears flooding out like a broken dam. I love you too. I should have told you long ago. Sorry. But the girl in his arms had closed her eyes forever. The happy smile at the corner of her lips was the last gift she left to Naruto. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but Hinata's expression was strangely serene, as if she had merely fallen into a sweet dream. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's face, his tears already dried up. His voice was hoarse and low, filled with endless anguish. To protect me, you would give up your life. You fool. He carefully lifted Hinata as if afraid to disturb her sleep, gently laid her on the bed, and tenderly covered her with a quilt. He did it with extreme gentleness, just as carefully as Hinata used to take care of him in daily life. Outside the window, the rain fell heavier and heavier, as if heaven itself were weeping for the passing of this pure girl. Lightning occasionally split the night sky, illuminating Naruto's tear-streaked but rock-solid face. The darkness just before dawn is always the deepest. The rain eased somewhat, but the sky remained overcast, as if the whole world was mourning the tragedy that had just occurred. Naruto stood quietly by the bed, gazing at Hinata's serene, sleeping face. His gaze shifted from initial grief to firm resolve, finally hardening into a near-cold determination. If this is your wish. His voice was low and strong. I will live on. He leaned down and gently pressed a kiss to Hinata's cold forehead, a kiss of farewell and also of promise. Naruto began to pack his gear with swift, precise movements. He changed into a dark mobile ninja outfit and organized his essential tools and supplies. Finally, he carefully sealed Hinata's body into a scroll, using a special sealing technique, and solemnly carried it on his back. This scroll would accompany him forever until the day revenge was accomplished. Picking up the scroll containing Hinata's remains, Naruto took one last look at this home that held countless memories. Here he had spent many warm moments with Hinata. Here, he had once envisioned a happy future. But all of it had turned to bubbles last night. Goodbye, Konoha. He slowly extended his right hand, and a blazing Rasengan gathered in his palm, transforming into scorching flames. The flames danced in his hand, reflecting his resolute face. The fireball howled toward the house, exploding into a shower of fire upon impact, consuming everything of Naruto's past in the blaze. The fierce flames reddened the pre-dawn sky, proclaiming the end of an era. Who's there? An ANBU patrol drawn by the fire instantly appeared behind Naruto, his kunai aimed at Naruto's back. Realizing it was the Hokage, the ANBU quickly sheathed his kunai and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage. This. He stared at the house burning in the fierce fire, shock and confusion written on his masked face. Naruto gave a faint smile, his hands having already formed seals without warning. Toad binding technique. Special chakra ropes rose from the ground, in an instant binding the ANBU tightly. This binding technique was Naruto's original creation, combining the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Even a Jonin would struggle to break free in a short time. You're the third son of the Ikeda family, aren't you? Naruto's tone was terrifyingly calm. Becoming an ANBU squad leader at 16, quite impressive. He looked up at the fire-reddened night sky, a trace of regret in his voice. What a pity. So young, and yet you will die here. The young ANBU's face beneath the mask was filled with terror and bewilderment. He couldn't understand why the usually gentle Hokage would suddenly try to kill him. The Raisin Shuriken let out a piercing whine in Naruto's hand, unnerving in the silent dawn. He walked slowly toward the ANBU, each step landing like a beat on the man's heart. Yet, just as the Raisin Shuriken was about to touch the ANBU's body, Naruto stopped. He looked into the man's young, terrified eyes and remembered what he himself was like in his youth. Forget it, Naruto sighed, the Raisin Shuriken in his hand gradually fading. Pass on a message for me. His voice turned suddenly cold, each word as if dragged out of an ice cellar. From today onward, I sever all ties with Konoha. One day, Uzumaki Naruto will return to Konoha. On that day, those who follow me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall perish. With that, he ignored the ANBU who had collapsed in fear, and carrying the scroll containing Hinata, he turned and walked into the vast rain. The road ahead was pitch black, but Naruto's steps were extraordinarily firm. Raindrops struck his face, mingling with the traces of tears that had yet to dry. No matter what the future held, he could not turn back. At a fork in the road outside the village, Naruto stopped and took one last look at Konoha burning in the rain. The place he had once sworn to protect with his life had now become a place of heartbreak. He had to leave. Sweat on the training ground, pranks at the Ninja Academy, every duel with Sasuke, the oath when he became Hokage. One after another, memories flashed through his mind, as vivid as yesterday. From now on we'll be enemies, he murmured to himself, his voice carrying an indescribable bitterness and resolve. He raised his head, his gaze crossing mountains toward Kyoto, the capital of the Land of Fire. In those blue eyes the last trace of warmth vanished, completely replaced by an icy frost-like, killing intent. First target, Kyoto, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Ieyasu. This rainy night of Konoha's year 60 was destined to be etched into history. The residence of the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto was reduced to ashes in raging flames, and with it crumbled the facade of peace that Kirigakure had maintained for years. When the first ray of dawn struggled through the still unrelenting rain and fell upon the wet streets, an explosive rumor spread through every corner of the village like a plague. The 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto had defected last night. At first no one believed it. How could the man who would give his life for Konoha and regarded becoming Hokage as his lifelong dream ever betray the village? Yet when people saw the ruins reduced to scorched earth, saw the hastily summoned clan heads and high-ranking officials with grave expressions, and sensed the oppressive storm-laden tension hanging in the air, doubt turned to shock, and then to panic and bewilderment. In Konoha's central plaza, a sea of people surged. Villagers had gathered spontaneously, their murmurs, questions, and worries weaving into a noisy ocean. Have you heard? The Hokage? Impossible. How could Lord Naruto? It's true. And Umbu saw it with his own eyes. The house was burned down. Why? What on earth happened? The Hokage's defection was nothing short of a spiritual earthquake for Konoha. He was the pillar of the village, the symbol of peace, a hero respected by countless people. His departure shattered the delicate balance of power among the village's factions in an instant, and the hidden undercurrents began to surge. In the midst of this widespread anxiety, an emergency meeting of Konoha's high command was convened in the confidential conference room of the Hokage building. The atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring ready to snap. On one side of the conference table sat the young faction, led by Hyuga Neji and Nara Shikamaru. Veins bulged around Neji's Byakugan. He had just learned of his cousin Hinata's death, and was overcome with grief and fury. Shikamaru, though delayed by clan affairs, had rushed back in the early hours. Now with his hands crossed and pressed against his chin, his sharp eyes were rapidly analyzing the intricate situation before him. Opposite them sat the elder faction, led by Shimura Danzo and Hyuga Hayashi, along with several clan heads. Danzo's eyes were half closed as if indifferent, while Hyuga Hayashi's face was ashen, his eyes shifting evasively, avoiding Neji's gaze. The tragic death of the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter and the Hokage's defection, both were inextricably linked to the Hyuga clan, placing enormous pressure on him. Meanwhile, Tokugawa Emitsu, the shadow of the Land of Fire, sat leisurely in the observer's seats, his eyes slightly closed like an old monk in meditation, yet a barely perceptible curve hung at the corner of his mouth. We must immediately declare Uzumaki Naruto a rogue ninja and strip him of the title of Hokage. Danzo's hoarse, icy voice broke the silence. A country cannot last a day without its lord, nor a village without its Hokage. The priority now is to elect a new Hokage and stabilize the situation. Elder Danzo. Neji slammed the table and shot to his feet, his voice trembling with anger. The truth has not yet been uncovered. Hinata died tragically last night, and Naruto defected right after. There must be a great injustice behind all this. Our priority is to investigate the truth and bring the Hokage back. Not to rush to judgment. His piercing gaze shot toward Tokugawa Emitsu. And Shadow-sama, why did intelligence happen to have me and Shikamaru transferred away from the village just yesterday? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Tokugawa Emitsu slowly opened his eyes and said coolly, Captain Hyuga, the source and timing of intelligence are not within my control. Are you questioning the daimyo's intelligence system? As for your sister's misfortune, I deeply mourn it as well. His tone betrayed not a trace of grief. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Niji, calm down. As for Hinata, she chose to reverse the flow of her chakra, no one is to blame. As for Naruto, he killed Umbu of the same village, burned down his residence, and openly declared himself an enemy of Konoha. That is a fact. We must prioritize the stability of the village. For the sake of stability. Shikamaru finally spoke, his voice calm, yet razor-sharp. Lord Hayashi, Elder Danzo, is your so-called stability about hastily pinning the label of traitor on the Seventh Hokage, who brought us peace, and then scrambling for power? This troublesome situation is probably far from simple behind the scenes. Both sides stuck to their own arguments, and the dispute grew increasingly fierce. The conference room was thick with gunpowder. Tokugawa Iemitsu watched coldly from the sidelines. Everything was going according to his expectations. With Naruto the greatest obstacle removed, the pent-up conflicts within Konoha would naturally erupt. At that moment of swords drawn and bows bent on the verge of becoming an internal clash, a creak sounded as the heavy door of the conference room was slowly pushed open. A figure bathed in the cool post-rain light streaming in through the doorway walked in step by step. The newcomer wore simple black shinobi attire with the kusanagi, sword slung diagonally across his back. Beneath his short black hair was a handsome face as perfect as if carved. What was most striking were his eyes within the pitch-black pupils, 3 tomos slowly revolved, radiating a cold and overwhelming presence. His arrival was like an invisible cold current that instantly froze all the clamor and argument in the conference room. Everyone felt a heavy pressure, as if even breathing had become difficult. You? Uchiha Sasuke-sama. A jonin in charge of security called out the newcomer's name in a dry voice. The atmosphere, which had been tense enough to explode, suddenly cooled with the arrival of this man. The noise vanished without a trace, plunging the scene into a terrifying silence broken only by the suppressed breathing of those present. Such was the visceral impact of Uchiha Sasuke, the captain of Konoha's Umbu, known as the Shinigami of Konoha. Sasuke's gaze swept across the room like a cold blade before finally locking onto Danzo. You've done quite well, Danzo-sama. He spoke coldly, cutting straight to the point. Danzo had not expected such directness. A flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed his face, but he quickly recovered and said indifferently, this old man does not know what Uchiha-sama is referring to. Sasuke faced him directly, his voice devoid of any warmth. You used the daimyo to have us transferred away from Konoha, colluded with Orochimaru to lure Niji away, and then struck against the Hokage. What a fine trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The words detonated like thunder in the conference room. Niji's and Shikamaru's eyes flashed with sharp light, while Danzo and his cohort's expressions drastically changed. Uchiha Sasuke, do not spout nonsense and slander this old man's innocence. Danzo shot to his feet, his single eye shooting a terrifying glare. The Hokage is young and capable. That such a thing should happen today pains me as well. Do you have any evidence? Sasuke had a deep grudge against the Elder Council. Years ago it was Danzo and his ilk who had ordered Itachi to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. Now seeing Danzo again, old and new grievances surged together, and his murderous intent was nearly impossible to restrain. He sneered, took a step forward, and said grimly, Danzo-sama really refuses to admit his age. Would you like this junior to see you off? Provocation. Naked provocation. Everyone gasped. No one had expected Sasuke to be so direct. Those words were almost equivalent to a declaration of war. Danzo slowly rose from his chair. His single eye narrowed into a slit, and the cold light within locked tightly onto Sasuke like a venomous snake waiting to strike. His voice turned cold and sharp. Uchiha Sasuke, are you planning a rebellion? The word rebellion struck Sasuke's heart like a heavy hammer, sobering him instantly. Back then it was precisely because the Uchiha clan had plotted rebellion that his brother Itachi, in order to preserve the honor of the Uchiha name, had personally annihilated the entire clan. The honor of the clan and his brother's dying will were shackles he could not break free from. Sasuke snorted coldly, forcibly suppressed his surging killing intent, and turned toward the door. I will go and bring the Hokage back. He stopped at the door, his back to everyone, his voice brooking no argument. Before I return, you old men had better not make any rash moves. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a fraction of his cold profile, and added 4 words. You will bear the consequences. With that his figure vanished through the doorway, leaving the room in complete dead silence. Niji and Shikamaru exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of relief in the other's eyes. The problem they had argued over for so long without resolution had been temporarily suppressed by Sasuke's overwhelming strength and assertiveness. In this world of shinobi, force was often more useful than negotiation. Tokugawa Iemitsu, who had remained silent all along, now slightly opened his eyes. Gazing at Sasuke's disappearing back, he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Uchiha Sasuke, huh? He truly is a variable. However, this makes it more interesting. At this moment Naruto, who had defected from Konoha, stood on the last ridge leading out of the village. In his arms he held Hinata carefully wrapped in cloth, as if she were merely sleeping. He turned back to gaze at the outline of Konoha looming faintly in the morning mist. The sweat on the training grounds, the pranks at the ninja academy, every duel with Sasuke, the oath he took when becoming Hokage. Scene after scene of the past flashed through his mind, as vivid as yesterday. From now on we'll be enemies, huh? He murmured to himself, his voice carrying an indescribable bitterness and resolve. He raised his head, his gaze crossing the layered mountains toward Kyoto, the capital of the Land of Fire. His low voice turned as cold as winter frost. The first target, Kyoto, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Ieyasu. In the Land of Fire, at the capital Kyoto. As the most prosperous and wealthy city on the continent, Kyoto's streets were forever thronged with traffic and bustling voices. Towering pavilions, dazzling shops, and fashionably dressed passers-by all proclaimed the nation's might and splendor. Naruto Uzumaki walked through the endless tide of people clad in an inconspicuous gray traveler's outfit, with a special scroll sealed with Hinata's remains strapped to his back. He kept his head lowered, the wide bamboo hat concealing his signature golden hair and face, yet through the gap beneath the brim, those azure blue eyes calmly scrutinized every detail of the city. Prosperity, clamor, abundance. This was the capital of the Land of Fire under Tokugawa Ieyasu's rule. Yet beneath that extreme splendor Naruto keenly sensed something else. Beggars huddled in street corners, laborers with numb hollow eyes and noble gazes hidden behind gorgeous exteriors that regarded commoners with utter disdain. Light and shadow, wealth and poverty. Here they formed a stark and piercing contrast. Tokugawa Ieyasu. Naruto silently repeated that name as a cold fury churned within his chest. You already possess such immense wealth and power. Why must you remain insatiably greedy, plotting wars and schemes to plunder even more? Why did you drive Hinata to her death? He forced himself to calm down. Anger solved nothing. What he needed now was absolute rationality and strength. Hey kid from the countryside, want something to eat? A shop clerk, noticing Naruto's travel-worn appearance, approached with a hint of condescension to solicit his business. A country boy. Naruto laughed bitterly inwardly. The seventh Hokage of the Land of Fire, one of the strongest figures standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, called a country boy. What a failure of a Hokage he had become. He naturally would not bicker with the clerk. Instead, he found the address rather convenient for concealing his identity. Compared with Kyoto, Konoha was indeed like a tranquil village. A large bowl of ramen. Naruto stepped into the shop, found a corner seat by the window, and spoke in a calm voice. The clerk curled his lips and muttered, "Country bumpkin, always a cheapskate." Still he turned away to prepare the order. Naruto paid him no attention. His thoughts had already flown to the battle awaiting him that night. According to Konoha's top-secret archives, the Great Keep, where the daimyo of the Land of Fire resided, was not so easily infiltrated. The keep stood upon a solitary peak named Mount Tendu, its summit piercing the clouds. From the foot to the top, the mountain was divided into 13 levels. On each of the first 12 levels stood a palace guarded by mighty warriors known as the 12 sages of the court. They were called the 12 palaces, the mightiest bulwark protecting the daimyo. Only by breaking through all 12 palaces could one reach the summit and meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Ieyasu. The 12 palaces from bottom to top were named boar, rooster, ox, rabbit, dog, rat, sheep, serpent, horse, monkey, tiger, and the strongest of all, the Dragon Palace. Each sage possessed a unique and formidable power. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, had once served as the first dragon sage after assisting the Tokugawa clan in pacifying the chaotic era. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had likewise served as a sage of the Monkey Palace in his youth. From this one could see just how astonishing the strength of the 12 palaces truly was. As the 7th Hokage, Naruto was well acquainted with these secrets. Yet the exact abilities of each current sage remained the highest of classified information known to no one. Tonight he would use his own strength to test them one by one and shatter them one by one. He ate the ramen, slowly chewing each strand with care, as if savoring the last taste of the mortal world. Perhaps this was his final bowl of ramen. He thought silently, and then felt a tinge of regret. A pity the flavor still could not compare with Ichiraku's. Night fell like an immense black curtain, slowly shrouding Kyoto. The spring chill was biting, and the evening wind carried a cold bite. Naruto glanced at several beggars huddled together by the roadside, tattered and shivering, and sighed inwardly. Even in this age of peace and prosperity, there were still those who suffered cold and hunger. If war broke out, how many innocent people would be displaced and lose their homes? Though he felt compassion, he could barely protect himself at the moment, let alone change the world. The only thing he could do was stride unwaveringly along the path he had chosen. When the last trace of daylight was devoured by the darkness, Naruto rose, left payment for his meal, and melted silently into the night. His destination was clear, Mount Tendu. Mount Tindu stood like a sharp sword thrusting into the heavens, its snow-capped summit gleaming with cold light beneath the moon. At its foot, however, verdant greenery flourished and cherry blossoms bloomed quietly in the moonlight. A strange yet magnificent beauty. Naruto stood at the mountain's base and looked up. This mountain, along with the 12 palaces upon it, symbolized the pinnacle of secular power in the Land of Fire, and also the first most formidable barrier on his road of vengeance. Before him stood the first palace of the 12, the Boar Palace. Its gate was ancient and heavy, carved with complex sealing runes. Naruto could sense the steady, immense fluctuation of chakra emanating from beyond the door. Without the slightest hesitation, he slowly ascended the steps and gently placed his hand upon the handle of the palace gate. The moment he pushed open this door, he would face the supreme protective force of the entire Land of Fire. From then on, he would stand in complete opposition to the very heart of this nation's power. He took a deep breath, pressing down every stray thought in his mind. Konoha, his comrades, Hinata's smile. At this moment, he was simply a shinobi seeking vengeance for his beloved and challenging an unjust fate. With a sudden surge of strength in his hand, creak, the heavy gate was slowly pushed open, emitting a prolonged, grating sound that echoed far into the silent night, as if setting the gears of destiny in motion. Beyond the door lay a profound darkness, and a gruff voice called out in surprise and wariness. "Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon the Boar Palace at night?" The interior of the Pig Palace was far more spacious and profound than its exterior suggested, dimly lit, with only scattered flames flickering on the walls, casting shadows of colossal rugged pillars. The air carried a scent reminiscent of a food storage room, not unpleasant, but rather imparting a strange sense of security. Naruto pushed open the great doors and stepped inside, the doors silently closing behind him, sealing off the outside world completely. He stood still at the entrance, adjusting to the dim light, within his gaze fixed on the dark depths from which the voice had come. The rough, gruff voice sounded again, tinged with confusion. "Who exactly are you? Don't you know this is a forbidden area?" Naruto did not answer, but a faint slight curve formed at the corner of his lips. This voice reminded him of an old friend he had not seen for a long time. His mind raced, and a plump figure always with snacks in hand surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be him? A silhouette slowly emerged from the depths of the palace's shadows. The newcomer wore a azure sage's robe embroidered with a pig's head pattern that was both charmingly naive and somewhat dignified. The mask on his face was also pig-shaped, revealing only his chin and mouth. What was most striking was his physique, almost a perfect sphere with his body width nearly equal to his height. Anyone who saw him would immediately think, as his name suggests, this pig sage was truly worthy of his reputation. "Do you know me?" Choji Naruto was almost certain it was him. Looked at Naruto, standing at the boundary of light and shadow, his bamboo hat covering his face, his aura restrained, and for a moment did not recognize him. After all, several years had passed since the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and the once green youths had all grown into formidable figures capable of standing on their own. "I was wondering where you'd been all these years, Choji." Naruto finally spoke, his voice calm, carrying a faint hint of wistfulness. "So you came to the imperial capital and became the pig sage." That familiar voice, that familiar tone. Choji's massive frame shuddered violently, his voice trembling slightly. "Nar. Naruto, is it really you?" He hurried forward a few steps, and by the dim light finally made out the face beneath the bamboo hat. Matured but still unmistakably familiar. Naruto nodded slightly, still standing there like a silent statue, gazing at his former comrade. Choji's voice, once excited, gradually turned low and strained. He spoke slowly. "I heard. You defected from Konoha. I refused to believe it at first. But now it seems to be true." "Yeah," Naruto replied nonchalantly, as if defecting were a trivial matter. Choji was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, his voice filled with difficulty, "Why?" "No reason," Naruto said casually. "I just didn't want to stay anymore." Choji fell silent. He knew this was not the truth. He understood Naruto better than he understood himself. After a long silence, Choji spoke hoarsely. "I don't know the exact reason, but it must be some irresistible force that forced you to do this. Because no one loves Konoha more than you do." Naruto stared at Choji, stunned. He never expected this seemingly simple-minded friend to understand him so deeply. A warm current swept through his frozen heart, but was quickly engulfed by a deeper resolve. Both fell into silence. Only the occasional crackle of the flames broke the stillness in the palace. After a long while, Naruto broke the silence. "How did you end up as one of the 12 guardian sages of the imperial court?" Choji grimaced, his tone laced with helplessness and self-mockery. "After the war ended, you all became famous. The 7 shinobi of Konoha, the Golden Miracle. And I was the most useless still, just the Akimichi Choji, who only knew how to eat. Originally, this pig palace was run by one of my uncles. When he got old and retired, he recommended me here. I guess you could call it a family legacy." Naruto smiled bitterly to himself. Fame. What was it worth? If only I could bring Hinata back to life, I would rather be just an ordinary shinobi, even a dead last. He looked at Choji feeling both familiar and estranged. Familiar was the honesty and sincerity, estranged was the gap created by time and the starkly different positions they now held. The old Naruto was always full of vitality and drive, but the one before Choji now seemed weighed down by an indescribable fatigue and heaviness. Many questions lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he could not bring himself to utter them. A rift had already formed. The two fell into an awkward silence once more. The air in the palace seemed to solidify. Are you going to stop me from killing Tokugawa Ieyasu? Naruto finally broke the suffocating silence, steering the conversation toward the unavoidable reality. What was meant to come had come. Choji's gaze instantly sharpened. He straightened his massive frame, his eyes meeting Naruto's squarely. You know, Naruto. Choji's voice suddenly rose a notch, carrying a note of reminiscence and fervor. Back in the Ninja Academy, we were both seen as dead lasts, looked down upon by everyone. But you, Uzumaki Naruto, you never gave up. You kept struggling again and again, rising from failure, surpassing everyone step by step, and finally achieving your dream, becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Akimichi Choji may not be strong, but I have never truly admired anyone. But you, Naruto, you made me admire you. With all my heart. Naruto's heart trembled violently. He had never imagined that in Choji's eyes he held such a significant place. These words moved him more than any eloquent rhetoric. So Naruto, Choji's voice was filled with sincerity, even a hint of pleading. I don't care why you defected from Konoha, and I don't care if you're going to kill Tokugawa Ieyasu. I don't understand those big principles. I only ask one thing of you. His voice turned incredibly solemn with the resolve of a warrior. Give me a chance to challenge you. Let me fight you honorably. The back I've been chasing all along, the seventh Hokage of Konoha, the person I admire most, with all my might. Naruto looked deeply at Choji, as if seeing this comrade for the first time. Within that ordinary, even clumsy body, there had always hidden an indomitable, burning heart eager to prove itself. He understood. This was not an obstruction but a farewell to a man's own past, a tribute to the idol in his heart, and a confirmation of his own path. Naruto nodded slowly and said, I understand. His bamboo hat and outer coat slipped silently to the ground, revealing the familiar orange jumpsuit modified into a more mature dark combat outfit, but retaining its style and powerful chakra began to swirl around him. I won't go easy on you, Choji. Naruto's words echoed through the empty pig palace, laden with an unyielding fighting spirit. As his outer garment slipped off, a surge of immense chakra, like a waking dragon, slowly rose from within him. The invisible pressure radiated outward, stirring the dust on the ground and causing the flames on the walls to flicker violently. Feeling the overwhelming pressure far beyond, before Choji showed no fear. Instead, his eyes blazed with unprecedented excitement and determination. He had waited for this day far too long. Facing the figure he had always chased, he had to give his all to show the highest respect. Huh! Choji let out a low roar, his massive frame bursting with agility and momentum that defied his size. He pushed off the ground, which trembled slightly, and charged at Naruto like a cannonball shot from a barrel with an unstoppable force. So fast. A flicker of surprise crossed Naruto's eyes. In just a few years, Choji's progress had far exceeded his expectations. His body swayed like a willow in the wind, sidestepping with a hair's breadth to evade Choji's ferocious charge. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a precise reverse punch to Choji's broad back. Bang! A dull impact sounded. Despite his forward momentum, Choji twisted around with astonishing flexibility and speed, meeting Naruto's blow head-on with his massive fist. Fist met fist, a pure clash of power. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact. The tremendous recoil sent both of them sliding backwards several steps, each foot leaving a clear imprint on the solid stone floor. An even match. You've improved a lot, Choji. A hint of approving smile appeared on Naruto's face as he shook his slightly numb arm. But if this is all you've got, then it ends here. Choji's eyes burned with fierce battle fervor. This usually quiet partner now seemed extremely excited. Bring it on, Naruto. Let me see the true power of the seventh Hokage. As you wish. Rasengan. Without further testing, Naruto shouted softly as chakra fiercely gathered and spun in his right palm, emitting a piercing whine. A azure energy sphere brimming with immense chakra instantly formed and shot straight toward Choji's massive target with lightning speed. Choji's pupils contracted slightly as he quickly judged the speed and trajectory. Can't dodge it. Naruto's speed is far beyond mine. In the blink of an eye, he made the most correct response. Partial expansion jutsu arm. His right arm suddenly swelled and elongated like a balloon, instantly transforming into a giant arm several meters long. His fist, as large as a millstone, hurtled through the air with a whistling wind, aiming straight at the charging Naruto. This was an offense-and-defense strategy, forcing Naruto to either abandon the attack or take the hit. Too slow. With a smirk, Naruto's sprinting figure performed a barely perceptible twist at high speed, evading the giant fist like a phantom. The Rasengan continued its trajectory, about to strike Choji's stomach. "It's over, Choji," Naruto shouted. However, slap! A giant hand, not from the front, but from the side, suddenly shot out and firmly grabbed Naruto's wrist, which was forming the Rasengan. At the same time, another equally giant fist from Choji's left hand slammed, with a resounding thud, straight into Naruto's chest and abdomen. Ugh! Naruto felt an unimaginable force surge through him, sending him flying backward like a leaf. He tumbled several times in the air before barely landing, staggering a few steps to regain his balance, his chest and abdomen churning with surging blood and chakra. "He took my Rasengan. And he's still standing." Naruto was astonished. He looked closely. Choji's abdomen, where the Rasengan had struck, had a large hole in his clothes, revealing incredibly muscular bronze-toned skin. Apart from a slight redness, it was completely unscathed. At the moment of my attack, he not only expanded his arm, but also instantly expanded the skin and muscle at the contact point on his abdomen, strengthening it several times, thus withstanding the destructive power of the Rasengan. Naruto instantly analyzed the reason, his eyes showing even more admiration. To control chakra so exquisitely in such a short time and apply partial expansion to this level. Impressive, Choji. Choji rubbed his slightly reddened belly and gave a simple smile, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even fiercer. Naruto's Rasengan still packs quite a punch. Naruto's expression turned completely serious. He finally began to truly take this battle seriously. Choji was no longer the partner he needed to protect back then. Whoosh! Choji took a long, deep breath, as if inhaling all the air in the palace. He knew the real fight was only just beginning. He reached into his bosom and took out the familiar box containing the secret pills. His gaze swept over the 3 colored pills. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely picked the yellow one, the curry pill, and swallowed it. A surging wave of chakra burst from his body, his aura skyrocketing. I can't let him fully unleash the pill's effects. Naruto crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming hand seals at a speed that left after images. Sage Art Earth Release Swamp of the Underworld. However, the seal was completed, but the swamp expected to trap Choji did not appear. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then realized, right, this Tenzusen has been specially reinforced with a powerful sealing barrier. Ordinary earth release techniques that alter the terrain are greatly weakened here, or even impossible to perform. He immediately changed his tactic. Sage Art Mayaboku Binding Technique. This time it relied not on terrain, but pure chakra constructs. Countless chakra ropes resembling giant toad tongues covered with sticky and highly resilient substances appeared out of thin air, wrapping around Choji from all directions, instantly binding his massive body tightly. Contract. Naruto made a grasping motion with one hand, and the chakra ropes tightened abruptly, emitting a creaking sound that set teeth on edge, intending to completely immobilize Choji. Roar! Choji let out a deafening roar. The power surging from the curry pill erupted violently. His muscles bulged as he exerted all his strength to break free. The chakra ropes were pulled taut by the brute force, groaning under the strain. Yet like the toughest taffy, they stretched, but showed no sign of breaking. "Don't waste your energy, Choji." Naruto shook his head and explained, "This Mayaboku binding technique is formed from my wind release chakra mixed with natural energy. It's not a physical object, it can adjust its toughness and elasticity according to your strength. Brute force won't break it." Choji tried a few more times, finding that, as Naruto said, the more he struggled, the tighter the ropes bound him, and they were constantly absorbing his escaping chakra. He panted heavily, ceasing his futile resistance. A look of reluctance mixed with resignation crossed his face. "You and Naruto," he admitted sincerely, "the gap between us hasn't shrunk, it's only widened. You're so strong now that I almost wonder if the dead last in school back then was all an act." Naruto smiled and dispelled the binding technique. "I know you didn't go all out, Choji. At least you didn't use your ultimate trump card, butterfly mode." His voice gradually turned serious. "But when facing real enemies, don't be so gentle anymore. Otherwise you'll only get hurt." The concern in his words warmed Choji's heart. He murmured softly, "Naruto, you." Naruto had already turned around, picked up his coat from the ground, put it back on, adjusted his hat, and walked toward the exit of the pig palace. His voice came from afar, calm, yet carrying a hint of resolve. "From now on, we're enemies, Choji. Next time we meet, I won't hold back." Choji watched Naruto disappear into the darkness beyond the palace gate. He opened his mouth, but could only utter a low, worried blessing. "Take care, Naruto. Those guys behind, they're all ridiculously strong." Inside the palace, silence returned, leaving only Choji's heavy breathing and the complex, unreadable emotions in his heart. Leaving the Boar Palace, Naruto quickly ascended along the winding mountain path. Though victorious in his battle against Choji, the fight had consumed considerable chakra and energy, and more importantly, it had stirred the tender places in his heart concerning Konoha and his comrades which he preferred not to touch. He forcibly suppressed these emotions. What he needed now was absolute calm and efficiency. In a moment the second palace came into view, the Rooster Palace. Unlike the rough and imposing Boar Palace, the Rooster Palace appeared more delicate, yet exuded an indescribable air of clamor and ostentation. This time Naruto showed no hesitation. He strode forward directly, pushed open the gate of the Rooster Palace, and stepped inside. If before entering the Boar Palace he still harbored a trace of hesitation due to an old acquaintance, now that hesitation was utterly gone. Just as a person might tremble when killing a chicken for the first time, but the second time they would strike with clean precision. Human fear often stems from the unknown. Once the first step is taken, the path ahead holds only courage to advance. Creak. In the dead silence of the deep night, the sound of the door opening was unusually prolonged and piercing, adding a layer of eeriness to the somber atmosphere. I hope this time you won't disappoint me too much, hee. A voice sharp as metal scraping came from the depths of the Rooster Palace, its tone frivolous and carrying an unpleasant mockery. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. The voice instinctively repulsed him. He stood silently at the entrance, not advancing, waiting for the master of the palace to appear. A short, thin figure staggered out from the shadows within. He too wore a blue sage robe, a chicken-shaped mask covering his face, revealing a sharp chin. The man gave off an impression of acerbity and sleaziness. The short, thin man looked Naruto up and down, who was shrouded in a cloak, and screeched, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Rooster Palace? Are you tired of living?" Naruto couldn't be bothered to exchange words with him. He said flatly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why all this nonsense?" Hearing this, the short, thin man leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing a claw-like finger at Naruto, and screeched, "How dare you? You dare to be so disrespectful to the esteemed Rooster Sage. I will punish you severely. I'll tear you to pieces." Naruto closed his eyes, let out a contemptuous snort, and shook his head. He had seen plenty of these blustering types. Seeing Naruto's disdainful attitude, the Rooster Sage laughed. Instead of getting angry, his voice even more piercing, "Do you think that just because you beat that stupid pig ahead you can act arrogant before me? Let me tell you, in my eyes that fat oaf is worse than a pig. He's nothing but a waste promoted through family connections." Boom. Before the Rooster Sage could finish his words, a bone-chilling murderous intent combined with a vast ocean of chakra erupted from Naruto's body, like a volcanic explosion. Blue chakra like tangible flames blazed around him, burning fiercely. An immense pressure surged toward the Rooster Sage like a tidal wave, overwhelming him. The entire Rooster Palace trembled slightly. The Rooster Sage, terrified out of his wits by the sudden fearsome aura, stammered in panic, "Who are you? How can you have such enormous chakra? Chakra condensed into substance. This is impossible." Naruto snapped his eyes open. Those azure blue irises had now turned into frozen icy pools. He took a sudden step forward, instantly closing a distance of several meters, stopping only 3 paces away from the Rooster Sage. His voice was as cold as the wind from the abyss. "I originally didn't want to kill you, but you insulted my comrade." Every word carried a chilling, murderous intent. "So only your blood can wash away the insult you inflicted upon my friend. Your comrade." The Rooster Sage, crushed by the killing intent, retreated 2 steps, his voice trembling. "Who is it?" "Akimichi Choji, the Boar Sage." Naruto's voice was devoid of any warmth, pronouncing his death sentence. A shocking piece of news that had recently shaken the upper echelons of the Land of Fire, and even spread faintly across the ninja world, flashed through the Rooster Sage's mind. The 7th Hokage of Konoha, the Golden Miracle Uzumaki Naruto, had defected. He pointed at Naruto, his body trembling like a leaf in a storm, his fear reaching its peak. You are Uzumaki Naruto." Those were the last words he ever uttered in this world. Because at the very moment he froze in extreme terror, a piercing shrill sound like 1,000 birds shrieking simultaneously rang out before him. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Without warning, Naruto's left hand, like an iron vice, had silently clamped onto the Rooster Sage's shoulder, locking him in place. And in his right palm, the ultimate form of chakra shape transformation. The wind-style Raisin Shuriken, capable of tearing and destroying everything, had already taken shape. The next moment, in the desperate, dilated pupils of the Rooster Sage, that sphere of destruction was ruthlessly slammed into his abdomen. Boom. A terrifying explosion swept through the entire Rooster Palace. The violent wind attribute chakra instantly invaded every corner of the Rooster Sage's body, tearing and shredding his meridians and cells from the microscopic level. Back then, Xiaodu, with his incredibly resilient body and vitality, had perished under this very attack. How much less could this Rooster Sage, who was far weaker than Xiaodu and had been scared out of his wits, survive? Later, the personnel tasked with cleaning the Rooster Palace found the Rooster Sage's torn-off arm, leg, and his head still bearing an expression of terror in different corners of the palace. His death was utterly gruesome. In truth, with the Rooster Sage's Jounin-level strength, he should not have been so easily killed in one blow. But as soon as he heard the name of the Golden Miracle and felt the godlike chakra and murderous intent, he was already scared out of his mind, forgetting to dodge or defend. Thus Naruto easily subdued him and struck him down in a single move. Naruto glanced coldly at the head on the ground, as if he had merely crushed a noisy insect. He hadn't even expended much chakra. He did not linger. Turning, he walked out of the Rooster Palace without hesitation, his figure merging into the darkness leading to the next palace. Next, the Ox Palace. Leaving the Palace of the Rooster, which still reeked of blood, Naruto continued up the winding mountain path. The fight with Choji had cost him some chakra, but it was the instant kill of the Rooster Sage that struck him harder on a mental level. He forced the stray thoughts from his mind and steadied his breathing. Inside his body, the Ninetales chakra and natural energy slowly circulated, replenishing what had been consumed. The intervals between the 12 royal guard palaces were not far. At Naruto's pace, it took no more than a quarter of an hour before the third palace, the Palace of the Ox, rose before his eyes. This palace was even more rustic and imposing than the first two. Enormous stone blocks were piled into a silhouette full of power, as though it were a colossal sleeping ox itself. Pushing open the heavy palace gate, Naruto stepped inside. The Palace of the Ox was dim, and the air carried a faint mixed scent of dried grass and metal. Unlike the grounded steadiness of the Palace of the Boar or the ornate vanity of the Palace of the Rooster, this place felt like slumber and raw strength. Yet after Naruto entered and waited for a while, neither the expected rebuke nor any attack came. The depths of the palace were utterly still, only his own breathing could be heard clearly. Naruto gave a soft cough or two, trying to catch the owner's attention. Still no response from within. Naruto coughed again, raising his volume a little. Still nothing. He broke into a long fit of loud coughing. Hack, hack, hack. In the silent palace, Naruto simply went on coughing loudly and repeatedly, the sound jarringly conspicuous. At last, who is it? Can a man get any sleep in the middle of the night? A muffled, booming voice thick with drowsiness and irritation came from the depths of the palace. Then came the clatter of stumbling footsteps. A man of extraordinarily tall and burly build ran out, rubbing his bleary eyes and clumsily pulling on his green sage robe as he went. He looked utterly disheveled, and even the ox-shaped mask on his face was crooked, nearly falling off. Naruto looked on in bewilderment. Among the 12 royal guard sages, there was actually a clown like this. His alertness was far inferior to Choji's, or to the dead Rooster Sage for that matter. When the man drew closer, Naruto could finally see what he looked like. Although his body was as thick and towering as a grown adult, his face still held the naivety of youth. He appeared no older than 20 or so. As expected, he hadn't even put his mask on straight. It exposed most of a simple, honest face that looked aggrieved. What's so urgent? Don't you know it's very rude to disturb someone's dreams in the middle of the night? The Ox Sage gave an enormous yawn and looked at Naruto through sleepy eyes, his face full of impatience. Naruto was momentarily speechless. This reaction was utterly unexpected. Seeing that Naruto was not speaking, the Ox Sage began to grumble. Whatever it is, say it quickly. When you're done, I'm going back to bed. I'm exhausted. Naruto opened his mouth, then suddenly realized he had no idea where to start. Could he just come out and say, I'm here to kill the daimyo? Please step aside. What? Hurry up and say it. You're a weird one, you know that. The Ox Sage knit his brows as he looked Naruto up and down. Cold sweat silently slid down Naruto's temple. I'm weird. Who's the weird one here? He couldn't help retorting inwardly. The Ox Sage yawned a few more times and waved his hand drowsily. If you're not saying anything, I'm leaving. I'm dead sleepy. Honestly. Seeing the man really about to turn away, Naruto finally couldn't hold back and said his goal outright. Well, I want to kill Tokugawa Ieyasu. At the same time, his body tensed, slightly prepared to fight. To his surprise, the Ox Sage flew into a towering rage, all sleepiness gone, and shouted at Naruto, who you kill is none of my business. But to come here and wake me up. If you keep this up, I'll smash your head in. Having said that, he actually left Naruto standing there, turned around in a huff, muttering how bizarre, and headed back. It really looked as if he were going back to sleep. Naruto was thoroughly speechless, staring blankly at the wide back retreating into the distance. It took him quite a while to snap out of it. Whoever had this clown as a subordinate would be infuriated to death. He thought helplessly. Just as Naruto was about to ignore this buffoon and pass through the palace of the Ox Sage, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly stopped again. He spun around as if he had only just finished processing what Naruto had said. Wait, you just said you were going to kill Tokugawa Ieyasu? He asked, eyes wide. Naruto nodded. Yes. The daimyo of the Land of Fire. He sought confirmation. Yes. Naruto confirmed again. Then that won't do. The Ox Sage's attitude did a complete about-face, turning rock-hard resolute. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first. He clenched his fists and took up a fighting stance, though the sleepiness still lingered in his eyes. Naruto smiled. Things were finally starting to feel normal. I know, Naruto replied, growing a little more serious as well. The Ox Sage strode over to Naruto and measured their heights, then showed undisguised scorn. Forget it. I'm much taller than you and my strength is certainly far greater than yours. You can't beat me. Just go back down the mountain now and don't hold up my sleep. Seeing him so self-assured, Naruto found it rather amusing and deliberately teased him. How do you know your strength is definitely greater than mine? Because I've never met anyone stronger than me. The Ox Sage thumped his chest, wearing a smug expression as if he were invincible under heaven. Naruto smiled knowingly. This man was so simple-minded, he was a little lovable. Then may I ask the name of the strongest man in the world? Would you be so kind as to tell me? The Ox Sage was greatly pleased by being called the strongest man in the world. He puffed out his chest and announced proudly, my name is Miyamoto Ichiro. So you are Lord Miyamoto Ichiro. Naruto's face instantly showed surprise and admiration as he began to spin a tale. Though I'm only a nobody from the countryside, I've long heard that Miyamoto-san is unbelievably strong, the #1 strongman in the world. To see you today, truly you are a peerless hero of legend, and your fame is well-deserved. Miyamoto Ichiro was lifted to the clouds by the praise, basking in smug contentment, entirely off guard. At that moment, Sage Art Mount Mayaboku binding jutsu. The hands Naruto had been hiding behind his back had already completed the hand seals. Countless tough chakra ropes appeared from nowhere, and before the Ox Sage, still basking in the flattery, knew what was happening, bound him firmly from head to toe. Oh, you sneaky despicable man. You attacked me while I wasn't looking. Finding himself trapped, Miyamoto Ichiro bellowed furiously and struggled with all his might, his tremendous power, making the chakra ropes creak loudly. Yet for now he could not free himself. Naruto laughed heartily, paid him no more attention, and felt somehow lighter in spirit. He walked directly toward the exit of the Palace of the Ox, ready to head to the next palace. Let this simple-hearted giant cool down for a while. But just as Naruto was about to step through the palace gate, bang! A thunderous muffled noise like tearing cloth erupted behind him. Naruto spun around, and what met his eyes made him stagger in shock. Miyamoto Ichiro was roaring, the muscles of his arms bulging like writhing flood dragons. The Mount Mayaboku binding jutsu, which had been strong enough to hold even Choji in his super-expanded state, was being snapped apart by raw muscle, one rope after another. The light of the severed chakra ropes splashed in all directions like fragmented ribbons of dazzling light. Impossible. Naruto was deeply shaken. Even Choji's super expansion had failed to do this. How had this man done it? What in the world is this Miyamoto Ichiro? Some kind of monster. Miyamoto Ichiro quickly tore off the remaining strands of the binding technique. He jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Naruto like a maddened bull, snorting harsh blasts of breath through his nose. You despicable, underhanded wretch. I'll kill you. He bellowed, and like a runaway chariot, came crashing toward Naruto with all his might. His speed was so great that it kicked up a fierce gust of wind. His speed was fast enough too, but compared with his unfathomable brute strength, Naruto had no trouble with it at all. Naruto's body flickered, easily slipping out of the path of his headlong charge. At the same time, his hand moved to his belt, and 3 sharp kunai flew out, streaking toward Miyamoto Ichiro's broad back. But Miyamoto Ichiro seemed not to notice the kunai coming at him at all. He neither dodged nor made any attempt to defend himself. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The 3 kunai struck dead center on the vital points of his back. Then came 3 sharp clangs. 3 crisp metallic sounds. As though they had hit the hardest steel, the kunai were knocked straight back and fell weakly to the floor without even leaving a cut on his skin. How is this possible? Is this guy a demon? Even kunai forged from refined iron cannot wound him in the slightest. Naruto was shocked again. Such sheer physical defense was practically unheard of. Miyamoto Ichiro stopped in his tracks, turned, and once more charged at Naruto like a furious bull. His steps were heavy and his momentum was terrifying. What a troublesome guy. Naruto inwardly sighed. Unless he used a jutsu on the level of wind release Raisin Shuriken, it would be very difficult to deal any real damage to this monster. But the wind release Raisin Shuriken consumed a huge amount of chakra, and he had already used it once today. Using it again in quick succession would place too great a burden on his body. Moreover, deep down he did not want to kill this simple and honest Ox Sage. Physical attacks seemed to have almost no effect on him. What about Jinjutsu? His mind was simple. Perhaps his resistance to Jinjutsu would be extremely low. Naruto thought briefly, then immediately settled on a tactic. First use Jinjutsu to stop him for a while, and by time, if that failed, he would consider using a more powerful sealing technique to completely bind him. Jinjutsu was not Naruto's area of specialty, but the sage art heritage of Mount Mayaboku included some unique soundwave Jinjutsu. As a disciple of Mount Mayaboku, he understood at least the basic principles of Jinjutsu. Ha ha ha. Standing still and facing the charging Miyamoto Ichiro, Naruto suddenly burst into loud laughter in a bizarre rhythm. His laughter swelled and faded, stretched long and shortened, carrying faint spiritual fluctuations and natural energy reverberating throughout the sealed hall. Miyamoto Ichiro, who was charging at full speed, gave a violent start. The image of Naruto before him suddenly blurred, then vanished, then appeared again to one side. Over there. Miyamoto Ichiryu suspected nothing, thrilled, and immediately changed direction, throwing a heavy punch at that apparition. He felt himself hit something, but the touch was empty. Naruto vanished, once more reappearing somewhere else. And so to Naruto's eyes, Miyamoto Ichiryu began to behave like a headless fly in the great empty palace, repeatedly punching and charging at empty air, shouting all the while, "Don't run. Take this punch." Standing at a safe distance, Naruto watched the scene, then couldn't help rubbing his head, a little surprised, since when did my Jinjutsu get this strong? Or could it be that his Jinjutsu resistance is truly almost zero, his heart as pure and blank as a sheet of white paper? At any rate, there appeared to be no need for a more complicated sealing technique. He smiled softly. No longer paying attention to Miyamoto Ichiryu, who was still battling the phantoms, Naruto turned and walked out of the Palace of the Ox. Outside the palace gate, the first rays of dawn had just pierced through the clouds, falling across the damp mountain path. Naruto drew a deep breath of the cool, fresh air and murmured softly, "You should be thanking me, Miyamoto-kun. I easily did for you what you could never have done for yourself. Fought to your heart's content in a dream. But then what of it? After all, isn't it said that life is but a dream?" His figure continued onward in the first light toward the fourth palace, the Palace of the Rabbit. The Rabbit Palace was strikingly different in style from the previous palaces. It was smaller and more delicate, with a pale pink roof and walls that were exceptionally smooth, as if meticulously polished. The overall impression was one of elegance and eeriness. Mingren pushed open the exquisite palace door and stepped inside, immediately alert as he surveyed the surroundings. A skilled ninja must always be aware of the terrain. He noticed that the walls, pillars, and even the dome of the palace were covered with strange wallpaper. The wallpaper depicted twisted, abstract patterns that seemed to form some kind of order, yet their content was indescribable. However combined, they gave an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if seen somewhere before, exuding an unspeakable eeriness. Mingren stared intently at the wallpaper, trying to think, why did it feel so familiar? These twisted lines, these gradations of color. Just as he was focusing his observation, an overwhelming, irresistible drowsiness surged over him like a tide. His vision began to blur, the wallpaper patterns in his sight seemed to come alive, twisting and rotating. Gradually, within the shifting patterns, a figure he knew intimately and longed for day and night slowly emerged, a girl with pure white eyes. "Chutian," Mingren called out softly, his voice trembling. As if hearing his call, the image on the wallpaper began to move. Chutian, like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting, walked gracefully toward Mingren with a gentle and shy smile. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was like a heavenly melody. "Mingren-kun." Mingren's voice choked up. He stepped forward and grasped Chutian's hand tightly. The touch was so real, warm and soft. He held it tightly, as if afraid this was nothing but a fragile dream that would vanish the next second. "You're back. You're finally back." He pulled Chutian into his arms, feeling the familiar warmth and scent of her hair, his voice trembling. "I'll never let you go again. Never again." Chutian snuggled obediently in Mingren's arms, softly humming in agreement, her cheek pressed against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. The two embraced quietly, forgetting the worries of reality and the troubles of the future, as if time itself had stopped for them at this moment. The entire palace became a serene and warm backdrop, enveloping the long-suffering lovers. "Chutian," Mingren murmured as if in a dream, "we'll never be apart again, okay?" Chutian in his arms nodded vigorously, her voice low but exceptionally firm. After a long moment, Mingren spoke again with infinite longing. "Let's get married. After I handle everything, we'll find a quiet place and have the most wonderful wedding." Chutian buried her burning cheeks deep into his chest, agreeing shyly and bashfully, nearly swooning with happiness. At that moment, a faint, complex smile curled at the corner of Mingren's mouth. He gently pushed Chutian away, cupped her radiant face in his hands, gazed into her pure white eyes, and said softly, "Thank you." Bang! A fist wrapped in sage chakra struck Chutian without any flourish. The warm world around them shattered like a broken mirror, collapsing instantly, revealing the true appearance of the Rabbit Palace. Genjutsu release. "When did you realize you were under an illusion?" A pleasant female voice tinged with surprise echoed in the palace. Mingren's expression was blank, his eyes clear again. "From the very beginning. Then why didn't you dispel it earlier?" The owner of the voice slowly emerged from the shadows deep within the palace. She had a petite and well-proportioned figure with long, lustrous black hair, cascading like a waterfall to her waist, and wore a cute rabbit mask on her face. Unlike the previous sages, she was not wearing a blue robe, but a white top and black pants for ease of movement, perfectly accentuating her fine figure, making her look capable and sharp. Mingren looked her over for a few moments before answering slowly, "Because I wanted to fulfill a wish." There was a faint, barely perceptible melancholy in his voice. "Oh, The rabbit sage Yume did not press further. She seemed to dislike prying into others' secrets, which was in contrast to her delicate appearance. Then let's begin. Ming Ren composed himself, his tone turning cold. He wanted to end the fight quickly. The enemies ahead would only grow stronger, and the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. A playful look appeared on Yume's face. At the corner of her mouth, under the rabbit mask, seemed to lift slightly. That mirror flower water moon technique, just now, was something I developed recently, and isn't perfect yet, so it's easy for someone with strong will to see through and dispel it. But next, I'm going to get serious. Ming Ren's expression remained calm. He stood still, his heart devoid of joy or sorrow. He closed his eyes gently, and everything around him was clearly reflected in his perception once more. The feeling of penetrating insight gave him immense peace. This sensing ability was somewhat similar to Sage Mode, but more direct and expansive. Genjutsu Sakura Swirling Dance. Yume shouted, forming hand seals. In an instant, countless pink cherry blossom petals materialized around Ming Ren. These petals were not still. They whirled like blades swept by a gale, spinning at high speed, forming a beautiful, yet deadly vortex that slashed toward Ming Ren from all directions. Each petal contained chakra capable of inflicting physical cutting damage and directly eroding one's mental consciousness. To have breached 3 palaces, you do have some skill. Yume watched Ming Ren trapped in the Sakura vortex, letting out a tinkling laugh like a silver bell, yet she showed no mercy. Her petite figure moved like a ghost, silently approaching Ming Ren, who seemed to be resisting the illusion. She peered at his face, partially obscured and blurred by the petals, and said with a hint of regret, "Such a handsome man, what a pity." However, in her hand, a gleaming shuriken had appeared out of nowhere. With lightning speed, she thrust it straight at Ming Ren's throat. "This is as far as you go." But bang! A figure flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the palace wall. Ming Ren slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and even tinged with a hint of contemplation. Yume struggled to her feet, panting heavily, her face under the rabbit mask filled with disbelief. "You? How did you dispel my Sakura Swirling Dance?" "Impossible." Ming Ren shook his head, not answering. In truth, he was also somewhat puzzled. When the cherry blossom petals touched him, he did feel a slight mental shock and physical cutting sensation, but just as he was about to mobilize his chakra to forcefully break it, the newly born divine sense within him stirred slightly, and the effects of the illusion melted away like snow under the scorching sun, vanishing instantly. Yume's Sakura Swirling Dance was fundamentally ineffective against him. Unable to figure it out for the moment, Ming Ren stopped pondering. He looked up at the badly injured Yume and said calmly, "I will not kill you today." Yume was taken aback. "Because you helped me fulfill a wish." Ming Ren's tone carried an indescribable complexity. Yume immediately understood that he was referring to the mirror flower water moon illusion just now. Suddenly she stomped the ground fiercely and charged again, shouting in frustration, "You may have never lost so badly. It's not over yet." Bang! Ming Ren easily dodged her somewhat messy attack and struck her with another ordinary spiral sphere, sending her flying again. Compared to her exquisite illusion techniques, her taijutsu was truly pathetic. With a thud, Yume barely managed to get up, but fell again due to her injuries, looking utterly disheveled. Ming Ren shook his head and turned to leave. "Wait!" Yume suddenly called out, her voice filled with reluctance and a hint of stubbornness. "You have never lost so badly. I didn't even touch your clothes. So tell me your name." Ming Ren stopped, glanced back at her, his face under the bamboo hat calm and expressionless, and uttered the name now thunderous in the ninja world. "I am Wuxian Ming Ren." Wuxian Ming Ren. The Golden Miracle. Yume's heart shook violently, and her pretty face under the mask instantly paled. No one on the continent did not know that name. Accompanying his legendary tales were often the shining names of Yujibo, Zuizhu, Ri, Xiangning Ci, and others. Their experiences had long become legends known to every household in the ninja world. A complex expression appeared on her face. Reluctance at her crushing defeat, admiration for the legendary figure, and a hint of relief. After all, if she lost to the legendary Golden Miracle, it didn't seem too shameful, did it? Ming Ren reached the doorway, but suddenly seemed to remember something. He stopped again, turned to look at Yume slumped on the ground, and said flatly, "That self-created mirror flower water moon technique of yours is quite interesting." With that, his figure completely vanished into the darkness beyond the door. Yume stared blankly at the empty doorway. Her originally complicated mood instantly became cheerful because of Ming Ren's last words, even forgetting her own pain. He said, "My technique is interesting. An illusion praised by the Golden Miracle. And I developed it myself." An unprecedented sense of achievement surged through her, making her unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, it is a truly remarkable illusion technique. Ming Ren walked on the path to the next palace, the Dog Palace, pondering silently. That kind of illusion, which could be activated without direct contact through environmental arrangement and psychological guidance, was simply unheard of. If not for my divine sense, I would have had a hard time. The 12 palaces of the Guardian Court indeed hide many talents. The Canine Palace was nestled within a verdant bamboo grove, its architecture simple, yet functional. The faint barking of dogs could be heard in the distance, blending harmoniously with the surroundings. Naruto stood before the Canine Palace, steadying his breath. Having broken through 4 palaces in succession, especially the instant defeat of the Chicken Sage and the struggle against the Bull Sage's monstrous strength, he had expended considerable chakra. Moreover, maintaining that extraordinary spiritual perception placed an accumulating burden on his mind. Even with chakra reserves rivaling a tailed beast, he was not inexhaustible. In the battles ahead, I must focus on efficiency and end things quickly, Naruto warned himself. He needed to conserve enough strength to face the even more formidable foes, especially the unfathomable Dragon Sage. However, to his surprise, when he pushed open the gates of the Canine Palace, someone was already waiting inside. That person stood in the center of the hall, tall and straight with slightly disheveled hair and a canine-shaped mask on his face. He was the guardian of the Canine Palace, the Canine Sage. Unlike his predecessors, he did not hide or test the intruder, but appeared directly, as if he had been waiting specifically. Might you be the 7th Hokage, Lord Naruto? The Canine Sage asked, his tone calm and even tinged with respect. Naruto felt a flicker of surprise, found out so quickly. But he betrayed no emotion on his face and replied with calm praise, the 12 sages of the guard are truly worthy of their reputation. Your intelligence network is remarkably swift. Unexpectedly, the Canine Sage shook his head and voluntarily removed his mask, revealing the resolute face of a middle-aged shinobi. He bowed slightly to Naruto and said, I did not recognize you through intelligence. My name is Inuzuka Mimi. Inuzuka Mimi, a member of the Inuzuka clan. Naruto quickly searched his memory of the vast Konoha personnel records and found the name. Apparently a distant uncle of Inuzuka Kiba recorded as missing on a mission years ago. Who would have thought he had become a sage of the guard here? Indeed. Inuzuka Mimi replied respectfully with neither servility nor arrogance, yet maintaining the proper etiquette toward a Hokage. How did you know it would be me? We have never met, have we? Naruto asked again, a question lingering in his mind. The Chicken Rabbit and Bull Sages before had clearly not recognized him. I was fortunate enough to see your portrait and recordings in the village, Lord Naruto, Inuzuka Mimi replied, then added, though of course portraits and reality differ somewhat. I mainly based it on you. He suddenly struggled for words. Based on what? Naruto pressed. Inuzuka Mimi hesitated briefly, then decided to be frank. It is like this, Lord Hokage. The shadow of Tokugawa Iemitsu once secretly approached the head of our Inuzuka clan, seeking to unite the clan's strength against you. I believe that unless the daimyo tacitly approved or even supported him, the shadow would not have dared to act so brazenly against the Hokage. He paused, glancing sidelong at Naruto's reaction. Seeing that the man was merely listening calmly, he continued, therefore, when I heard the news of your defection combined with the shadow's previous unusual behavior, I immediately speculated that you would likely come to the daimyo to seek an explanation. Naruto nodded. Inuzuka Mimi's analysis was logical. He looked at the man and stated his intention directly. I am indeed here to kill Tokugawa Ieyasu. His meaning was clear. Will you stop me? Inuzuka Mimi hurriedly bowed again, his tone sincere. I would never dare to fight you, Lord Naruto. You have saved Kiba's life on many missions and shown great kindness to our Inuzuka clan. Moreover, the 4th Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the village. Our Inuzuka clan has never forgotten such debts of gratitude. The clan may have its own stances and considerations, but I, Inuzuka Mimi, personally will never raise a blade against you. These words rang with conviction, filled with the righteousness of the martial world and the clear distinction between gratitude and enmity of a shinobi clan. Naruto looked at him, his heart stirred with a myriad of emotions. Konoha, after all, was still the Konoha in his memory. Not everyone had abandoned him. Naruto's expression softened slightly as he said calmly, You don't need to keep calling me Lord. I am no longer the Hokage of Konoha. But this time I acknowledge the debt I owe your Inuzuka clan. Inuzuka Mimi straightened up, stepped forward, and said solemnly, You will always be the Hokage in my heart. Your subordinate presumes to ask if you would hear a word from me. Naruto nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Since the man had shown such goodwill, there was no harm in listening. I believe that with your strength alone, defeating the 12 sages by yourself is truly impossible. Inuzuka Mimi said in a deep voice, his gaze frank. Naruto glanced at him, gave a slight snort, and though he did not refute, his eyes betrayed a hint of defiance. Inuzuka Mimi knew that Naruto was proud and would need a more compelling argument. He continued, Lord Naruto may be extremely confident in his own power, but I wish to tell you a fact. About 30 years ago, there was a peerless shinobi who single-handedly stormed from the first palace all the way to the 11th palace, breaking through like a bamboo, unstoppable. His might was said to rival that of gods and demons. Naruto glanced at him again, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. The meaning was clear. See, the so-called 12 sages of the guard are nothing special. Inuzuka Mimi smiled faintly at this and calmly delivered the crucial piece of information. That shinobi was named Uchiha Madara. Thump. Naruto stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He jerked his head up, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Uchiha Madara. The man who had almost single-handedly sparked the Fourth Great Ninja War. He had also challenged the 12 palaces of the guard. Inuzuka Mimi, seeing Naruto's stunned expression, knew his words had struck home. He continued, at that time Uchiha Madara was stopped before the 11th palace by the then Dragon Sage, who personally intervened. And ultimately he chose to retreat. Naruto's heart was struck again. Uchiha Madara had been forced back by the Dragon Sage of that era. The strength of the 12 palaces of the guard was far more terrifying than he had imagined. And that is not the most crucial part. Inuzuka Mimi's voice grew even lower, as if revealing a shocking secret. Do you know, Lord Naruto, that the Dragon Sage who repelled Uchiha Madara back then has now been demoted to the Tiger Sage among the current 12 sages? Naruto's pupils constricted sharply. Inuzuka Mimi's meaning was clear. There was a shinobi even stronger than the Dragon Sage who had once forced Uchiha Madara to retreat, and he existed among the current 12 sages. That person is the current Dragon Sage, Takagi Mori. Was the strength of the 12 palaces of the guard truly this formidable? For the first time, Naruto felt a flicker of doubt about his decision to challenge the palaces alone. Inuzuka Mimi had been closely watching Naruto's expression. He had fully expected that his heartfelt, well-reasoned analysis would dissuade Naruto from advancing further. But soon he realized he was wrong. The initial shock and hesitation on Naruto's face vanished like mist blown away by the wind. Replacing it was a battle-hardened, instinctive confidence born from countless desperate situations, along with a faint, all-knowing smile. It was the smile of the golden miracle, the poise accumulated from turning the impossible into reality time and again. Never tried, who knows? A light remark, yet it contained unparalleled determination and courage. Inuzuka Mimi sighed inwardly, knowing that no matter what he said, he could not stop the 7th Hokage, whose mind was made up. Then please, Lord Naruto, hear my final words. Inuzuka Mimi clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Please speak, Mr. Inuzuka. Naruto, knowing that Inuzuka Mimi meant well, felt grateful, and his words carried respect. Inuzuka Mimi straightened up, his eyes burning as he looked at Naruto, and said in a low voice, If you ever find yourself outmatched, please flee immediately. Do not hesitate for a moment. A live green mountain has plenty of firewood. Your life is far more important than a temporary victory or defeat. Naruto looked at the genuine concern in Inuzuka Mimi's eyes and nodded firmly. He said no more, returned the fist salute, and then quickened his pace toward the exit of the Canine Palace. Behind him came Inuzuka Mimi's low, sincere blessing. Lord Naruto, please take care. Departing from the Dog Palace, Mingren continued his ascent along the mountain path, yet his state of mind had subtly shifted. Inuzuka Heir's words had struck a chord of warning within him. Uchiha Ban, the even more formidable Dragon Sage. The road ahead was evidently more perilous than he had anticipated. Arriving before the 6th palace, the Rat Palace, he did not immediately push open the door. Instead, he stood silently outside, drawing a deep breath to attune himself to peak condition. He gently closed his eyes, dispelling all distractions, and swiftly re-entered that mystical state of spiritual perception. The surroundings, including the interior of the Rat Palace, began to materialize clearly within his consciousness. This all-encompassing clairvoyance allowed him to anticipate his foes' moves, becoming one of his greatest assets. Yet just as his awareness flowed like quicksilver into the Rat Palace, Mingren felt a faint startlement for reasons unknown. This jolt shattered his absolute tranquility, and the images around him blurred within his mind. After a brief rest, he gathered his concentration, once more exerting effort to re-enter the state of spiritual perception. This ability, though formidable, was immensely draining, especially after disruption. There are 5 people inside. Mingren hesitated slightly. This was more than he had expected. He took a few steps forward, expanding and solidifying his perception. At last, a figure extremely blurred and nearly merging with the environment appeared at the edge of his senses. His heart jolted violently. 6 people. And this last person he detected was undoubtedly a formidable expert, his aura concealed and profound like a leviathan lurking in the abyss. Have I been discovered? Mingren pondered for a moment, then, without further hesitation, thrust open the door of the Rat Palace. What must come will come. Better to confront head-on than to spy in the shadows. We have been waiting for you, Lord Uzumaki. Mingren. A hoarse, shrill voice reached his ears the moment he stepped into the palace. The interior was ablaze with lights starkly contrasting with the pitch-black night outside. At the center of the palace stood a group of people. The speaker was a short, gaunt, elderly man, his rat-shaped mask revealing his identity. The master of the Rat Palace, the Rat Sage. Mingren's gaze swept swiftly across the assembly, then his mind quaked, as if witnessing an impossible sight. How could this be? He murmured to himself, 7 people in the palace. His spiritual perception had still missed one. His eyes instantly locked onto the person he had failed to sense earlier. It was a young man standing quietly behind the rat sage and the others, as if melding with the surrounding light and shadow. He was tall and robust, his upright frame like a drawn sword exuding an intangible aura of oppression just by standing there. His face was peerlessly handsome as if sculpted by the finest artist, and his dazzling golden hair cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall shimmering with satin luster under the lamplight. Though he wore no mask, the embroidered golden dragon claws bared and fierce on his lavish robe unmistakably proclaimed his identity. The leader of the 12 guardian palaces, the strongest dragon sage. Perfect and formidable, that was Mingren's first impression. As Mingren observed the dragon sage, the latter was also scrutinizing him with keen interest. Their gazes met in midair, boom. 2 equally overwhelming auras like twin silent volcanoes erupted without warning. Terrifying chakra clashed in the air, producing crackling explosions. The turbulent currents stirred up dust from the floor, causing the rat sage and several other sages to involuntarily step back, faces etched with shock. Only 2 figures remained unmoved. One was the dragon sage Gamu's son. The other was an elderly man standing beside him. This elder also wore no mask. His robe was embroidered with a majestic tiger, the tiger sage. As if by unspoken agreement, the 2 opponents simultaneously withdrew their auras. The palace instantly fell into deathly silence, only the soft patter of settling dust audible. Yet this brief clash had made the terrifying power of both sides clear to all present. After a long moment, the tiger sage broke the suffocating stillness, clapping in admiration and booming, "Lord Uzumaki, Mingren truly lives up to your reputation. You are the first person I have seen who can match Lord Galmu Yen in sheer presence." The dragon sage Galmu's son, however, shook his head humbly, turning to the elder with respect. "Master Shima, you are too modest. I am not entirely confident of defeating you." Master Shima. The tiger sage's surname is Shinma. Could he be a descendant of the legendary, now extinct Shinma clan? Mingren pondered silently, his mind racing. Both of these men before him possessed unfathomable strength, exerting far greater pressure than any sage he had encountered before. Though the tiger sage claimed to be inferior to Galmus and someone who could make Uchiha Ban retreat, must be undeniably powerful. Moreover, the other 5 sages lurked nearby, each with their own unique abilities, even if individually inferior to the dragon and tiger. If things go wrong, I might really fall here today. A fleeting thought crossed Mingren's mind, but he quickly suppressed it, his gaze hardening anew. "May I ask the tiger sage's esteemed name?" Mingren spoke first, both as a courtesy and to gather more intelligence. "Had no need for such formality. I am Shinma Kinmon." The tiger sage replied with a steady demeanor. "How does Lord Shinma relate to the Shinma clan of old?" Mingren pressed further. From the secret scrolls of Mu Yi, he had read fragments about this ancient clan, knowing it possessed a body technique that rivaled the gods, but it had long been lost to history. The tiger sage was surprised that Mingren knew of the Shinma clan. The clan had vanished over 100 years ago before the First Shinobi World War, and few remained aware of them. The other sages present also leaned in, clearly unaware of the tiger sage's true identity. He nodded and confessed openly, "I am the last surviving bloodline of the Shinma clan." Mingren's expression turned grave. Over 100 years ago, there were 3 legendary clans in the ninja world, far surpassing the so-called 4 great clans of today. Yet these 3 families gradually declined in their struggle for supremacy. The Shinma clan was one of them. The Shinma clan possessed a body technique that could rival the gods. Specifics are unknown. This was recorded in the secret scrolls of Mu Yi. Though vague, the phrase, "rival the gods," sufficed to convey everything. Dachuan Jiakong truly overestimated Uzumaki Mingren to dispatch the dragon sage and the tiger sage, these 2 supreme pillars of the nation, to deal with a single man. Within the rat palace, the atmosphere was as dense and oppressive as a tangible entity. Naruto stood alone, facing 7 formidable masters led by the dragon sage Takagi Mori and the tiger sage Shinkamanjin. The invisible pressure surged like a tidal wave from all directions, threatening to engulf him. Yet he stood upright like a steadfast reef amidst a raging storm. "Tokugawa Ieyasu certainly flatters me," Naruto said, a trace of sarcasm curling at the corners of his lips. "Having both of you attack together, aren't you afraid it will tarnish the reputation of the 12 guardian palaces?" "You are mistaken." Tiger sage Shinkamanjin shook his head, his expression solemn. "Lord Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage of Konoha, whose prowess is unmatched in the ninja world. If only one of us were to face you, it would be a disrespect to your strength. Today our combined effort is the greatest tribute to the name of the Golden Miracle." "Sly old fox." Naruto cursed inwardly, but his face remained calm. He needed absolute composure. Any flicker of emotion could become a fatal flaw. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed, analyzing the nearly hopeless situation. 2 supreme powerhouses, plus 5 sages of considerable skill. A direct confrontation offered no chance of victory. Shinkemonjin signaled to the Rat Sage and the other four. Understanding, they instantly flashed into positions, occupying 5 directions, encircling Naruto, Takagi Mori, and Shinkemonjin in the center. Simultaneously, they formed hand seals, and their chakra rose like 5 pillars of light intersecting in the air to rapidly form a massive transparent barrier covering the entire palace. Not good. This is the 5 seals barrier. Naruto's mind snapped back. He recognized this advanced sealing technique. Once the barrier was complete, it would cut off all inside from outside, stripping him even of the chance to escape. He had no time to think further. He must stop them. A fierce glint flashed in Naruto's eyes as his chakra erupted instantly. He transformed into a blue streak, charging directly at the Rat Sage who was maintaining the barrier ahead. If he could break just one node, the barrier would collapse. However, the moment he moved, a razor-sharp fist wind struck like a viper aimed at his back. Its speed far exceeded his expectations. Startled, Naruto thought, so fast. In haste, relying on his battle instincts honed over years and the enhanced reflexes from Sage Mode, he twisted his body midair, barely dodging the deadly punch, while his right leg lashed back, like a steel whip aiming at the attacker. Bang! Leg and fist collided with raw force. An unimaginable surge of power traveled up his leg. Naruto felt his entire right thigh go numb instantly, and as if struck by a high-speed train, he was uncontrollably sent flying backward, crashing violently into the newly formed barrier. A coppery taste rose in his throat. He nearly spat blood, but forced it down. A searing pain shot through his right leg and back, almost causing him to collapse. The attacker was none other than Tiger Sage Shinkemonjin. He slowly withdrew his fists, standing expressionless as if he had done something trivial. Such overwhelming power. And even more terrifying is that incredible speed. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's temple. Over 3 meters apart, I initiated the move, yet his fist struck first. Is this the ability of the Shinka clan? 5 seals barrier complete. The Rat Sage's shrill voice rang out with a hint of smugness. The transparent barrier stabilized, sealing the inside completely from the outside. This meant no retreat, only death. Naruto took a deep breath and instead fell into absolute calm. Since the path of retreat was cut off, only a desperate battle remained. He closed his eyes slightly, inhaling gently. In that instant, he entered the mental state of divine sense, free from joy or sorrow. Everything around him was once again clearly captured by his consciousness. Slowly, he manipulated his consciousness like invisible tendrils enveloping Takagi Mori and Shinkemonjin before him. This time, he made a new discovery. He could faintly sense the flow of thoughts beneath their calm exteriors, and an extremely subtle mental connection seemed to be established between them. With a slight mental shift, Naruto attempted to transmit a thought, a sharp burst of fighting spirit, like plucking a string along that invisible connection. Dome. Dragon Sage Takagi Mori, who had been standing motionless, suddenly widened his eyes. A flicker of surprise passed through his golden pupils. He exchanged a glance with Shinkemonjin beside him, and both wore contemplative expressions. In that very moment, a tiny pebble had been cast into their tranquil, rippleless mind lakes, stirring ripples. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but his voice seemed to belong to someone else, devoid of emotion, coldly declaring, "Let us begin." Takagi Mori suddenly laughed, his smile brimming with the exhilaration of a hunter finding long-awaited prey. Since childhood, he had been blessed with extraordinary talent, far surpassing his peers. At just 20, he had replaced his own teacher to become the Dragon Sage, standing at the pinnacle of power, yearning for a worthy opponent, yet finding none. But today he had finally encountered someone who made his heart race and ignited his desire for a full-strength battle. The legendary Golden Miracle, renowned across the world. He said calmly, "Master Shinka, please stand by and oversee the battle. This fight is mine." Shinkemonjin was slightly taken aback, then smiled with relief. He slowly turned and walked toward the edge of the barrier, silently thinking, "Asen, finally, someone has made you care enough to ignite your true fighting spirit." Within the 5 seals barrier, 2 supreme powerhouses faced off. A great battle was about to erupt. Inside the barrier, the air seemed to solidify. Naruto and Takagi Mori stood 10 meters apart, their gazes meeting in midair and striking invisible sparks. Overwhelming auras rose from both of them like 2 awakened dragons, clashing and crushing within the barrier, producing an ear-grinding hum that made the entire barrier shell tremble faintly. Outside, the 5 sages stared in alarm, straining every bit of strength to maintain the barrier, their palms already sweating. Sage Art Giant Rasengan. Naruto attacked first. Clapping his hands together, he instantly formed an enormous black Rasengan infused with natural energy. Carrying a terrifying force that seemed capable of tearing through everything, it hurtled toward Takagi Mori like a falling meteor. The pressure of its massive chakra made the Rasengan continue to expand even as it flew. Takagi Mori smiled faintly. Without dodging or flinching, he lightly raised his right hand, which shimmered with a pale golden light, spread his fingers, and steadily pressed it against the giant Rasengan, a technique powerful enough to destroy a small hill. Bang! A deafening impact rang out. The earth-shattering explosion they had imagined never came. The rampaging giant Rasengan was caught head-on by Takagi Mori's single bare palm. An even more astonishing sight followed. Hiss! Like a leak, the destruction-laden giant Rasengan visibly shrank before Takagi Mori's hand, its color rapidly dimming. With a soft pop, it vanished completely, as if all its energy had been devoured by that palm. So it can absorb chakra and turn it to its own use. What an incredible ability. Naruto's pupils contracted, and he instantly understood. He had originally planned to force Takagi Mori to dodge then attack the barrier, but the plan had fallen through. Takagi Mori shook his head with a light laugh. Naruto-kun, you have quite a plan. Unfortunately, pure chakra attacks are of little use before my soul-devouring hand. Naruto looked at him coldly. By stealing an enemy's power, you make your own chakra nearly inexhaustible. Not bad yourself. Takagi Mori burst into laughter. To be praised by the Golden Miracle, I am deeply honored. However, his laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes turned sharp. Now then, Naruto-kun, let me show you my true strength. His hands moved through seals at a speed too fast for the eye to follow, intricate, complex, and carrying an ancient aura. Sage art, death god scythe. An eerie tremor passed through the air. Countless translucent energy scythes wreathed in sinister black mist materialized around Takagi Mori. The next instant, like a guided swarm of death, they shrieked through the air and shot toward Naruto from every direction. The speed was far greater than before. Naruto's expression shifted. The attack covered too wide an area. There was no time for a large-scale defensive technique. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit, at once burst chakra from his feet, and turned into a streak of blue lightning, weaving, flashing, and leaping through the dense rain of sides, threading through every gap, and displaying taijutsu of extraordinary brilliance. Yet the sides were too numerous and too dense. A few still grazed past his body. Strangely, the places the sides grazed showed no wounds and caused no pain. Instead, a cold, sinister energy like gangrene clinging to the bone silently seeped into his body. No real damage. Naruto was puzzled, but his intense sense of crisis warned him not to let his guard down. He had to end this quickly. He looked up at Takagi Mori, a flash of resolve in his eyes. Is that all you've got? Take this. Naruto stretched out his right hand. Vast chakra and natural energy converged wildly, and a sharp, piercing sound, like thousands of birds crying out at once, suddenly rang out. Sage art, wind release, Rasen Shuriken. The destructive chakra sphere, powerful enough to cut through space itself, appeared once more, spinning and warping at terrifying speed in his palm, radiating energy that made one's heart tremble. Let's settle this. Naruto growled, stamped the ground until it cracked, and shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, Rasen Shuriken in hand, charging furiously at Takagi Mori. For the first time, a fervent, excited light blazed in Takagi Mori's eyes. He had finally seen the legendary technique that had brought the great ninja war to an end. His palms instantly became pure gold, as if condensed from the sun's essence, gleaming with an aura of unstoppable power. He would use these soul-devouring hands, cultivated to their utmost limit, to receive the all-cutting wind release Rasen Shuriken head-on. Mori's ultimate art, soul-devouring hand star-plucking. Outside the barrier, Shinma Konman murmured, his voice full of anticipation. Inside and outside the barrier, everyone's heart was in their throat. Would victory and defeat truly be decided in this instant? Boom. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and Takagi Mori's golden palm collided with devastating force. There was no stalemate. A terrifying storm of energy exploded outward from the two of them in an instant. Dazzling white light swallowed everything, and a violent shockwave spread outward like a tsunami, crashing into the five-seal barrier. Hold steady, the rat sage screamed hoarsely. The five sages went pale and poured every last bit of chakra into the barrier. The barrier's light dome twisted violently, flickering unsteadily, groaning in a way that set one's teeth on edge, as if it could shatter at any moment. When the light faded, both figures shot backward, slammed into the barrier wall with a loud bang, and crashed heavily to the ground. Naruto knelt on one knee, gasping for air. His right sleeve was shredded, his arm trembling slightly, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Takagi Mori was no better off. He straightened up, but his proud, soul-devouring hands were now a bloody mess, their golden luster greatly dimmed. Clearly the collision had dealt him no small injury. The wind release Rasen Shuriken truly lives up to its name. Takagi Mori looked at his injured hands, genuine admiration in his voice. This is the first time anyone has been able to wound these hands. Naruto snorted coldly, thinking the words were mockery. But in the next moment his expression changed. A powerful weakness struck without warning. His chakra was draining at terrifying speed, like a flood bursting through a sluice gate. What's going on? There's no way I've consumed this much chakra. He immediately looked inward and his face turned grim. So that's it. Those death god scythes. They've been corroding my chakra all this time. You've realized it too, Naruto-kun. Takagi Mori's eyes held a trace of pity, the pity of one who controlled everything. The true killing move of the death god scythe is not physical cutting, but its attached property chakra annihilation. It will continue to erode the victim's chakra until they are utterly exhausted. That is one of my 3 ultimate techniques. Shinma Koman nodded silently. If Naruto Uzumaki's chakra reserves were not far greater than an ordinary person's, he would have collapsed long ago. Naruto said nothing, silently probing his condition. His heart sank. Nearly half his chakra had already been corroded, and the rate of loss was still accelerating. What a sinister, terrible technique. He forced himself to stay calm, his mind racing for a way out. A direct confrontation was no longer possible. The barrier was unbroken, and his chakra was draining away. The situation seemed to have become a dead end. Shinma Koman's voice rang out again, tinged with regret. This is the end, Lord Naruto Uzumaki. Even with your heaven-shaking abilities, I fear you won't escape today. Hearing this, Naruto raised his head, looked at Shinma Koman, then swept his gaze over Takagi Mori and the 5 sages maintaining the barrier. An extremely strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. A smile tinged with madness, resolve, and a hint of mockery. Life and death are fate. I've never set much store by them. He closed his eyes gently, and the power of his spiritual sense condensed with unprecedented intensity. But there is one thing I must tell you. He took a quiet breath free of joy or sorrow, and suddenly opened his eyes. In those azure blue pupils, golden flames seemed to burn. The life of me, Naruto Uzumaki, is not something just anyone can take. Before his voice faded, a sudden change occurred. Within the 5 seals barrier, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing the 2 figures facing off. Naruto knelt on one knee, his right arm trembling, slightly a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The sensation of chakra being eroded by the Reaper's scythe grew ever clearer, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing through his meridians. Takagi Mori appeared to be in somewhat better condition, but his ever-triumphant soul-devouring hands were also torn and bleeding, their golden luster greatly dimmed. Clearly, taking the wind-release Raisin Shuriken head-on had cost him dearly. His chakra was still draining. I must settle this quickly, or find a way to break this corrosive effect. Naruto's mind raced as his spiritual sense swept through his body in fine detail, striving to discern the rhythm of the Reaper's scythe's energy. Takagi Mori calmed the surging chi and blood within him, then looked at Naruto with even greater admiration and fighting spirit. To still be this formidable after being struck by my Reaper's scythe. Naruto, you are truly the most extraordinary opponent I have ever met. But how much longer can your chakra last? Naruto slowly straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and revealed a defiant smile. Long enough to send you flying. Before the words faded, he formed hand seals again. But this time the sequence was completely different from before, carrying an ancient and abstruse aura. Sage Art Kujian formation. Whem. A low resonance exploded outward, not through the physical world, but directly into the spiritual plane of everyone within the barrier. With Naruto at its center, an immensely complex temporary barrier traced by pure spiritual power expanded in an instant. It was not large, covering only a few meters around him, but it forcibly cut away most of the suppression of the external 5 seals barrier and most of the Reaper's scythe's continuous corrosion. What? Takagi Mori's expression finally changed. This is spiritual power interfering with reality, directly constructing a defensive barrier. How is that possible? Even Jinba Konman, who had been sitting motionless with his eyes closed to anchor the barrier, abruptly opened his eyes, sharp light bursting from them. This power is not mere chakra. This is a higher order application of spiritual power. This brat, could he truly have inherited the true teachings of the Sage of 6 Paths? Naruto felt the pressure ease, and the rate at which his chakra drained plummeted. However, he did not dare be negligent. The formation art consumed an enormous amount of spiritual power. He could not maintain it for long. An opening. A fierce light flashed through his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. So fast. Takagi Mori's pupils shrank. Naruto's speed was even greater than before. He did not dare meet the attack head-on, and his hands formed seals at dazzling speed. Sage Art Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow clones with auras nearly indistinguishable from their original materialized and attacked Naruto from different directions, seeking to disrupt his judgment. A paltry trick. Naruto's spiritual sense swept over them, instantly locking onto the true body. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged directly at one of the Takagi Mori's chakra in his right palm, condensing and compressing madly, no longer in the shape of a Rasengan, but forming an extremely dense, gleaming chakra spike of dangerous white light. It was a thrust-type jutsu he had created by imitating the principle of the Raikiri and combining it with the nature of his own wind chakra. Sage Art Wind Release Ultimate Sky-Piercing Spear. Takagi Mori's true body felt the terrifying penetrative force contained in the spike, and his expression drastically changed. His soul-devouring hands excelled at absorbing energy attacks, but this extremely condensed physical thrust was precisely their bane. He retreated swiftly while detonating his shadow clones to try to block Naruto. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave of the shadow clone's self-detonations surged toward Naruto, yet he wove through the gaps between the explosions like a fish through water, his speed increasing rather than decreasing. The white chakra spike tore the air with a piercing shriek aimed straight at Takagi Mori's heart. Too late to evade. A ruthless glint flashed in Takagi Mori's eyes. He stopped retreating and drove both palms forward. The golden light blazed even brighter than before, but this time it was not pure defense or absorption, it carried a destructive, annihilating fluctuation. Soul-devouring art, soul eater. He intended to trade injury for injury, to endure Naruto's thrust while using this technique to strike directly at Naruto's soul. At that critical moment, enough. A calm voice carrying supreme authority resounded through the barrier like a thunderclap. The instant the voice rang out, time seemed to freeze. Naruto's charging figure, Takagi Mori's thrust-out palms, the terrifying chakra spike, and the destructive energy all hung motionless in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Jinba Koman had somehow appeared between the two. He had not used a single jutsu, he merely stood there quietly, yet he was like an insurmountable mountain. An indescribable pressure vast as an ocean of stars enveloped the entire barrier and completely overwhelmed the savage auras of Naruto and Takagi Mori. Naruto's heart shook. He felt his body and chakra both imprisoned by an invisible force. Even the movement of his spiritual sense turned sluggish. So this is the true power of the one who once forced Uchiha Madara to retreat. Takagi Mori also stopped, his expression turning respectful. Master Jinba. Jinba Koman looked at Takagi Mori's blood-soaked, lacerated hands, then at Naruto's pale, but still stubborn face, and said slowly, Mori, your soul-devouring hands have not yet reached full mastery. Forcing Soul Eater will bring a backlash that you cannot endure. This battle ends here. He then looked at Naruto, his gaze so deep it seemed to see through a person's heart. Naruto Uzumaki, I acknowledge your strength and your will. If you continue, the only result will be mutual ruin, perhaps even death together. That is not the purpose for which we guard the 12 palaces. Naruto clenched his teeth and tried to break the invisible restraint only to find it futile. The gap in strength is as vast as a chasm. Tokugawa Ieyasu must die. He ground the words out between his teeth. Jinba Koman shook his head. The affairs of the daimyo are deeply entangled. They are not something one man can decide alone. You broke through several palaces today, and the strength you displayed is enough to intimidate the petty and malicious. But if you insist on continuing forward against the full 12 palaces, especially— He paused, leaving the dragon sage's name unsaid, but his meaning was unmistakable. You have no chance of winning. He raised a hand and waved it lightly. Crack. The seemingly unbreakable five seals barrier shattered inch by inch like glass, dissolving into specks of light. Outside, the five sages all let out a muffled groan. Clearly, having the barrier broken by force had caused them backlash as well. Go now, bearing the hatred and will that you carry. There was a faint, barely perceptible sigh in Jinba Koman's voice. Before you gain the power to change the rules, staying alive is the most important thing. The restraint was released. Naruto staggered, and the weakness inside him, along with the gnawing sensation of chakra erosion, surged back. He knew that Jinba Koman had spoken the truth. Today he could not advance any further. He cast a long look at Takagi Mori, then at the unfathomable Jinba Koman, and finally his gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of palace walls, reaching the highest Tenshikaku. I will come back. His voice was low yet carried unyielding determination. And when I do, no one will stand in my way. With that, he did not hesitate. He turned and walked down the mountain step by step, dragging his exhausted, wounded body. His silhouette in the darkness before dawn was lonely and resolute. Takagi Mori watched Naruto's departing back and clenched his injured fists, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Master Jinba, why did you let him go? He will become a grave threat in the future. Jinba Koman stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the gradually paling sky. Mori, sometimes an enemy is not necessarily an enemy, and a friend is not necessarily a friend. This Naruto Uzumaki carries not only hatred but also this world's karma. If you kill him, you may only attract an even greater calamity. Besides, do you truly think Tokugawa Ieyasu deserves our undying loyalty? Takagi Mori fell silent at the question. Jinba Koman patted his shoulder. Go tend to your wounds. Perhaps the real storm is only just beginning. Naruto, barely enduring his injuries and the continual erosion, relied on his powerful will and remaining spiritual sense to evade the guards along the path, and with great difficulty left the territory of Mount Tendo. In a dense forest at the foot of the mountain, he could hold on no longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Damn it! He could feel the chakra within him nearly depleted and the foreign energy still eroding him slowly, and a wave of powerlessness surged up from his heart. The 12 palaces were far more powerful than he had estimated. Countless questions and suffocating pressure nearly crushed him. But when he remembered the cold scroll sealed with Hinata in his arms, all his weakness was forcibly suppressed. Not enough. I need even stronger power. He sat cross-legged, trying to mobilize the Nine-Tails chakra and natural energy to drive out the corrosive energy within his body while beginning to review the battle just now, especially his use of the Kujien. He seemed to have touched a threshold, a path toward a more perfect fusion of spiritual power chakra and natural energy. As he was immersed in healing and enlightenment, a familiar, clear, cool voice sounded not far behind him. Naruto, seems like you've stirred up quite a storm this time. Naruto snapped his eyes open and turned toward the voice. In the moonlight, Sasuke Uchiha, holding the Kusanagi sword, leaned against a large tree and quietly watched him. In the dense forest, moonlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled spots of light. Naruto, seeing Sasuke suddenly appear, wore a complex expression. His vigilance was not entirely lowered, but he made no immediate move to attack. He knew that in his current state, if Sasuke bore any hostile intent, the outcome would likely be dire. What are you doing here, Sasuke? Naruto's voice was hoarse. Come to see me make a fool of myself? Or? Sasuke did not answer his question. Instead, he slowly approached, his gaze sweeping over Naruto's disheveled appearance and the traces of blood still wet at the corner of his mouth. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The erosion of the death scythe coupled with chakra depletion, yet you remain conscious. It seems your thick-skinned resilience has indeed grown. His tone was still cold and sardonic, but Naruto caught a hint of something different from before. Cut the crap. Naruto struggled to stand, but the movement aggravated his wounds, triggering another bout of coughing. Which side are you on, Sasuke? Sasuke halted a few paces away, looking down at Naruto. His profound Sharingan revealed no emotion. I'm on my own side. I always have been. Then why did you help Tokugawa Ieyasu? Why did you join forces with those people? I'm not helping anyone, Sasuke cut him off. I'm just using them to achieve my goal. Your goal, eh? Naruto stared at him. To destroy Konoha. Or to create an illusory world with Itachi like Uchiha Obito did. At the mention of Itachi, Sasuke's eyes turned sharp as blades, and the air around them seemed to chill. But he quickly regained composure, his voice growing even colder. Those are too shallow. What I seek is to sever the karma of this world, to eliminate the root of conflict fundamentally. To achieve that, I need power and an opportunity. So you cooperate with someone like Tokugawa Ieyasu. Cooperate. Sasuke's lips curled into a mocking arc. It's mutual exploitation. He needs my power to counterbalance you and eliminate dissidents. I need his influence and resources to investigate certain matters and to get close to. That thing. Naruto keenly seized the keyword. Sasuke did not answer directly, but changed the subject. Dead last, do you think Tokugawa Ieyasu wants to eliminate you merely because he fears your power or to expand his ambitions? You're too naive. Naruto's heart stirred. What do you know? I know more than you imagine, Sasuke said calmly. Behind Tokugawa Ieyasu there are shadows of them. Them. Naruto pressed, recalling Inuzuka Ear's warning and his own vague premonitions. It's not time to tell you yet, Sasuke refused to reveal more. You only need to know that your existence is in their way. That's why Tokugawa Ieyasu will stop at nothing to eliminate you, even mobilizing the power of the Hudding 12 Palaces. He looked at Naruto, his eyes carrying an indescribable complexity. Your current actions are like throwing an egg against a rock. Not only will you fail to avenge, but you'll also get yourself killed. Then should I just let Hinata's death go unavenged? Naruto roared, his agitation agitating his wounds again. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then said slowly, hatred blinds you, Uzumaki Naruto. The real enemy may lurk in deeper darkness. Hinata Hyuga's death might be just the beginning, a pawn to lure you into the trap, or rather, to force your awakening. These words struck Naruto like a thunderbolt. Hinata, a pawn, to force my awakening. You're lying. Naruto glared at Sasuke. I won't let you speak ill of Hinata. Whether it's lies or not, you know in your heart. Sasuke remained unmoved. Think carefully. Isn't all this too coincidental? The most important powers around you were dispatched one by one, then Hinata was killed, you defected. It's as if an invisible hand is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Naruto was stunned. Sasuke's words were like a key unlocking a corner of his heart he had been unwilling to explore. Indeed, too many coincidences. Shikamaru's clan affair, Sasuke summoned by the daimyo Niji, and Rock Lee lured away by Orochimaru's intelligence. And then Hinata. Could it be that Hinata's death is not merely a conspiracy of Tokugawa Ieyasu and Konoha's high-ranking officials? A chill rose from the depths of his heart, making him shudder. Seeing Naruto lost in thought and pain, Sasuke continued, to see the truth, to gain the power to avenge and protect everything, you need to become stronger. Not like now charging to your death with blind rage. Then what should I do? Naruto looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and struggle. Leave the land of fire, Sasuke gave a clear suggestion. Tokugawa Ieyasu and their forces are deeply entrenched here. Staying will only leave you constrained at every turn. Go outside to a broader world, seek the opportunity to grow stronger, and investigate the truth of them. The legacy of Rakuto Sennin is not merely a legend. Naruto stared at Sasuke, trying to find some clue on his perpetually icy face. Why are you telling me all this, Sasuke? I told you I'm just using you. Sasuke turned his back to Naruto. A dead Uzumaki Naruto is of no value to me. A sufficiently powerful Uzumaki Naruto can stir this stagnant water and create the opportunities and catalysts I need. His reasoning remained cold and utilitarian, but Naruto seemed to hear a hidden message. They fell into a brief silence broken only by the wind in the forest and the chirping of insects. After a long moment, Naruto spoke, his voice much lower. Sasuke, do you still remember our dream? Sasuke's back seemed to stiffen slightly. To become Hokage, to gain everyone's recognition. Naruto continued as if to himself. Though I'm no longer Hokage, I still want to protect those I care about and safeguard the hard-won peace. I've never changed on this path. Sasuke did not turn around, only said indifferently, naive notion. But as long as you don't hinder my path, suit yourself. With that, his figure began to blur, fading into the night like melting shadows. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto couldn't help calling out. Before disappearing, Sasuke left one last sentence drifting in the wind. Live dead last. Don't die before I sever all karma with my own hands. The dense forest was once again left with only Naruto. He stared at the direction Sasuke had vanished, remaining silent for a long time. The moonlight was cold, illuminating the complex expression on his face. There was confusion, pain, and anger, but in the end, all transformed into a glimmer of determination. Sasuke's words were like a bucket of cold water, awakening his mind clouded by hatred. He realized that the path of revenge was far more tortuous and dark than he had imagined. Ahead lay not only powerful enemies, but also unfathomable mysteries. Yet he did not retreat. He gently touched the scroll on his back, as if feeling its cold weight. Hinata, I'm sorry. I might need some time, he murmured. But I swear, whether it's Tokugawa Ieyasu or the enemies hiding deeper, I will make them. Hey. He sat down cross-legged, focusing all his energy on expelling the foreign energy within his body while digesting the combat experience from tonight's battle with Galmuzan and the shocking information Sasuke had brought. Grow stronger, investigate the truth, and then settle everything. Dawn finally dispelled the darkness entirely, and a new day arrived. And Uzumaki Naruto's path had taken a subtle turn at this moment. He was no longer merely a fugitive seeking revenge for love, but an explorer beginning to uncover the truth of the world. His journey had only just begun. The capital of the Land of Water, Shuehu. Shuehu sits on the largest island of the Land of Water, Shuehu Island. The entire island falls within the bounds of Shuehu City, so while it is not as bustling as the capital of the Land of Fire, its area is far more expansive. The waters around Shuehu Island are wide with few hidden reefs, making it a natural harbor. Maritime trade flourished, and consequently piracy ran rampant. As soon as Naruto entered the city, he sensed someone following him. He deliberately slowed his pace, and the pursuer slowed as well. When he quickened his steps, the figure stuck close behind. Naruto smiled faintly and made a sharp turn at a crossroad. The tracker hurried after him, but found no trace. She looked around anxiously, then suddenly felt someone behind her. Spinning around, she saw Naruto. She was a girl of 12 or 13 with an oval face, skin as white as snow, eyes like pools of water, and delicate willow-like brows. A face of exquisite beauty. Her figure was just beginning to show grace, and her fine silk dress hinted at an uncommon status. Naruto gazed at her silently, saying nothing. The girl's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress. Is something the matter? Naruto's tone was flat. The girl looked up at him, her lips moving, but no words came out. If there's nothing, I'll be going now. She summoned her courage, yet still could not speak. Naruto turned to leave. The girl panicked and reached out to grab his sleeve. What is it really? Naruto frowned, his voice now tinged with impatience. Suddenly the girl knelt on the ground and whispered, my lord, please let me become your woman. Naruto was taken aback. He had imagined many possibilities, but this was the last thing he expected. He paused for a moment, then said, stand up first. A flicker of joy, seemingly genuine, passed through the girl's eyes. Naruto said no more, turned and walked toward an inn with the girl following cautiously behind him. After booking a room, the girl entered with him. Naruto looked at her and said calmly, you said you want to become my woman. The girl answered softly, yes. Take off your clothes. The girl's cheeks instantly turned crimson, yet she obediently removed her shoes and socks, then her outer robe, and finally her crimson undergarment. A delicate jade-like young body was fully revealed, as if the plain room suddenly brightened. Naruto gazed at this unripe form. The girl kept her eyes tightly shut, her lashes quivering. The buds on her chest were not yet fully developed, like flowers still in bud. He let out a soft sigh. Put them back on. The girl's body stiffened. She opened her eyes and looked at him, disappointment unmistakable in her gaze. My lord, does Chunhua not please you? Naruto gave a faint smile and countered, do you know who I am? You are the Golden Miracle, the 6th Hokage. I waited at the city gate early this morning, so I recognized you the moment you entered. The girl's voice was filled with admiration. How did you know I would come to the land of water? Our Morishita family's bloodline limit allows us to glimpse the future briefly. Yesterday I foresaw that a noble one would arrive, so I waited at the gate from dawn, she said with pride. Naruto's heart jolted. The Morishita family, one of the 3 legendary families said to have the power to foresee the future. He suppressed his shock and asked again, then why do you follow me? Chunhua's face flushed once more, and she said solemnly, because it is you, so I willingly follow. I see. Naruto did not press further, only said softly, I'll visit your home later. Yes, please do come. I will explain everything to my father. Seeing her joy as light as a bird, Naruto suddenly felt a surge of irritation and raised his voice, do you realize? All I need is your power. Chunhua's expression dimmed for an instant, then she broke into a smile again, and said, then my lord, please keep me by your side just as you would use your own hands and feet. The Morishita family was a distinguished noble clan in Mito. With extraordinary business acumen, they triumphed in every commercial battle. Though they no longer commanded half the continent's commerce as in the era of the 3 great families, they still ranked among the wealthiest and most powerful. The moment Naruto stepped through the gates of the Morishita estate, a middle-aged servant stepped forward to block his path. Sir, whom do you seek? Before he could answer, a delighted voice rang out, Ito, do not be rude. The servant quickly retreated to the side and said deferentially, young miss. Chunhua nodded, walked up to Naruto, and like a devoted young wife took his arm. Ignoring the servant's astonished gaze, she led him inside. Naruto felt somewhat ill at ease. He had never been so close to a woman. Even with Hinata, their intimacy had never gone beyond holding hands. Noticing his discomfort, Chunhua smiled and asked, what is the matter, my lord? Naruto forced himself to stay calm. In nothing. Chunhua covered her mouth and giggled. I see. My lord is unaccustomed to being so close to a woman. Naruto's face reddened, and he shot her a glare. How bold of you. The girl's laughter grew even brighter. The two entered the main hall where a middle-aged man was already waiting. The man had a fair face, a thin beard, long hair, and a high nose. His eyes were half-lidded as if they could pierce through a person's heart. Clearly a man of deep schemes. Naruto silently grew wary. Seeing Naruto enter, the middle-aged man rose and clasped his hands in greeting. The Hokage honors my humble home with his presence. I am Morishita Kenta. It is an honor to meet you. Naruto returned the greeting. You are too kind, Master Morishita. I am fortunate to have met your daughter, and I feel deeply honored by today's invitation. Morishita Kenta smiled. Not at all. It is my daughter's blessing to have earned your regard. Please, after you. Naruto did not decline and stepped forward first. Morishita Kenta followed half a step behind, showing respect. Chunhua wanted to follow as well, but her father gestured for her to stay, and she pouted in displeasure. The two entered the inner hall, where 5 elders were already waiting. Naruto looked at Morishita Kenta with a questioning gaze. Kenta hastily explained, these are the clan head and the senior elders of the Morishita family. He then introduced Naruto to the clan head. The eldest among them, seated in the center, was clearly the patriarch, around 80 years old with hair and beard both white. He studied Naruto for a moment, then said in a lukewarm tone, this old man is unwell and cannot offer a full salute. I hope Naruto-sama will forgive me. Naruto did not take offense. After all, the man was elderly, and a little posturing was to be expected. Morishita Kenta, however, subtly changed expression. Only when he saw that Naruto bore no grudge did his features ease. The patriarch spoke. We have invited Lord Uzumaki here to discuss an important matter. Naruto nodded for him to continue. Kenta cleared his throat and said solemnly, my lord must have heard of the Morishita family's past. Naruto nodded. Over 100 years ago, the Morishita family was one of the 3 great families of the continent, controlling the entire economic lifeline of the realm. Unfortunately, our ancestors were momentarily blinded by ambition and aspired to conquer the world, which brought near annihilation upon the clan. It was only in recent decades that we rose again. He paused, then continued, the Morishita family may not be destined for the throne, but we possess the capital to contend for supremacy. My lord must surely have heard of our clan's bloodline limit. Therefore we wish to ask. The clan head suddenly cut in. We ask my lord to lend his aid to the Morishita family. Our clan no longer wishes to be embroiled in the struggles of the world. We only desire to conduct our business in peace. At present our maritime trade is constantly harassed by pirates, so we wish to request your lordship's assistance. Morishita Kenta stared at the clan head in astonishment, his face flickering pale and red. Naruto turned his gaze to Morishita Kenta in inquiry. Kenta gave a dry laugh, looking rather embarrassed. Why, yes, there is such a matter. Naruto sneered coldly, and without a word turned and walked away. Lord Uzumaki, please stay. Kenta moved to chase after him. Stop, the clan head barked. Kenta halted and turned to glare at the patriarch. Did we not already agree on this beforehand? Has the clan head forgotten our ancestors' dying wish? The old man trembled with rage, his white beard shaking as he pointed a thin, withered finger at him. How dare you? What sort of attitude is this? Kenta replied coldly. If the clan head refuses to honor the ancestors' decree, then every member of the Morishita family has the right to criticize him. The clan head suppressed his fury and said as calmly as he could, I have not forgotten the ancestors' decree for even one day. But this Uzumaki Naruto, he may not be the fortune the Morishita family truly needs. I have read his fate, though wealth and honor are not in short supply, he bears no aura of kingship. Moreover, his destiny is heavy with slaughter. I fear he will one day bring calamity down upon the entire clan. At these words, Kenta calmed somewhat. The patriarch's skill and physiognomy had always been uncanny. But then he recalled something and asked, and what of Chunhua's prophecy? Do not forget, she is the first member of the Morishita family in 100 years to inherit the bloodline limit. The clan head shook his head with a sigh. Perhaps Chunhua is not the key to the family's revival after all. If she insists on following him, then let her go with Uzumaki Naruto. Kenta felt as though he had been struck by lightning. After years of careful scheming, just as his plans were about to unfold, he was told it had all been in vain. No one could accept such a blow. He suddenly knelt and kowtowed. Please, clan head, allow Uzumaki Naruto to prove himself. My intuition tells me he is the one we have been searching for. Absolutely not. I cannot stake the entire clan's fate on a gamble. The clan head's voice was as unyielding as stone. Kenta turned to the other elders, but all of them shook their heads and sighed. He was about to plead further, but the clan head had already walked out of the inner hall, and the remaining elders followed suit. Kenta gazed blankly at the ancestral portraits hanging in the hall. The 13th portrait was his father. 20 years ago, his father had used his own life as a conduit to glimpse the family's future prophecy. In 20 years, a blessed one shall descend, helping the Morishita family rise again to become the mightiest clan on the continent. His gaze gradually turned as savage as a bloodthirsty beast's. My father's blood will not have been shed in vain. The Morishita family will once again dominate this continent. When Morishita arrived at the inn where Naruto had taken lodging, even the innkeeper was roused and fell to bobbing and bowing at his heels. After ascertaining Naruto's room, he went straight to it. After knocking, it was Haruka who opened the door. At once seeing her father, she slipped into a young lady's temper. Father, you've all gone too far. How could you have said such things to Lord Uzumaki? Her eyes were wide as she glared at Morishita. Her cheeks, flushed with anger, looked like a ripe apple. Morishita, however, acted as though he had heard nothing and waved her off. Go outside for now, Haruka. I have important matters to discuss with Lord Uzumaki. Haruka turned her head away, deaf to those words. Naruto said coolly, go out for now, Haruka. Haruka did not dare to defy him. She could only stamp her feet and storm out angrily. Morishita blinked, thinking, is this truly my own daughter? What business has Mr. Morishita? Come on now. Are you still trying to send me to fight pirates? Naruto's words were laced with sarcasm. Morishita shook his head with a wry smile. My lord, do not mock me any further. What I wish to discuss with you today is a truly major matter. He took a deep breath and looked at Naruto with burning eyes. May I ask, my lord, do you have the ambition to contend for the realm? Naruto shook his head. I have no interest whatsoever in that. A trace of disappointment flickered across Morishita's face before vanishing. He then said gravely, throughout the realm the land of fire stands supreme. Tokugawa Ieyasu's wolfish ambition is known to every passerby. Great chaos is inevitable now. Oh, every man of metal is sharpening his blade and waiting for the moment to leap into action. You, my lord, are a peerless hero, a truly extraordinary man under heaven and earth. How could you be content to live out an ordinary life? Naruto remained just as indifferent. My aspirations do not lie in such things. To me, the realm is worthless as dung. Morishita's heart turned cold. His life's goal had always been to restore the Morishita clan, and he had worked for it for years. More importantly, his father had traded his life for that prophecy. He could never allow his own efforts, and his father's blood, to be spent in vain. The Morishita clan's bloodline limit was extraordinarily rare, and in the past 100 years only a handful of people had inherited it. Morishita's father was one of them. Though his ability was weak, it could pinpoint commercial opportunities and favorable moments, allowing the crumbling clan to rise again. To see the clan's future at the peak of his vitality, he invoked the secret arts, using his life as the medium, and prophesied. In 20 years, a noble benefactor will descend upon the Morishita clan and help us ascend once more to the summit of the continent. Haruka was a genius that the Morishita clan had not seen in a century. Her prophetic power surpassed even that of her ancestor. Although she could only foresee 3 days ahead, and only once a month, it was already an ability that invaded the god's domain. The previous day she had foreseen that a crucial figure in her life would arrive in Mito today. His beliefs thus reinforced Morishita. Mito was unshakably convinced that Naruto was the prophesied benefactor. Naruto, however, had made it clear that he had no interest in the realm. Suppressing the chill in his heart, Morishita Mita said in a low voice, "My lord, your feud with the land of fire is irreconcilable. How can you kill Tokugawa Ieyasu with one man's strength alone?" Naruto gave him a look and fell into a brief silence. Indeed, one man could hardly defy a country. Even the dragon and tiger sages, when facing one alone, he was not sure of victory. He had come to the land of water precisely to seek strength. But if he were to contend for the realm, his enemies would be more than one country. The lands of water, earth, lightning, and wind would all become mortal enemies. Seeing Naruto's heart had stirred, Morishita Mita knelt to the ground with a thump. "So long as my lord holds this aspiration, of the Morishita clan will follow you unto death and serve you with all we have." Naruto watched him and asked, "Why are you so bent on pledging loyalty to me?" A fanatical expression blazed on Morishita Mita's face, and his voice trembled slightly. "Because you, my lord, are the true son of heaven of this world." Naruto smiled. He had never believed such groundless talk. "If I die in battle against the dragon sage, what true son of heaven would I be then?" "Then, does the Morishita clan head agree?" A murderous shadow flickered across Morishita Mita's face. He said forbiddingly, "If they dare to obstruct us, then I may have no choice but to." He made a knife-cutting gesture. Naruto stared at this madman in amazement and unconsciously nodded slightly. In the 14th year of Tokugawa, a mere 3 days after his defection from Konoha, without anyone knowing, Uzumaki Naruto accepted the Morishita clan's oath of loyalty and set out on the road of pursuing power and influence. The next day in Mito, the Suntian mansion was draped in white cloth with crowds coming and going at the entrance. The old patriarch of the Sunxia clan had died of illness the previous night. Several other elders of the clan did not attend the funeral, all citing illness. When Sunxia Jintian repeatedly pleaded with them to take over as clan leader, they all declined and requested that Sunxia Jintian himself assume this heavy responsibility. Sunxia Jintian, with no other choice, reluctantly accepted the position, becoming the new clan leader of the Sunxia family. The old patriarch was quickly buried, and the spirit tablet was carried into the mourning hall by the new leader with both hands. Gazing at the patriarch's spirit tablet, Sunxia Jintian silently said, "Uncle, do not blame your nephew for being ruthless. You have grown old and lost your courage. If we do not seize this opportunity, the Sunxia clan will never rise again." At the end, Mingren sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. After gaining the ability of divine sense, he had been trying to find a method to train his spiritual power, but had never found a way. After a long while, he opened his eyes and sighed softly. Chunhua was resting her chin in her hands, staring at him intently. Hearing the sigh, she asked, "Why do you sigh, my lord?" Mingren stood up and walked to the window. "I want to develop a new power, but it's too difficult." Chunhua came to his side, looking up at his back. "I don't know what kind of power it is nor how difficult it is, but if it's you, my lord, you can certainly do it." Mingren's heart trembled. He turned and gently stroked Chunhua's golden soft hair, asking slowly, "You have such confidence in me?" Chunhua's cheeks flushed with red, and she nodded heavily. "Because it's you, my lord, no matter how difficult, you will surely succeed." Mingren nodded, looking into the little girl's eyes, and said softly, "Is that so?" "Thank you, Chunhua." When Mingren and Chunhua arrived at the Sunxia residence again, Sunxia Jintian was handling clan affairs. Upon hearing the news, he immediately came out to greet them. The two went straight to the inner hall, while Chunhua ran to visit her mother. "Have you already handled the matter, Master Sunxia?" Mingren asked as he walked, his tone relaxed. Sunxia Jintian replied calmly, "Yes, everything is ready. We can now formulate the next plan." Mingren glanced at him and said slowly, "It's still not too late to regret. This is a path of no return. If we fail, we will be reduced to ashes." A cold, sharp light shot from Sunxia Jintian's eyes, his face expressionless. He said calmly, "I only hope that when you, my lord, ascend to rule the world in the future, you will not forget the Sunxia family of today." Mingren nodded slightly. In his heart, he actually did not wish to contend for the world. He only wanted to gain power and destroy the land of fire. But since he had already promised the Sunxia family, he would likely be entangled in trouble in the future. The two walked into the inner hall, where two men were already waiting. They were Sunxia Jintian's younger brothers, both appearing capable and tough. Seeing Mingren enter, they knew he was the lord they would serve in the future, and they knelt on one knee in salute. Mingren nodded in acknowledgement. The meeting of four began. Though the number was small, the atmosphere was tense and fervent. Although the three members of the Sunxia family were middle-aged and had seen many storms, they still trembled slightly in the face of such a momentous event. Even Mingren felt a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, this was not a matter concerning a few dozen people, but one that could affect the fate of the entire continent. The dust settled there. A tall, handsome young man and a little girl were walking along the road. The young man led the way, his golden hair blazing under the sun. The girl, about 12 or 13 years old, was utterly adorable. "My lord, where are we going?" Chunhua, out on her very first journey, fluttered around Naruto like a bird freed from its cage, chattering without pause. "The Hidden Mist Village," Naruto replied. "What are we going there for?" "To seek power. But with your strength, my lord, is there anything you cannot do?" "There are still many people stronger than me." Several silhouettes flashed through his mind: Sasuke, Orochimaru, the dragon sage, the tiger sage. Perhaps there were even greater ones. "I don't believe it. No one could possibly be stronger than you, my lord." The girl's worship of Naruto was almost blind. Naruto smiled faintly. "Enough. You should focus on your training too. In the future you'll need to protect me." Chunhua gave a soft hum, but in her heart, she still could not let go. She ran ahead of Naruto, walked backward, and stared at him seriously. "No one is stronger than you, is there, my lord?" Naruto burst out laughing, but did not answer. "Isn't that so? Isn't that so, my lord?" All the way to the Hidden Mist Village, Chunhua never got the answer she had wanted to hear. The Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, stood on an island near the Land of Water. In scale it ranked only behind Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village. Shrouded in dense fog year-round, it was completely mysterious and unfathomable to outsiders. Though not as powerful as Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, had its own pride. The Mist Shinobi practiced a highly distinctive brand of ninjutsu: strike once, and if the blow failed, vanish 1,000 miles away. Their arts were uncanny, subtle, and exquisitely lethal. They were born assassins, a perpetual headache to their foes. Yet the ones who truly won the Hidden Mist its thundering reputation were a handful of traitors, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, renowned across the continent. All of them were extraordinarily powerful. They had once been Jonin of the Mist, but for reasons unknown they had defected one after another. They made their living through assassination and by selling their services to powerful factions. Their strength soon won them a notorious name. The Mist had always tried to hunt them down, yet had never succeeded, except in a single case. 20 years ago, a Mist special Jonin called Swift Sword Style tried to assassinate the mysterious Mizukage, failed, and fled the village. He founded an assassin organization and repeatedly murdered high-ranking officials in many countries, spreading panic wherever he went. Later he lost his mind entirely and actually tried to assassinate Konoha's Hokage, the Yellow Flash, only to be captured alive on the spot. In order to ease relations with the Hidden Mist, the 4th Hokage extradited him back. All of this was recorded in Konoha's classified archives. The two walked through the Hidden Mist Village. The fog was dense and visibility was extremely low. Chunhua followed close behind Naruto, curiously observing a village that every citizen of the Land of Water regarded as a sacred place. Naruto and Chunhua stopped before an ordinary door and knocked. The man who opened it was scrawny and small, with a shifty face and a sallow waxen complexion, as if malnourished. This man was an informant in the Mist whom Morishita had bought at heavy expense years ago, but had never used. A few days earlier, while discussing major plans and seeking to build strength, Morishita had revealed the man's existence to Naruto. "Who are you looking for?" the skinny man asked impatiently. "Mr. Morishita sent me," Naruto said coolly. A fawning smile instantly flooded the man's face, and he bowed quickly. "Please come in. Please come in." Naruto frowned slightly. He deeply despised anyone who would sell out his own village for money. In ordinary times he would never have deigned to associate with such a man. The two entered the house, and the skinny man furtively shut the door. The room was decently furnished, a clear sign of a comfortable life. "What does Lord Morishita command?" the skinny man asked first. "The Mist materials Lord Morishita told you to gather. Hand them over." "I'm taking them away." Naruto stated his purpose directly. "Yes, yes." The skinny man scurried off eagerly to fetch the materials. Before long he returned carrying a thick stack of documents. "That much?" Naruto was slightly taken aback. "Yes. Ever since I pledged my service to you, my lord, I have worked diligently day and night and never dared to slack off," the skinny man said ingratiatingly. Naruto flipped through the materials and found them truly exhaustive. Nothing too small to be recorded, even the size of the Mist's ANBU, which was a highly guarded secret. He looked at the skinny man with contempt and said sarcastically, "Quite capable, aren't you? You've certainly worked hard. Lord Morishita will reward you handsomely." The skinny man was secretly delighted. "I hope you'll put in a good word for me before Lord Morishita." Naruto nodded, suppressing his disgust. "I will. Lord Morishita won't treat you unfairly. There is also someone I'd like to ask about." "By all means ask." "One Sword Style." The skinny man's expression changed drastically and his voice trembled. "You mean that king of assassins, One Sword Style?" Naruto nodded. "I heard he has been imprisoned. Do you know where?" The skinny man's face flickered through uncertainty. After a long pause he said, may be held in the Mist's maximum security prison. Every ninja village had both ordinary prisons and maximum security prisons. Those locked away in the maximum security prisons were all criminals of terrifying ability and devastating destructive power. After learning the way to the maximum security prison, Naruto and Chunhua left at once. He could no longer bear to share a room with such a mercenary-based spy. Destination: the Hidden Mist's maximum security prison, one-sword style. The high-security prison was heavily guarded with sentinels every few steps. But for the golden miracle, the body flicker step easily bypassed the guards. They only felt a blur before their eyes, thinking it was an illusion. Mingren easily reached the heart of the prison. A faint light swirled at his fingertips. With a gentle flick, 2 guards collapsed before they understood what had happened. Mingren smiled slightly and looked up at the building before him. On the door, 5 fingerprints were clearly visible, with a faint flow of powerful energy. What a formidable sealing barrier. No wonder the outer defenses were relatively lax. Mingren was secretly astonished. He had heard of this barrier called the Dao Seal. Legend had it that the 6-path sage had sealed the 9 tails on the fire altar using this very technique. He had always thought it was just a legend, never expecting it to exist in reality. However, the caster was far inferior to the 6-path sage's supreme power. The seal was crude and much weaker. Mingren pondered for a moment, then slowly extended his 5 fingers and pressed them against the Dao Seal. Boom! A powerful backlash shook his body. His eyes snapped open, shooting a sharp light. Gritting his teeth, he poured an even greater amount of chakra into the seal through his fingertips. The seal resisted like a living being, emitting a brilliant glow. But Mingren's chakra was as boundless as rivers and seas. The seal's counterattack gradually weakened, its light dimmed and finally dissipated. Mingren gasped for breath, suppressing his surging chi and blood. His face was pale, clearly showing that his chakra had been greatly depleted. Chunhua, watching from the side, dared not even breathe. Only when she saw he was unharmed did she sigh in relief. Inside the Kirigakure village, the mysterious Mizukage suddenly opened his eyes, staring toward the high-security prison with a puzzled expression. Mingren rested for a moment at the entrance, then pushed open the sealed door. Inside, a man sat cross-legged on the ground, his long hair falling to his waist, his beard unkempt covering his face. When he saw Mingren enter, his eyes showed confusion. Mingren asked calmly, "You daily, how do you know it's me?" The man's voice was hoarse and raspy, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. "It's you. I've come to rescue you. Let's go." Mingren took Chunhua's hand and turned to leave. Yudaliu said nothing, silently following. The two moved faster and faster, gradually becoming 2 gray shadows, as if chasing the stars and the moon. Mingren secretly admired. No wonder he was the #1 assassin of his time. Even though I used the body flicker technique, he could keep up. Apart from the Tiger Sage, he is the fastest person I have ever seen. Little did he know that Yudaliu was even more shocked. My speed is unrivaled, yet he is steadily a step ahead, and I cannot catch up, especially when he is carrying another person. I have only seen one person with such speed before. At this thought, his mind stirred, and his speed involuntarily slowed down a beat. "Stop!" Yudaliu shouted, coming to an abrupt halt. Mingren halted, turned around with a smile, and looked at him with interest. Yudaliu said slowly, "Bluffing Shueman. What is he to you?" The person before him increasingly gave him that feeling, and even the technique he used was that man's body flicker. Mingren did not answer, only smiled slightly, and said, "My name is Wuxuan Mingren. The 7th Hokage, Wuxuan Mingren." Yudaliu was greatly startled. Mingren was taken aback, not expecting that after being imprisoned for 20 years Yudaliu would know of him. "Why did you save me?" "Because I need your power," Mingren said without mincing words. "You want to subdue me? That's one way to put it." "Ha ha ha." Yudaliu laughed uproariously, as if hearing the most ridiculous thing in the world. "Kid, when I was killing people back then, you were still in your mother's womb. Don't think that just because you saved me I will bow down to you." Mingren's smile remained unchanged. "Chunhua, go hide over there for a while." Hearing this, Chunhua ran off to behind a tree far away. "Then let me experience the skills of the king of assassins." Yudaliu's face still wore a mad expression, but in his heart, he was not underestimating him in the slightest. He had heard too many legends about Mingren. This young man was one of the strongest ninjas of the past decade. A trace of excitement flowed in his heart. This was his first battle in 20 years, and his opponent was none other than the renowned Golden Miracle. The two stared at each other for a long time. Mingren suddenly noticed a faint mist rising around him. His heart stirred, and the Yudaliu on the other side had already vanished. Mist concealment technique. Mingren murmured to himself. He stood still, sensing the flow of chakra around him. A twitch on Mingren's back. At that moment he moved. With a slight shift of his body flicker. Boom. A large crater exploded where Mingren had been standing. Yudaliu, having missed his strike, immediately concealed himself. Mingren's expression turned serious. This concealment technique was indeed superb. It was hard to detect unless the attack was about to land. He slightly closed his eyes, instantly entering the state of spiritual sense. A blurry figure appeared in his consciousness. He chuckled lightly, his hands rapidly forming seals, and several fire dragons suddenly emerged behind Yudeliu. Yudeliu was greatly alarmed, unable to imagine how Mingren had found him. But there was no time to think. A large blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he whirled around, slashing the fire dragons apart. At this moment Mingren was still standing still, as if he hadn't noticed Yudeliu. That was coincidence. Yudeliu muttered to himself, slowly approaching Mingren. Mingren still didn't move. Yudeliu came behind Mingren. It's over, he shouted and slashed down with his blade. At such close range no one could dodge this strike. He had full confidence. Boom. The blade struck Mingren, but he vanished. Shadow clone. Yudeliu inwardly cried out in alarm and was about to flee. Suddenly thread-like strands appeared around him, binding him tightly. Heavenly net. Mingren called out softly. This technique was inspired by the Dragon Sage's Death God Scythe, but its drawback was a long preparation time. The heavenly net grew more and more tightly, binding Yudeliu, rendering him immobile. Mingren stepped forward slowly, a half-smile on his face. Yudeliu inwardly marveled, this kid truly lives up to his reputation. He might have already surpassed the bluffing shui men of old. Apart from that person, he is the strongest I have ever seen. Then Lord Yudeliu, Mingren said slowly, are you willing to follow my orders? Yudeliu remained silent. A sharp sound rang out in Mingren's palm as a wind-released raisin shuriken materialized. Your grudge against the land of water, I can help you settle. Mingren's smile remained unchanged. There were only two paths now, death or submission. Yudeliu looked at Mingren. Though Mingren had been smiling all along, he had no doubt that if he refused, the raisin shuriken would immediately strike him. He also thought of the unfathomable, mysterious Mizukage whose strength had made him despair. Perhaps only this young man before him could kill him. With that thought, Yudeliu nodded. Mingren's smile remained unchanged, as if it were only natural. He waved his hand, releasing the bindings on Yudeliu. I, Yudeliu, from this day forth am willing to follow Lord Washuan Mingren, and will never regret it, even unto death. The night in Mito City was shrouded in fine rain, yet the study of the Morishita clan's mansion blazed with lamplight. Candle flames flickered beneath the glass shades, casting the shadows of three figures far across the walls. Morishita Mita set down the documents in his hands, his keen gaze sweeping over Ichiryu, who stood at attention nearby. This man was once the king of assassins who made the entire shinobi world tremble at the mention of his name. Though he now suppressed all killing intent and stood as still as a pine, his upright bearing and the cold gleam that occasionally flickered through his eyes remained like an eerie demonic sword concealed in its sheath, one that no one dared underestimate. Morishita Mita's lips moved slightly as if he were about to speak, but he hesitated. In the end, he turned his gaze to Naruto, who was seated in the place of honor. Naruto was lifting a cup of clear tea. The curling steam blurred a young face that had already taken on a composed steadiness. He took a light sip, his eyes still resting on the tea leaves floating and sinking in the cup, and then spoke calmly, breaking the brief silence. It is no matter, Mr. Morishita. Since Ichiryu has sworn his oath, he is our sworn brother. There is nothing here that needs to be hidden. Speak freely. Relieved by Naruto's consent, Morishita Mita nodded slightly and turned toward Naruto, his tone tinged with curiosity. My lord, the moment you returned to the estate, you recruited a master of Ichiryu's caliber. Might it be your intention to establish a shinobi force entirely our own? He had witnessed the process by which Naruto subdued Ichiryu. Although he had not seen the battle with his own eyes, the fact that the former king of assassins had submitted was proof enough. He keenly sensed that Naruto's plans were not limited to relying on the Morishita family's financial support. Naruto set down his teacup. The porcelain touched the sandalwood tabletop with a crisp sound. He gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping past Ichiryu, and finally settling on Morishita Mita. His voice was calm and distinct. Ordinary troops require lengthy training and are slow to take shape. When faced with truly supreme experts, they are often like barricades made of paper, collapsing at the first touch. Shinobi are different. The destructive power, mobility, and ability of an individual or a small unit to carry out special missions are far beyond those of ordinary soldiers. A single powerful shinobi is sometimes enough to change the course of a battle. He paused, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table without conscious thought, then continued, raising our own from scratch would guarantee loyalty and a pure system, but time will not wait. What we lack is time. Therefore, absorbing and integrating existing experts is undoubtedly the faster path to actual combat strength. Morishita Mita agreed, smoothing his neatly trimmed short beard as he murmured, my lord's judgment is astute. However, those who possess great power tend to be proud and arrogant, difficult to control. Moreover, such talents are few and scattered. Even when gathered together in a large-scale battle between armies, I fear they would hardly become the decisive force that determines victory or defeat. Having managed the family business for many years, he well understood the enormous cost required to train a qualified shinobi, and he knew even better that the strong have their own pride and codes of conduct. The delicate relationship between the great shinobi villages and the daimyo of their nations was rooted precisely in this. Power itself yearns for independence and respect. Naruto shook his head. A faint gleam flashed through his deep blue eyes, a gleam that belonged to one who knew true strength. You need not worry over much about this. I have my own ways of keeping them in hand. Power that cannot be used by me has no value in existence. His tone was flat, but carried an unmistakable finality. As for the matter I entrusted to you before, recruiting pirates and building our first directly commanded armed force, how is it going? This was one of the strategies they had agreed upon in their earlier secret discussions. To accomplish a great undertaking, one must never rely solely on mercenaries and alliances, one must have an army absolutely loyal to oneself. Yet large-scale recruitment within the land of water would make too much noise and easily arouse the vigilance of the authorities and other factions. The pirates entrenched in the nearby seas, well versed in naval combat and in possession of considerable fighting experience, became an excellent choice. Subjugating them would not only quickly yield a usable naval force, but also let it operate under the cover of pirate identity, drawing little attention. At Naruto's question, Morishita showed a trace of helplessness and shook his head. Those pirates are mostly lawless desperados accustomed to plunder and too unruly to tame. Money and promises alone are hardly enough to buy their hearts and win their death-defying loyalty. Moreover, according to the intelligence we have gathered so far, behind several of the larger pirate crews there seem to be shadowy figures of powerful officials or nobles in the land of water. Their interests are intertwined like tangled roots. Pull one string and the entire web moves. It is not wise to act rashly for the time being. Oh, Naruto's tapping fingers paused, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. In that case, among all these pirate groups, is there a sea tyrant who has no official backing whatsoever, one who is truly solitary and beholden to no one? There is. Morishita answered with certainty. He walked to the wall and pointed to a rough nautical chart hanging there. The most powerful and the most notorious of them is the Black Skull pirate crew. They act with utter audacity and brutal methods. They have even dared to plunder the tribute merchant ships of the daimyo and cargo vessels of the great merchant associations of various countries, and they have clashed many times with the land of water's official forces. They should be true sea bandits with no official backing. Their leader, Black Fong Xiongpu, is said to be a ninja of considerable strength. Naruto's gaze landed on the skull-marked area on the chart. He tapped the air with one finger and gave his decision. Then we will make an example of this Black Skull. It will both establish our authority and serve as the first test of our new strength. I will handle this personally. He turned to Morishita. As for the government offices, spend more money to smooth things over, especially with the officials in charge of the naval forces and harbor administration. In key positions, do whatever it takes to plan our own people. Even if they are only low-level eyes and ears, it is crucial. Morishita bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. I will make arrangements at once and ensure everything is watertight. At that moment, Ichiryu, who had been standing in the corner as silent as a shadow, suddenly stepped forward. His voice was hoarse, but carried the sharp edge of one seeking battle. My lord, a mere group of sea bandits is hardly worth your personal involvement. Let this subordinate handle it. Consider it my first pledge of allegiance as a member of the Break organization. Naruto turned his head, his calm gaze falling upon Ichiryu. That gaze seemed able to pierce through flesh and look straight into the depths of his soul. He was silent for a moment, then slowly said, it seems that even after 20 years imprisoned in the Mist Ninja prison, you still retain a considerable force under your command and the means to stay in contact with them. He had long suspected, how could Ichiryu, cut off from the outside world for 20 years, know of the fame and deeds of a rising young man like himself? The only explanation was that his former subordinates had never scattered and had even found ways to make contact with him. They simply lacked the strength to break the powerful Dao seal. A trace of embarrassment crossed Itoryu's face, but he did not deny it. He said frankly, my lord sees clearly. In my old assassin organization, Remnant Star, a few loyal old subordinates remain active in the shadows awaiting my word. But rest assured, my lord, since I have sworn loyalty to you, my people will naturally be loyal to you, as well obey your command, and never have second thoughts. A meaningful smile surfaced on Naruto's face, and he shook his head. You have misunderstood. I do not yet think highly of the little strength you still have. What I want to tell you is that from now on you will be the right arm I, Uzumaki Naruto, rely on, the blade and shield of the Break organization. His voice remained steady, even with a trace of warmth, but the words that followed made the temperature in the study plummet, as if the deepest winter had suddenly descended. When I give you trust and standing, I will also give you corresponding power and a future. But if you harbor treacherous thoughts and obey in name only. He leaned forward slightly, and storms seemed to gather in his blue eyes. I will make you truly understand what it means to wish for death, yet be unable to die. You should understand that I possess such ability, and I will never hesitate to use it. A chill ran through Itoryu's heart, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly soaked his spine. He could even feel his heart clench sharply. 20 years ago, when he was at his peak and had killed without mercy, such a naked threat would have only earned a sneer or even stirred his ferocity further. But 20 years of sunless imprisonment had long worn away most of his old fierceness and pride, making him see more clearly the gap in strength and the cruelty of reality. Otherwise, he would not have so readily submitted to a young man. In this moment, he felt with piercing clarity the unquestionable strength and will in Naruto's words, a weight as heavy as a mountain. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart, and knelt once more on one knee, bowing deeply. His voice shook almost imperceptibly, yet it was unusually firm. Yes, my lord. This subordinate will engrave your teachings in his heart. I will exhaust every effort and fear no death, and I will never betray your trust. Perhaps only now did he from the depths of his heart come to feel a profound reverence and absolute submission toward this strikingly young master whose power was unfathomable, and never again dare to harbor the slightest disloyalty. Naruto looked at his respectful posture and nodded in satisfaction. Rise. Since you have this resolve, the task of subduing the Black Skull will be left entirely in your hands. I will only look at the results. Yes, this subordinate will not fail your command. Ichiryu answered in a low voice and rose, his eyes already restored to a killer's cold, sharp focus. Naruto also stood, his gaze sweeping over Morishita and Ichiryu in the study. His voice rose slightly and echoed clearly through the room, carrying the resolve and momentum of one who had come to forge a new era. From this day onward, we will formally establish our own shinobi organization, and its name is Break. He paused, letting the name settle into the air. The meaning of this name is to shatter every corrupted old rule in this world and break through every barrier that stands in the way of our convictions and our path. We will use power to redefine the order of this world. Break. Morishita repeated the words softly, feeling the potent destructive edge, and a spark of wild excitement mixed with ambition flashed through his eyes. Ichiryu stood with his head lowered, silently accepting the order, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within him. A seed called Break was quietly planted that night in this study. No one could predict what towering tree it would grow into, nor what violent storm it would stir across this continent. Time flowed like water, silently slipping away. Nearly a year had passed since Naruto and his companions returned to Mito after that breathtaking encounter in the Land of Lightning and the fierce battle against Orochimaru. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of that year, undercurrents churned dangerously. With the unsparing support of the Morishita family's immense wealth and the covert machinations of Ichiryu, operating through old connections and iron-fisted methods, the first true military force under Naruto's command had begun to take shape. Though still small in scale and modestly equipped, its framework had been erected. Its members were chiefly screened malcontents and desperados hungry for wealth or glory, a genuine armed force that answered to him alone. Yet deep down, Naruto had never felt much passion for commanding vast armies or orchestrating grand strategy. What truly absorbed his heart and effort was the ninja organization he had personally named and founded from scratch, Hakai. Hakai's membership was a tangled weave rogue ninja cast out from various great villages for all manner of reasons, wandering swordsmen weary of their aimless drift and seeking a powerful patron, and above all, desperate souls lured by Morishita gold and the new order preached by Ichiryu. Within a single year, their numbers swelled to over 100. The group was a chaotic mix of dragons and vipers, yet it also harbored hidden tigers, not a few of them bearing rare skills or fearsome reputations. The gathering of this force allowed Naruto to secure a preliminary foothold in the Land of Water, acquiring fangs and claws of his own. Still, a sliver of regret lingered in his heart. True apex experts capable of standing alone against any foe remained as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns, nowhere to be found. He withdrew most of his energy from tedious affairs and threw himself into nearly fanatical personal training. The encounter with the old monk on Mount Rakuto, the inheritance of the 9 seals, and the life and death battles against sages like the Tiger Sage and Orochimaru had all flung open a gateway to an entirely new realm of power. He felt like a man standing before a colossal treasure vault, the key already in hand, yet still searching for the way to undo the final lock. Thanks to the profound mysteries of the 9 seals, and his initial mastery of divine sense refined through relentless tempering, his understanding of the nature flow and control of chakra had reached an unprecedented height. The vast chakra within him was no longer merely a surging ocean of energy, but had become an extension of his limbs, obedient to his every will. His mastery of ninjutsu advanced by leaps and bounds that year. Techniques that once demanded intricate hand signs or pinpoint control were now cast with effortless ease, their power greater than ever before. But with that growth came a crystal-clear sensation. He had struck an entirely new bottleneck. As if separated from a vaster, mightier world of power by a silken veil as thin as a cicada's wing, yet impossibly tough, he could dimly glimpse the boundless possibilities beyond, yet could not for the moment tear through that obstruction and step inside. This feeling of seeing, yet not touching, sent him alternating between elation and gnawing frustration. Even so, had the outside world learned of his progress that year, it would have shaken the entire shinobi world to its foundations, overturning countless assumptions about the limits of a ninja's growth. And what was even more astonishing, to others, and to Naruto himself, was that after countless failures, agonizing chakra backlash, and near self-destructive trial and error, he had actually achieved an initial mastery of the art of guiding and shaping chakra and unleashing ninjutsu, without relying on traditional hand signs. This was no mere acceleration of seal speed, but a fundamental attempt to bypass seals, the bridge that connected the energy within one's body to the laws of the world outside. At first, only the most basic techniques like the substitution jutsu and clone jutsu, then gradually elemental transformations, and even more complex composite ninjutsu. The process was perilous in the extreme. One slight misstep and rampaging chakra would wreak havoc inside his body, inflicting severe internal injuries. What sustained him through it all, besides his chakra reserves and recovery far beyond ordinary men, was the deep impression left by the young ninja named Haku during the Chunin exams, that single-handed seal technique, and a burning desire to surpass all predecessors and blaze his own path of ninjutsu. If this matter ever leaked out, it would undoubtedly detonate a revolutionary upheaval in the shinobi world and shatter the theoretical foundations of ninjutsu that had endured for 1,000 years. This was nothing less than a groundbreaking feat, since the Sage of Six Paths founded the Ninja Creed, enough to etch his name into history, yet also enough to draw endless prying eyes and relentless pursuit. Out of absolute caution and the recognition that this power was not yet mature, he revealed not a word to anyone, including Morishita Mida and Ichiryu, save only Chunhua, who was almost inseparable from him and utterly trusted. Under his meticulous guidance, Chunhua's strength grew at a phenomenal pace. Her displayed talent drew repeated praise from Naruto, who privately called her a genius no less gifted than Sasuke. Her Kekkei Genkai successfully evolved into a far more stable second state. Her prophetic ability remained restricted, usable only once per month and exacting a heavy toll on her spiritual energy, but she could now glimpse ki if blurred fragments of a more distant future, and her accuracy had risen dramatically. At the same time, the defensive jutsu inherited in her blood gradually awakened and stabilized. When activated, a crystal-clear barrier suffused with flowing azure light would emerge around her. She named it the Crystal Prison. In Naruto's eyes, however, the Crystal Prison's defense might prove effective against ordinary jonin, but against Kaga-level powerhouses or extreme offensive jutsu, like the Thunderblade or Raisin Shuriken, it remained fragile, still in need of further tempering and reinforcement. Just as Naruto devoted himself wholly to cultivation, the situation on the continent had not grown calm merely because of his temporary seclusion. Skirmishes along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning had never ceased, escalating from tentative clashes between ninja squads into full-scale confrontations between border garrisons. The clouds of war pressed ever lower, a heavy weight upon every informed heart. The Land of Water bound to the Land of Lightning by alliance and mutual reliance as lips are to teeth could not stand aloof. Within its borders, tense war preparations began. Armies drilled, supplies were marshaled, and the very air reeked of the oppressive stillness before a mountain storm. Morishita Mida bustled about ceaselessly every day. On one hand, he managed the family's vast commercial network. On the other, he deployed every channel at his disposal to keep a sharp eye on military and political developments at home and abroad. He rubbed his hands together, a gleam of naked ambition in his eyes, cursing only that war could not erupt that very instant, so that he might snatch chestnuts from the fire amid the chaos, seizing greater power and territory for Naruto and for the Morishita clan. He repeatedly urged Naruto to take a more active hand in worldly affairs and use Hakai's strength to make early moves. Yet Naruto remained conspicuously indifferent to these schemes of power and shifting borders. He was wholly immersed in exploring ninjutsu and elevating his absolute power, his goal never wavering to obtain strength sufficient to annihilate the Konoha Elder Council personally, slay the Tokugawa clan, and avenge Hinata. In his eyes, all of Morishita Mida's machinations were but auxiliary means to that ultimate end. Then a chance occurrence interrupted his almost ascetic training life. During one monthly prophecy, Chunhua's spiritual energy was drained severely. Afterwards, pale-faced, she came to Naruto and told him she had vaguely sensed in the direction of the Land of Lightning some special existence or event that intersected with the trajectory of his future fate in an important, unignorable manner, one that might exert an extremely profound influence upon him. My lord, that feeling, it was vague but intense, like a bolt of lightning rending the mist. I couldn't see the details, but it is there, pointing to the Land of Lightning. Chunhua massaged her still-throbbing temples, struggling to describe that mysterious sensation. Trusting in her prophetic ability, which had proven its worth in numerous incidents, and because his long seclusion and training had indeed hit a bottleneck that demanded an external opportunity to break through, Naruto ultimately decided to journey to the Land of Lightning. He did not disclose the details of the prophecy or his true intentions to the ambitious Morishita, who was dreaming of seizing advantage amidst chaos. He only cited a desire to train abroad and investigate certain ancient ruins mentioned in old records. Upon hearing this, Morishita felt reluctance and worry, fearing it might delay the meticulously prepared plans, yet he could not forcibly stop him. After all, Naruto was the sovereign lord, the one to whom the Morishita family had sworn loyalty, while he was only a retainer. He could only repeatedly urge Naruto to be cautious and return soon, while covertly dispatching men to monitor the shifting currents after Naruto's departure. After brief preparations, the two quietly left the Morishita estate and set out northward once more. Away from the bustle and scheming of Mito City, watching Chunhua flit about like a bird freed from its cage, brimming with curiosity and wonder at every sight and custom along the road, a suspicion would occasionally cross Naruto's mind. Could this girl's so-called prophecy be nothing more than an excuse to wheedle him into taking her out to see the world and enjoy the scenery? Perceiving the occasional thoughtful look on Naruto's face and that faint, barely discernible teasing glint, the quick-witted Chunhua could not help but pout and protest. "My lord, what kind of expression is that? How can you not believe me? I would never joke about something concerning you." That premonition was truly intense. Naruto looked at her indignant, puffed-up face and could not help but chuckle, shaking his head, his expression clearly reading, "I don't believe you in the slightest." "My lord." Chunhua grabbed his arm, drawing out her words in a coaxing whine as she shook it. "You have to believe me. I swear I am absolutely not deceiving you." Shaken by her persistence, Naruto looked into her clear, aggrieved eyes and finally relented. Reaching up to ruffle her golden hair, he conceded, all right, it doesn't matter. Even if I truly have been fooled by you, being able to come out, see this different world, and breathe air far from schemes and conspiracies, I'll accept this journey gladly." Hearing this, Chunhua's displeasure melted away and her face bloomed with a radiant, brilliant smile, like warm spring sunlight breaking through cloudy skies, pure and brimming with vitality. After a long trek through towns and wilderness, they soon reached the coastline once more and boarded a ship bound for the Land of Lightning. The sea breeze brushed their faces, carrying a salty tang, while seagulls wheeled and cried alongside the bulwarks. Ahead, the silhouette of the Land of Lightning, crowned with towering peaks, loomed faintly on the horizon. Sea and sky merged into one. The journey had begun. Unseen by any, the gears of fate, keeping time with the rhythm of the waves, had already begun to turn faster. Naruto stood at the bow, robes fluttering in the wind, his gaze fixed upon the unknown shore beyond. He did not know what awaited him on this journey to the Land of Lightning, but the chakra that had long lain dormant within him seemed already to stir, faintly yearning for new trials and new breakthroughs. After several days of steady sailing through the waves, the seafaring ship gradually drew near the coast of the Land of Lightning. In stark contrast to the Land of Water with its scattered islands and humid, rainy climate, the moment they set foot on the Land of Lightning, a bleak, rugged, and subtly oppressive aura rushed toward them. Gazing into the distance, endless steep peaks towered into the clouds like countless swords piercing the heavens. The mountains were mostly gray-black, with bare rocks shaped by years of wind and rain into bizarre forms. The sky here seemed higher, the clouds racing swiftly. Occasionally low rumbles echoed from the distant mountains, a unique natural phenomenon of the Land of Lightning, where thunderous sounds or natural lightning reverberated and collided through the valleys unceasing, as if a giant god beat a war drum above the clouds. It was from this that the country derived its name. "It feels so oppressive here." Chunhua unconsciously moved closer to Mingren, speaking softly. The air carried a dry scent with faint traces of sulfur and rock, utterly different from the salty dampness of the harbor. Along the way, they saw mostly rocky terrain with sparse vegetation, occasionally spotting low shrubs stubbornly growing in the crevices. Mingren nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Back when he had tangled with the Akatsuki, he had once reached the border of the Land of Lightning on a mission, but never ventured deep. Now, stepping into its heartland, he could more clearly feel the country's unique character and underlying hardships. With its terrain covered in mountains, arable plains, and valleys were pitifully scarce, the land barren and resources lacking. This had driven successive rulers of the Land of Lightning to harbor intense covetousness toward neighboring countries, especially the Land of Fire with its vast and fertile lands. In several great ninja wars, the Land of Lightning had often played the role of provocateur or active participant. Though most ended in failure, the conflict with the Land of Fire and its allies had become deeply entrenched seeds of mutual hatred long sown. This also explained why, when Dachuan Jiakong sought to expand outward, his first target was the Land of Lightning. "Stay close to me," This environment is more complicated than it looks. Mingren murmured the warning. His powerful divine sense, like an invisible ripple, spread outward from him cautiously, probing the chakra fluctuations and terrain within several miles. Although Chunhua's prophecy pointed here exactly where in the land of lightning and what they might encounter remained shrouded in mist. The two left the port town and headed inland along a dirt road that seemed frequented by merchant caravans. However, as they went deeper, the road grew rougher and signs of human habitation became rarer. At first, they occasionally encountered scattered villages or travelers on the road. Later, often after half a day's walk, their view held only jagged rocks, desolate slopes, and howling mountain winds. Sir, are we really not lost? On the afternoon of the second day, Chunhua couldn't help asking again. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, gazing at the seemingly endless mountains ahead, her tone tinged with fatigue and uncertainty. For someone who had always lived in bustling Mido, 2 consecutive days of trekking through such desolate wilderness tested both her physical strength and spirit. Mingren did not answer immediately. With a flicker, he leaped lightly onto the top of the tallest boulder by the roadside, as if weightless, shielding his eyes and gazing into the distance. In every direction, there were only mountains, boundless, primeval, and eerily silent. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. This is really a bit strange, he thought to himself. Though the land of lightning was mountainous, it shouldn't be this desolate, should it? After 2 days, I can hardly see a soul. When did people become so scarce? He leaped down from the rock landing before Chunhua, who was sitting on a relatively flat stone, catching her breath in small gasps. Seeing the dust on the girl's face and her undisguised weariness, a rare trace of embarrassment and guilt flickered across Mingren's face. He raised a hand to touch his golden hair, his eyes shifting, his voice lower than usual. Chunhua, well, I think we might be lost. Huh. Chunhua's eyes flew wide open and she nearly choked, almost slipping off the stone. Steadying herself, she stared at Mingren in disbelief, stammering, "You mean, you don't know where we are now?" Mingren lowered his head in embarrassment, his gaze fixed on his dusty boot tips, as if they held something incredibly fascinating. He mumbled an answer, "Yeah, seems like it." After a brief silence, Wah. Chunhua suddenly covered her face with her hands, crying bitterly, her shoulders heaving, "You don't know the way. And you made me follow you blindly through these barren mountains for 2 days, eh? Heavens. I thought you had some secret plan or special route. You might as well just kill me now. I don't want to live anymore." Whoa. The girl's sobs echoed in the empty valley, sounding particularly clear and aggrieved. Mingren, flustered by her crying, felt his cheeks grow hot. He stepped forward, awkwardly tugging at Chunhua's sleeve, trying to soothe her. Don't be like this, Chunhua. It's my fault. Don't worry, I'll find a way and lead you out. I promise. I won't listen. I won't. Whoa. My feet hurt, I'm covered in dust, tired and hungry. You're lying. You just wandered randomly. Chunhua cried, even harder, tears streaming down like broken beads. It's all my fault, I was too confident, didn't figure out the route beforehand. Please stop crying, okay? Mingren, rare in his soft tone, looked at a loss. Facing a powerful enemy, he could be cold and decisive, but confronted with the girl's aggrieved tears, he was helpless. After great effort coaxing and promising, Mingren finally managed to calm the emotionally overwhelmed Chunhua. Supporting each other, relying on Mingren's extraordinary sense of direction and keen judgment of water sources and terrain, they trudged painfully for most of another day, and finally managed to escape the seemingly endless barren stone forest. But before they could rejoice, an even more majestic and perilous giant mountain loomed before them, like a titan standing between heaven and earth, blocking their path. This mountain was unlike any they had seen before. Imposing, piercing the clouds, its body a deep gray-black, the upper half entirely hidden in flowing mist, its true form unseen. The mountain was unusually lush with dense forests, a stark contrast to the barrenness below. Only a narrow, winding path, almost overgrown with weeds and vines, coiled like a thin snake around the mountain, leading to the unknown summit. Chunhua looked at the mountain that seemed to cut off the world, her face instantly falling. She said weakly, "Sir, this is the 13th time you've said, we'll see people once we cross this mountain." Her tone was filled with distrust and deep exhaustion. Mingren gazed at the extraordinary peak before him, the peculiar intuition in his heart growing stronger. He forcibly suppressed his faint guilt, straightened his back, and pointed at the mist-shrouded summit, trying to make his voice sound unshakably confident. This time I'm definitely right. Trust me, Chunhua. Once we cross this mountain, we'll find a place to rest. Seeing Mingren's confident posture, as if he had everything under control, Chunhua silently wiped her dry eyes. A mix of helplessness, resignation, and faint sorrow welled up within her. She let out a silent cry in her heart. Heavens! Why on earth did I ever become so devoted to following such an unreliable master? Clinging to the last shred of hope, or perhaps because there was no other way forward, the two set foot on the rugged path leading to the summit. The mountain trail was steep, strewn with gravel, and exceptionally difficult. At the entrance at the foot of the mountain, a massive, weather-beaten stone tablet stood lonely by the roadside. The lower half of the tablet was deeply buried in the soil, and the exposed part was covered with mottled moss and traces of erosion. Most of the inscriptions were blurred and hard to read, exuding an ancient time-worn aura. Mingren stopped to approach the tablet, bent down, and carefully studied the carvings that were almost merged with the stone's texture. After a long while, he barely managed to recognize 3 large characters imbued with an ancient charm: Lu Dao Mountain. The 3 characters seemed to possess a strange power. The moment they entered his eyes, a faint electric current seemed to pass through his body. The sea of his divine sense rippled slightly, as if resonating with this mountain and this name in an indescribable way. Lu Dao Mountain. Naruto murmured the name under his breath, and the sound drifted softly through the silent valley. His brows knitted slightly as his mind swiftly sifted through the memories connected to that name. None of the archives of Konoha, none of the things he had heard on his travels, and not even the occasional legends Master Jiraiya mentioned, had ever touched upon this place. It was as if it had appeared from nowhere, standing in this desolate land. He instinctively turned to Chunhua beside him, his gaze asking the question. Chunhua's delicate brows drew together as well. After thinking carefully for a moment, she finally shook her head with certainty, saying that she too had heard of it for the first time. And yet in that brief silence and search, that strange intuition in Naruto's heart spread like ripples on a lake struck by a stone, widening, growing ever more distinct. He could almost be certain that this mountain and this ancient name were no coincidence. Chunhua's vague prophecy might very well be fulfilled right here. Let's go. Up the mountain. Naruto no longer hesitated. The words were quiet, yet carried an irrefutable resolve. He stepped forward first, setting foot on the narrow path that time had nearly forgotten. Chunhua quickly gathered herself and fell into step behind him. The path up Lu Dao Mountain was even rougher and more treacherous than they had imagined. The trail wound back and forth like a sleeping python coiled around the mountain. Time and again, after a sudden turn, an almost identical view would spread out ahead, making it dangerously easy to lose one's bearings. Towering primeval trees blocked out the sky along the path, their layered crowns filtering the daylight into dappled, broken specks of light that scattered across the damp road where moss grew thick. Even though it was afternoon, the woods were dim and deep. The air carried the cool, somber sense of earth-rotting leaves and some nameless plant. Now and then the call of an unknown bird or beast sounded from deep within the forest, adding to the mystery and gloom. After an unknown length of time, just as Chunhua's legs felt as though lead had been poured into them, and her breath had grown short, the view before them suddenly opened up. The dense woods stopped abruptly. A vast stretch of long stone steps hewn from natural boulders appeared before them, like a ladder reaching the heavens. The steps were dozens of feet wide, and every level had been worn to relative smoothness, though the edges bore deep traces of wind and rain. Clearly they were extraordinarily ancient. There were too many steps to count at a glance. Layer after layer they mounted upward, at last vanishing into the drifting mist higher on the mountain. At the far end of the steps, half concealed by mist, the silhouette of a temple was faintly visible. Its style was archaic and strange, utterly unlike any building Naruto had ever seen in the Land of Fire or the Land of Water. It had little ornamentation, its lines were simple and forceful, exuding a quiet, solemn, even slightly desolate atmosphere, as if a silent sage had sat here in meditation for countless ages. A place like this actually exists in the mountains, Naruto exclaimed in wonder. He had thought the best he might find was a reclusive expert or some lost little village. He had never imagined that such a grand and extraordinary temple could lie hidden in these remote mountains, almost untouched by human feet. The two exchanged a look, both seeing shock and gravity in the other's eyes. Without further words, they adjusted their breathing and began climbing the long stone steps. The steps were steep, and the climb consumed considerable strength. The higher they rose, the thicker the mist in the air seemed to become, and the temperature dropped steadily. An unnatural stillness surrounded them. Only their footsteps and breathing echoed through the open mountain. An invisible pressure slowly emanated as their altitude increased. After an unknown period, they finally reached the topmost step and stood before the temple gate. Seen close at hand, the monastery that bore the name Lu Dao Temple appeared even more magnificent and ancient. Its walls were built of an unidentified dark stone, smooth, yet covered in fine cracks, and the patina of ages. The temple gate was tall and massive, likewise made of some dark wood, its door rings fashioned as bronze beast heads, rusted and mottled with age. Above the gate hung a tablet bearing the name Lu Dao Temple in vigorous archaic brushwork, clearly from the same hand and era as the inscription on the stone tablet below the mountain. Naruto stood before the temple gate and was about to reach out and push it open when a sudden anomaly occurred. A voice, not arriving through vibrations in the air, sounded directly and clearly in the depths of his heart. The voice was peaceful aged yet carried the serene detachment of one who had seen through all mundane affairs and a power that could pierce every obstruction. Traveler from afar covered in the dust of the road, why not enter the temple for a talk? Boom. Naruto's body jolted violently as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. He stumbled half a step backward, and in an instant his face was written all over with impossible shock. His blue pupils shrank sharply as he stared at the closed temple gate. This is divine sense. A towering wave surged in his heart. Apart from me, there is actually someone else who can use divine sense. And so perfectly, so effortlessly wield it. The other party had not used chakra to imitate sound, nor any secret technique of transmitting messages into the ear. He had directly projected his intent into the deepest reaches of Naruto's consciousness with mighty spiritual power. This method was immeasurably more refined than his own crude use of divine sense, which he had only initially grasped, and used mostly for perception and impact. Once the immense shock subsided, he was filled with unprecedented wariness and a strange thrill at encountering a fellow being. Naruto breathed deeply, forcing down his churning blood and chaotic thoughts. He let his eyes fall half shut, and in an instant his consciousness sank into that unique state of mind, the sea of divine sense. He attempted somewhat clumsily to gather his mental power, and imitating the other's approach, cast a single thought outward like a pebble dropped into a still lake. You. Who are you? Those three simple words seemed to drain him of tremendous energy, leaving his face faintly pale. There was a short silence, as if the other side were sensing his crude response. Then an intangible sigh tinged with a hint of gratification, and yet carrying the loneliness of countless years, echoed directly in his heart. Alas, time flows and fate turns through its cycle. I have been here waiting for you for a long, long time. The voice paused, then came again, with gentle, unrefusable calm. Come in, child. Push open this door, and you will know everything. Boom. As if an invisible force had gently nudged him, Naruto was abruptly cast out of that mysterious communion of consciousness and back into reality. He staggered slightly, fine cold sweat already emerging on his forehead. His breathing had turned quick and short, and his face was pale. A mere exchange of thoughts so brief and simple had already left him mentally weak and exhausted. The other's strength, especially his spiritual power, was far above Naruto's, utterly unfathomable. My lord, what is wrong? Are you all right? Chunhua had been watching Naruto with anxious attention. Seeing him suddenly turn pale and unsteady, she hurried over to support him and asked with concern. She had heard no sound at all. She had only seen Naruto stand blankly in front of the temple gate and then become weak all at once. Naruto waved a hand indicating that he was fine. He straightened, then turned his gaze once more toward the heavy temple gate. Now his eyes were heavier than before. Thinking back on that conversation, he had strained just to send 3 words while the other could communicate with such effortless ease. The difference in spiritual power was like the gulf between the boundless starry sky and the light of a single firefly. He drew a quiet breath, steadied the chakra that was slightly disturbed within him, and turned to Chunhua. Wait outside. No matter what you hear, don't come in. Chunhua's face immediately showed reluctance and worry. But she saw the unquestionable resolve in Naruto's eyes and knew this was no ordinary matter. Barging in on her own might only make her a burden. She bit her lip, then finally nodded obediently and whispered, "Yes, my lord. Please, be extremely careful." Naruto gave her a soothing look, even though his own heart was filled with the unknown and wariness. Then he turned and faced the temple door that seemed to separate 2 worlds. He took a deep breath, reached out with both hands, and pushed hard. Creak. The heavy, archaic wooden door gave a long, grating sound, and slowly swung open inward. Behind the gate lay a deep, immense darkness that appeared to devour light itself, along with a richer, purer breath of age. Uzumaki Naruto stepped into Ludao Temple. What awaited him within was a truth that would overturn everything he had known, and the fate that had already been laid upon him. The temple gate closed slowly behind him, sealing off both the light of the outer world and Chunhua's worried gaze. Naruto found himself standing in an extraordinarily spacious grand hall. The hall had no windows, and the source of its illumination was inscrutable, as if a faint glow emanated from the dark-hued stone itself, barely holding the absolute darkness at bay, yet shrouding the entire space in a nebulous, hushed stillness. The air was steeped in a blend of ancient timber-aged incense and an indescribable, near-viscous field of energy that hung motionless in the atmosphere. The 4 walls of the hall were far from bare. Ranged about them stood several colossal statues of the Buddha. These statues differed significantly from mainstream Buddhist iconography. They were far more abstract, their lines harder and more unyielding. Each sat in a cross-legged posture, yet the hand seals they formed were bizarre beyond measure. Naruto's gaze was instantly captivated by those seals. He was a master of the 12 basic hand seals of Ninshu, thoroughly versed in most of their derivative variations, but the seals formed by these statues were utterly unlike any he had ever known. They were far more complex, with fingers twisted at angles that defied all convention, yet faintly resonant, with some profound truth of heaven and earth. Each seal seemed to expound a singular law of energy flow, communing with a deeper source of power. Merely gazing upon these seals, Naruto could feel the chakra within him begin to churn with an uncontrollable, subtle agitation. At the center of the hall, a figure sat cross-legged on a worn cushion with his back toward him. The figure wore a faded gray monk's robe, patched and mended countless times. He was thin and gaunt, utterly motionless, as if he had become one with the temple and the space itself. Another ancient statue in his own right. Naruto needed no verification to know that the voice that had just echoed directly within his mind belonged to none other than this man. He did not speak rashly, nor did he draw near. He simply stood still, his gaze shifting between the old monk at the center and the surrounding statues that bore those strange seals. The agitation of his chakra grew ever more pronounced, and the sea of his spiritual sense surged with ripples, as though seized by a powerful attraction and resonance. Then his gaze came to rest on the hand seal of one of the statues. It was a seal with the thumb pressed into the palm and the remaining 4 fingers raised straight and together, as if imbued with an immovable mountain-like will. The instant he stared at it with absolute concentration, a transformation occurred. Naruto felt a deafening boom explode within his skull, as though a great bronze bell had been struck in the depths of his soul. In that moment, his entire consciousness went completely blank. All perception of the outside world, the grand hall, the old monk, the light, the sound, vanished. His body slipped beyond his control, and his hands unconsciously began to mimic the bizarre hand seal of that Buddha statue. His 10 fingers, clumsy yet marked by an inescapable precision, twisted and pressed together through painful effort, forming a mudra that enshrined the true meaning of stability, immovability, and will. Boom. The instant the hand seal took shape, the chakra that had merely stirred gently within him exploded like ignited gunpowder, surging with unprecedented ferocity. The immense energy shed its former gentleness, slamming against his meridians in a mad frenzy, while a rending pain engulfed his entire body. He wanted to scream, but found even his voice strangled in his throat by the raging energy. He could only rely on an unyielding supreme tenacity to guard the final glimmer of clarity in his spiritual core, allowing the destructive force to rage through his body as if it would tear him apart at any moment. In the midst of this extreme agony and struggle, a colossal, radiant, golden, ancient character crashed into the depths of his consciousness, like the primeval birth of heaven and earth. Lin. As if by instinct or by the necessity of countless eons of practice, Naruto marshaled all his remaining strength and bellowed the word from the very bottom of his soul. Lin. Bang. A visible shockwave of fierce energy condensed to a tangible solidity erupted violently with Naruto at its center. Pale gold spinning, carrying an intent that would grind everything to dust, it charged defiantly toward the old monk, who still sat motionless with his back to Naruto in the middle of the hall. Wherever the energy passed, the air released an overwhelmed whine, and the dust upon the ground was scoured away in an instant. The force of this strike far surpassed an ordinary A-rank jutsu. It came perilously close to the threshold of S rank. Yet facing this terrifying attack that could destroy half the grand hall, the old monk did not so much as stir the hem of his robe. Just as the shockwave was about to touch the old monk's body, a strange phenomenon appeared once more. The violent energy seemed to slam into an invisible, utterly insurmountable wall. Its forward momentum stopped dead. Then the energy itself began to collapse and disintegrate at a visible rate, like ice and snow under a blazing sun. It shrank smaller and smaller until at a mere inch from the old monk's back it dissolved completely into nothingness without raising a single ripple. The old monk remained in meditation as if nothing had happened. Yet Naruto's unconscious state was far from over. The eruption of the first hand seal and true word seemed to have flung open a long-sealed gate within his body. His hands moved beyond his control, once more forming the second seal, one far more complex, symbolizing energy, vitality, and the power of action. Bing! Another surge of energy entirely different in nature burst forth with a keen, penetrating intent. Once again it shot toward the old monk, and once again dissolved eerily at a hair's breadth away. Then, do! The seal and true word of unity, resonance, and sympathetic induction, energy, surged like the tides. Je. The seal and true word of restoration, freedom, and dominion, verdant life, energy blossomed. Jia. The seal and true word of crisis, perception, and insight into the human heart, ripples spread across the spiritual plane. Jun. The seal and true word of temporal spatial control and telepathic connection, a space itself seemed to warp faintly. Lai. The seal and true word of temporal spatial separation and analytical deconstruction, the energy took on an attribute of dissolution. Zai. The seal and true word of universal resonance and mastery over the 5 elements, the powers of earth, water, fire, wind, and thunder faintly manifested. With each word that was roared and each seal that was formed, a unique and formidable energy erupted from Naruto's body. At first, the old monk in the center of the hall was still able to maintain his unshakable composure, dispersing them with ease. But as the true words that Naruto cried out advanced further and further, and the seals he formed came closer and closer to the core, the old monk's back, calm as an ancient well, seemed to stiffen ever so subtly. When Naruto, borne by an inexplicable inertia, hoarsely roared the eighth true word and formed the abstruse Madra, symbolizing the transcendent realm where the mind itself becomes Zen, the old monk's fingers resting on his knees twitched almost imperceptibly. Finally, the ninth true word, accompanied by the final most central Madra, the vase seal, which symbolizes the fusion of all phenomena and the mind becoming the universe itself, burst forth from Naruto's almost burnt-out soul. Chien. Boom. This time what erupted was no longer energy of a single attribute, but a primordial force of chaos, as if it contained the myriad phenomena of the world, every possibility, and all destruction. This power was no longer a straight-line impact. It spread outward like a domain, flooding the entire hall in an instant. The ancient stone of the walls groaned under an unbearable load, and the Buddha statues forming seals seemed to tremble faintly. The old monk, who had been sitting with his back to Naruto, finally moved at this moment. He spun around abruptly, revealing a face covered with deep wrinkles, yet strangely ruddy and immaculate, with neither beard nor hair. What was most astonishing were his eyes, no longer the peaceful and indifferent gaze of before, but blazing with a brilliance as solid as matter, as if they could pierce the void and see through past and future alike. Facing this ultimate strike enough to level the entire Ludao temple, and even the mountain it stood on, the old monk showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a gratified yet complex smile, as if he had been waiting for this very moment for eons, flickered across his face. His withered hands, moving with a speed and along a trajectory that Naruto could not comprehend in the least, instantly formed the very same mudra as Naruto had formed, the final mudra, the vase seal. The same true word bellowed from the old monk's mouth, yet carrying an almighty force that could steady the cosmos and realign the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Qian. Two currents of primordial power, identical in origin yet pushed to opposite extremes, collided in silent thunder at the center of the hall. The world-shattering explosion that might have been expected never came. At the point of collision, space shattered like broken glass, innumerable hair-thin, pitch-black cracks spreading outward in an instant. They were the marks of space itself being torn apart. Although these cracks lasted only for a moment before being swiftly sealed and eliminated by the mutual annihilation of the two forces and the old monk's transcendent power, the breath of nothingness from beyond the world that leaked out in that instant was enough to blast the soul out of any living being who sensed it. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Only the faint, not yet fully settled ripples of space at the point of impact testified that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Thud. Naruto could hold on no longer. The chakra's spiritual energy and even life force within his body seemed to have been completely drained. Darkness flooded his vision, and he pitched forward, falling face first to the floor in utter unconsciousness. The old monk slowly dismissed his hand seal, and the heaven-shaking aura vanished in an instant, reverting him once more to the semblance of an ordinary withered monk. He drew a soft breath, calming the faintly tremulous energy within him, then let his gaze rest on the unconscious Naruto. After scrutinizing him closely for a long while, the complex, gratified expression on his face gradually transformed into a pure, undisguised astonishment. To think he could provoke the resonance of the entire 9 true words in a single attempt. This child's bond with the 6 paths sage runs far deeper than I ever imagined. He murmured to himself, his aged voice echoing with particular remoteness through the empty grand hall. After an indeterminate period, Naruto slowly regained consciousness. The moment his awareness returned, an overwhelming tide of soreness and weakness flooded his entire body, as if every muscle had been completely drained, making even lifting a finger an arduous task. Following that came a searing, splitting pain within his skull, a fierce backlash from severely overextended mental energy. He let out a low groan, forced his heavy eyelids open, and his vision gradually sharpened from a blur. What met his eyes was still the ancient spacious hall, and the old monk seated cross-legged on a meditation cushion, now calmly observing him. Memories reassembled like fragments. The strange call, the involuntary hand seals, the frenzied energy surging within the 9 thunderous mantras, and finally that earth-shattering clash with the old monk that seemed to tear his very soul apart. Awake! The old monk's voice sounded serenely, not as the direct mind-to-mind transmission earlier, but through the vibration of air, carrying a genuine sense of age, yet still imbued with a calming power. Naruto struggled to sit up, but found even that effort beyond him. Abandoning the attempt, he merely turned his neck with difficulty, looking at the old monk, and asked hoarsely, "What happened just now?" A faint, almost compassionate smile appeared on the old monk's face as he slowly said, "What you were practicing just now is the 9-character mantra. This is a supreme dharma. Upon first contact it resonated with all 9 characters, over-consuming your chakra and mind, thus causing you to faint." 9-character mantra. Naruto repeated the unfamiliar term, his brow furrowed in discomfort. The old monk nodded slightly, explaining patiently. "It refers to the 9 special hand seals you formed along with their corresponding 9 mantra incantations. They can be simplified into the 9 characters, Lin Bing Do, Zhijie Zhun Lai Zai Qian, hence called the 9-character mantra." Naruto, enduring the headache, questioned, "The basis of ninjutsu only has 12 hand seal variations. Why are there these 9 completely different ones?" The old monk shook his head, his gaze distant, as if tracing an extremely ancient era. "This belongs to a power system entirely different from the ninjutsu of the world, rooted in different foundations and perceptions. Ninjutsu mostly relies on hand seals to guide internal chakra, imitating and driving external natural energy to achieve various phenomena. As for the 9-character mantra," he paused, searching for a more precise description. "It uses specific hand seals and incantations imbued with supreme power to directly vibrate and stimulate the deepest life energy channels and spiritual essence within the human body, unleashing potential beyond the ordinary, even beyond natural laws, thus entering a mystical realm beyond mortal imagination. In comparison, the 9-character mantra places harsher demands on the practitioner's body and mind, and the power it manifests is often more direct, more domineering." "I see," Naruto said thoughtfully. He recalled the 9 energies of different natures, each containing terrifying might. Indeed, unlike any chakra nature transformation he knew, they felt more like a power closer to the source, touching the very rules. He mustered a trace of strength, propped himself up on his elbows, and leaned against the cold stone wall. This simple action left him panting for a moment. Only then did he truly have the chance to carefully observe the mysterious old monk before him. The man wore a faded, patched gray monk's robe and a pair of worn straw sandals, sitting cross-legged with a stability like a rock. His tone was calm and distant, devoid of any worldly agitation, yet it strangely soothed Naruto's restless heart, shaken by pain and shock. The old monk's face was clean-shaven, hairless, with a ruddy complexion incongruent with his age, yet the deep wrinkles on his forehead and at the corners of his eyes silently spoke of the long years he had lived through. What most stunned Naruto was his eyes. No longer the sharp brilliance of the earlier outburst, but restored to a profound, ancient stillness, yet within that depth seemed to hold infinite wisdom and vicissitudes like 2 deep wells leading to an endless past, capable of reflecting and discerning all illusion and truth in the world. Merely meeting his gaze, Naruto involuntarily felt a sense of awe, as if gazing up at a lofty mountain. He had once been Hokage, standing at one of the pinnacles of power in the ninja world, and had witnessed countless powerful heroes. Cold as Uchiha Madara, mysterious as Pain, mighty as the Tiger Sage. They all possessed strength to shake mountains, yet none had ever given him this feeling. It was a pressure and allure that transcended the level of power, reaching the essence of life and spiritual realm. The old monk seemed to see through his inner shock, slightly closed his eyes, and continued in that calm voice. "Your ability to instantly perceive the law power contained in the 9-character mantra within the Buddha statue, and to spontaneously resonate with the energy channels in your body through mere observation, forming the seals yourself. This proves that you are the one I have been waiting for." Naruto's heart leaped, suppressing his discomfort, and blurted out, "Master, you were waiting for me." The old monk slowly opened his eyes, looking at him with a clear gaze, and nodded affirmatively, "Yes. I have been waiting here for you for exactly 300 years. If you had not come any later, this old, worn-out body of mine might not have been able to hold on until this moment of destined convergence." 300 years. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes full of incredulity. How is that possible? How can a human lifespan be so long? Upon hearing this, the old monk showed a faint, world-weary smile, and shook his head. "What you doubt is not whether a person can live over 300 years. What truly surprises and confuses you is how I could have precisely predicted 300 years ago that you would come here today. Isn't that so?" Naruto fell silent, not denying it. The old monk's words were too astonishing, far beyond the bounds of common sense, and no rational person would easily believe them. The old monk was not surprised by his reaction, and explained leisurely, "For cultivators like us, even if we possess some arts of foreseeing the future, most of us can only glimpse near-term fortune or misfortune, rarely reaching into the distant specific path of destiny. Take the young girl traveling with you outside the hall. She possesses a rare prophetic bloodline limit. But with her current ability, the clearest future she can foresee would not exceed half a year." However, he changed his tone, his voice taking on an indescribable solemnity and sanctity. "The one who foresaw 300 years ago that you would set foot on Mount Rokudo and push open this temple gate was not me, nor any mortal." "Not a mortal?" Naruto repeated subconsciously, the puzzle growing within him. Indeed, the old monk's gaze seemed to pierce through the stone roof into the boundless void, his voice calm, yet carrying a certainty, as if stating the ultimate truth of the universe. He is not a mortal of this world. He is the one who transcends all beings, governs the laws, and oversees the cycle of reincarnation. The old monk paused, his gaze refocusing on Naruto's face, filled with shock and bewilderment, and spoke each word clearly. A god. A god. Naruto was lost, the word too distant and abstract for him. The ninja world had legends of deities, but they were mostly regarded as myths from an age of ignorance. The old monk stared deeply into Naruto, as if to see through to the depths of his soul, and slowly uttered the name that was both legendary and ethereal in the ninja world's lore, like a creator god. He is Lu Dao Xianren, sage of six paths. This name struck Mingren's heart like a thunderclap, stirring 1,000 ripples. His breath suddenly quickened, chest heaving, azure eyes brimming with an unspeakable shock. That being, like a creator deity in the legends of the ninja world, the progenitor of all ninjutsu, was not merely a myth. Moreover, he had foretold his arrival. Why would he prophesy about me? A faint, barely perceptible tremor crept into Mingren's voice, a blend of yearning for truth and a bewildered, reluctant resistance to the invisible hand manipulating his destiny. The old monk, as if deaf to his question, remained immersed in distant memories and boundless reverence. His serene countenance was rarely adorned with an almost obsessive adoration, and his voice took on a distant, epic cadence. He was a sage whose greatness no words of this world could accurately depict. His wisdom was as vast as the starry sea, his power as profound as the cosmos. Mortals only knew he founded the ninja sect and passed down the art of chakra, unaware that his true achievements surpassed mundane understanding concerning the survival of this world and even the three realms. As the old monk's low, solemn narration unfolded, a breathtaking, tragic secret hidden beneath the dust of ages was gradually revealed before Mingren, like a magnificent and sorrowful scroll. Time receded 800 years. Back then, human society was not yet plagued by incessant wars or the proliferation of ninja villages. Under the care and guidance of beings called gods, human wisdom blossomed as never before. They built exquisite cities and towers, created breathtaking arts and crafts, mastered the skills of brewing mellow wines, and preparing delicate cuisine, living in prosperity and stability. The flame of civilization shone exceptionally bright in that era. However, with each passing generation, humanity's innate powerful learning ability and insatiable creativity gradually exceeded the gods' initial expectations. No longer content to merely accept divine gifts and guidance, they began to explore the essence of the world, question the absolute authority of the gods, and even attempt to touch realms that originally belonged to the deities. This transgression gradually aroused the gods' vigilance and hostility from their lofty thrones. In their eyes, these beings they had nurtured had grown arrogant, and their revealed potential stirred a faint unease and a tremor in the divine hearts. Finally, after prolonged debate and deliberation, the high gods made a cold decision to utterly destroy these flawed creations that were slipping from their control and might even threaten their own positions. Thus they summoned from another dimension, or rather descended, the eight-tailed divine beast, a being of ultimate darkness and destruction. The Eight Tails was inherently evil, embodying pure chaos and devastation. Its arrival brought only death and despair. Wherever it passed, cities turned to rubble, living beings perished, and human civilization crumbled before its terrifying power. Doom seemed imminent. Facing the crisis of extinction, the mightiest heroic clan of the time, the Tsuji clan, stepped forward. They mobilized their heirloom, the Tsuji sword, a divine weapon imbued with supreme power, and gathered the clan's full strength, intending to slay the Eight Tails with this legendary blade that could sever all things, securing a glimmer of hope for humanity. The battle was indescribably brutal. The warriors of the Tsuji clan charged wave after wave, sacrificing their lives, until finally the Tsuji sword's blade struck the Eight Tails' neck, which was coiled with endless darkness. But just as the blade was about to sever its head, a sudden change occurred. The Eight Tails, sensing true mortal peril, condensed all its dark energy in an unprecedented manner at its neck. The indestructible edge of the Tsuji sword was blocked by that concentrated darkness, unable to cut through. Even more terrifying, the Eight Tails' incredibly powerful regeneration and absorption abilities were instantly triggered. The Tsuji sword itself was eroded, enveloped by that dark energy, and ultimately forcibly absorbed into the Eight Tails' body, merging with its dark core. Having devoured the sacred Tsuji sword, the Eight Tails not only healed its wounds instantly, but also underwent a qualitative leap in power, breaking through a critical threshold to reach a level truly comparable to, or even surpassing, some gods. With such evil power capable of dominating the three realms, the Eight Tails' ambition swelled immensely. It no longer wished to be a mere tool for the gods to destroy humanity. It resolved to unify the realms of humans, gods, and other unknown dimensions, becoming the sole supreme ruler. To achieve this goal, the Eight Tails radiated its immense malevolent aura without restraint. This dark power, exceeding the world's tolerance, was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly triggering violent upheavals in the laws of heaven and earth. It forcibly unleashed the 5 great altars scattered across the continent that sealed the other powerful tailed beasts: the wind altar Shikaku of the sand, the lightning altar Reiju of thunder, the fire altar Nine-tailed fox of fire, the water altar Isonade of water, and the earth altar Magina of earth. 5 mighty-tailed beasts sealed for countless ages broke free. And this was only the beginning. The Eight Tails' evil aura sweeping across the entire world like the darkest beacon also awoke 3 other ancient monsters slumbering in the distant Kansai region: the Kaku, the Nikomata, and the Hoko. 9 divine beasts and monsters with power to annihilate heaven and earth appeared simultaneously, warring among themselves for territory and power, turning the human world into a battlefield and a source of energy replenishment. This was the dark era known as the Ancient 9 Divine Beasts War, which lasted for 500 years. Their power was so terrifying that the mere aftershocks of their battles shattered mountains and reversed rivers. Even the gods who summoned them, witnessing their true destructive force, dared not easily intervene in the chaotic war. Perhaps they were even pleased to see these uncontrollable entities consuming each other. And tiny humanity, caught in the game between gods and divine beasts, suffered the most brutal collateral damage. The population plummeted, the brilliant flame of civilization was nearly extinguished, glorious cities turned to dust, survivors were fewer than 1 in 100, struggling to survive amidst ruins and fear. In this darkest hour, a mendicant monk from a distant western land, carrying the great aspiration to save all beings, came eastward. He witnessed the devastated land with his own eyes, heard the desperate cries of survivors, and his compassionate heart ached as if pierced by a knife. This master, endowed with an incomprehensible divine power and great wisdom, could communicate with the gods above and reach the 6 paths of reincarnation below, thus earning the revered title, Sage of 6 Paths. Seeing the suffering of all beings, the Sage of 6 Paths resolutely stepped forward. Using his great power beyond divine understanding, he walked the war-torn land, seeking and subduing the 9 rampaging tailed beasts and monsters one by one. Each battle was thrilling, each sealing cost him immense mental and physical strength. In the end, he sealed the 9 calamities in various places with his supreme dharma, buying a brief respite for the human world. However, after fighting continuously against 9 beings comparable to gods, even the mighty Sage of 6 Paths suffered incurable wounds, and his life force was rapidly draining away. But the calamity did not end there. The Sage of 6 Paths taught humans to extract their own chakra, harness natural energy, and master ninjutsu to stand on their own, an act that completely enraged the gods, who already harbored resentment toward humanity. In their eyes, this was the ultimate blasphemy against divine authority and unforgivable theft. Taking advantage of the Sage of 6 Paths' weakened state from his unhealed wounds and depleted power, the gods shed their final pretense and launched a despicable joint assault on him. That was a battle beyond the imagination of mortals. Though the Sage of 6 Paths possessed boundless divine powers and wisdom, he was eventually outnumbered, and his already crumbling body could no longer sustain the onslaught of many gods. In his final moments, the Sage of 6 Paths made a decision that shook the 3 realms. He burned the remainder of his life and soul, using himself as a medium to forcibly open a spatial rift to an unknown dimension, constructing an unprecedented super seal aimed at the divine origin, the God-sealing seal. At the cost of his own physical and spiritual annihilation, he banished and sealed the majority of the gods who participated in the siege and harbored the greatest malice toward humanity into that eternal alien space. At this point, the old monk's voice was filled with infinite compassion and reverence. The hall fell into a deep silence, with only the ancient dust of history drifting slowly in the faint light. The moment the seal was completed, the Sage of 6 Paths' body transformed into 72 bloodlines, each containing fragments of different laws and primal power, scattering, like stars, to every corner of the continent, awaiting the inheritance by the destined ones. Later, these bloodlines gradually awakened in their hosts or descendants, evolving into various unique and powerful abilities passed down through generations. This is the true origin of what is now called Kekkei Genkai. The old monk's words struck Mingren like countless thunderbolts. He stood frozen, pupils dilated, mind blank, unable to utter a single word. These truths about the origin of the world, the gods, the war of the tailed beasts, the true sacrifice of the Sage of 6 Paths, and the essence of Kekkei Genkai completely overturned all his previous knowledge. This was 1,000 times more shocking than learning any S-rank ninjutsu or defeating any powerful enemy. He almost doubted whether he was trapped in an incredibly vivid dream. But he knew it was no dream. The old monk's words, the atmosphere of this ancient temple, the power of the 9-character mantra, and the vast chakra within him, originating from the Uzumaki clan and intricately connected to the Sage of Six Paths, all silently corroborated this. It was a cold, cruel, yet magnificently grand truth. He suppressed the almost exploding turmoil in his head and churning emotions, using all his strength to ask in a dry, husky voice, "Then, who are you? What? How do you know all these things?" The old monk gazed at him calmly, his eyes that had witnessed the vicissitudes of time, reflecting Mingren's shocked and bewildered face. Slowly, in a tone that stated an eternal fact, he said clearly, "Because I am one of the personal disciples of the Sage of Six Paths." The old monk was actually a disciple of the Sage of Six Paths. This identity, like a final hammer blow, fully solidified the authenticity of the astonishing secret, plunging Mingren's shock to its peak. Yet inexplicably, he felt that everything now made sense. Only a personal disciple of the Sage of Six Paths could possess such unfathomable power, such vast and profound knowledge, and the mission and qualification to guard a certain secret in this isolated place for 300 years. Naruto forced down the shock that churned within him like a tempestuous sea. Everything the old monk had revealed. The Sage of Six Paths, the gods, the war of the tailed beasts, the origin of the bloodline limits, was like countless heavy boulders threatening to crush the very foundations of the understanding he had built over more than 20 years of his life. It was all too incredible to believe, yet he could not bring himself to doubt it. The power of those 9 sacred words, the ancient aura of this temple, and the unfathomable heritage of the old monk that traced back to the Sage of Six Paths, all of it silently bore witness to the truth of these revelations. Then, what do these things, Naruto spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse from the turmoil within him, have to do with me? At last he had asked the most central question. He knew that everything the old monk had said could not be merely a tale of a forgotten myth. All of this must be inextricably and fatefully bound to him, and to his arrival here. The old monk's eyes revealed a knowing gaze, as if he had long anticipated this very question. That profound gaze seemed to pierce through the mists of time itself, having already foreseen this conversation. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying an unassailable sense of destiny. In the past, although the Sage of Six Paths sacrificed his life to cast the seal of the gods and banish the deities into a dimensional void, the power of those gods was ultimately too immense. Even the seal laid down by the Sage of Six Paths, with everything he had after 300 years of erosion by time and the corruption of that other dimension, has gradually loosened, its efficacy far diminished. If I had not remained here all this while barely maintaining and reinforcing it with my own cultivation and the lingering celestial power of Mount Rakuto, the deities would have long since torn a rift from within, and they would already have descended upon the world once more. He paused, a hint of poorly concealed exhaustion surfacing upon his aged countenance, yet his gaze grew ever sharper as it fixed upon Naruto. However, my power is ultimately limited, and the end of my days is drawing near. With one force waning and the other waxing, the breaking of the seal is merely a matter of time. Yet before the Sage of Six Paths entered nirvana, he used his final divine power to glimpse a fragment of the future and left behind a prophecy. He foretold that after 300 years a person would appear who would inherit his will and strength and bear the mission of saving this world, reinforcing and even recasting the seal upon the gods. The old monk's gaze became as tangible as a solid force, locking firmly upon Naruto. Word by word, clear and unmistakable, he declared, "That person is you, Uzumaki Naruto. You are the child of prophecy, the one who can alter the fate of this world and prevent the return of the gods." Child of prophecy. Naruto repeated the phrase in a low voice, and a bitter mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This tired old nonsense again. For such a ridiculous and absurd reason I fought with everything I had in the past. I fought the Akatsuki, I tried to save this so-called world. And what did I get in the end? I lost the ones I treasured, was betrayed by the village I swore to protect, and became a pitiful rogue ninja. Isn't this all just some cruel joke that fate has played on me? What a perfect irony. His voice carried suppressed fury and the resentment that had been accumulating for so long. Jiraiya-sensei had once called him the child of prophecy as well, yet that road had ultimately led to the very ending he had wished never to see. The old monk was not moved by his fierce reaction. He simply shook his head slowly, his eyes filled with the compassionate sorrow of one who has seen through the ways of the world. All life's encounters, whether glory or suffering, reunion or parting, may be but threads in a tapestry woven by destiny. If you had never fled Konoha, if you had never endured those trials and choices, how could you have come to the land of water? How could you have met the Morishita clan? And how could you have ultimately stood upon this Mount Rakuto before this old monk to learn the truth and origin of all things? When all these coincidences are strung together, they precisely prove that you are the inevitability that this old monk and the sage of six paths have been waiting for. Naruto laughed in sheer defiance, his anger reaching its peak. He no longer wished to listen to such talk of fate. He turned abruptly, making his way toward the door of the hall. Enough. I have absolutely no interest in this boring business of saving the world. With a powerhouse like you, Master, surely you can find a way to maintain the seal. And besides, if even your strength master cannot fully resolve the seal's problem, then I, a mere rogue ninja unable to even control my own fate with such meager power, certainly cannot do it either. The old monk looked at his resolute retreating back and let out a long sigh. The pity upon his face deepened. You have sunk deep into the mire of confusion, child. You cling to the wounds of the past, and thus fail to see the true path beneath your feet. His voice remained tranquil, yet carried the power to pierce directly into the heart. However, before you leave, I must tell you three things. Naruto's footsteps faltered slightly, but he did not turn back. The old monk spoke slowly, his voice echoing distinctly through the empty hall. First, this old monk has not truly fathomed the mysteries of life and death, nor can I obtain eternal life. At this moment, this mortal shell of mine has nearly reached the point of exhaustion, and my end is not far off. When that time comes, if no new power, strong enough to take my place, should arise, the seal will inevitably collapse at an accelerated pace. The gods will return, and no one will be able to stop them. Second, the old monk's gaze seemed to pierce through Naruto's back, staring directly into the vast energy within him. If you believe your power is far inferior to mine, that is a great mistake. The volume of chakra contained within your body is vast as the ocean, far surpassing my own at the peak of my cultivation. That clash of the vase seal earlier, had it not been for your inexperience in its use and your inability to unleash its true might, the outcome would have been far from certain. What you lack is not the sheer quantity of power, but the realm of understanding of its essence and the depth to which you have yet to realize your own potential. Third, the old monk's voice suddenly grew grave. If the gods truly shatter the seal and descend upon this world once more, given their attitude toward humanity and their deeds of the past, what do you think awaits mankind? Total enslavement, or destruction. When the nest is overturned by the storm, how can any egg remain unbroken? Do you truly believe that you can stand aside and remain untouched? These three sentences struck Naruto's heart, like three chilling alls one after another. The final sentence, above all, was a naked assault of reality itself. Naruto stood rooted in place, his back rigid. He was silent, yet within him raged a ferocious war between conflicting thoughts. After a long time, he slowly turned around, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he looked at the old monk. His voice was low. I can agree to try and seal those so-called gods. However, he raised his head, his eyes turning sharp and pragmatic. With my current power and my shallow grasp of these 9 sacred words, it is clearly far from sufficient. So I need the true heritage of power that you, or rather the sage of 6 paths, has left behind for you. The old monk smiled with an expression of just as I expected. Seeing that look that seemed to say everything was under control, Naruto felt a surge of irritation and emphasized in a louder voice, don't get the wrong idea. It's not for some lofty and vague goal, like saving the world. I simply want to obtain greater power. That's all. The old monk chuckled and nodded repeatedly, like an elder humoring a stubborn but soft-hearted child, going along with his words. Yes, yes. You seek this old monk's power for yourself, so that you may become stronger. Very well, please sit down, and I shall pass on to you the power left by the sage of 6 paths. Naruto looked at him, feeling a sense of helplessness, yet he knew this was the only option before him. He stepped forward as instructed, and sat cross-legged upon the cushion, facing the old monk. The smile on the old monk's face faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and gravity, as if he were about to conduct some sacred rite. He spoke gravely, do not think that receiving this inheritance is a trivial matter. In recent years, the seal's strength has waned. Though the true forms of the gods cannot descend directly, they have been able to project a part of their power and will upon this continent in the form of vessels of descent, or what some call angels. These apostles of the gods will seek, by every possible means, to prevent anyone from attempting to reinforce or repair the seal. The road that lies ahead of you will undoubtedly be strewn with thorns and mighty enemies. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, yet his gaze did not waver, the old monk smiled with satisfaction. But then again, you need not look so grim or disheartened. Do you know? As the child of prophecy, you bear the divine favor. That is an opportunity countless others dream of but can never attain. Yet you avoid it as if it were a venomous serpent. Truly. Naruto cut him off coldly. I don't care for any divine favor. The old monk shook his head with a wry smile and said no more. His expression then turned serious. Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. He cleared his throat, and his entire bearing suddenly became deeply solemn and sacred, as if he were connected to some great existence in the unseen depths of the cosmos. He spoke slowly, each word carrying an enormous weight that seemed seared into the very depths of Naruto's soul. The words I am about to speak you must remember with perfect accuracy, not a single mistake. For this is the final prophecy left by the Sage of Six Paths before he entered nirvana, burning the last of his divine soul to glimpse fragments of the future, and it is also the guidance left for those who would come after. A faint breeze seemed to pass through the hall, causing the candlelight, were there any, to flicker. The old monk's voice seemed to emanate from the dawn of time. When the flames of mankind's war spread to every corner of the continent, the shadow of annihilation shall shroud all things, and the old order shall crumble amid the flames of desire. Yet at the moment of utter despair a new world shall be born from an inconceivable miracle, and the gods who sought to rule all shall be utterly destroyed by the very evil they sowed and their own boundless arrogance. The Sage of Six Paths. The voice of the prophecy slowly faded within the hall, leaving behind an endless resonance and mystery. Naruto looked at the old monk in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. This prophecy sounded esoteric and obscure, filled with symbols and metaphors. The old monk met his questioning gaze but only offered a bitter smile and shook his head. This is a divine oracle, a condensed vision of the future that the Sage of Six Paths witnessed. Its true meaning requires you to slowly comprehend and verify it on your future path in conjunction with your own experiences and choices. Even I, after 300 years of contemplation, have not been able to fully grasp all its mysteries. Naruto fell silent. If even the old monk could not fathom it, then he naturally could not understand it all at once. He shook his head temporarily, tucking the prophecy away in the depths of his heart. His gaze turned resolute and pragmatic once more. Then give me what you spoke of, the power left by the Sage of Six Paths. The old monk nodded, his expression becoming solemn once again. In truth, the core inheritance left by the Sage of Six Paths has already been obtained by you. That is this 9 sacred words and the cultivation methods that accompany it. It is a supreme art for vanquishing demons, protecting the path, and communing with the primordial source of heaven and earth. What you lack are merely the ancient incantation syllables that perfectly synchronize with it. The precision of the hand seals the proficiency in uniting them with your mind and the depth of resonance with the laws of heaven and earth. So long as you devote yourself to cultivation in time, you may very well reach, or even surpass, the realm attained by the Sage of Six Paths himself. As for the 9 sacred words, its core lies in the 9 characters, Lin Bing Do, Zhe Jie Zhen Lai Zai Qian, and the 9 fundamental seals corresponding to them, the immovable foundation seal, of unwavering stillness, the great Vajra will seal, of surging power, the outer lion seal, of fierce valor, the inner lion seal, of manipulation and restoration, the outer binding seal, of free perception, the inner binding seal, of mastery over time and space, the wisdom fist seal, of enlightened radiance, the sun wheel seal, of transcending time and space, and the vase seal, that ultimately fuses all into one. Each of these 9 seals possesses supreme, divine power and subtle, wondrous functions. When paired with the correct incantations and mental disciplines, they can produce the mighty force to shake heaven and earth and reshape the very laws of reality. Thereupon the old monk began to explain in meticulous detail the most precise and perfect hand gestures, angles, and techniques of power application for each seal, correcting the subtle flaws in the movements Naruto had previously imitated on his own. At the same time, he imparted to Naruto syllable by syllable verses of ancient and obscure incantations that seemed to contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, explaining the crucial points of how they resonated with the seals, the body's energy channels, and the spirit and will. Naruto was by nature a master of ninjutsu, gifted with extraordinary talent and possessing a profound understanding of energy manipulation. Now that he received the true transmission with a peerless master like the old monk personally guiding and demonstrating at his side, many points that had previously been obscure and difficult immediately became crystal clear. He learned rapidly. Often the old monk needed to explain only once and demonstrate, but a single time before Naruto could quickly grasp the essential points, and even draw inferences and apply them to other cases. The 9 sacred words and the hand seals gradually became fluid and harmonious in his hands, growing ever more tightly integrated with his own chakra and spiritual energy. The old monk watched his astonishing progress, the gratification in his eyes deepening, and he nodded repeatedly, "Excellent, excellent. You truly are the one chosen by heaven with extraordinary enlightenment. From this point on you have truly entered the gate of the great demon-subduing art left by the Sage of Six Paths, and have obtained the very essence of its power inheritance." Naruto slowly dispersed his hand seal, feeling the chakra within his body, now entirely different from before, more refined and obedient, yet faintly containing an even more terrifying explosive force. A surge of agitation swelled within his heart. But he quickly calmed himself, looked at the old monk, and said in a deep voice, "The inheritance is received. Yet I can feel that my current power is still far from sufficient. And from what you said earlier, the existing seal seems all but impossible to repair thoroughly." The old monk sighed, a helpless expression upon his face. "Indeed. This seal is like an old garment covered in patches. Repaired too many times, the fabric itself has grown fragile beyond redemption. All these years I have only been barely maintaining it, staving off its collapse. To completely eliminate the hidden peril, you must, once your power matures, take the 9 sacred words as the core supplemented by supreme divine strength, and forge an entirely new, far more stable seal of the gods." Naruto was silent for a moment, then nodded with utmost seriousness. "I understand. I, Uzumaki Naruto, have always kept my word. Since I have agreed, I will see it done. I will train with all my might until I possess the power to seal the gods once more." He paused and stood up. "In that case, may I take my leave?" The old monk gazed deeply at him, as though he wished to etch his image into the very depths of his soul. At last he slowly nodded. "Go then. Remember your promise. And remember to live." Naruto said no more. He bowed slightly to the old monk, a gesture of gratitude for the teachings, and a farewell. Then he turned and strode toward the massive temple door, pushing it open. Beyond the door, twilight had already fallen. The golden glow of the setting sun gilded the mountain ridges with a halo of light. Chunhua was standing outside, anxiously pacing back and forth. The moment she saw Naruto emerge unharmed, a brilliant, joyful smile blossomed upon her face, and she darted toward him like a bird returning to its nest. Naruto looked at her, a faint, apologetic smile on his face. He reached out and gently patted her head, soothing her worried heart. He offered no further explanation. He simply took her hand and said softly, "It's all right. Let's go." They found the path by which they had come and began their descent from the rear of the mountain. Chunhua had no idea that in those few short moments the man by her side had come to bear a destiny of such crushing weight, one upon which the very existence of the world would depend. From this moment onward, foreshadowed by her own prophecy, the trajectory of Naruto's fate had shifted in earth-shattering ways. A change that, like a boulder cast into a placid lake, would send ripples that would ultimately touch the future of every living being upon this continent. The setting sun stretched their shadows long cast upon the winding mountain path. Mingren held Chunhua's hand, walking silently ahead with a steady stride, yet carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Chunhua could feel the warmth of his palm and the unusual stillness that had replaced his former demeanor. She obediently refrained from asking questions, only occasionally stealing a glance at his cold, chiseled profile. Beneath his calm exterior, his mind was far from tranquil. The inheritance of the 6 paths sage, the prophecy concerning the world's survival, the mission to reseal the gods. All these information raged through his consciousness like a violent whirlwind. From a rogue ninja who only sought revenge to being thrust into the role of the prophesied child destined to save the world. This transformation was too abrupt, too heavy a burden. Fight against those legendary gods to save the world. What a joke. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. He fiercely rebelled against the imposed mission in his heart. He was certain that he was no longer the hot-blooded youth who would get excited over some vague cause. Sacrifice myself for others. That simply doesn't align with my current survival principles or my true inner desires. But why did I agree to that old monk? Why did I accept this seemingly impossible task? He chewed over this question repeatedly, feeling as if he had unknowingly stepped into an intricately laid trap, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. This feeling of being led by the nose made him deeply uneasy. Suddenly a flash of insight struck like lightning, splitting the night sky, piercing deep into his consciousness. Mingren abruptly halted as if rooted to the spot. Then uncontrollably he threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing through the empty valley, carrying a sense of relief and self-mockery. Chunhua, who had been quietly following, was startled by his sudden outburst. She quickly tugged at his sleeve and cried out worriedly, "My lord. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Mingren laughed for a while before gradually calming down. He wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, not answering Chunhua's question, only shaking his head. A look of relief and mockery crossed his face after resolving the key dilemma, and he resumed walking forward. Chunhua remained behind, full of suspicion, muttering under her breath, "Oh no, could my lord have been hit by some sinister illusion in the temple?" One moment, he's as solemn as if facing death, the next he's laughing like a fool. "I'll have to find a doctor to check him out when we get back." Mingren, of course, had no idea that Chunhua was planning to find him a doctor. He only felt that a heavy stone in his heart had been lifted. He had finally found a solid, fitting reason for his seemingly contradictory acceptance. He told himself firmly and loudly in his heart, "I agreed to the old monk not for the sake of saving the world. I simply wanted to fulfill the wish that Hinata passed on with her life, to live well. That's all." This thought settled like a rock, instantly anchoring his chaotic thoughts. Agreeing to seal the gods was merely to obtain the greater power inherited from the 6 paths sage. Only with absolute power can I live better free from anyone's threats and manipulation, and one day in the future have the ability to fulfill Hinata's wish and exact blood vengeance on those who betrayed me. Not to save the world, but to live for myself for the last wish of my beloved for revenge. This reason selfish yet true brimmed with power. The bonds and confusion in his heart seemed severed by a sharp blade, leaving his mind broad and resolute. At the very moment his mind cleared, the power of the 9-syllable seal, which had been somewhat sluggish after the inheritance, naturally began to circulate with his breath, as if guided by some force. Mingren felt a stir, and almost instinctively entered that mysterious spiritual sense state. Immediately, everything around him appeared in his conscious vision, with unprecedented clarity and detail. He could even see the slow writhing of earthworms deep in the soil beneath his feet, and hear the faint rustle of a leaf detaching from a branch, and drifting down dozens of meters away. The range of his perception had expanded from about 30 meters to nearly 50 meters. Every blade of grass, every grain of sand, every stone, and even the flow of energy particles in the air within 50 meters were as clear as patterns in his palm. A slight joy arose in his heart. He tried to push his spiritual sense while hidden under his wide sleeves. His hands silently formed the first and most basic hand seal of the 9-syllable seal, the immovable foundation seal. No incantation, no charging, just the perfect alignment of mind and hand seal. Lin. He uttered a soft cry, low, yet carrying a strange penetrating power. Boom. A condensed, deep, immovable will-like, invisible force suddenly erupted from his body, not aimed at a specific target, but like an expanding field that slammed into a huge boulder beside the mountain path, a boulder as tall as 2 men. There was no dazzling light, no deafening explosion. The moment the hard boulder was touched by the invisible field, its internal structure seemed to disintegrate and shatter at the root by some law. First, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface, then like a sandcastle weathered for millennia, it silently and uniformly collapsed, annihilated, and finally turned into a fine powder barely resembling its original form, which was blown away by the mountain wind. Only a shallow pit remained, as if the giant rock had never existed. Chunhua stared in disbelief at the incredible sight, her mouth forming a perfect O that took a long time to close. She even rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating. What just happened? That rock. How? Is it gone? Mingren lowered his head, spread his hands, and gazed at the faint, lingering energy ripples on his palms. His body trembled slightly from the shock and excitement of mastering this new power for the first time. His face was slightly pale, indicating that the seemingly effortless strike was still a considerable burden on his current state, and he could not yet fully control it. So, this is the power of the 9-syllable seal, he murmured to himself, feeling the flow of energy that was both similar to and different from chakra, closer to the fundamental rules. Immovable foundation, disintegrating material structure. Truly domineering. My lord, did you do this? Chunhua finally snapped out of her shock, stammering. The look in her eyes when she gazed at Mingren was filled with deeper reverence and almost overflowing adoration. Mingren composed himself, turned around, and resumed his usual calm expression, though a barely noticeable sharpness glimmered in the depths of his eyes. You could say so. This is the new power I obtained from the temple just now, but I can't control it perfectly yet. Chunhua looked up at Mingren, infatuated, her big eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. After a long pause, she said in a dreamy tone, my lord, you are so handsome. Thud. Mingren stumbled, nearly falling over from the sudden, irrelevant remark. He steadied himself and shot Chunhua a helpless glare, which was met with the girl's playful and slightly smug smile. The two continued down the mountain, the atmosphere much lighter than before. The burden in Mingren's heart seemed to have been lifted, while Chunhua was immersed in the excitement and pride of her lord becoming even stronger. At the foot of the mountain, a relatively flat path, formed by long-term trampling, appeared, winding toward a distant green river valley that hinted at human habitation. Following this path, we should find a village or town, Chunhua. Mingren pointed ahead with certainty. My lord's decisions are always right. Chunhua immediately nodded, agreeing, without principle. But didn't you say before that none of my decisions were reliable? Mingren teased her deliberately. Did I say that? Chunhua blinked her innocent eyes, wearing an expression that said, you must be mistaken. It must be because you've been training too hard, my lord. You're having auditory hallucinations. Mingren looked at her cheeky, stubborn demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. He found himself increasingly enjoying teasing this simple-minded, blindly devoted girl. Then let us. Before he could finish, his gaze casually swept over a birch tree that seemed quite old, and he froze. His pupils contracted sharply, and his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing under the tree. What is it, my lord? Chunhua was startled by his sudden move, and quickly followed, tilting her head curiously. Mingren didn't answer immediately. His fingers gently traced a not-so-obvious but strangely familiar carving on the trunk. The shape, depth, and the extremely faint chakra imprint left on it all pointed to a source he knew all too well. He took a deep breath as if trying to inhale the lingering aura and slowly, with a tone mixed with complex emotions, said, "This is the mark of Konoha. Konoha's mark." Chunhua tensed at the sound of it and leaned in for a closer look. The mark was freshly cut, clearly made not long ago. Who could it be? What are they doing in the land of lightning? Naruto said nothing. His brows were locked tight, thoughts spinning through his mind. A Konoha ninja appearing in this desolate place so far from the land of fire was no coincidence. He quickly recalled the intelligence Morishita Mita had received before leaving Mito and the report Ichiryu had previously submitted concerning traces of Orochimaru's activities within the land of lightning. Could it be? An ominous premonition coiled around his heart like an icy snake. That insane man Orochimaru had a pathological obsession with the Sharingan and the Uchiha bloodline. And Sasuke was one of the last surviving scions of the Uchiha. Although Sasuke was powerful, Orochimaru was treacherous and full of schemes with no end of tricks at his disposal, let alone his knowledge of space-time ninjutsu that defied all reason. Stay close, Chunhua, and remain alert. With no further hesitation, Naruto let out a low shout and his body turned into a blur of an afterimage racing down the side path toward the direction the mark indicated. His divine sense swept the area ahead like an invisible radar, scanning with unprecedented precision, letting not even the faintest ripple of chakra or the slightest abnormal trace slip by. Chunhua dared not slacken. She immediately used the body flicker technique at full force and kept close behind him. She could feel the cold aura radiating from Naruto, like a sharp sword about to leap from its sheath. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing several li from where Naruto stood, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The air was thick with the smell of blood char and the ozone residue left by violent chakra collisions. Huff! Huff! Konohamaru knelt on one knee, gasping for air. Sweat mixed with the blood and dirt on his face kept dripping to the ground. His new Chunin vest was now torn in many places, revealing the wounds underneath. Yet his eyes were like those of a wounded young wolf, full of unyielding defiance and hatred, locked on the figure he loathed to the marrow. The man's face was so pale that it was almost eerie, as if he had not seen sunlight in years. He wore a loose kimono, his long black hair hanging carelessly loose. A pair of golden snake-like slit pupils regarded the disheveled Konohamaru with a mocking and cruel amusement. At the corner of his mouth was that signature smile, seemingly curious about everything yet utterly cold. It was Orochimaru. He. Orochimaru let out his trademark hair-raising laugh. Konohamaru, compared with your grandfather, the one hailed as the professor of ninjutsu, you really are far too weak. It seems you inherited none of Master Sarutobi's exceptional ninjutsu talent or political skill. Talent. Konohamaru gritted his teeth inwardly as a wave of stubborn refusal surged through him. Brother Naruto had once been called a dead last with no talent at all, but through his own hard work he became the hero who saved the village and went on to become Hokage. And brotherly, he could use neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu and relied solely on taijutsu. Yet he too became a remarkable ninja. He drew a deep breath, forced down the exhaustion and pain racking his body, and thrust a finger straight at Orochimaru, roaring with all his strength, "Don't you dare insult grandfather. I swear I will kill you and avenge grandfather." Orochimaru sneered as if too lazy to waste another word. His golden snake's eyes shifted with interest to the other two battles nearby. In one, Rock Lee in his green bodysuit with his thick eyebrows and big eyes was locked in intense combat with a sullen young man whose face was half like Orochimaru and half like himself, Kabuto Yakushi. Lee's taijutsu was fierce and lightning fast, but Kabuto's footwork was bizarre and slippery. His chakra scalpels were precise and vicious, deflecting Lee's wild attacks at every hair's breadth while seeking any chance to counter. In the other, Kiba Inuzuka and his partner Akamaru, who had used the beast mimicry jutsu to take a wolfman form similar to Kiba's, were joining forces against a young man around Konohamaru's age. The young man's face was cold and harsh, his attacks ruthless. Azure lightning flickered around him, drawing on the dark clouds overhead to hurl one savage bolt after another. Unmistakably the techniques of the Watanabe clan of the Land of Lightning. Kiba and Akamaru held on by relying on their close coordination and keen noses, yet for a time, they were unable to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a shrill, ear-rending shriek mixed with a suffocating pressure of chakra erupted from Konohamaru's direction. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils contracted. He whipped his head back, and for the first time the cynical, carefree expression on his face faded into a trace of gravity. This is... Konohamaru had forced his hands together before his chest. In his palms a white sphere of chakra, extremely unstable, its edges bursting with tiny wind blades, spun and condensed with an almost self-destructive ferocity. As the enormous amount of chakra was forcibly compressed, the violent energy it emitted twisted even the surrounding air. That's far too reckless, Konohamaru. Lee drove Kabuto back with a punch and shouted frantically, trying to rush over and stop it. Only for Kabuto grinning darkly to block him once more. Your opponent is me, Lee Kuin. Kabuto licked his lips and sneered, its wind release Raisin Shuriken. I never imagined anyone besides Naruto Kuin could master this jutsu, even if it's an incomplete version. The gravity on Orochimaru's face gradually shifted into the excitement of someone discovering a new toy. So this is the wind release Raisin Shuriken that has made Naruto Kuin famous throughout the ninja world. Hehe, I've heard so much about it. Prepare yourself, Orochimaru. Konohamaru's eyes were bloodshot and his face was set with desperate resolve. As if deaf to Lee's shout, he furiously poured nearly all his remaining chakra, without regard for his own safety, into the wildly unstable sphere in his hands. The shrill whine of the wind release Raisin Shuriken grew even more piercing, and the chakra compressed to its absolute limit radiated an aura of destruction. What an impressive jutsu. If I took that hit, even I would probably be gravely wounded. Orochimaru's voice was laced with barely restrained excitement. But your speed is far too slow. Very well then. I'll give you a chance to show me everything you've got, Konohamaru. I'd also like to witness firsthand just how much power this legendary jutsu truly possesses. He formed hand signs with such speed that afterimages trailed his hands and shouted ninja art triple Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 immense bronze gates carved with hideous demon faces and radiating an ominous aura rose as if from the depths of hell and stood imposingly between Orochimaru and Konohamaru. Aya! Konohamaru let out a primal roar, kicked hard against the ground, and charged at Orochimaru without a shred of fear, carrying the wildly unstable Raisin Shuriken. The sphere of energy seared through the air with a crackling hiss. Boom! Konohamaru's wind release Raisin Shuriken slammed ferociously into the first Rashomon. Crash! The first Rashomon collapsed under the violent blast and the slicing of countless wind blades. Konohamaru's body shook violently, and a thread of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. The backlash of the Raisin Shuriken began to corrode his arm, but he paid it no heed and kept charging forward. Crash! Under the even more violent impact, the second Rashomon shattered as well. Konohamaru's face had become as pale as paper. His chakra was nearly exhausted and the meridians in his arm seared with agonizing pain. Was this where it ended? No. A defiant roar exploded in his heart. Clenching his teeth, he forced out the last dregs of chakra that sustained his life force and poured them into the technique, which had already begun to betray instability. Crash! The third and sturdiest Rashomon groaned under an unbearable burden, then finally burst apart. And yet after breaking through all 3 Rashomon gates, the strength of Konohamaru's wind release Raisin Shuriken was at last spent. Its light faded and its form collapsed. His final fist, weak and powerless, fell against Orochimaru's chest, which still wore that mocking smile. Orochimaru smiled smugly. As if brushing away a speck of dust, he casually grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and hurled him to the ground like a torn sack. He opened his mouth, and a gleaming kusanagi, sword coated with viscous saliva, slowly slid out from his mouth. So this is the wind release Raisin Shuriken. It's nothing special after all. Looking down from above at Konohamaru, who lay collapsed on the ground with the light slowly dimming in his eyes, Orochimaru's voice dripped with derision. Konohamaru lay limply on the ground, feeling as though his whole body had fallen apart. Even the twitch of a finger was an immense struggle. But he still refused to surrender. Using what little strength remained, he squirmed forward inch by inch toward Orochimaru, a faint yet stubborn voice crawling from his lips. I'll kill you. Oh, Orochimaru. Don't go any closer, Konohamaru. Seeing this, Lee's eyes nearly split with rage. He suddenly burst with even greater speed, trying to break through Kabuto's blockade to stop Orochimaru from killing Konohamaru. Yet he had barely moved when an arm stretched out like a boneless venomous snake, its palm wind already slashing at his face. It was Kabuto. Your opponent has always been me, Lee Kuin. Kabuto sneered, his attacks growing even more vicious. On the other side, Kiba was tightly entangled by Watanabe Ichiryu and could not break free. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, its tip gleaming with a deathly chill, Orochimaru slowly raised his arm and aimed at the heart of Konohamaru, who was still crawling desperately across the ground. A cruel, delighted smile spread over his face. Master Sarutobi, I truly am sorry. It seems that today your line will be completely cut off. The sharp blade, carrying an icy killing intent, drove fiercely down toward Konohamaru's chest. At the very moment the Kusanagi blade was about to pierce Konohamaru's chest. Bang! A fist wreathed in azure chakra, moving so fast it tore the very air, appeared, without warning, before Orochimaru's face. The terrifying power packed into that fist made the air itself scream in protest. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils abruptly contracted, every instinct blaring a desperate alarm. Abandoning the kill on Konohamaru, he twisted his wrist, the Kusanagi sword as if alive, whirled back to parry the blow, while his mouth gaped grotesquely open, and assured her yet equally razor-sharp blade like a serpent's forked tongue lanced toward the attacker's ribs. The attacker seemed to have foreseen the counterattack. He tilted his body a mere hair's breadth aside, evading the blade with inches to spare. Instead of pressing the assault, he swept up the barely breathing Konohamaru from the ground, with one arm, pushed off lightly with his foot, and drifted backward like a phantom swiftly exiting Orochimaru's reach to land steadily several yards away. The entire sequence flowed like water executed in the span of a lightning flash. Fast, Orochimaru steadied himself and looked hard at the newcomer. A young man in his early 20s stood there at ease, his golden hair gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight that filtered through the trees, as if the dark battlefield itself had suddenly brightened. His expression was calm and unruffled, his blue eyes deep as the sea, bearing an aloof, world-dominating composure that suggested everything lay within his control. Who else could it be but Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto did not so much as glance at Orochimaru, as if the infamous Sannin simply did not exist. He merely looked down at the frail young Konohamaru in his arms. The cold, hard lines of his face softened a trace, and he murmured, "Konohamaru, you've grown." Konohamaru's dim, scattered eyes suddenly blazed with an impossible light mingling disbelief, joy, and grievance. His lips quivered as he forced out a few words, "Naruto, big brother." Naruto smiled faintly at him, forestalling further speech, then handed him gently to the vigilant Haruka, who had just rushed to his side. "Take care of him," he instructed. Only then did he slowly turn, his gaze falling upon Orochimaru like twin blades of frozen steel, and his tone flattened to something utterly unreadable. "Don't talk. Conserve your strength. This disgusting bastard, I'll take care of him for you." At Naruto's dismissive trash disposal tone, Orochimaru let out a shrill, eerie laugh of sheer fury. The other two battles in the field ground to a halt, as well startled by the sudden turn. Rock Lee and Kiba stared with utter disbelief at Naruto, who had descended like a divine warrior, and nearly shouted aloud, "Naruto." Naruto glanced at them both, pausing briefly on the wounds across their bodies, and nodded lightly. Long time no see, Lee Kiba." Orochimaru stepped forward, flashing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Now is hardly the time for old friends to reunite and catch up, Naruto-kun. Though come to think of it, it has indeed been quite a while, hasn't it?" His tone carried that habitual slippery unpleasantness. Naruto finally leveled his full gaze on Orochimaru, his face twisting with undisguised disgust. "You still make me sick, Orochimaru. Just looking at your ghastly neither human nor beast appearance makes my skin crawl." Orochimaru giggled, his golden serpentine eyes gleaming with peril. "Haha. Naruto-kun still loves his jokes. The question is your strength today as formidable as your tongue?" Naruto answered coldly, "You'll experience it firsthand very soon." Kabuto Yakushi slowly emerged behind Orochimaru, adjusted his glasses, their lenses glinting with cold light, and laughed with dark amusement. "Orochimaru-sama, you certainly misjudged him back then. The Naruto-kun of today is the golden miracle famous across the shinobi world, no longer the little brat who once needed your favor." Naruto cast a glance at the young man, whose aura grew ever more similar to Orochimaru's. His attire was nearly identical, and even his face had become half like Orochimaru's, while the other half still vaguely retained Kabuto's original features, a grotesque, unnatural hybrid. "So it's Kabuto," Naruto said with mocking sarcasm. "You really have become more and more like Orochimaru, neither human nor ghost. Have you completely lost yourself down the twisted path of power?" Kabuto was unmoved by the taunt. Instead, he smiled darkly, his voice carrying a warped fervor. "As long as I can obtain the power to glimpse ultimate truth and grasp the laws of the world, who cares what my exterior becomes?" Naruto's heart stirred slightly at those words. He turned his gaze to examine the cold, handsome young man on the other side, the one who could hold his own against Kiba and Akamaru fighting together, and his expression clearly posed a silent question. Ever since Naruto had appeared, that young man had scarcely taken his eyes off him, his gaze brimming with barely concealed reverence and excitement. From a shunned loser of the entire village to the golden miracle who had turned the tide, ended the great shinobi war, and revived Konoha. Naruto's legendary tale had spread across the world, and made him the admired idol of countless young shinobi. Seeing that Naruto had noticed him, the young man instinctively straightened his back, and declared loudly, unmistakable pride ringing in his voice, "My name is Watanabe Ichiryu, the eldest son of the Watanabe clan." To draw the gaze of the golden miracle is itself an honor. The Watanabe clan. Naruto saw faint traces of Sasuke from years gone by in this youth. Peerlessly gifted, yet carrying an extreme craving for power, even willing to throw himself into the arms of something dangerous. "Did you throw in your lot with Orochimaru for the power you seek as well?" Orochimaru seemed delighted by Naruto's interest in Watanabe Ichiryu, and cut in with a smile that did not touch his eyes. "A few years apart, and you've truly become a different man, Naruto-kun, deserving of a new and respectful gaze. But I wonder, compared with your beloved friend, Uchiha Sasuke-kun, who is the stronger one today, eh?" His words were like venomous needles stabbing with precise cruelty into some hidden corner of Naruto's heart. Naruto's body gave a nearly imperceptible tremor. His eyes instantly turned ice cold as blades. No need to be impatient. You'll find out personally soon enough. But before that I have a question. Ask whatever you like, Naruto-kun. Don't hold back, he. Orochimaru was all magnanimity. Naruto's tone remained flat, yet carried an unyielding piercing force. Back then you were stabbed by Itachi Uchiha's Tatsuka blade, your soul sealed forever within a dreamlike Jinjutsu world. I am very curious. How exactly did you escape? Well now. Orochimaru giggled, evidently quite pleased with himself. As a matter of fact, I have Kabuto to thank. Once caught in the Tatsuka blade's Jinjutsu, only one's own self can theoretically awaken the self. To ordinary people that is an almost unsolvable paradox because no second self can exist in the world. But, Orochimaru gestured at Kabuto beside him. Kabuto carried out a magnificent experiment. He transplanted and fused part of my cells, even fragments of my soul, into his own left half, through a forbidden jutsu. That allowed me to possess a vessel in the real world capable of bearing my consciousness. A half-bodied me. While I was drowning in that eternal Jinjutsu prison, it was precisely this real-world me continually calling out and locking onto my position that let me eventually find the way back and break the Tatsuka blade seal. Naruto mulled this over, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. So that's it. Using such an absurd, forbidden technique to create a coordinate in reality. Then how did you escape the sealing jutsu later cast by Sasuke's Amanaka, paired with the Rinnegan? That should have sealed away all your conventional means of escape. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most absurd thing in the world, tilting his head back and laughing wildly, his laughter saturated with madness and a superiority that transcended ordinary human wisdom. When the laughter died, Orochimaru spoke in his uniquely husky voice in the tone of one imparting ultimate truth. Naruto-kun, did you know that the world we inhabit is not merely the three-dimensional space composed of length, width, and height, as commonly understood? Naruto's heart slammed with shock, and for the first time genuine awe at the unknown surfaced in his blue eyes. This man has actually touched upon this level. Impossible. Even I only vaguely brushed the edge of higher dimensions after mastering the 9-syllable mantra and divine sense. Seeing Naruto's undisguised shock, Orochimaru smiled with smug satisfaction like a cat that had cornered a mouse and begun to toy with its prey. The universe we inhabit is woven from more dimensions of space-time layered and entangled together. No, to be precise, an almost infinite number of dimensions. There exist countless worlds both similar to and different from ours, overlapping one another yet invisible to each other. Perhaps even at this very moment beings from other dimensions are passing straight through our bodies without us perceiving them. You mean? Naruto seemed to have grasped the thread of something. Orochimaru did not answer directly, continuing in that seductive voice. So for someone sealed within ordinary three-dimensional space, no matter how powerful the seal, it can only seal off the exits of 3 dimensions. The 4th dimension, or even higher dimensions, becomes the seal's blind spot, a potential exit. Take a simple example: confine an ant to a 2-dimensional plane. For the ant, the plane is the entire world. No matter what it does, it cannot escape. But for observers like us living in a 3-dimensional world, if that ant could grow wings, it could easily fly away from above the plane, the 3rd dimension, and escape its bounds. And Orochimaru pointed at himself, his face brimming with arrogance, and the ant that found that pair of wings inside a 3-dimensional seal and flew out from a higher dimension. Naruto stared at Orochimaru in horror, unable to believe that the man's cultivation had indeed reached such an inconceivable level, forcibly shattering the dimensional constraints of space itself with colossal energy. This was already approaching the domain of gods concerning the most fundamental rules of the world. Orochimaru leisurely savored Naruto's shocked, unnerved expression as if waiting for his mind to collapse. And yet, Naruto was Naruto after all. After a brief moment of astonishment, he snapped his head up, his gaze once more sharp and icy calm, and a trace of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. An impressive realm indeed, worthy of being called a ninjutsu genius seen once in decades. But what? A shadow of stiffness crossed Orochimaru's smile. A jutsu as monumental as dimensional manipulation would require an astronomical quantity of chakra. Naruto analyzed word by word. Can you channel that much chakra in the blink of an eye? And even if you somehow manage it, just how would you guarantee pinpoint precision to lock onto me and launch a lethal strike in that state? The smugness on Orochimaru's face abruptly froze and darkened. Naruto's words had struck home with pinpoint accuracy, stabbing directly at his greatest current weakness. Though he had used his genius intellect and unscrupulous research to glimpse a higher power, and step into what he arrogantly called the demigod realm. His physical accumulation of strength and bodily constitution had not been able to fully keep pace with his elevation in realm. This forbidden jutsu that forcibly shattered the dimensions of space consumed enormous power and required extensive preparation time. Aside from serving as a life-saving escape, it was indeed quite impractical in the rapid flux of real combat, especially against an opponent of Naruto's caliber. Naruto suddenly stepped forward, his aura turning savage and razor-sharp like an unsheathed divine blade. It seems your divine domain is far from omnipotent. Now then, it's time to face your reckoning, Orochimaru. Before the words faded, immense chakra erupted from Naruto like a roused beast. The piercing noise, like thousands of birds shrieking in unison, tore through the sky. The howl of chakra compressed and flowing at terrifying speed. An overwhelming pressure radiated from Naruto and bore down on Orochimaru, so immense that Kabuto and Watanabe Ichiryu standing nearby staggered back several steps, their faces instantly drained of blood. Is this the true power of the golden miracle Naruto Uzumaki? Watanabe Ichiryu stared dumbfounded at the figure wrapped in blue chakra flames, his heart quaking as if he were looking at a deity walking among mortals. All his former pride and arrogance seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of such an absolute gap in power. To be able to reach such a terrifying level with nothing but aura. Kabuto adjusted his Askew glasses, his expression shifting unsteadily as he stared fixedly at Naruto. A tempest raged in his heart. Naruto-kun, in just 1 year. Just how terrifying a level have you grown to? Lee and Kiba exchanged a glance, seeing in each other's eyes an indescribable shock and a trace of complicated emotions. Naruto, in the end, have you really left us far behind? The same thought rose in their minds unbidden. The playfulness on Orochimaru's face finally vanished completely. His golden slit pupils narrowed, slightly gleaming with an extremely dangerous light. What remarkable chakra control, Naruto-kun. To be able to draw up chakra on this scale in an instant. Even I, as I am now, would find it hard to do so with such ease. However, he paused, his voice hoarse with forced calm. Mere volume of chakra won't frighten an old friend who has survived countless life and death battles. No need to be impatient, Orochimaru. Naruto replied, coldly, his voice like ice. Soon you will personally understand the principle of quantitative change, giving rise to qualitative change. As he spoke, a massive raisin shuriken, extremely unstable, its edges erupting with dense wind blades, rapidly took shape in Naruto's hand. It trembled violently and let out a piercing shriek like a ferocious beast forced into a cage, ready to break free at any moment and annihilate everything around it. Then, visible and saturated to the extreme, wind attribute natural energy began to converge madly from all directions, 100 rivers rushing into the sea, pouring into the restless raisin shuriken. With the flood of wind attribute chakra pouring in, the originally unstable sphere of energy began against all logic to gradually quiet and condense. Its volume shrank continuously and its color changed in horrifying succession, first glaring bright white, then searing crimson, then deep dark purple. In the end, a sphere no larger than an apple, pitch black throughout, as if capable of swallowing even light, hovered silently above Naruto's palm. The black sphere no longer made any piercing sound, it exuded instead a deathly silence that chilled the heart. Yet the destructive energy contained within made every keen-minded person present feel their scalp go numb and their souls tremble. Orochimaru's expression finally changed completely. He stared unblinkingly at the black sphere in Naruto's hand. From it he sensed a terrifying energy more than 10 times mightier than Konohamaru's incomplete raisin shuriken from earlier. He had a clear intuition if he were to take that thing head-on, even his body rebuilt through countless experiments would be instantly erased from existence, with no chance of survival. Naruto slowly raised his hand. The black sphere seemed unbearably heavy, making his arm tremble faintly. Proof that even he found it extremely arduous to perfectly control this newly developed jutsu that surpassed the wind-release raisin shuriken. Every muscle in Orochimaru's body was taut. His golden serpent eyes locked onto Naruto's every subtle movement, his mind at full concentration, ready to deal with the earth-shattering strike to come. Naruto took a deep breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and shouted, "Ninja art Rasengan explosion." The black sphere did not shoot out at high speed like ordinary ninjutsu. Instead, it drifted lightly as if unaffected by any force, floating lazily toward Orochimaru on a bizarre trajectory, no faster than a pebble thrown by an ordinary person. Orochimaru had been braced for danger, but at the sight, he paused and laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Just like that teacher of yours, Jiraiya, who loved flashy, impractical things. At such a slow speed are you trying to tickle me? How could that ever hit me? But before his laughter faded, Naruto curled the corner of his mouth into a cold arc and uttered in a low voice, "Explode." Boom. The black sphere that had been drifting lazily exploded violently the instant Naruto's words fell. One became 10, 10 became 100, 100, 1,000. Countless fist-sized Rasengan, equally pitch-black, and edged with deadly wind blades surged toward Orochimaru like a swarm of disturbed killer bees, or a metal storm bursting open at a terrifying speed surpassing sound in a fan that covered almost every possible space to dodge. The smile on Orochimaru's face froze, instantly replaced by unprecedented shock and terror. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, trying to escape with the body flicker technique, but the countless miniature Rasengan, as if alive, had already sealed off every possible route of retreat. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru roared hoarsely, his hands forming hand seals with incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 demon-headed gates radiating a netherworld aura rose from the ground once more to block the devastating attack. However, the violent collision he had expected never happened. The countless black Rasengan, as if ignoring physical obstruction, pierced, eroded, and reduced the first and second Rashomon to dust with ease like a hot knife through butter. Then came the third. Boom. The third Rashomon held for less than half a second before crashing down, scattering into energy fragments across the sky. The black Rasengan storm instantly swallowed Orochimaru's figure whole. All that remained visible was a dark energy zone constantly compressing and shredding inward, along with the grating sounds of slicing and annihilation from within. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto shrieked in terror, his face pale as paper, his gaze at Naruto filled with fear. He couldn't imagine Orochimaru-sama being so easily defeated. Lee and Kiba too looked utterly incredulous. They truly could not conceive that Orochimaru, the one who had brought countless nightmares to Konoha and had even cost the third Hokage his life, could seem so pathetically fragile before Naruto. Little did they know that to unleash this ultimate technique, surpassing S-rank Naruto had mobilized nearly all the chakra and spiritual sense power he could currently command for precise control. Naruto's body went slack, and he staggered, almost unable to stay upright. This terrifying Rasengan explosion had nearly exhausted most of his chakra and mental energy. He had completed the theory of this jutsu long ago, but only after initially mastering the 9-word mantra and greatly increasing his control over energy did he dare try it in actual combat for the first time. As things stood, the power was more than enough, but the burden on himself was still too great. Gritting his teeth, he slowly walked toward the dark energy zone that was gradually settling, scanning it with a calm gaze. Had Orochimaru really been killed just like that? Deep down, he had a vague feeling things would not be so simple. When the residual energy faded, a huge, bottomless pit was left behind, its edges smooth, as if something had erased it from existence. Groundwater was even bubbling up from the bottom of the pit. Ah, what's that? Naruto's gaze sharpened and fell on a patch of scorched earth at the pit's edge. There lay a small segment of something unnaturally dark red, as if carbonized in an instant by intense heat. Its shape vaguely resembled a finger. His heart stirred, and a grim premonition rose abruptly. He quickened his steps to approach. Too late, Naruto-kun. A voice seething with suppressed fury and agony, as if coming from the abyss of hell, sounded from the twisted shadow of a giant tree nearby. Naruto's pupils shrank. Without thinking, he instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique, his form blurring as he flashed aside. Almost the same moment he vanished, the space where he had stood seemed to be twisted and crushed by an invisible force, emitting a strained rumble. Orochimaru's figure slowly walked out from the twisted shadow. He still wore the same kimono, but now he looked rather bedraggled. Hair disheveled, a trace of dark red blood at the corner of his mouth. Most striking of all, the little finger of his right hand hanging at his side was severed cleanly at the root. The stump was charred black, bloodless, yet emanating an unsettling remnant of energy. No trace of his former mockery and composure remained on his face. In their place was an extreme, icy madness. His golden slit pupils locked tightly onto Naruto, who had just reappeared not far away like a venomous snake spotting its prey. You were a hair's breadth. Just one hair's breadth from truly succeeding, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, every word forced out between clenched teeth. Naruto understood in an instant. At the final moment, Orochimaru must have resorted to a forbidden technique involving spatial dimensions, paying a dreadful price. Perhaps sacrificing his own finger, using its vital blood and soul fragments as a catalyst to tear through space, and at the last split-second flee into a higher dimension, escaping that killing blow. Heh. Naruto suppressed the churning blood and chi in his body and looked mockingly at Orochimaru's severed finger. How does it feel to save your life by losing a finger? Orochimaru's face grew even more ferocious at these words. He said with a sinister smile, you have truly thoroughly angered me. Soon you will know the consequences of thoroughly angering a sage who has glimpsed the divine realm. Naruto sneered disdainfully. Let me tell you this, next time you won't have such good luck, or a finger to offer in place of your life. Hearing that, Orochimaru burst into manic laughter. Next time? You think there will be a next time? Before the laughter died, Naruto's form flickered, and he turned into a bolt of blue lightning charging fiercely at Orochimaru. He wanted to press the advantage while Orochimaru was wounded and seal the victory in one stroke. Bam! A dull thud. Naruto felt as if he had slammed into an invisible yet tough and unyielding wall. His forward charge stopped dead, and the tremendous rebound sent his blood and chi churning, nearly blasting him backward. "My lord," Chunhua cried out in shock. She had always had absolute faith in Naruto, but seeing his attack thwarted, she couldn't help worrying. This Orochimaru's methods were truly too bizarre. Naruto's expression changed only slightly as he quickly steadied himself, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. Orochimaru laughed wildly, almost deranged. "Naruto-kun, didn't you say my space-time ninjutsu was utterly useless in combat?" Orochimaru laughed wildly, almost deranged. "Naruto-kun, didn't you say my space-time ninjutsu was utterly useless in combat? Then what do you think of the ground prison technique I created by temporarily altering the fundamental rules of this area based on my understanding of spatial laws? So it truly is spatial confinement." Naruto's heart jolted. To think he could create a jutsu that locally altered spatial rules. No wonder he was a once-in-a-century ninjutsu genius. In terms of sheer mastery over jutsu development alone, he might have surpassed the old third Hokage. He forced down the shock inside and gently closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly sinking into a state of spiritual perception. Everything around him, including the invisible spatial barrier, appeared in his perception as a unique pattern of energy. There must be a flaw. As long as it is a jutsu, it has to have energy nodes or structural weak points. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun?" At a loss. Orochimaru couldn't help mocking again, like a cat that loves to toy with a mouse before devouring it. Inwardly, he was actually furious. Naruto's Rasengan explosion had forced him to pay the price of a severed finger, which would be a massive blow to his future research. Nothing more than this. Naruto replied with a cold sneer. His spiritual sense, like the most precise probe, rapidly scanned and analyzed the surrounding spatial structure. Sure enough, 3 steps to his right and front, he keenly caught an extremely subtle point where the flow of energy was slightly sluggish. It was like the sole faint, nearly imperceptible flaw on an otherwise perfect balloon. He pressed his fingers together like a sword, fusing the small amount of chakra that had just recovered in his body with the power of the 9-word mantra, concentrating it at his fingertips, and swiftly formed the hand seal of the 9-word mantra, symbolizing stability, firmness, and breakthrough. Lin. A powerful energy imbued with an immovable will and the property of breaking through jutsu struck the weak point of the spatial structure with incomparable precision. Boom. A crisp sound like shattering glass rang out. The ground prison spatial cage Orochimaru had constructed with immense power collapsed and dissipated in an instant like a balloon punctured by a needle. Uffed. Orochimaru's body convulsed violently, as if struck by a heavy blow. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell backward, head flung back. His mind had been closely linked to that spatial technique, so when Naruto broke it by force with such artful skill, he immediately suffered severe backlash. Naruto, too, having forcibly driven his power, saw darkness before his eyes and swayed in an even worse state than before. Watanabe Ichiryu reacted extremely quickly. At once he sprang forward, scooped up the gravely wounded Orochimaru, and snapped low at the still-stunned Kabuto Go. Before the words had faded, he was already the first to use the body flicker technique, disappearing into the depths of the forest with Orochimaru in his arms. Kabuto glanced at Naruto, who was clearly at the end of his strength, and a flicker of hesitation and killing intent passed through his eyes. If I could use this chance to kill the Golden Miracle. But the thought merely flashed by. The strength Naruto had exhibited just now was too terrifying. He didn't dare gamble on whether Naruto still had another move in reserve. Besides, even Orochimaru-sama had been. He gritted his teeth and ultimately did not dare strike. His form flickered, and he swiftly followed Watanabe Ichiryu in retreat. Watching them vanish into the forest, Naruto could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he fell to one knee, gasping for breath, his forehead covered with cold sweat from exhaustion. The turbulent chakra currents of the spiral explosion gradually subsided, leaving only a massive crater on the ground and the scorched aura permeating the air. Naruto knelt on one knee, panting heavily as sweat trickled down his forehead and dripped onto the charred earth. Forcing the consecutive use of the spiral explosion and the Lin-word true mantra to break the imprisonment circle had placed an immense burden on his body and mind. His chakra was nearly depleted, and a dull ache radiated through his meridians. The newly acquired divine sense, employed for the first time in battle to unravel such a sophisticated space-time ninjutsu, had drained his spirit far beyond expectation. He felt his mind turning blank, as if all strength had been drained away. "My lord," Chunhua exclaimed, dashing out from behind the large tree where she had been hiding, her face etched with worry. She carefully supported his swaying frame, and upon touching him felt that every muscle was taut and trembling slightly. He was clearly at his last gasp. "How are you? Are you injured?" Naruto waved his hand weakly trying to speak, but his throat was parched, and no words came out. He closed his eyes, striving to regulate the remnants of chakra within him, which now flowed like a mere trickle, attempting to calm the surging heat in his blood. Yet his mind involuntarily replayed every moment of the confrontation with Orochimaru. Orochimaru's unfathomable comprehension of space, his bizarre substitution and escape techniques, and the final imprisonment circle imbued with the power of rules. This opponent was far more troublesome and dangerous than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of divine sense and the 9-syllable true mantra at Mount Liudao, the outcome of today's battle would have been uncertain. Unexpected, he is still this formidable. Naruto murmured, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. He was not belittling himself, but rather maintaining a clear-headed assessment of his enemy. Orochimaru's exploration of ninjutsu life and the very laws of the world had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary shinobi, reaching a near-demonic pinnacle. Just then a rustling sound came from not far away. Chunhua immediately stood guard in front of Naruto, gripping a kunai tightly. However, it was not an enemy, but Lee and Ya, who had been entangled by Orochimaru's subordinates earlier. They also bore signs of dishevelment, clearly having just finished their own fight. Naruto. Lee spotted Naruto kneeling on one knee with a pale face and rushed over, at once his expression filled with anxiety. Are you injured? Is it serious? Ya quickly followed, with Akamaru whining uneasily at his feet. He looked at Naruto's weakened state, then at the devastation left by the battle, especially the massive crater and the terrifying chakra fluctuations still lingering in the air, and his eyes were filled with shock. Just now, was that commotion caused by you? Where is Orochimaru? Leaning on Chunhua for support, Naruto slowly rose to his feet. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the feeling of weakness, and his face resumed its usual calm, even with a hint of detachment. He ran away. His tone was flat, as if stating something trivial. Lee looked at Naruto with a complex expression, concern for his comrade mixed with a heartache from being unable to understand his actions. Naruto, come back with us. Everyone in Konoha needs you. Don't you know the state you're in now? Sakurashi. He paused, leaving the implication unsaid. You also chimed in, Naruto. Why can't we solve things together? You are the 7th Hokage, the pillar of Konoha. 7th Hokage. Naruto repeated the word softly, a faint icy arc curling at the corner of his mouth. That position has long ceased to concern me. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lee and Ya, a look that made his former comrades feel a sense of estrangement. The pillar of Konoha. How ironic. When Hinata was forced to reverse her chakra and perished while trying to send me a warning, where was Konoha's pillar? When Danzo Hayashi and those so-called noble clans allied with Tokugawa Iemitsu to eliminate me, where was Konoha's pillar? His voice was not loud, but each word cut like a blade into the hearts of Lee and Ya. They opened their mouths to refute, but found their words utterly powerless. They had heard something about Hinata's incident, but the information had been strictly suppressed, with the truth shrouded in mystery. The power struggles among the upper echelons were a darkness beyond the reach of frontline shinobi like them. That's not the whole of Konoha. Lee clenched his fists in agitation. There's still us. There are still comrades who believe in you. Comrades. Naruto closed his eyes, and in his mind flashed Hinata's pale, yet satisfied smile, causing a sharp pain in his chest. When he opened his eyes again, only a frozen resolve remained. It is precisely to avoid losing more precious comrades that I must leave, and some blood debts must be repaid with blood. He broke free from Chunhua's support, his steps still unsteady, but his back was straight as a ramrod. Go back and tell Shikamaru, tell everyone in Konoha. I, Uzumaki Naruto, henceforth have no ties with Konoha. If we meet again and anyone blocks my path, they will be my enemy. With that, he no longer looked at Lee and Ya's anguished, incredulous expressions and said to Chunhua in a low voice, let's go. Chunhua quickly nodded and followed closely at Naruto's side. Drawing on the last shred of chakra, Naruto executed an imperfect but sufficient body flicker technique, and their figures flickered a few times before disappearing into the dense jungle, leaving Lee and Ya standing dumbfounded, their hearts filled with endless loss and confusion. In the air there seemed to linger the cold, resolute declaration of Naruto, along with the weight and sorrow of the 7th Hokage, who was forced onto the path of betrayal. Having shaken off Lee and Kiba, Naruto could no longer hold himself upright. He leaned against a great tree, his face pale as paper. The unrelenting high-intensity combat and spiritual attrition had finally pushed his body beyond its limits. My lord, Chunhua cried out in alarm, hastily pulling soldier pills and water from her ninja tool pouch. Please eat something and recover your chakra. Naruto did not refuse. He accepted the soldier pills, swallowed them, drank a few mouthfuls of water, then sat cross-legged and began guiding the faint chakra within his body through a full cycle circulation. The Nine-Tails chakra, though vast, had seemingly fallen into a state of dormancy after the battle against the Dragon Sage, and the successive deployment of his ultimate techniques, it too required time to recover. As for the depletion of his divine sense, only deep meditation could replenish it. Chunhua kept watch at his side, her gaze alertly sweeping the surroundings, not daring to relax in the slightest. Watching Naruto with his eyes tightly shut and brow faintly furrowed, she felt her heart ache with concern. She knew the burden he bore and how arduous and solitary that road was. Roughly 2 hours later, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Though his face still bore signs of fatigue, his gaze had regained its clarity and his chakra had recovered a tenth or two. Enough at least for him to move without hindrance. This place is not safe to linger. Naruto rose to his feet. Konoha shinobi might still be combing the area, and with Orochimaru's elusive movements there was no guarantee he would not return. We need to find someplace to rest for now, to keep out of the way. Where shall we go? Chunhua asked. Naruto considered briefly, his gaze settling on the faint massive outline of a village built among the distant mountains. Kirigakure. Its relationship with Konoha is delicate, and with the current wartime tensions simmering among the four great nations, they will not easily allow Konoha shinobi to enter in force for a search. Besides, he paused. There is something there I need to confirm. He recalled the prophecy of a god's descent he had heard from the old monk on Six Paths Mountain and the keys or clues that might be scattered across the land. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Kirigakure had a long history and might contain records of the arcane secrets of antiquity. More importantly, he sensed an extraordinarily faint fluctuation from that direction, one that resonated however subtly with the power he had newly acquired. Without further delay, the two slipped toward Kirigakure under the cover of darkness and the uneven terrain. Though Naruto had yet to fully recover his extensive experience and keen perception, which even without drawing on divine sense far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi, allowed them to evade multiple waves of Kirigakure patrols. As they neared a secluded valley on the outskirts of Kirigakure, Naruto suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing. What is it, milord? Chunhua asked in a low voice. The scent of blood. It's thick and laced with a familiar, repulsive chakra presence. Naruto said in a low voice, his piercing gaze sweeping into the depths of the valley. It's Orochimaru's lingering aura, faint but unmistakable. Could he have done something here after his retreat? They exchanged a glance, then warily advanced into the valley. The deeper they went, the heavier the stench of blood grew. As they made their way through a stretch of scattered boulders, the sight before them made even Naruto, who had lived through the Great Ninja War, feel a chill grip his heart. Deep in the valley, everything lay in chaotic ruin, clearly the aftermath of a ferocious battle. Dozens of bodies lay scattered in grotesque poses, their deaths brutal. Most had been slain by powerful lightning release techniques or by blades. Judging by their attire and forehead protectors, they were shinobi of Kirigakure, and many were dressed in fine garments, suggesting no ordinary rank. Which Kirigakure clan was attacked? Chunhua covered her mouth, a flicker of horror passing through her eyes. Naruto did not answer. His gaze came to rest on a small figure in the middle of the clearing, kneeling before the corpse of a middle-aged man. It was a boy of 12 or 13, clad in black mourning garments, his body stained with blood and mud. He had his back to Naruto, his shoulders gently shaking as though weeping in silence. Yet Naruto keenly sensed a violent, sorrowful chakra surging within the boy, a power steeped in the breath of destruction. What drew Naruto's attention most, however, was the nature of the chakra radiating from the boy. Lightning release, yet one so pure and formidable that it seemed to beckon the wrath of heaven and earth. That sensation was intertwined with the faint, elusive fluctuation he had sensed earlier, and with the nauseating remnants of Orochimaru's chakra still hanging in the air. The Watanabe clan. Naruto murmured, recalling the Kirigakure clan, famed for its formidable lightning release, Kekkei Genkai. It seems Orochimaru's hand has already reached this far. And this boy before him was likely the sole survivor of the tragedy. The boy seemed to sense their presence behind him and whipped his head around. The boy's face was smeared with blood and tears, yet its refined features remained discernible. His eyes were crimson, brimming with boundless sorrow and wrath, along with a killing intent far beyond his years, almost mad in its intensity. The moment he saw the unfamiliar Naruto and Chunhua, he reacted like a cornered young beast snapping into a combat stance as sparks of lightning crackled in his hand. Are you accomplices of those bastards too? The boy roared hoarsely, his voice thick with tears and unyielding hatred. Naruto regarded him calmly, gazing into those eyes set ablaze by hatred, as though seeing the shadow of someone from his own past. He did not release the slightest killing intent. He only spoke evenly, his voice especially clear in the silent valley. The ones who attacked this place. Were they a pale serpent-like man and a bespectacled assistant who greatly resembled him? The boy was taken aback. The frenzy in his eyes faded, replaced by deep wariness and confusion. You? How do you know? Because I fought him just now. Naruto took a step forward, his gaze sweeping across the bodies scattered on the ground before finally settling on the boy. Tell me your name. The boy looked into Naruto's azure eyes. There was no pity in that gaze, no sympathy, only an unfathomable calm, an understanding as if it could hold all the pain and fury within him. Under the weight of that gaze, his tightly wound nerves inexplicably eased a fraction. He said hoarsely, "Watanabe. My name is Watanabe Rai." The stench of blood in the valley was almost tangible, mingling with the smell of soil and scorched flesh enough to make one retch. Watanabe Rai, a youth who had just endured the annihilation of his clan, was like a wounded wolf cub baring his fangs and using every last ounce of strength to maintain a fierce facade, trying to scare off the uninvited guest before him. The arc of lightning in his hand flickered unsteadily, casting a pale, desperate glow across his face. Naruto watched Watanabe Rai calmly. His sapphire blue eyes were like an unfathomable deep pool, absorbing all the boy's anger, grief, and fear without raising the faintest ripple. He released no killing intent and assumed no defensive stance. He merely stood there, yet an invisible, suffocating pressure materialized around him. "Fought with you." Watanabe Rai's voice turned shrill with agitation, carrying an incredulous tremble. You really fought that snake-like man?" Who are you?" He could not imagine that the man who had destroyed everything he owned like a nightmare could actually be repelled by someone. "I am Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto stated his name flatly, as if it were merely an ordinary title. Yet in the shinobi world, that name carried the weight of a mountain. Watanabe Rai's pupils contracted sharply, and his body visibly stiffened. "You? Uzumaki Naruto. The golden miracle of Konoha." Even far away in Kirigakure, he had heard that legendary name countless times. The rogue Hokage, a shinobi with devastating power. After the shock came a far more tangled emotion, wariness, bewilderment, and a faint trace of hope he had not even noticed in himself, like a drowning man grabbing at a drifting log. "So you do know me." Naruto took a step forward, his foot landing on blood-soaked mud with a soft sound. He paid no heed to the corpses scattered around, keeping his gaze fixed on Watanabe Rai. "Tell me what happened. In detail." Under Naruto's unyielding gaze, Watanabe Rai's taut nerves seemed to be forcibly smoothed by some invisible force. In a hoarse, fragmentary voice, he recounted the tragedy of the night. Orochimaru and Kabuto had appeared without warning, crushing the Watanabe clan's resistance with overwhelming force. His father, uncles, and clansmen fell one after another, and his elder brother Watanabe Ichiryu, the genius he had once looked up to, had only stood by coldly, even aiding the tyrant in his evil. "Brother, he defected to that demon." Watanabe Rai's voice was thick with excruciating pain and bewilderment. Why? Why would he do such a thing? Naruto listened in silence, understanding settling in his heart. He knew Orochimaru's methods all too well. Temptation, power, immortality. One of them could always find the cracks in a person's heart. Watanabe Ichiryu had clearly become a candidate for Orochimaru's new vessel, or perhaps for one of his experiments. For power. Naruto gave a cold answer, shattering the boy's last lingering illusion. In Orochimaru's eyes, a Kekei Genkai was no more than material worth researching, and family ties were nothing but useless burdens. Your brother chose what he deemed more important. Watanabe Rai shuddered violently, staggered back a step, and almost lost his footing. The truth is often crueler than lies. Naruto looked at him and continued in that same flat tone. "Then what about you, Watanabe Rai? What do you want to do now, eh? Stay here and rot alongside your dead kin? Or run aimlessly like a stray dog until Orochimaru's men, or Kimigakure's executioners, find you and die in silence?" Every word was a knife to the heart. Watanabe Rai's face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled as he failed to form a single complete sentence. Revenge? How could he possibly take revenge? Before Orochimaru, who was like a demon god, and his older brother who had betrayed the clan, he was as insignificant as an ant. Or Naruto shifted his tone like a thread of light cast into the darkness, cold yet pointing out a direction. "You can choose another path." Watanabe Rai jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed hard on Naruto. "Swear loyalty to me." Naruto's voice was not loud, but it had the resonant ring of metal. "I will give you the power you need for revenge, and give you the chance to end all of this with your own hands." Chunhua held her breath nearby. She saw that familiar light in Naruto's eyes, the look of a man weighing, measuring, and searching for a useful piece on the board. She knew Naruto had taken a liking to the latent power in this youth, and the will ignited by hatred. Watanabe Rai's heart pounded violently. Pledge loyalty to this strange rogue legendary shinobi. It was undoubtedly as dangerous as asking a tiger for its skin. But did he have any other choice? The blood feud of his clan seared into his soul like a brand. He needed power, desperately, and the man before him had just claimed to have fought Orochimaru and survived. He possessed power the boy could not begin to imagine. Why me? The youth forced out, clinging to the last shred of rationality. Because your hatred is pure enough and your Kekei Genkai still has untapped potential. Naruto did not mince words. And I need people who can get things done. This is a deal, Watanabe Rai. You give me your loyalty, and I grant you power and the chance for revenge. Of course, he paused, his gaze abruptly sharpening like a blade. A concentrated killing intent enveloped Watanabe Rai in an instant, sending him into an ice-cold abyss. If you ever dare betray me, I will make you taste a despair deeper than death. That frigid killing intent bound him like tangible shackles, catching Watanabe Rai's breath. He had no doubt that the words were true. This was a choice with no turning back. Silence spread through the blood-soaked valley. The only sound was the night wind sobbing through the rocks. A few seconds later, Watanabe Rai dropped heavily to both knees and struck his forehead against the cold ground, splashing up flecks of mud mixed with blood. I, Watanabe Rai, hereby swear by the last bloodline of the Watanabe clan. His voice trembled with agitation and resolve, yet was unusually clear. In this life, I will serve Lord Naruto Uzumaki, accept you as my master, and remain loyal until death. Please, my lord, grant me power. Naruto looked down at the youth prostrate on the ground, his face utterly expressionless. He reached out and pressed his hand upon Watanabe Rai's head. A gentle yet undeniable chakra surged in, instantly calming the chaotic flow of the youth's energy caused by his emotional turmoil. Remember your oath. Naruto withdrew his hand and said calmly, from today on, your life belongs to me. Get up. It's time for us to leave. Kimogakure's pursuers are almost here. Watanabe Rai rose to his feet and felt his body much lighter. The wild chakra that had been tormenting him had also settled. When he looked at Naruto, his eyes were filled with awe and a complex emotion akin to finding a place to belong. He had lost his family, yet he seemed to have found a stronger, colder pillar to lean on. Naruto wasted no more time. He signaled Chunhua and Watanabe Rai to follow, and the three of them swiftly vanished into the thick night, leaving behind the valley that bore countless restless souls. Behind them were only silent corpses and a youth's fate forever altered. The seed of revenge had been planted, waiting to bloom into a blood-stained flower in the storms to come. Crossing the border of the land of lightning into the land of earth, the scene before them turned stark and desolate. Bare rock, sparse vegetation, and cracked earth formed a striking contrast to the abundance of the land of fire. Occasionally, ragged refugees could be seen tottering along, their eyes dull and lifeless. Naruto and his two companions advanced quietly along the main road that led to Luo City, the capital of the land of earth. Haruka remained as lively as ever, but she showed obvious wariness toward the newly joined Watanabe Rai, scrutinizing him openly. Watanabe Rai, in contrast, was quiet and taciturn, spending most of his time silently feeling out the changes in the power within his body and trying, as Naruto had instructed, to control his lightning-release chakra with greater precision. Hatred drove him forward and left him no room for the slightest slack. Naruto, meanwhile, used this time to further consolidate his cultivation. The consecutive battles against the Tiger Sage and Orochimaru gave him a deeper understanding of his divine sense and the Kuji-in. He discovered that divine sense could not only perceive energy nodes and genjutsu traps, but could even vaguely sense the emotional fluctuations and malice of other people, a terrifying ability almost akin to mind reading. Furthermore, every hand seal of the Kuji-in corresponded to a different law of energy circulation and was far more than simple offense or defense. Several days later, the towering silhouette of Luo City rose above the horizon. Unlike the barrenness that pervaded the land of earth, Luo City stood upon a rare oasis. Its lofty walls hinted at the prosperity within. Yet 100 li outside the city gates, the scene was completely different. Masses of refugees were barred from entry, soldiers shouted and drove them off, and chaos reigned, in ironic contrast to the feasting and merriment within the city. The royal house of the land of earth has decreed that beggars may not enter Luo City. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy, Naruto said flatly. Whether stating a fact or voicing mockery was impossible to tell. He had long been used to such scenes of wine and meat rotting behind vermilion gates, while frozen corpses lay by the roadside. The sight only deepened his disgust for the so-called daimyo. The three paid a substantial entry fee and entered Luo City without trouble. The city was truly bustling. Shops lined the streets, and the passers-by were finely dressed, as if it were a world apart from the misery outside. Naruto did not choose the most luxurious inn. Instead, he found a comparatively secluded place to stay that still offered a good view. After settling in, he left the inn alone. His target was the palace of the land of earth's daimyo. Night fell, and lights were just beginning to glow. Under the darkness, the palace appeared even more extravagant. White marble steps glimmered coldly in the moonlight, and the black statue before the palace silently overlooked the capital. Naruto moved like a specter, silently slipping past both overt sentries and hidden posts, until he easily reached the roof of the main hall. His divine sense spread out like quicksilver, instantly enveloping most of the palace. Countless auras, strong and weak, complex flows of chakra, and all manner of hidden barrier formations were clearly reflected in his mind. The defenses are considerably looser than those of the Land of Fire's palace, but the extravagance is more than comparable, Naruto remarked inwardly, as he searched for the exact location of the Land of Earth's daimyo. Just then a warning sign flared in his heart. Within the perception of his divine sense, a vast, dense energy source carrying a faintly familiar aura was rapidly closing in on the spot where he had just been. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto instantly used the body flicker technique Utsusimi, which he had learned from the fourth Hokage. His body seemed to merge into the night, leaving behind an extraordinarily lifelike afterimage, while his true form slipped into the shadows of the rooftop, his aura completely concealed. Almost at that same instant, an old man in a white robe appeared, as if teleported to the exact spot where Naruto had been standing. The old man's face was gaunt and refined, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He was Shima Kanuman, the Tiger Sage of the Land of Fire. Shima Kanuman frowned slightly, and carefully probed his surroundings. A moment ago he had clearly felt an extremely faint yet powerful sensation of being watched, and now it had disappeared without a trace. Was it an illusion? Or? He did not dare be careless, his gaze like a bolt of lightning swept over every inch of space. Heh, Lord Shinma, did you notice something? A lazy, slightly effeminate voice sounded from below. A handsome young man strolled out. It was Tokugawa Iemitsu, who after recovering from his injuries had come to the Land of Earth on behalf of the Land of Fire to conclude an alliance. He wore his customary smile, but a hint of coldness lurked deep in his eyes. In the shadows, Naruto's gaze locked onto Tokugawa Iemitsu in an instant, and a torrent of killing intent surged up from the depths of his heart, nearly impossible to suppress. The image of Hinata dying in front of him reappeared vividly in his mind. The enemy was right before his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed the impulse to attack at once. The Tiger Sage was at his side, and the palace guards were on high alert. This was by no means the right moment. He needed a more careful plan. It's nothing. This old man is probably just being overcautious. Shima Kanuman shook his head, but the vigilance in his eyes did not fade. Tokugawa Iemitsu smiled, refrained from asking more, and left together with Shima Kanuman. Only after the two were far away did Naruto emerge from the shadows. He looked in the direction in which Tokugawa Iemitsu had disappeared, his eyes as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Tokugawa Iemitsu, I never expected we would meet so soon. Truly there are roads to heaven, yet you refuse to take one. There is no gate to hell, yet you come charging in on your own. He muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. This time where can you run? The hunt begins. After returning to the inn, the chill clinging to Naruto had not yet fully faded. Chunhua and Watanabe Rai immediately sensed the change in his mood. A deathly stillness, the kind that precedes a storm about to explode. My lord. Chunhua spoke, her voice filled with concern. Prepare yourselves. We may need to leave Luocheng ahead of schedule. Naruto cut her off, his voice calm, but carrying an unshakable resolve. Or perhaps we do something big before we go. He briefly recounted what he had discovered in the royal palace about Tokugawa Iemitsu and the Tiger Sage, omitting the specific details, yet the bone-deep killing intent was unmistakable. Watanabe Rai's eyes ignited with excitement in an instant. He craved battle, craved proving his worth, and above all craved honing his strength through combat. Tokugawa Iemitsu. Since he was the master's sworn enemy, he was a target that had to be eliminated. Chunhua, by contrast, was more rational. Though she shared the same hatred for the one who had caused Lady Hinata's death, she was more concerned about Naruto's safety. My lord, the other side has the Tiger Sage as a guard, and the royal palace of the Land of Earth is heavily guarded. Should we not think this through more carefully? Opportunities slip away in an instant. Naruto walked to the window, gazing out at the nightscape of Luocheng, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Tokugawa Iemitsu could not stay in the palace forever. They had come here to conclude an alliance. There was bound to be a time when they left. We need to learn their exact itinerary, and then, en route, deliver them a grand gift. Over the next 2 days, Naruto hardly left the inn. He relied mainly on his divine sense for long-range surveillance and perception, while sending Chunhua and Watanabe Rai to infiltrate the streets using the transformation technique and gather information about the Land of Fire delegation. Watanabe Rai's lightning release movement was swift, making him ideal for reconnaissance. Chunhua, with her meticulous nature, excelled at extracting useful information from rumors and gossip. Naruto himself was immersed in deeper cultivation. He repeatedly rehearsed possible battle scenarios, especially how to deal with the Tiger Sage's uncanny, almost supernatural speed. In his previous encounter with the Tiger Sage, he had slipped away largely by relying on skill and divine sense, using cunning more than raw force. A head-on confrontation would still be a struggle. His strength had grown tremendously, but he dared not be the least bit careless. He combined the 9-syllable mantra with his own wind release Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, devising new tactics. On the evening of the third day, Chunhua brought back a crucial piece of information. The Land of Fire delegation would leave Luocheng at dawn and return to the Land of Fire. Their route followed the main highway, but it would pass through a treacherous stretch called Duanhuan Gorge. Duanhuan Gorge. Naruto's fingers tapped lightly on the table, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The terrain is treacherous, towering cliffs on both sides, easy to lay an ambush, and just as easy to seal off. Good. We'll do it there. He immediately began to set things in motion. First, he needed to make sure that when they struck there would be no interfering bystanders, and that word would not leak too quickly. He had Watanabe Rai use the destructive power of lightning release to go to a stretch of road ahead of Duanhuan Gorge late at night, and trigger a moderate landslide blocking the main highway. This would force Tokugawa Imitsu's convoy to slow down or change course before reaching the gorge, and any detour would inevitably pass through the point where he had set up the ambush. Second, he needed to set up a barrier that could at least temporarily trap the Tiger Sage or sever his connection with Tokugawa Imitsu. Calling to mind the ancient barrier knowledge recorded in Konoha's Scroll of Seals and mentioned by the old monk of Mount Liudao, combined with his own understanding of chakra and space, he began planting specially made chakra metal talismans across the pre-selected battlefield in Duanhuan Gorge. It was a simplified version of the five-seal barrier. Though not as sturdy as the original, its strength lay in rapid activation, enough to buy crucial time. Finally, and most importantly, was how to deal with Tokugawa Imitsu. The man was formidable. He possessed the light-release Kekkei Genkai. In their previous clash, Naruto had allowed him to escape. This time, he absolutely could not repeat that mistake. Naruto decided that the moment he struck it must be with overwhelming thunderous force, leaving the man no chance to unleash his protective light flames. Everything was ready. It was the darkest hour before dawn. Naruto stood by the inn's window gazing at the faint pale light of dawn spreading in the east. His eyes were cold and resolute. Tokugawa Imitsu, your time of death has come. Before dawn, the Duanhuan Gorge was shrouded in impenetrable darkness and dense mist. The sheer cliffs on both sides rose like the fangs of a colossal beast, piercing the gray sky and leaving only a sliver of daylight. The official road narrowed and twisted here, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. The air was thick with the damp scent of soil and a suffocating tension that heralded an impending storm. Mingren stood alone atop a protruding boulder, his figure nearly merging with the shadow of the rock. With his eyes closed, his spiritual sense, like an invisible spider web, spread outward from him, threading delicately toward both ends of the gorge. Every angular edge of the rocks within the gorge, the tremor of every tenacious plant rooted in the crevices, and even the faint sound of underground currents were all clearly reflected upon the tranquil lake of his mind. The nodes of his meticulously arranged, simplified five seals barrier lay dormant, like sleeping leopards hidden within the cliff walls, and beneath the earth, waiting only for his command to awaken and seal off this space. His heart was not as calm as his exterior suggested. The moment of revenge was imminent. Chutian's pale yet content smile before her death and Dachuan Jiaguang's sinister hypocritical visage flashed alternately in his mind, interweaving like ice and fire within his chest. But he forced himself to calm down, for like a hunter awaiting his prey to step into the trap, what was needed was ultimate patience and precise calculation. He repeatedly rehearsed every step in his mind, the timing of the barrier's activation, how to immediately separate the Tiger Sage from Dachuan Jiaguang, and which technique could most swiftly shatter Dachuan Jiaguang's defenses. Any single mistake could render this meticulously planned ambush futile, or even place himself, Chunhua, and Lei in mortal danger. Meanwhile, on the official road far in the direction of Luo City, a small, but extremely elite convoy was setting out in the dawn light. Inside the lavishly decorated carriage, Dachuan Jiaguang lounged lazily against the cushions, trimming his nails. He appeared at ease, yet deep within his eyes lurked a faint, barely perceptible malevolence. He did not entirely trust the land of earth. Traveling alongside the Tiger Sage was his elder brother Dachuan Jiakang's decree to demonstrate the importance they placed on the alliance, but it was also not without the intention of using this formidable expert's hands to eliminate potential threats. He knew well that he had made many enemies, especially that defector Xuanhua Mingren. At the thought of that name, his hand, trimming his nails, paused slightly, and a chill swept through his heart. That man's rate of growth is terrifying. Lifting the carriage curtain, Dachuan Jiaguang smiled at the Tiger Sage riding guard beside him. Lord Shima, on this journey back to the country, I assume the road will be smooth, right? The land of earth should not dare to play any tricks. Shima Jinwaiman, the Tiger Sage, stared ahead, his expression calm, his white robe gently fluttering in the morning breeze. I hope so. However, Lord Dachuan, the calmer the water's surface, the more turbulent the currents beneath it may be. This old man has felt as if a pair of eyes has been secretly watching us ever since we entered the land of earth. His perception far surpassed that of ordinary people. Though he could not perceive all things like Mingren's spiritual sense, his intuition for danger was astonishingly acute. Dachuan Jiaguang's smile did not waver. Oh, even Lord Shinma sensed something. Then it must not be a mere amateur. However, with you here, I doubt any petty scoundrel would dare make a rash move. He offered flattery with his words, yet inwardly grew wary. A gaze that could unsettle even the Tiger Sage was by no means trivial. The convoy advanced slowly, gradually drawing closer to Duanhuan Gorge. The ninja scouting ahead reported that the official road was blocked by a landslide and would require some time to clear. A landslide? Duchuan Jiaguang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sheer cliffs on both sides as a flicker of suspicion rose in his heart. This is too much of a coincidence. He looked at Sima Jinweiman, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and both saw a hint of gravity in each other's gaze. Halt the convoy and strengthen the guard. Duchuan Jiaguang ordered in a deep voice, all laziness gone from his face, replaced by the cold sharpness of one who belonged to the shadows. He quietly pressed his hand on the ninja tool pouch at his waist, and the light attribute chakra within his body began to flow slowly. Above the gorge, Mingren's spiritual sense clearly captured the convoy's halt and the heightened state of alert. Have I been discovered? No, they are merely suspicious. Mingren sneered inwardly. Pity it is already too late. He hesitated no longer, and his spiritual power, like invisible tentacles, instantly activated the first barrier node hidden at the gorge's entrance. Hum. A low hum, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, resounded. A translucent wall of light woven with complex runes suddenly rose from the ground, sealing off the convoy's retreat. Ambush. The guards reacted swiftly, immediately tightening their formation to shield Duchuan Jiaguang's carriage at the center. A sharp light burst from Sima Jinweiman's eyes. His figure flickered, vanishing from the horse's back, and in the next instant he appeared before the wall of light, unleashing a punch. The fist wind was fierce, carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. However, the wall of light merely rippled violently, but did not break. Although the barrier Mingren had laid was simplified, it incorporated the understanding of spatial and energy structures from the 9 character mantras, making it far more resilient than ordinary barriers. Almost at the same moment the barrier rose, Mingren's figure appeared like a ghost on the official road ahead of the convoy, blocking the way. He wore plain black clothes, his golden hair still dazzling in the growing dawn light. No expression crossed his face, only a pair of sapphire eyes coldly locked onto the luxurious carriage. Duchuan Jiaguang. Mingren's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears, clearly carrying a judgmental coldness. Come out and face death. The carriage curtain was thrown aside, and Duchuan Jiaguang's figure appeared on the shafts. Seeing Mingren alone, a flash of astonishment crossed his face, then it twisted into a sinister smile. Xuanhua Mingren. So it's you. What audacity, daring to lay an ambush here. Inwardly, he was deeply shocked. Not only did Mingren dare to come, but he seemed to be alone. Is it arrogance, or absolute confidence? Sima Jinweiman gave up attacking the barrier, and in a flash returned to Duchuan Jiaguang's side, looking at Mingren gravely. Lord Xuanhua, why must you be so merciless? The continent is currently in turmoil. You, Lord Shinma. Mingren interrupted him, his gaze falling for the first time formally upon the Tiger Sage, carrying a hint of respect, but more of an unyielding resolve. This is a personal grudge. Today I will surely kill Duchuan Jiaguang. If you stand in my way, you are my enemy. As his words fell, Mingren's hands began to form seals, not quickly, yet with a strange rhythm. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones appeared in an instant. They did not attack directly, but quickly scattered to occupy commanding positions on both sides of the gorge. Simultaneously, they began gathering chakra in their hands, targeting not Duchuan Jiaguang, but the guards surrounding him. Protect the Lord. The guard captain shouted sharply as various defensive ninjutsu and tools flared to life. Duchuan Jiaguang's face darkened. He knew Mingren intended to clear the field and simultaneously contain Sima Jinweiman. He could wait no longer. Light illuminates all. Duchuan Jiaguang let out a low shout, and blinding white light erupted from him like a miniature sun rising within the gorge, instantly dispelling the darkness and temporarily disrupting everyone's vision. This was his bloodline limit, the opening move of the light release capable of blinding and also setting up for his next killer move. Within the radiance, Duchuan Jiaguang's figure grew blurry, and a powerful chakra fluctuation began to condense. A cold arc curved at the corner of Mingren's mouth. What I wanted was for you to make the first move. The hunt had officially begun. Dazzling white light flooded the entire Duanhuan Gorge, as if to purify and vaporize everything. Tokugawa Imitsu's figure flickered at the center of the radiance like a sovereign of light. His hands flew through a rapid succession of seals, each intricate gesture redolent of an ancient sacred aura. Light released great radiant might dragon. At the majestic command, the white light convulsed and condensed into a lifelike white dragon, every scale gleaming in sharp relief. The colossal dragon coiled around Tokugawa Imitsu, its head held high, belching cyan flames, so scorching they warped the air, exuding a suffocating pressure that made hearts tremble. Tokugawa Imitsu's ornate robes were reduced to ashes in the searing heat, revealing his robust frame. A faint jade-like luster rippled across his skin. Clearly he had suffused his entire body with light release chakra, forming a formidable defense. Resorting to your strongest form from the very start. That saves me trouble. The instant the white light erupted, Naruto had already locked onto Tokugawa Iemitsu's true body with his divine sense entirely unhindered by the visual interference. He darted backward, slapping his hands together. Wind released vacuum chain waves. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades howled outward, not at the light dragon, but into the cliff walls on both sides of the gorge. With a thunderous rumble, boulders cascaded down and dust billowed further, plunging the battlefield into chaos and confining the light dragon's enormous body within the narrow terrain. A cheap trick. Tokugawa Iemitsu sneered. The light dragon let out a thunderous roar, its massive frame moving with surprising agility. Ignoring the falling rocks, it lunged straight at Naruto, like a streak of white lightning. The dragon's maw opened wide, and a jet of ultra-refined cyan flame erupted forth, igniting the very air into crackling explosions wherever it passed. How fast? Naruto's heart clenched. The dragon's speed far exceeded his expectations. Unwilling to take the blow head-on, he detonated chakra at his feet. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. His figure vanished in place, reappearing beside a specially made kunai he had left embedded in the cliff. The dragon's flame struck his original position, leaving behind a bottomless molten pit. The fourth Flying Thunder God, is it? Tokugawa Iemitsu's gaze hardened as he reined the dragon onto a new course. Let's see how much longer you can dodge. The light dragon swooped once more, its tail sweeping with tremendous force that shattered the cliff face, where Naruto had taken cover, and sent rocks flying. Naruto continued to blink through space with the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving afterimages scattered throughout the gorge. Yet he was not merely evading. As he moved, his 10 fingers danced like butterflies among blossoms. One small, but structurally intricate wind released Rasengan after another materialized in his palms, then shot toward the light dragon and Tokugawa Iemitsu's true body in a barrage. These Rasengan were not aimed at a single decisive kill. Instead, they reflected Naruto's supreme mastery over the shape and nature transformation of wind attribute chakra, tracing bizarre arcs through the air to strike at the dragon's energy nodes and the weak points in Tokugawa Iemitsu's defense. Tokugawa Iemitsu drove the light dragon to spew flames or block, with its body intercepting and shattering most of the Rasengan. But a few always slipped through, slamming into the dragon and erupting into turbulent eddies of wind. Though they caused no real injury, they relentlessly disrupted the stability of the dragon's energy and the circulation of his own chakra. Troublesome fly. Tokugawa Iemitsu grew impatient. Naruto's tactics were too slippery. At this rate, his chakra would be drained enormously. Protective flame. With a thought, the jade luster on his skin suddenly blazed into incandescence. Surging white flames enveloped his body, guarding him securely. Simultaneously, the light dragon's attacks grew more frantic, abandoning precision in favor of sweeping area-wide bombardment to force Naruto into a direct clash. Seeing that Tokugawa Iemitsu had finally used that move, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Naruto's eyes. He stopped releasing. Small Rasengan flickered again and appeared a mere 10 paces from Tokugawa Iemitsu. Giving up on running, Naruto-kun? Tokugawa Iemitsu grinned fiercely. The light dragon and his protective flame both blazed higher as he prepared a thunderous strike. Naruto made no reply. Instead, he pressed his hands together before his chest, and a massive hyper-compressed sphere of chakra began to bulge rapidly between his palms. Wind release, Super Great Ball Rasengan. Starburst technique. Naruto growled, hurling the colossal Rasengan toward Tokugawa Iemitsu. At the sight, Tokugawa Iemitsu was not frightened but rejoiced. Fool. Against my protective flame, an attack of this level. Before he could finish, his expression drastically changed. The incoming Super Great Ball Rasengan did not strike directly upon nearing his protective flame. Instead, it suddenly burst apart. One split into two into four, transforming into hundreds of fist-sized, even denser Rasengan that, like a swarm from a stirred hornet's nest, overwhelmed him and his protective flame from every direction in a sky-covering deluge. What a... Tokugawa Iemitsu was shocked beyond measure. He had never seen such a bizarre Rasengan mutation. He madly channeled his protective flame, trying to incinerate the small Rasengan. Yet something uncanny happened. Those Rasengan infused with pure wind attribute chakra, upon touching the scorching protective flame, were not instantly burned away. Instead, they seemed like sparks landing in a pan of hot oil. Boom! The wind fueled the fire. Tokugawa Iemitsu's protective flame, after meeting the fuel Naruto had specially prepared for it, seemed doused in fierce oil, and its fury swelled several-fold in an instant. White flames shot skyward as the temperature skyrocketed, the color even shifting toward a perilous cyan white. Oh! A miserable shriek tore from Tokugawa Iemitsu's throat. He felt as though he had been thrown into the center of a furnace of his own making. The surging flame did not merely sear everything outside, it began to devour him in backlash. Painful searing agony racked his skin and his chakra was consumed at a frightening rate just to sustain the runaway blaze. He wanted to withdraw his protective flame, but the hundreds of small Rasengan crashing, exploding, and feeding fuel around him made it impossible to drop the defense. Otherwise he would be instantly blasted to fragments. Uzumaki Naruto, you tricked me. Tokugawa Iemitsu thrashed within the sea of fire, his voice laden with agony and incredulous rage. At last he understood all of Naruto's earlier skirmishing and harassment had been to force out his protective flame, and then with the wind Naruto excelled in to ignite his own fire. Naruto stood nearby, coldly watching the figure twisting in the flames. His face was devoid of expression save for a flicker of icy satisfaction deep in his eyes as he avenged Hinata. Tokugawa Iemitsu, how does it feel to be burned by your own flames? Just as Tokugawa Iemitsu, trapped in the purgatory of his own flames, backlash, let out a blood-curdling shriek. Shinmikonoman, the Tiger Sage, who had been temporarily blocked by the barrier and occupied with Naruto's shadow clones, finally exploded with unrestrained fury. Naruto Uzumaki, how dare you? His roar, like a tiger shaking the valley, made the entire Duanhuan gorge hum with echoes. Shinmikonoman's beard and hair bristled, the face that had always been calm as an ancient well now showed a towering rage for the first time. If Tokugawa Iemitsu were killed right before his eyes, he would not only be unable to answer to the daimyo, but it would also be a tremendous stain on his own reputation. He ignored the shadow clones harassing him. With a flicker, he left a faint afterimage in place while his true body appeared at the edge of the sealed barrier, as if by instantaneous movement. This time he did not try to smash through with his fists. Instead, his hands swiftly formed a primitive and abstruse hand seal, and the chakra in his body, majestic as a mountain, swift as thunder, burst out without reservation. Shima-style secret art, tiger devouring. With a low growl, an enormous tiger phantom formed entirely of condensed chakra appeared behind him. It was almost alive, fangs bared, its eyes burning with tangible rage. The phantom pounced forward, not at the barrier's luminous wall, but with its maw wide open as if to devour everything, and bit down savagely on the node connecting the barrier to real space. Crack! A crisp shattering sound like broken glass, sharper and more piercing than any before. Naruto's carefully prepared, simplified five-seal barrier finally could not bear the strain under the clan's secret art that Shinmikonoman unleashed in fury. The light wall flickered violently a few times, then shattered with a thunderous boom and scattered into countless motes of light. The moment the barrier shattered, Shinmikonoman's figure had already disappeared. The next instant he appeared like a phantom in the open ground between Naruto and Tokugawa Iemitsu, exactly blocking the line along which Naruto might launch a lethal strike at Tokugawa Iemitsu. His speed exceeded what the naked eye could track. It was in no way inferior to the instantaneous activation of Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Shinma, save me. In the sea of fire, Tokugawa Iemitsu's voice had grown weak. Although his protective flames stabilized slightly because the barrier was gone and the interference had lessened, the backlash was still severe. He curled up like a boiled shrimp, his aura withered. Shinmikonoman took one look at Tokugawa Iemitsu's terrible state, and the fury in his eyes grew even greater. He turned his head and locked his gaze onto Naruto, that stare like a tangible blade scraping painfully against the skin. Naruto Uzumaki, you have fallen into the demonic path. Today this old man will act for heaven and capture you here. Naruto, facing the tiger sage who had broken through the barrier with overwhelming might, remained calm on his face, but his eyes were extremely grave. He could feel that Shinmikonoman at this moment was far more dangerous than he had been at the 12 palaces of the court. The killing intent locked onto him had almost congealed into substance. Execute heaven's justice. Naruto let out a sneer. The heaven in your eyes is nothing but a toy of the powerful. My way is an eye for an eye, blood for blood. He knew a direct conflict with the tiger sage was unavoidable. What was more, he had to settle it quickly. If he delayed and reinforcements arrived from the land of Earth or Konoha, the consequences would be unthinkable. Naruto wasted no more words. His hands formed seals again, this time more intricate, more ancient, carrying a primordial wild aura. He decided to use one of the strongest offensive true words he currently mastered, combined with his most powerful wind release jutsu, as a final gamble. Hyo! The outer lion seal was completed, and a sharp and incomparable aura governing energy rose from Naruto's body. The chakra within him gathered with unprecedented speed, its nature undergoing a violent transformation. Shinmikonoman sensed the abruptly elevated, destruction-laden chakra fluctuations from Naruto, and his pupils contracted slightly. He dared not hesitate. He took a deep breath. His already stalwart body seemed to swell another size, and faint tiger-striped chakra patterns emerged on his skin. On his palms he gathered a terrifying force capable of cutting metal and jade, palm blade. The air between them seemed to freeze, and the great battle was about to erupt. Yet at that critical hair-trigger moment, another sudden change occurred. At the mouth of the gorge, several of Tokugawa Iemitsu's personal guards who had rushed in only after the barrier shattered saw their master on the verge of death. Disregarding everything, they charged toward the fading Tokugawa Iemitsu, trying to carry him out of the sea of flames. That action instantly broke the delicate equilibrium between Naruto and Shin Mekonomen. Afraid that Naruto might take advantage and attack the rescuers, Shin Mekonomen moved slightly, and in that movement his chi flow revealed a tiny, extremely subtle disturbance. And Naruto had been waiting for this opportunity. His spiritual sense had been covering the entire field. He caught that minute flaw in an instant. Now, Naruto roared inwardly, his hand still in the seal, thrust forward fiercely. 2. The power of the inner lion seal combined with the Hyo seal, the true word force that unifies all energies, merged perfectly with the wind-natured chakra cultivated to its peak within his body. Kuji, wind release secret art, a hyper-compressed sphere filled with countless tiny wind blades spinning madly inside it, and edged with ominous black light, appeared in Naruto's palm, screaming with a sharp sound like thousands of birds wailing. Annihilation Rasengan. The sphere left his hand, not aimed at Shin Mekonomen, but faster than the eye could follow toward the area where Tokugawa Iemitsu was. This single strike contained his unyielding intent to kill and his calculation that the Tiger Sage might try to intercept. Shin Mekonomen's expression changed drastically. He had not imagined that Naruto would be so decisive and ruthless that despite his threat, he would still force the killing blow against Tokugawa Iemitsu. He let out a furious roar, his palm blade blazing with light and transformed into a streak of flowing light. Not to intercept that terrifying annihilation Rasengan, but to strike directly at Naruto's true body. Besiege way to rescue Zhao, who would be torn apart first, Tokugawa Iemitsu by that terrifying Rasengan or Naruto by Shin Mekonomen's palm blade. Life and death hung by a single thread. The annihilation Rasengan, radiating a power to destroy all things, tore through the air and shot straight at Tokugawa Iemitsu. Meanwhile, Shin Mekonomen's palm blade had already thrust toward Naruto's chest with the force of a thunderbolt. In the space of a spark struck from flint, Naruto made the most instinctive decision. He wrenched his body aside to dodge the vital spot, poured all his remaining chakra into his arms, and crossed them in a desperate block. Boom, crash. Two nearly simultaneous thunderous impacts shook the entire ravine. Naruto felt an indescribably enormous force slam into his arms. Above the clear crack of breaking bones, he was sent flying backward like a kite, with a snapped string smashed heavily into the cliff wall and tumbled to the ground. Blood churned in his chest, a surge of sweetness rose in his throat, and he could not help spitting out a mouthful of blood. His vision blurred at once, his ears rang, and the furious blow of the Tiger Sage had nearly destroyed him completely. On the far side, the annihilation Rasengan struck its target zone with precision. The violent wind-release chakra erupted in an instant, transforming into countless razor-sharp annihilation needles, as fine as ox hair, yet incomparably keen, forming a zone of death several meters in diameter. The guards who had tried to rush to the rescue were torn to shreds and obliterated before they could even scream. Tokugawa Iemitsu, who had been shielded in their midst and was already on the verge of death, was spared instantaneous death because the guards' bodies and the faint light flame he himself had mustered at the last moment absorbed part of the blast. Even so, that terrifying destructive force wounded him severely once more. He was tossed into the air like a ragged doll, his entire body a bloody, mangled, charred mess. He completely lost consciousness, life and death unknown. Shin Mekonomen had scored his blow, but he had no time to pursue Naruto. He flashed to Tokugawa Iemitsu's side, reached out a hand to examine him, and his expression turned extremely grim. Tokugawa Iemitsu's vital breath was so faint it was almost gone, and his meridians were severely damaged. Even if he could be saved, much of his cultivation would likely be ruined. Konomen lifted his head abruptly, stared at Naruto, who was struggling to get up, and murderous intent boiled in his eyes. Uzumaki, Naruto, your life ends here, he roared, moving again, his palm blade aimed directly at Naruto's skull. This time he would never give him another chance. Naruto watched the palm blade growing rapidly in his pupils, his heart as cold as ice. Both arms were shattered, chakra dried up, internal organs damaged. Even moving had become difficult. Could he really be about to die here? No. Hinata's revenge was not yet completely settled. There were still unfinished matters. Just then, at this critical juncture, a sudden change occurred. My lord. Following a tearful sharp cry, a small figure threw herself recklessly down from the top of the cliff. It was Chunhua, the very one Naruto had ordered to stand by on the outer perimeter and who had forced her way in when she saw the situation turn dire. Her hands flew through seals, and the defensive Kekkei Genkai technique of her clan, already prepared in advance, was activated in an instant. Crystal release, crystal wall, eightfold formation. Translucent pink crystal walls, exquisite and incomparably sturdy, shot up from the ground, layer after layer, blocking the space between Naruto and Shin Mekonomen. Boom, boom, boom. Shinma Kanuman's palm blade shattered 3 crystal walls in succession, but in the end his speed had been delayed by a fraction of a second. And in that instant another figure as swift as lightning charged out from the flank, Watanabe Rai. His eyes were bloodshot lightning radiance blazing all over his body, his clan's Kekkei Genkai driven to the absolute limit. Gripping a dazzling lightning blade in each hand, he slashed at Shinma Kanuman's flank heedless of life and death. He knew he was no match for his opponent, but even if he could hold him back for only one breath it would buy his lord a chance to live. A mere ant dares to shake a tree. Shinma Kanuman flew into a rage whirled around and drove a palm outward. The heavy palm wind sent Watanabe Rai flying man and blades together. The lightning blades shattered, blood sprayed from the youth's mouth, and he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a time. But it was these successive obstacles that gave Naruto his final chance. Gritting his teeth against the tearing pain in his meridians, he forcibly mustered a breath of true chi and unleashed the most extreme flying thunder god technique his current state could accomplish. Target: the hidden coordinate he had left on Chunhua long ago. A flash of light. Naruto vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside Chunhua in the next instant. His face was as pale as paper, his breath so weak that he could barely stand without Chunhua's support. Go. Hurry. Go. He said feebly, but his gaze was still locked on the unconscious Tokugawa Iemitsu and the infuriated Shinma Kanuman. His revenge was not yet complete, but he had to survive first. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Chunhua did not hesitate to lift Naruto onto her back. At the same time she called to Watanabe Rai, who was struggling to rise. Rai, follow me. Seizing the chaos of Shinma Kanuman being briefly held back in the dust in the ravine not yet dispersed, the three fled desperately along the planned retreat route. Shinma Kanuman watched the 3 figures vanish into the depths of the ravine, then looked at Tokugawa Iemitsu lying at his feet, his life unknown. In the end he chose not to pursue. The most pressing matter was to keep Tokugawa Iemitsu alive, otherwise he could not answer to the daimyo. He bent down and lifted Tokugawa Iemitsu, then stared in the direction Naruto had disappeared, his eyes filled with unprecedented gravity and murderous intent. Uzumaki Naruto. If this boy is not eliminated he will surely become a serious threat to us all. After fleeing for what seemed an eternity, only when Chunhua was certain no pursuers remained did she collapse to the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath, while still holding Naruto tightly in her arms. Watanabe Rai also leaned against a tree trunk, clutching his chest, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained fierce and resolute. At some point a fine drizzle had started to fall, washing away the blood and fatigue on the 3 of them. Cool raindrops fell on Naruto's face, rousing him somewhat from his semi-conscious state. When he opened his eyes what he saw was Chunhua's tear-streaked face etched with worry and Watanabe Rai's stubborn loyal gaze. "My lord, you're awake," Chunhua whispered in joy. Naruto tried to speak, but the attempt pulled at his wounds and set off violent coughing, causing another mouthful of stale blood to spill out. He sensed the terrible state of his body and the piercing pain from his arms, but his mind remained perfectly calm. Though he had not personally finished off Tokugawa Iemitsu in this ambush, he had gravely wounded him to the brink of death and had even killed the tiger sage. The fruits of battle could be called spectacular, but it had also exposed many problems, the shortcomings of his own strength, especially the weaknesses in endurance and defense, and his inability to wield his new power with complete skill. "Where are we?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "We're still in the land of Earth, but we've left the main road and are in a desolate mountain." Chunhua answered quickly, "My lord, your wounds." "I won't die." Naruto cut her off, struggling to sit up, but failed because his arms could not exert any strength. He looked at Watanabe Rai. "Rai, how are your wounds?" "This subordinate is fine. Just a minor injury." Watanabe Rai straightened his back at once despite the pallor on his face. Naruto nodded, fell silent, and closed his eyes. He began quietly cycling the residual Nine-Tails chakra and faint senjutsu energy inside his body, attempting to mend his injuries. The drizzle continued to fall. The mountain forest was silent, broken only by the heavy breathing of the 3 and the rustling of raindrops on leaves. Had he failed? No, this was only the beginning. Even if Tokugawa Iemitsu survived, he would already be a crippled man. And the next target ought to be the daimyo of the Land of Fire seated on the throne in the capital. And Konoha. Those old wretches who had participated in hounding Hinata to her death. Not a single one would escape. The flames of vengeance had not been extinguished by his severe injuries, but instead, bathed by the rain, burned even colder and more unyielding. He needed greater power, and he needed, even more, a force of his own. Fighting alone, after all, had its limits. While he was focusing on healing his divine sense, suddenly detected a subtle disturbance in the distance. Not the movement of a wild beast nor of shinobi. It was the sound of wheels grinding over a muddy road, and faint weeping and quarreling. The rain pounded down harder and mist shrouded the mountain groves, turning the path into a quagmire. Naruto gestured for Haruka and Watanabe Rai to keep their guard up, and the three of them crept in utter silence toward the source of the sound. Pushing through a dense thicket, they were all taken aback by what lay before them. It was not the merchant caravan or village they had imagined, but a carriage mired in a mud pit, its decorations surprisingly lavish. The shaft of the carriage was broken, and the horses stamped their hooves restlessly. Beside the vehicle, a girl of stunning beauty in an exquisite kimono was weeping helplessly. The rain soaked her long hair and robes, making her appear even more fragile and pitiable. Not far away, a somewhat older youth with handsome features and a hint of malevolence was berating a trembling coachman, his tone harsh and abusive. "Useless piece of trash. You can't even drive a cart properly. If you delay my grand affairs, selling you off won't be enough to cover the loss." The youth cursed, kicking the coachman as he ranted. "Brother, don't." The girl tugged timidly at the young man's sleeve, her voice choked with sobs. "Shut up, Oichi. If you hadn't insisted on coming along, we wouldn't have hit such rotten luck." The young man shook off her hand impatiently. The appearance of Naruto and his two companions caught his attention at once. The youth turned around warily, his hand resting on the short blade at his waist. But when his gaze swept over Naruto, plainly severely injured, supported by Haruka, and the similarly wounded still young Watanabe Rai, the caution in his eyes eased a little, replaced by scrutiny and calculation. Most of all, he noticed that despite their disheveled state, Haruka and Naruto wore garments of fine cloth, and that even gravely injured Naruto exuded an inadvertent bearing no commoner could possess. "Who are you?" The youth called out, his tone still arrogant, but with less of the earlier irritability. Haruka was about to answer when Naruto prevented her with a look. He slowly raised his head, rain dripped from the tips of his golden hair. His face was pale, but his azure eyes were deep as an abyss as they calmly rested on the young man. "Just travelers passing by. It looks like you've run into some trouble." His voice was weak, yet carried an undeniable authority. The youth, Oda Nobunaga, felt a shiver run through him, becoming ever more convinced that the man before him was not ordinary. His eyes darted for a moment, then he put on a seemingly enthusiastic smile. Yes, this accursed weather has stuck our carriage in the mud. I am Oda Nobunaga, and this is my younger sister Oda Oichi. Would you be so kind as to lend us a hand? If you can help us break free, there will be a generous reward." He deliberately glossed over Naruto's obvious wounds and mentioned only the request for help. Naruto did not answer right away. His divine sense carefully swept over the brother and sister. Oda Nobunaga's chakra was meager, about on par with the Chunin, but his mental fluctuations were lively and cunning, brimming with ambition and restlessness. As for the girl called Oichi, her chakra was nearly negligible. Yet her features. Naruto's heart stirred faintly. It was not her beauty that moved him, but the way she hung her head shyly and nervously twisted the corner of her clothes, a posture that reminded him vividly of Hinata in his memory. Especially those eyes glistening with tears like a startled fawn's sent a faint ripple across the frozen expanse of Naruto's heart. "A reward," Naruto said coolly. "Do we look like people in need of money?" Oda Nobunaga's smile faltered, then he chuckled. "My apologies. I spoke out of turn. Given your extraordinary bearing, you must not be ordinary folks. To tell the truth, we are distant relatives of the Morishita family from the Land of Water. We were traveling to Luocheng to visit kinsfolk when the Morishita family." A strange gleam flickered in Naruto's eyes. What a coincidence. He was precisely on his way to the Land of Water to rendezvous with Morishita Mida. Moreover, Morishita Mida had indeed once mentioned having distant relatives in the political and mercantile circles of the Land of Water. Exactly. Seeing that Naruto seemed interested, Oda Nobunaga hurriedly said, "If you are headed in the same direction, why not travel with us? Once we reach the Land of Water, I can play host and repay your kindness." He had calculated it all in his head. Since Naruto and his companions were of unknown strength, especially the injured golden-haired youth who gave him a distinctly unfathomable feeling, he thought that if he could attach himself to them, they might become the very support he needed to return to the Land of Water and make something of himself. Naruto was silent for a time. He needed to heal his wounds quickly, and he also needed a relatively safe identity to enter the Land of Water. This pair of siblings, especially their link to the Morishita family, could perhaps be put to use. As for this Oda Nobunaga, his little schemes were completely exposed beneath Naruto's divine sense. A fallen noble with cunning and ambition. Perhaps. There is something here. Very well. Naruto finally nodded. Haruka Rai helped them get the carriage out. Yes, my lord. Haruka, though confused, responded at once. Watanabe Rai also stepped forward silently. Oda Nobunaga was overjoyed. Splendid. My thanks. May I ask your distinguished name? Naruto glanced at him, then slowly uttered, Uzumaki Naruto. The smile on Oda Nobunaga's face instantly froze, his pupils bulging, as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth opened and shut several times, but for a long moment no sound emerged. Uzumaki Naruto. The legendary rogue Hokage, the Golden Miracle. He's actually this young. Him of all people. And he crossed paths with me. After the first shock, a wild, uncontrollable ecstasy surged through his heart. This was not just a crisis. It was a monumental stroke of luck. If he could only cling to this powerful patron. Meanwhile, Oichi, standing nearby, covered her mouth in astonishment and stole glances at Naruto, her eyes brimming with curiosity and a faint, indefinable longing. So that was what the legendary figure looked like. The rain kept falling. On that muddy road, an unexpected encounter had once again entangled the threads of fate. Naruto's group had gained 2 new members, each harboring their own secret thoughts. And the road to the land of water, it seemed, was destined to be anything but peaceful. Under Oda Nobunaga's almost fawningly meticulous arrangements, Naruto and his party changed to a new, more comfortable and concealed carriage, skirted the major towns, and quietly made their way toward the eastern coastline of the Land of Earth. Oda Nobunaga displayed his social acumen to the fullest, employing his identity as a distant relative of the Morishita clan and the few connections left to him to smooth their passage through checkpoints and prepare a vessel for crossing the sea, saving Naruto a considerable amount of effort. Naruto, for his part, devoted this time entirely to healing his wounds. The Nine-Tails chakra and the regenerative powers of Sage Mode began to take effect. Combined with his own formidable vitality, the fractures in his arms knitted together at a visible speed under the nourishing warmth of chakra, and the internal injuries gradually repaired as well. Only the mental exhaustion and the strain caused by repeatedly using his divine sense and the 9-character mantra still required a longer period of quiet recuperation before he could make a complete recovery. Occasionally, he offered Watanabe Rai some pointers on controlling lightning release and gave Haruka guidance on developing her bloodline limit. As for Oda Nobunaga's occasional indirect probing and declarations of loyalty, he mostly paid them no mind. A few trivial bits of information would occasionally slip out enough to send the latter into raptures. Oichi, meanwhile, was like a timid little canary. For most of the time, she stayed quietly in the corner of the carriage, sneaking glances at Naruto. She never dared to speak first. Only occasionally, while offering food or water, would she steal a quick look at him before lowering her head with a red face. Her shyness, which bore such a resemblance to Hinata's, left Naruto with mixed feelings, a hint of inexplicable tenderness along with a piercing pain. He deliberately kept his distance, but Oichi's presence was like a soft feather that occasionally brushed against the frozen surface of his heart. More than 10 days later, the party finally arrived at a hidden harbor in the eastern part of the Land of Earth, and boarded a large vessel sailing for the Land of Water, one that Oda Nobunaga had chartered at great expense. The sea breeze carried a salty, fishy smell and blew away the sultry tedium of the previous days. At the start of the voyage, the sea was fairly calm. Naruto stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless blue expanse, thinking through his next plans. After rendezvousing with Morishita Mida, he would have to accelerate the consolidation and expansion of his forces. After this battle, his feud with the upper echelons of the Land of Fire, not to mention the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, had become one of life and death. He had to possess strength enough to oppose an entire nation. Personal martial might was naturally important, but so too were influence, intelligence, and resources. The peace did not last long, however. On the 3rd day of the voyage, the lookout issued a terrified shout: "Pirates! It's the Black Skull Pirates!" On the distant horizon, several fast ships flying fierce Black Skull flags were riding the wind and waves, sprinting toward their merchantmen like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. The passengers on board instantly fell into panic, with wails and curses swelling into a din. Oda Nobunaga's face went pale. Forcing himself to stay calm, he commanded the hired guards to prepare for combat, but anyone could see that in the face of the notorious Black Skull Pirates, those guards probably would not last long. "My lord." Haruka looked at Naruto nervously. Watanabe Rai, by contrast, had fighting intent burning in his eyes. He volunteered on his own. "My lord, let me go and test these pirates." Naruto watched the pirate ships closing in swiftly, his expression calm. It happened to be a good opportunity to test Watanabe Rai's growth, and to see whether these so-called Black Skull Pirates were connected to the pirate organization the one-sword style had subdued. "Go, Rai," Naruto ordered lightly. "No need to spare them." "Yes," Watanabe Rai answered excitedly. He leaped directly, vaulting off the tall deck, and landed firmly on the surface of the sea. With chakra gathered underfoot, he made walking on water seem like walking on flat land. This exquisite art of water walking immediately astonished both the passengers and the pirates. Seeing this, the pirates also jumped off their ships and came walking over the waves. They were clearly shinobi as well, though most were at the level of genin or chunin. The battle broke out in an instant. Like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, Watanabe Rai displayed the lightning release techniques Naruto had guided him in to their fullest. He no longer sought sheer power alone, but placed greater emphasis on speed and change. He darted through the pirates, lightning flickering around both hands. Sometimes fists, sometimes palms, sometimes condensed lightning blades swinging down. Every strike was swift and deadly. Screams rang out continuously as pirate after pirate was struck down and sank beneath the waves. At the prow of the pirate ship, a towering brawny man with a bristling beard and a strange great sword slung across his back watched with a deepening frown. His name was Xiongpu Qilong. Useless. You can't even handle a brat. He roared, then made his move personally. His form blurred, crossing several dozen meters in an instant as he drove a punch toward Watanabe Rai. The fist wind was fierce, carrying a scorching heat. Watanabe Rai raised his arm to block. Bang! A tremendous force poured through him, his arm went numb, and his body slid backward several meters. Such strength. He was secretly alarmed. Not bad, boy. What's your name? Xiongpu Qilong smirked, cruel light flickering in his eyes. A dead man doesn't need to know my name. Watanabe Rai answered without backing down, urging his lightning release chakra forward as he charged again. The two clashed fiercely above the sea, lightning and scorching fist winds slamming against each other and blasting up pillar after pillar of water. Though Watanabe Rai excelled in technique and speed, Xiongpu Qilong had greater strength and experience, and for a while the match was deadlocked. Watching silently from the deck, Naruto was fairly satisfied with Watanabe Rai's performance. But he also noticed that Xiongpu Qilong was not going all out. The great sword on his back seemed somewhat abnormal. Sure enough, losing patience after a long stalemate, Xiongpu Qilong finally moved. Boy, the game is over. He abruptly drew the pitch-black great sword from his back. The moment it left the scabbard, a dim red glow emanated from the blade, and even the surrounding temperature seemed to rise. Dying under my flame cutter is your honor. He swung the flame cutter, unleashing a scorching slash of blade aura toward Watanabe Rai. Watanabe Rai condensed a lightning blade to meet it. As the two swords collided, crackle. He was horrified to find that his lightning blade shrank visibly like a patch of ice meeting the sun the instant they touched. That sword can actually restrain or absorb lightning release chakra. Huh. Boy, your lightning release is nothing but nourishment for my flame cutter. Xiongpu Qilong laughed smugly as his attacks grew even fiercer. Watanabe Rai was immediately forced onto the back foot. His lightning blade shrank smaller and smaller, and danger closed in from every direction. Just as Watanabe Rai was about to lose, Naruto finally moved. He did not even form a hand seal. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Xiongpu Qilong in an instant, as if he had always been standing there. Alarm bells rang wildly in Xiongpu Qilong's heart. Without hesitation, he spun around and made a horizontal slash. That slash was as quick as lightning, even faster than sound. But Naruto merely extended two fingers held together like a sword and precisely pressed them onto the spine of the flame cutter's blade. The vast chakra concentrated on his fingertips, and the terrifying power of his body exploded in that instant. Clang! A deafening sound of metal striking metal rang out. Xiongpu Qilong felt an irresistible force travel through the blade. His hand split open at the thumb, and the flame cutter nearly flew out of his grasp. The force also threw his entire body backward, sending a trail of ripples across the sea. His face was filled with shock and dread. Impossible. 2 fingers were enough to block my full-force flame cutter. Is this guy even human? Naruto stared at him expressionlessly, as if looking down on ants from above. Your blade is good. It's just a pity it followed the wrong master. Before he finished speaking, Naruto formed a hand seal, with one hand moving so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Water released great burst of water wave. It was not aimed at Xiongpu Qilong, but at those pirate ships. The sea surface suddenly rose up and a massive column of water shot skyward like a divine dragon, then slammed into the ships with the force of mountains and oceans. Rumble. Under the dumbfounded stares of everyone on board, the sturdy pirate ships were capsized and torn apart like toys by a huge waterspout. The pirates aboard screamed as they plunged into the sea, instantly swallowed by the surging waves. Watching his fleet vanish in a flash, Xiongpu Qilong's face lost all color, and all will the fight drained from him. When he looked at Naruto, his eyes were filled with terror. Such power was beyond his understanding of ninjutsu. After disposing of the small fry, Naruto turned his gaze back to Xiongpu Qilong. Now can we talk about your origins and the one-sword style? At the words one-sword style, Xiongpu Qilong's body shuddered, and an expression of utter disbelief flashed across his eyes. How does he know? The boss of the one-sword style. Under the absolute crushing power of Naruto and the intimidation of the name, Xiongpu Qilong completely gave up resistance. He honestly confessed that he was an outer member of the PA organization serving under Kurisuke Raiga, a missing mean from the Hidden Mist Village, and one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen responsible for raiding at sea to raise funds and supplies for the organization. And Lord was one of the current core leaders of the PA organization. After hearing this, Naruto remained noncommittal. He was not surprised that had been able to rally a force so quickly, for he had once been the king of assassins renowned across the ninja world with his own network and followers. But the quality of these pirates was too uneven to be of much use. What he needed were elites, not rabble. Go back and tell Kurisuke Raiga and Naruto looked at Xiongpu Chalong, who was limp on the sea, and said coolly, "Keep your people in check. Puh has no use for trash, and even less for fools who cause me trouble. If I ever catch your people doing evil again, they will end up like that ship today." Xiongpu Chalong felt as though he had been granted amnesty, kowtowing repeatedly, while acknowledging, then scrambling away in the water, not even bothering to retrieve the precious flame-slashing greatsword. After this incident, the passengers and crew aboard looked at Naruto and his companions with complete reverence, even fear. Oda Nobunaga was even more attentive, serving them with utmost care, the fanatical gleam in his eyes almost overflowing. Oichi hid behind her brother, her gaze at Naruto's back filled not only with admiration, but also with an inexpressible fear. The rest of the voyage went smoothly. A few days later, the outline of a sea vessel came into view. Stepping onto the land of water, once more Naruto could clearly feel that the atmosphere differed from when he had left. There were more soldiers patrolling the streets, and inspections had become much stricter. A sense of tension filled the air. Clearly, news of the war between the Continental Allied forces and the Land of Lightning, as well as the attack on the Land of Fire's delegation in the Land of Earth, Tokugawa Iemitsu, seriously wounded, the Tiger Sage fallen, had reached here, alerting the high-ranking officials of the Land of Water. Led by Oda Nobunaga, the group soon arrived at the Morishita family estate in the center of Mito City. Morishita Mita, having been informed, was already waiting at the gate. When he saw Naruto, who had returned safely, and whose bearing seemed even more unfathomable than before, a flash of excitement flickered in his eyes. But then he noticed the Oda siblings following behind Naruto, especially the obsequious look on Oda Nobunaga's face, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "My lord, you have finally returned." Morishita Mita stepped forward, bowed, and spoke respectfully. Let's talk inside." Naruto nodded and walked straight into the residence. Entering the secret chamber, they dismissed the attendants, leaving only Morishita Mita, Chunhua, Watanabe Rai, and a nervous Oda Nobunaga, while Oichi was sent to rest. Naruto briefly recounted the experiences of their journey, especially how he had severely wounded Tokugawa Iemitsu and slain the Tiger Sage. Morishita Mita listened, his heart surging with excitement, yet also trembling with fright. He had not expected Naruto to be so audacious and ruthless. This certainly demonstrated his immense power, but it also meant a complete rupture with the Land of Fire and its allies, leaving no room for reconciliation. "My lord's divine might." Morishita Mita suppressed his inner concern and offered praise first, then changed the subject. "However, with this, Tokugawa Ieyasu, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, will surely be enraged and will not let matters rest. Should we avoid the brunt of his anger for now and expedite that plan?" He was alluding to their scheme for conquering the world. Naruto glanced at him, naturally understanding his concern. "No need. Tokugawa Ieyasu's primary focus now is stabilizing his internal affairs, consolidating the gains from the Land of Lightning, and dealing with any unrest in the Land of Earth or the Land of Wind that may arise from the Tiger Sage's death. In the short term, he is in no position to launch a large-scale attack on the Land of Water. This is our opportunity." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Oda Nobunaga. "Nobunaga." Oda Nobunaga shuddered and immediately bowed. "Your servant is here. You are familiar with the noble class of the Land of Water and have some connections. From now on, you will assist Lord Morishita. Your mission is to infiltrate, win over, and divide the officials and nobles of the Land of Water. At all costs, gain real power as quickly as possible. When necessary." Naruto's eyes turned cold. "Use unconventional means." "Yes, this servant will spare no effort and live up to your trust." Oda Nobunaga replied excitedly, for he had finally obtained the opportunity he had dreamed of. Morishita Mita glanced at Oda Nobunaga. Though doubts remained in his mind, seeing that Naruto had made up his mind, he did not refute, and simply nodded in agreement. "Rai, your servant is here. How are your injuries?" "No longer a problem." "Good. From tomorrow you will join the PA organization and undergo the harshest training and missions under 1/ and other experts. I want you to become a powerhouse capable of standing on your own in the shortest possible time." "Yes, my lord." Watanabe Rai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Chunhua, my lord, your crystal release has great potential. I will personally guide your next stage of cultivation. At the same time, you need to start learning management and intelligence analysis. In the future, more important tasks will be assigned to you." Chunhua was startled for a moment, then nodded firmly. "Yes, Chunhua will work hard." After assigning the tasks, Naruto waved his hand to dismiss them. In the secret chamber, he was left alone. He walked to the window and gazed at the bustling street scene of Mito City, outside, his eyes deep. Tokugawa, Ieyasu, Konoha, and those hidden hands behind the scenes. He would not spare a single one of them. But before that, he needed to bring the Land of Water completely under his control and forge the PA organization into a blade that struck terror into hearts. The power of an individual will eventually be exhausted, but the power of an organization can shake a nation, even the very structure of the entire continent. From this moment on, his path of revenge would no longer be merely a personal struggle, but the prelude to a storm that would sweep across the entire ninja world. And Naruto Uzumaki would be the center of that storm. Naruto returned to the Land of Water, bringing news of the devastating blow he had dealt to the Land of Fire's envoy. The tidings struck the Morishita clan and the break organization like a boulder hurled into a placid lake, sending shockwaves rippling through every corner. Ichiryu came personally to pay his respects, reporting on the organization's recent progress. Though many rogue ninja and masterless ronin had been taken in, top-tier combat strength remained woefully scarce, and overall discipline still left much to be desired. Naruto did not lay heavy blame upon him. He simply emphasized what he expected of break: absolute loyalty, strict discipline, and efficient action. Afterward, Naruto entered a state of semi-seclusion. On the one hand, he devoted himself to fully recovering from the internal injuries and spiritual depletion left by his battle with the Tiger Sage. On the other, he delved ever more deeply into the mysteries of divine sense and the 9 character seals. He discovered that divine sense could do far more than discern energy and perceive emotions. Cultivated to its deeper reaches, it could even sway the minds of others to a certain degree, weaving illusions too subtle to be detected or mounting defense and offense upon the spiritual plane. Every single hand seal of the 9 character seals contained a supreme principle of heaven and earth, bearing an inscrutable connection to the 7 nature transformations of chakra and to the deeper currents of natural energy. They were by no means a simple repertoire of 9 techniques. He attempted to channel the power of the Jaw seal, governing control and restoration, into his own recovery with remarkable results. He likewise fused the Gene seal, governing perception and concealment, with his divine sense, broadening its scope while rendering it even more subtle. Under his personal tutelage, Chunhua's crystal release advanced at a phenomenal pace. Not only did her defensive power multiply, but she also developed a novel type of crystal capable of refracting light, laying visual traps, and even briefly sealing an opponent's chakra. Watanabe Rai, tempered by the merciless crucible of the break organization, rose in strength with startling speed. His lightning release became ever more ferocious and precise, while his character grew colder and more ruthless. Meanwhile, Oda Nobunaga, with the aid, or rather the surveillance and restraint, of Morishita, gave full play to his talents for political maneuvering and winning hearts. Wielding the Morishita clan's wealth and the deterrent shadow of Naruto's power, he alternated the carrot and the stick. Before long, he had carved a way into the aristocratic and official circles of the Land of Water, drawing in a cluster of disaffected bureaucrats and lesser nobles to form an interest bloc with the Morishita clan at its core. He even began to extend his feelers into the military, seeking to win over junior and mid-ranking officers. Although the daimyo of the Land of Water had taken note of the rise of this new force within his domain, with the continental situation tense and factions entrenched throughout his court, he was in no position to thoroughly investigate and suppress it for the time being. He could only quietly heighten his vigilance. One day, Naruto was cultivating his divine sense in a quiet chamber, striving to push its reconnaissance range beyond 10 kilometers. Suddenly, a thought stirred within him. His divine sense caught an extremely obscure wave of chakra, one laden with a familiar sinister aura, racing toward the Land of Water. Its direction seemed to be Kirigakure, Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing within them. That stubborn, lingering specter had indeed followed him all the way to the Land of Water. What was he after? Continuing his hunt for Kekkei Genkai? Or was there some other design? At almost the same moment, Morishita arrived with a somber expression, reporting that his agent deep in the Land of Fire had relayed top-secret intelligence. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Ieyasu, enraged by his younger brother's grave wounds and the Tiger Sage's fall, had secretly sent envoys bearing lavish gifts and alliance covenants to the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, aiming to forge a cross-nation coalition against Naruto Uzumaki and his followers, and to eradicate them at any cost. Moreover, there were signs that within Konoha village the Council of Elders led by Danzo had likewise been covertly in contact with Tokugawa Ieyasu. A storm was brewing. After hearing the report, Naruto's face showed not the slightest trace of surprise. Instead, a cold smile crept across his lips. So it's finally coming. He walked to the wall where a rough map of the continent hung. His finger traced across the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, finally coming to rest upon the Land of Water. You want to join forces to hunt me down? Then come. Very well. Use your blood to lay the cornerstone for the break organization's rise to glory and to wash away the hatred in my heart. Tokugawa Ieyasu, Danzo, and all the rest who have had a hand in this. You will soon learn what awaits those who provoke a 7th Hokage who has lost everything and now burns with nothing but the fire of vengeance. The chamber brimmed with murderous intent. A storm that would sweep the entire continent was about to erupt, with the Land of Water at its very heart. in the land of water on the outskirts of the hidden mist village concealed within a covert underground base. The air was thick with a strange blend of dampness and medicinal herbs while candlelight cast flickering shadows upon the walls. Orochimaru sat behind a stone table covered in scrolls, his golden serpentine eyes glimmering with amusement in the dim light. His left hand remained wrapped in bandages, a memento left from his last encounter with Naruto. What a rare guest, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru spoke with his usual hoarse, teasing tone. What wind blows you here to see your old friend this, neither human nor ghost recluse? Have you finally thought it over? Willing to offer this perfect body to the pursuit of grand ninjutsu research? Naruto stood at the cave entrance, light outlining his tall silhouette behind him. His aura was more restrained than it had been a year ago, yet also far more unfathomable. Chunhua followed closely, warily watching Orochimaru and Kabuto beside him. Orochimaru, drop your boring tricks. Naruto spoke calmly, his voice steady, yet laced with undeniable authority. I'm here to propose a trade. Oh. Orochimaru leaned forward with intrigue. For the famed golden miracle to personally come seeking a trade. I'm truly flattered. But Naruto-kun, what could we possibly have to trade? The last time you nearly killed me. He shook his bandaged left hand. That was because you stood in my way. Naruto stepped into the cave, ignoring Kabuto's instantly wary gaze. But now we might share a common goal. A common goal? Orochimaru chuckled. Destroying Konoha. No, that's far too dull. I have no interest in destruction. I'm only interested in the truth. His tongue slid across his lips. Such as that new power inside you. So different from chakra. And the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto's gaze sharpened slightly. Orochimaru's intelligence network was indeed not to be underestimated. He even seemed to have some awareness of what had happened to Naruto at Mount Rokudo. Your goal is to explore the world's truth, master all jutsu, and even touch the realm of gods. Naruto looked straight at Orochimaru. But now a true god may soon return. The so-called deities sealed by the Sage of Six Paths in another dimension. Their messengers, the angels, may have already descended upon the shinobi world. Orochimaru's pupils abruptly constricted. The mockery on his face vanished, replaced by intense focus and burning fervor. Interesting. Most interesting. Go on, Naruto-kun. According to the sage's prophecy and my own intelligence, these angels wield powers beyond our comprehension. Their aim is to shatter the seal and usher the gods back into the world. By then the entire ninja world, and every truth you seek, could be utterly overturned. Naruto said slowly. I inherited part of the Sage of Six Paths' power and duty. I have to stop them. But this is not something I can accomplish alone. So, you want to join forces with me? Orochimaru's eyes glinted. Against the messengers of gods. This is indeed more appealing than destroying Konoha. But Naruto-kun, why should I trust you? And why should I help you? It's not helping me. It's cooperation. Naruto corrected him. First, you'll gain access to unprecedented power and systems of knowledge. Everything you've ever dreamed of. Second, if the gods return, all your research, including your pursuit of immortality, would turn to ashes. Third. Naruto paused, releasing a subtle, yet profound aura. It was a pressure born of Sage Mode, Chakra Ninetail's power, and his initial mastery of spiritual sense and the Nine Seals, so immense that the very air in the cave seemed to solidify. Third, if you refuse, I wouldn't mind eliminating a future potential threat right here and now. You should know, Orochimaru, that I am fully capable of doing so. Silence fell over the cave. Beads of sweat rolled down Kabuto's temples as his body trembled faintly. Under that pressure, he struggled even to lift a single finger. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then suddenly broke into a low, delighted laugh. Heh, ha. Just as expected of you, Uzumaki Naruto. Threats and temptations, so direct, yet so effective. You're truly no longer the foolish boy who used to shout about bonds. He rose to his feet, Golden Snake, eyes locked on Naruto. Fine. I accept this deal. I'll use all my resources and power to help you investigate the angels, and when the time comes, fight alongside you. After all, when it comes to studying the power of gods, could there possibly be a path closer to the truth? A wise choice. Naruto retracted his aura. Our first objective: investigate the joint forces of the land of fire, land of earth, and land of wind, to see if any abnormally powerful individuals with unknown abilities have appeared. Tokugawa Ieyasu's haste in launching this great war may be driven by more than mere ambition. No problem. Orochimaru agreed readily, then flashed a sly smile. But cooperation calls for sincerity, Naruto-kun. So how about sharing a little insight into the Nine Seals and that spiritual power of yours? Naruto gave him a glance. Wait until you provide intelligence of sufficient weight. With that, he turned and walked away. Chunhua quickly followed, shooting Kabuto a defiant glare as she passed him. Watching Naruto's retreating back, Orochimaru's smile gradually darkened into something deeper. Kabuto, did you see that? He murmured. The storm is coming. And Uzumaki Naruto. He already stands at the eye of the storm. Perhaps he truly is the one who will change the world, or destroy it. Leaving Orochimaru's base walking back toward the land of water. My lord, do we really have to cooperate with that disgusting man? Chunhua couldn't help asking, her expression full of distaste. Use every power you can. That's the law of survival in chaotic times. Naruto gazed calmly ahead. Orochimaru is a double-edged sword. Wielded well, it wounds the enemy, wielded poorly, it cuts the wielder. What matters is whether the one holding the sword has enough strength and control. He stopped, turning his gaze toward the land of fire, his eyes sharpening. And I have a feeling. Our true enemy may be far more terrifying than Orochimaru, than Tokugawa Ieyasu, or even than Uchiha Madara. Before that, we need to gather all our strength. Including the power of Konoha. Chunhua asked quietly. Naruto was silent for a moment, then continued on without answering. The setting sun stretched his shadow long behind him, solitary and resolute. Far away in the land of fire's capital, Tokugawa Ieyasu listened to the Umbu's report on the coalition force's victories, yet his face carried little joy. He dismissed his attendants and walked alone to the window, gazing at the moon in the night sky. Angel-sama, your plan is proceeding smoothly. He muttered to the empty room. Once I unify the continent and gather all its fortune and destiny, I will surely help you break the seal and welcome the return of the gods. By then I, Tokugawa Ieyasu, shall stand above all, second only to the new gods. Outside the window, a dark cloud slowly veiled the moon, plunging the land into a brief darkness. Several days after leaving Orochimaru's base, Naruto and Chunhua were crossing a desolate stone forest on the border between the land of water and the land of lightning. The jagged rocks and treacherous terrain had once made this place a haven for smugglers and rogue ninja from both countries. Now, with the war barely over, it felt even more desolate. Naruto suddenly stopped, his brows furrowing slightly. My lord, what is it? Chunhua instantly went on alert, her hand resting on the ninja tool pouch at her waist. Too quiet. Naruto scanned his surroundings, his spiritual sense spreading outward like invisible ripples. Deep within the stone forest, several powerful, yet hidden presences like venomous snakes poised to strike had already woven an inescapable net. We're surrounded, and by old acquaintances. The moment his words fell, the air above the surrounding rocks twisted and 12 figures appeared in an instant. They wore identical cyan robes embroidered with the images of the rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. Each wore a zodiac mask to match. Their collective chakra surged together, forming a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire stone forest. Of the 12 zodiac court guardians, aside from the dead rat and rooster sages, and the ambiguously aligned pig sage Choji and dog sage Inuzuka, all 8 remaining sages had actually come in person. And standing at their head was the dragon sage Gao Muzan, golden-haired, handsome, and exceptionally distinguished. He wore no mask, and a faint smile like that of an old friend meeting a familiar face lingered on his lips. What made Naruto's expression turn even colder was the person beside Gao Muzan, a middle-aged man in the ornate robes of a daimyo, his bearing imposing and dignified. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the daimyo of the land of fire. He had actually dared to appear in person on this dangerous battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto, Tokugawa Ieyasu spoke, his voice sonorous and full of the pressure of one long in power, or rather rogue ninja Naruto. We finally meet. Tokugawa Ieyasu. Naruto slowly uttered the name, his killing intent radiating like a palpable force. You actually left your turtle shell and came here in person to die. Insolent, the goat sage snapped. Gao Muzan raised a hand to silence his companion's rebuke. He looked at Naruto and smiled. Naruto-kun, it has been a while. I trust you are well. Since we parted at Mount Tiandu, your aura has grown even deeper. Truly an astonishing speed of growth. Gao Muzan, since when did the 12 zodiac court guardians become Tokugawa Ieyasu's private thugs? Naruto sneered. Is the duty of protecting the land of fire now just helping him eliminate his rivals? Gao Muzan remained calm. Our duty is not to be defiled. Gao Muzan remained calm. You attempted to assassinate the daimyo. Though the attempt against Tokugawa Ieyasu failed, your intent was unmistakable. You slew the tiger sage and threatened national security. For both public and private reasons, we can no longer tolerate your remaining at large. Today, Naruto-kun, you will accompany us back to the capital to stand trial. Trial? Naruto scoffed. With just the 8 of you. Arrogant. The hot-tempered monkey sage moved to attack on hearing this. And what about me? A cold voice sounded from behind Naruto and to one side. Space rippled slightly, and a figure slowly emerged. Long black hair and blood-red Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the field even heavier. He glanced at the surrounded Naruto, his eyes complicated, but in the end, he stood on the side of Gao Muzan and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Uzumaki Naruto, he said coldly, you have taken the wrong path. Naruto looked at Sasuke, and the last trace of longing for the past in his heart seemed to scatter, leaving only cold resolution. So even you came, Sasuke. Fine then. New grievances and old grudges. We'll settle them all today. Chunhua's face was pale. Pressing close to Naruto, she whispered, "My lord, there are too many of them, and all of them are top-tier experts." Afraid? Naruto asked indifferently. No. Chunhua gritted her teeth. As long as I follow you, my lord, I am afraid of nothing. Tokugawa Ieyasu watched this, and a smile of triumphant certainty spread across his face. Uzumaki Naruto, do you see now? This is what happens when you make an enemy of the entire shinobi world. Today this place will be your burial ground. All sages Sasuke-kun, do not hold back. Kill without mercy. Attack. Gao Muzan gave the order. In an instant the 8 Zodiac Guardians plus Uchiha Sasuke, 9 mighty experts, erupted with chakra at the same time. Chakra flames of every color soared into the sky. The tremendous energy fluctuations made the entire stone forest tremble, and shattered stones came raining down. The ox sage Miyamoto Ichiryu was the first to strike. With a furious roar, his muscles knotting into bulging cords, he entered the super expansion state. His enormous fist smashed down at Naruto like a meteor, its power seemingly enough to shatter mountains. The rabbit sage Ayumi formed hand seals. Jinjutsu cherry blossom dance. Countless razor-sharp cherry blossom petals materialized out of thin air, forming a deadly vortex that tore into Naruto's mind and body. The horse sage moved with astonishing speed, turning into a blur as his spear thrust straight at the back of Naruto's heart. The monkey sage, the snake sage, and the goat sage each unleashed their own ultimate moves. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu came from every direction, sealing off all space for Naruto to dodge. The deadliest attacks, however, came from Gao Muzan and Sasuke. Gao Muzan formed hand seals of unimaginable complexity. Ninjutsu, Death God's Scythe. Blades of black energy, denser and far more solid than before, filled the sky, screaming downward with a wicked power that corroded chakra. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun slowly. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited from nothing all around Naruto, locking down his range of motion. This was a carefully orchestrated killing trap. Luring Naruto in with his obsession to kill Tokugawa Ieyasu, they had then joined the remaining elites of the 12 Zodiac Court Guardians with Uchiha Sasuke to ensure a single fatal blow. My lord, Chunhua screamed. She desperately tried to use Crystal Prison as a defense, but under that monstrous pressure, she could hardly channel chakra smoothly. Facing this world-destroying assault, Naruto's eyes flashed with a hint of madness and resolve. Instead of retreating, he actually stepped forward. All of you underestimate me. He suddenly clapped his hands together in front of his chest. Kurama. Boom. An inconceivably vast torrent of orange-red chakra burst out of Naruto's body, like a volcanic eruption, instantly condensing into an extremely dense chakra cloak. Behind him, 4 chakra tails flailed wildly. A powerful shock wave exploded outward from him, actually blasting back the Ox Sage's first punch and several incoming ninjutsu. At the same time, he closed his eyes and instantly entered the state of spiritual insight. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhu, Jia, Jun, Lai, Zai, Qian. The 9-character mantra, empowered by overwhelming mental force and Senjutsu chakra, erupted at full strength before the world for the first time. A vast semi-transparent golden barrier expanded suddenly around Naruto, with mysterious runes flowing across it. Amaterasu's black flames were blocked outside. The death god's side shrieked against the barrier and splintered apart, while every other ninjutsu attack was also stopped by that seemingly indestructible shield. What a shock appeared on Gao Muzan's face for the first time. What kind of power? Sasuke's Sharingan also churned violently. He could sense that the power within the golden barrier was completely different from any known chakra nature. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had become savage vertical slits with sage mode eyeshadow markings and Nine-Tails chakra swirling around him. His aura was both ferocious and sacred. Now his ice-cold gaze swept across every enemy present and finally came to rest on Tokugawa Ieyasu, whose expression had shifted slightly. Now, it's my turn. Within the stone forest, the true battle had only just begun at this very moment. Within the stone forest, the golden energy barrier slowly contracted until it pressed tight against Naruto's body surface, sheathed in dark crimson-tailed beast chakra and sage mode eyeshadow, coalescing into a radiant membrane across which mysterious runes flowed. He stood there like a war god from ancient myth, violent and sacred auras interweaving the pressure so dense that even the air turned viscous. Such power. The shock in Takagi Mori's eyes transformed into unprecedented solemnity. This is no ordinary tailed beast chakra. What exactly did he obtain at Mount Rikudu? The look of assured victory on Tokugawa Ieyasu's face froze as well. He instinctively retreated half a step, hiding behind Takagi Mori and the several sages. He knew nothing of ninjutsu, but that pure soul-quaking power could not be feigned. Don't give him time to breathe. Takagi Mori barked, shattering the momentary silence. Form the formation. 12 earthly branches, God-binding formation. Though 4 people were missing, the simplified version could be driven by 8 people's strength. The remaining 8 sages reacted swiftly, their figures flickering as they instantly occupied 8 directions. Eye chakra gushed from their bodies like chains, interweaving in midair into a colossal, intricate light formation that blanketed the entire battlefield. The instant the light formation appeared, Naruto felt his body sink as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Even the flow of his chakra became sluggish. This formation not only severely restricts the enemy's movement and chakra, but also partially connects the power of the 8, fusing offense and defense. Naruto, it's over. Sasuke's cold shout rang out. Seizing the instant the formation took shape, his Mangekyo Sharingan whirled madly. Blaze released Kagetsuchi. The black flames of Amaterasu, which had been blocked before, were shaped under his control into countless black arrows raining from all directions upon Naruto at the center of the formation. This time the black flame arrows pierced the golden membrane. Although their power was greatly weakened, they still seared ripples across its surface and continuously consumed Naruto's strength. Sage Art Wind released Super Large Raisin Shuriken. Naruto roared, condensing in each hand a giant black raisin shuriken suffused with natural energy. He did not try to evade. Instead, he hurled them furiously at the 2 nodes where the formation's energy was densest, toward the sages of the Ox Palace and the Rabbit Palace. Dream on. Miyamoto Ichiryu, the Ox Sage, bellowed. His super-enlarged body stood like a mountain in the way, both fists driving forward to clash violently with the Raisin Shuriken. Jinjutsu Mirror Flower Water Moon. Ayumi the Rabbit Sage flickered, trying to disrupt Naruto's lock-on with Jinjutsu. Boom, boom. 2 ear-splitting explosions rang out almost at the same moment. Miyamoto Ichiryu was blasted into a staggering retreat, his expansion jutsu nearly collapsing, both arms scorched black. Ayumi's Jinjutsu, however, was far less effective before Naruto's formidable spiritual sense entailed beast chakra. Even the residual waves of the Raisin Shuriken still sent her chi and blood surging in turmoil. The formation's light barrier shook violently and fell into an instant disorder. Now, a sharp gleam flashed through Naruto's eyes and his figure blurred. Flying Thunder God technique. He was not using it for long-distance teleportation, but for ultra-short-range, almost instantaneous flickers within the space constrained by the formation. This was a new use he had developed by combining the Flying Thunder God with his own ultra-high-speed reflexes, far more deceptive within a limited space. He appeared beside the Sheep Sage, his fist wrapped in the golden membrane, and a tailed beast claw lashing out with simple, brutal efficiency. Too fast. The Sheep Sage could only raise both arms to block. Crack. The sound of breaking bones was unmistakable. The Sheep Sage shrieked and flew backward like a kite, with its string cut slamming heavily into the depths of the stone forest, his fate unknown. Having succeeded with one strike, Naruto did not pause. His form flickered again, dodging the Horse Sage's rapid thrust and the Monkey Sage's staff shadow, and appeared behind the Snake Sage. Sage Art Planetary Rasengan. Several small Rasengans with unpredictable trajectories were born in an instant and blasted toward the Snake Sage from all angles. The Snake Sage was scared out of his wits. His body twisted as if boneless, narrowly dodging his vitals, but one Rasengan still clipped his shoulder blade, sending him spinning through the air and out of combat. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 8 sages had been taken down. The formation's light dimmed once more, and its binding force plummeted. Bastard. Takagi Mori could no longer sit still. He could not allow Naruto to pick them off one by one. Death God's Hand Star Pluck. His right hand instantly transformed into dazzling gold, as if forged from pure gold, and pierced through the space between them to seize Naruto's throat. The strike was fast, precise, and merciless, containing a force that seemed to tear at the soul. Naruto's pupils shrank. He could feel the terror of that grasping hand. He had just used the Flying Thunder God to attack in rapid succession. His old strength was spent, and his new strength had yet to arise. It seemed there was no way to dodge. At that critical instant, Chidori, a dazzling bolt of lightning released later, arrived first and struck Takagi Mori's Death God's hand with pinpoint accuracy. It was Sasuke. The lightning and the golden light collided violently, producing an ear-piercing screech of tearing energy. Sasuke let out a muffled grunt, blasted backward, and skidding more than 10 meters. His right hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But in the end he had blocked that killing strike. Takagi Mori whipped his head around, golden pupils glaring coldly at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, what do you mean? Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face cold, his Sharingan fixed on Takagi Mori without the slightest ripple. His life can only be taken by me. To die at your hands would be too easy for him. His reasoning sounded perfectly natural, in keeping with the complex obsession he had always harbored toward Naruto. Naruto gave Sasuke a deep, meaningful look. At the instant Takagi Mori had attacked moments ago through his subtle spiritual perception, Naruto sensed an extremely faint, well-hidden fluctuation deep inside Sasuke's heart. It was not killing intent, but anxiety and a warning. Combined with this act of seeming to block him while at just the right moment, actually helping to intercept the fatal blow. Naruto thought this guy is still the same as ever. His mouth says the harshest words, but at the most critical moment. Sasuke, what exactly are you planning? Do as you please. Takagi Mori gave a cold snort, seeming to accept the explanation, but deep in his eyes flashed a barely perceptible hint of doubt. He no longer paid attention to Sasuke. Forming hand seals again, this time his aura connected with the entire simplified 12 earthly branches God-binding formation. Everyone lend me your power. Dragon's Roar Annihilation. The entire formation flared with tremendous light, and the chakra of the remaining 6 sages poured into Takagi Mori's body, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. He opened his mouth and a silent ripple spread outward. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to wail, and rocks soundlessly crumbled into powder. This was not a physical attack, but a destructive sound that acted directly upon the origin of spirit and energy. Naruto felt an unprecedented crisis. This strike, his golden membrane, might not be able to withstand it completely. There was no choice but to stake it all. The Nine-Tails chakra surged wildly within him. Natural energy of Sage Mode gathered at an unparalleled speed, and his spiritual perception was pushed to its limit as he readied himself to endure the annihilating dragon's roar. However, watching this, Tokugawa Ieyasu revealed an eerie smile of certain victory. He quietly crushed a jade talisman engraved with intricate runes hidden in his sleeve. Just when the annihilating dragon's roar was about to land, another upheaval occurred. Boom. A colossal tornado made entirely of water descended from the sky. It did not attack Naruto, but landed with pinpoint precision on another key node of the 12 earthly branches God-binding formation. The water tornado contained immense Sage Mode chakra and a trace of familiar demonic aura. The formation trembled violently, its light flaring and fading. Takagi Mori's annihilating dragon's roar was interrupted, and he himself suffered the backlash, his face turning pale. Everyone looked on in shock. At the edge of the stone forest, a slender figure stood upon the waves. Long blue hair, fair skin, and 2 adorable horns on her forehead. Beside her was a gigantic toad, holding a shield and a trident. Naruto, the figure spoke, her voice crisp with a hint of concern. It seems you've stirred up no small amount of trouble. The newcomer was none other than the successor of Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great sacred lands. Her appearance completely shattered the balance of the battlefield. Naruto looked at her, surprise flickering in his eyes before melting into a slight smile. It seems there are quite a few guests today. Takagi Mori's face darkened to its limit, and Tokugawa Ieyasu's smile froze on his face. Sasuke silently watched the newly appeared blue wave emissary, his Sharingan gleaming with shifting light, as no one knew what he was thinking. The situation had once again become even more complex and uncertain. The Azure Wave envoy's arrival was like a ladle of cold water hurled into a seething cauldron of oil. The battlefield erupted in an instant. She stood atop the surging currents, her blue hair drifting lightly in the wind, the horns on her forehead gleaming with a jade-like luster under the sunlight. Her azure eyes swept across the battlefield and finally settled on Naruto, carrying a faint, elusive smile. It seems you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble, Naruto Uzumaki. Gao Muzin's face was so dark that it seemed about to drip water. His meticulously laid 12 earthly branches God-binding formation had first had 2 nodal points forcibly broken by Naruto, and now it had been struck by this sudden waterspout imbued with sage power. It was already teetering on the brink, its strength diminished by 7 or 8 parts out of 10. Worse still, he could not gauge the newcomer's depth at all. A muscle twitched on Tokugawa Ieyasu's face. His meticulously orchestrated killing strike had been thrown into disarray by one unforeseen variable after another. He instinctively retreated another half step, hiding himself entirely behind Gao Muzin, but the shock and fury in his eyes were undeniable. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed slightly as he sized up the uninvited guest. From her, he felt natural energy akin to Naruto's Sage Mode, yet purer, carrying the vastness and depth of the ocean. He remained silent, but the chakra inside him circulated quietly, ready to respond to any change. Who are you? Gao Muzin asked in a low voice, his golden pupils brimming with vigilance. A passerby who simply can't stand watching the many bully the few, the Azure Wave envoy said, her voice crisp and clear, yet carrying an unquestionable force. Besides, you disturbed our boss Toad's peaceful dreams. She patted the head of the giant toad beside her. The toad gave a croak and waved the harpoon in its hand, looking rather aggrieved. Naruto looked at the newcomer. Though he didn't know her, the pure natural energy she emitted put him at ease, and his taut nerves relaxed a little. Thank you for your assistance. No need for courtesy. The Azure Wave envoy smiled slightly and turned her gaze to Gao Muzin and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Now will you leave on your own, or shall I see you off? Arrogant. The monkey sage had a fiery temper. Although the formation had been broken, their side still had the 6 sages, plus Gao Muzan and Uchiha Sasuke. How could they tolerate such insolence from a woman of unknown origin? He brandished his iron staff and stepped forward. Stop! Gao Muzan raised a hand to stop him. He saw things more clearly than the monkey sage. This woman and that toad were no ordinary beings. Her mastery of sage arts was extraordinarily profound. Add to that a Naruto Uzumaki whose current state was unknown, but who certainly still had hidden trump cards, and an Uchiha Sasuke, whose allegiance was ambiguous. If they continued to fight, the outcome would be hard to tell, and they might even capsize in a ditch. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury and shock within him, then gave Naruto a long, hard look. Naruto Uzumaki, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. But the feud between the 12 palaces of Hutting and you will not end here. Let's go. With that, he turned without hesitation and fled as a streak of golden light. The remaining 6 sages, although unwilling, also knew that nothing more could be done. They shot Naruto and the Azure Wave envoy a vicious glare before turning and following him away. Sasuke stayed where he was, his gaze briefly meeting Naruto's. In those deep Sharingan eyes, Naruto read an extremely complex emotion, concern, a warning, and above all a tacit understanding to proceed according to plan. Naruto thought to himself, Sasuke, I understand. Be careful over there too. Sasuke ultimately said nothing. His figure slowly sank into the ground and disappeared like a shadow merging into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the stone forest that had been brimming with murderous aura was left with only Naruto, Chunhua, and the newly arrived Azure Wave envoy. My lord, are you all right? Only then did Chunhua breathe a sigh of relief. She hurried to Naruto's side and checked him with concern for injuries, while also stealing curious, slightly appraising glances at the Azure Wave envoy. I'm fine. Naruto patted her on the shoulder to reassure her, then walked toward the Azure Wave envoy and gave a solemn bow. Thank you again for your kind assistance, milady. May I ask your distinguished name and where you come from? The Azure Wave envoy jumped lightly down from the water wave, the currents dissolving as she landed. She walked up to Naruto and said with a smile, my name is Senju Uchiha. I come from a solitary island overseas, and I am trained in a collateral branch of Mount Myaboka's lineage. You can call me Uchiha. Senju. The surname made both Naruto and Chunhua jolt. The Senju clan. Weren't they already? Chunhua blurted out before she could stop herself. A flicker of remembrance and faint sorrow drifted through Uchiha's eyes. The Senju clan of Konoha may have merged into the common folk, but our bloodline has never died out. Our branch left the continent long ago and overseas has been guarding another secret natural realm connected to Mount Myaboku. She looked at Naruto. I traveled out into the world on my master's orders. Sensing powerful sage art fluctuations here, and familiar Ninetales chakra, I came to have a look. I didn't expect to stumble right into such a good show. Naruto's mind raced. A descendant of the Senju clan carrying Mount Myaboka's heritage. This was undoubtedly a powerful ally, and it also meant she might know far more secrets about the Sage of 6 Paths and natural energy. Miss Uchiha, the shinobi world is in turmoil. Tokugawa Ieyasu has colluded with certain formidable beings of unknown origin intending to overthrow the entire shinobi world. I wonder if you... Uchiha waved a hand to interrupt him, her smile bright and open. No need to test me. Since I chose to act, I'm not just here to watch the show. My master once said that when the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the Uchiha's reincarnation of Indra once again stand side by side, the wheel of fate for this world will begin to turn. It seems you are the key. In you I sense a power different from ordinary chakra, something closer to the origin. Very interesting. She paused, then continued, moreover, Tokugawa Ieyasu and his kind stop at nothing in their pursuit of power, even attempting to meddle with the balance of natural energy. That is something neither my master's lineage nor I can tolerate. So in the journey ahead, count me in. Naruto was delighted at heart. To gain such a powerful ally was unquestionably a godsend. Welcome aboard, Miss Uchiha. At that moment Naruto frowned slightly. His powerful divine sense caught an extremely subtle, yet unsettling fluctuation of space. This fluctuation did not come from Sasuke or Gao Muzan, who had left, but from the very spot where Tokugawa Ieyasu had been standing. What's wrong, my lord? Chunhua keenly sensed that something was off about Naruto. Nothing. Naruto suppressed the unease in his heart and shook his head. He looked at Uchiha and Chunhua, and his gaze turned resolute once more. Let's leave this place first and return to the land of water. Tokugawa Ieyasu will never let things rest. We must grow stronger as quickly as possible. His next move will be even more vicious. The three no longer lingered. Their figures swiftly vanished into the desolate stone forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the stone peaks, illuminating the devastation below, as if speaking silently of the bitter battle that had just ended and foreshadowing an even greater storm that was about to sweep across the entire shinobi world. Though the dust of the stone forest battle had settled, the urgency and sense of peril clung to the hearts of every core member of the break organization like a bone-deep corruption. Land of water deep within the Morishita clan's secret base. Far removed from the bustling clamor of Mito City above this underground base, constructed within natural caverns through the Morishita clan's immense wealth, was thick with a solemn, tense atmosphere. Emergency lights flooded the vast central command room. Faint scents of machine oil, medicinal fluids, and lingering chakra residue drifted through the air. Uzumaki Naruto sat in the seat of honor. His face was still pale from the fierce battle, yet his azure eyes were sharp as an eagle's sweeping across those gathered around the long table. Chunhua stood quietly a step behind him, like a small orchid blooming in silence, watching over his condition at all times. At the long table sat, in order, Morishita Mita, the strategist and treasurer. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the table, his eyes flickering as his mind clearly raced, analyzing the unfavorable situation. Ichiryu, leader of the assassination unit, hugged his cherished sword and rested with closed eyes, but the cold aura radiating from him made even those nearby feel a chill. Senju, the newly joined member, sat in the first seat to Naruto's right. She had changed into a crisp dark blue shinobi outfit and still carried the enormous scroll on her back. Her arrival undoubtedly gave the break organization a powerful shot in the arm, but it also introduced a new unknown. She calmly bore everyone's scrutiny, her gaze occasionally meeting Naruto's with a barely perceptible curiosity. In addition, holographic projections of several core members occupied seats of their own, a remote conference made possible by Morishita Mita's latest communication technology. These included Erasure of the Sandstorm, a rogue shinobi from the hidden sand wielder of magnet release, Yukimi Ruri, a descendant of the Yuki clan expert in ice release and illusion arts, and Chiba Hayato, a samurai prodigy, still active in the Land of Iron. The Stone Forest battle exposed many of our problems. Naruto spoke, his voice steady, breaking the silence of the room. Tokugawa Ieyasu and Takagi Mori now have a far more direct understanding of our strength, especially my true power and Miss Shio's sage art. Their retreat was suspicious. I suspect they acquired some data we know nothing about. Morishita Mita immediately responded, my lord's concerns are extremely justified. According to intelligence sent back at deadly risk by our informant in Kyoto immediately after returning to the capital, Tokugawa Ieyasu summoned the royal artisan chief and several mysterious astromancers. Combined with the analysis of residual energy fluctuations left on the battlefield, it is highly likely they deployed an extremely rare spatial beacon recorder to capture the combat data of you and Miss Shio. With these words, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew even heavier. To be studied so meticulously by the enemy meant that future battles would become even more arduous. Targeted traps and countermeasures could emerge at any moment. Not only that, Morishita Mita went on, Tokugawa Ieyasu has already begun to act. Using the authority of the daimyo, he is allied with some conservative nobles from the lands of water, earth, and wind, and is pushing a proposal for illegal trade sanctions and maritime blockade against our country, primarily against our Morishita clan. The intent is to strangle us, economically cutting off our supply lines and financial channels. A political and economic strangulation. Ichiryu slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. How fitting for the dirty methods of those politicians. We need to counterattack. Erasure of the Sandstorm's holographic projection spoke up, his voice carrying a grit of wind and sand. We cannot just wait to be destroyed. I still have old subordinates on the borders of the Land of Wind. We can create some trouble for them and divert their attention. My Jinjutsu can slip into the residences of key figures to gather intelligence, or create certain accidents. Yukimi Ruri's cool voice drifted, overlaced with a dangerous charm. Naruto raised his hand to quiet the discussion. Leave the political and economic struggle to Mita-san. Arashi Ruri, follow your plans, but be careful. Do not reveal our core intentions. Our immediate priority is to integrate our forces, strengthen our abilities, and prepare for Tokugawa's next, even fiercer offensive, especially the external power he might summon. His gaze shifted to Senju. Miss Shio, thank you for your aid at the Stone Forest. Your sage art seems to share a lineage with Mount Myaboku, yet it is also quite different. Senju inclined her head slightly and said, frankly, Naruto Dano has keen perception. The branch of the Senju clan to which I belong has lived in seclusion on an isolated island overseas for generations, guarding a node of natural energy linked to Mount Myaboku, but far more ancient and primordial. Our sage art emphasizes resonance and guidance of natural energy rather than forced absorption. It could be called an ancient sage art, closer to nature's very essence. She paused, looked at Naruto, and continued with sincerity, I emerged into the world for two reasons. First, I sensed a violent disturbance in the continent's natural energy. An evil existence far beyond the level of tailed beasts is coveting this world. Second, an ancient prophecy of my clan guided me to seek the source of the wind of change. And that wind, Uzumaki Naruto, is you. Ancient sage art. Natural resonance. Naruto fell into pensive thought. This struck him as remarkably similar to his own path of true power, which sought to fuse natural energy, spiritual energy, and life essence, and might even be a more systematic and safer shortcut. Miss Shio, concerning the true power I am cultivating now and the bottleneck I have encountered, do you have any insight? Naruto asked directly. He urgently needed to grow stronger. Senju Shio mused for a moment, then said Naruto Dano's energy is vast as an ocean, especially the nascent true power that has begun to align with nature. Its potential is boundless. But if I may be blunt, you seem to rely too much on your enormous chakra to forcefully drive and fuse everything while overlooking the deeper communion and attunement with nature. The practice of ancient sage art emphasizes a stillness of heart and enlightenment. Perhaps you might try setting aside your need to control power and truly feel it, as you would feel the flow of wind or the soaking of water. His words struck Naruto like a morning bell and evening drum. He remembered the old monk of Mount Rakudo's teaching and the constricting sensation during his own experiments, and indeed that seemed to be the problem. He had always tried to dominate power through sheer will, forgetting that power itself was part of nature and needed to be understood and embraced. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Shio. Naruto offered his gratitude with deep sincerity. Then regarding the external power Tokugawa Ieyasu might bring, those so-called divine apostles or angels, does your Senju clan possess any relevant records? Senju Shio's expression turned serious. The ancient scrolls of our clan do mention them. In the age of antiquity, guests from beyond the heavens descended. They wielded power that transcended the mortal, treated all living beings as ants, and plundered the essence of the world. The sage of six paths once fought against them. The scrolls warn that when the flames of war rekindle and human desire swells to its absolute limit, these reapers will follow the beacon and return once more. Tokugawa Ieyasu's actions are undoubtedly playing with fire, possibly dragging the entire world into the abyss. Reapers. Otsutsuki. Naruto murmured, his sense of crisis intensifying. Time seemed to grow more and more pressing. Just then a low, urgent humming suddenly came from the base's alarm system. An intelligence officer rushed in, shouting, "Report. An unidentified squad of shinobi has infiltrated the third warning perimeter around the base. They are extremely skilled and slipped past all three of our defense lines." Morishita shot to his feet. How many? What are their characteristics? A four-man team. One of them seems able to fight using bones. Another has incredibly savage chakra, like the abilities of the Yugo clan. People from Hawk Team under Uchiha Sasuke. How could they find this place? And why appear in this manner? A sharp light flashed in Naruto's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Senju Shio. It seems we have more than one wave of guests. Naruto rose to his feet, an invisible aura radiating from him. Ichiryu, take your men and go greet them. Remember, capture them alive if possible, especially the bone wielder. Understood. Ichiryu's figure flickered and vanished from the command room like a phantom. The meeting was interrupted for the moment. A new storm was already at the door. At the outer perimeter of the base within the third security zone lay a dense primeval forest. Moonlight torn into fragments by the thick canopy scattered mottled patches of shifting light and shadow across the ground. For silhouettes darted through the grove like leopards in the dead of night. Swift, precise, and utterly silent, betraying a consummate mastery of infiltration. The one at the lead was tall and slender, clad in a black combat suit tailored for agility. A pure white mask, utterly unadorned, concealed his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, calm to the point of near indifference. Most striking of all, at his elbows, knees, and other joints, pale bone spurs would occasionally pierce through the fabric, glimmering faintly, each suffused with a chilling, murderous aura. He was none other than Kagayame, the last orphan of the Kagaya clan, heir to the Shikatsumiyaku, the Deadbone Pulse. Close on his heels came a red-haired youth built as massive as a bear. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy, and beneath his skin it seemed as if lava were flowing, radiating a volatile and savage chakra. This was Yugo, whose constitution devoured natural energy and flung him into berserk frenzy. The third was a lithe, agile figure with a colossal bandage-wrapped weapon slung across his back, a cynical smirk forever tugging at one corner of his lips. Hozuki Sujetsu. The final member was a girl with vivid red hair and delicate features. Behind her glasses her gaze was sharp and searching. This was Karen, a sensor of extraordinary perceptive power. These were the core members of Uchiha Sasuke's Taka squad. "May, are you sure this is the place?" "The sensory barrier is getting stronger," Sujetsu asked in a low voice, his fingers absently tracing the handle of the decapitating greatsword. Kagayame inclined his head. His voice came through the mask with a metallic timbre. "No mistake. The coordinates Lord Sasuke left behind are located beneath this area. Moreover, the blood within me is resonating with some obscure aura hidden here." The resonance he spoke of naturally was tied to another Kagaya orphan within the base, or to the dense, surging life energy of Senju Shio. "Tchy, so secretive." Suigetsu curled his lip. Why not just fight our way in? It's the perfect chance to test out my new blade. Shut up, Suigetsu. Karen pushed up her glasses, warily sensing the area. The defensive system here is airtight, and something very strong is coming. Before her words faded, an icy, killing intent suddenly saturated the air around them. Countless pitch-black shadows like venomous vines sprouting from the earth wound soundlessly toward the darkness beneath the four of them. Watch out. It's a variant of the shadow imitation technique. Karen cried, but Kagaya-me reacted even faster. His toes stamped, sending his body drifting backward as if it weighed nothing, and with a sweep of both hands, thud thud thud, dozens of sharp bone spikes erupted from his body like a turbulent storm, shooting with unerring accuracy toward the source of those grasping shadows, the gloom beneath several large trees. The bone spikes sank into the darkness with dull reports, and the shadow imitation technique faltered for an instant. Skulking in the shadows. Yugo released a low guttural growl. His already seething chakra boiled over. His right arm swelled and transformed in a flash, covered by a hard layer of rock armor, and with devastating force he slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The earth shuddered, cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. The shockwave hammered into a hidden operative of the break organization who had been lurking nearby with the shadow technique, sending his chi and blood into such turmoil that his form was exposed. Found you. Suigetsu laughed. His body dissolved into a puddle of water that merged into the ground, and the next instant, he rose from the shadow behind the operative, the decapitating greatsword sweeping in a horizontal arc with a howling whistle. Yet the moment the blade was about to kiss the operative's neck, a swifter, colder flash of swordlight came from behind and overtook it. Clang! A shrill collision of metal exploded in the night air. Suigetsu felt an irresistible, overwhelming force slam through his sword. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, and the decapitating greatsword nearly tore free from his grip. He stumbled back several steps, staring ahead in shock. A middle-aged shinobi with a cold, stern face cradling a long blade had somehow taken position before the operative. He was none other than Ichiryu, the commander of the break organization's assassination unit. Intruder, surrender. There was no emotion in Ichiryu's voice, yet the razor-edged sword intent radiating from his body, maybe air itself, seemed to congeal. A formidable swordsman. Suigetsu licked his lips, fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Kagaya-me stepped forward into confrontation with Ichiryu, his gaze beneath the bone-white mask sharp as a knife. We have no intention of becoming enemies of the break organization. We merely came under orders to request an audience with leader Uzumaki Naruto. Ichiryu's expression did not change. If you wish to see the leader, you'll first have to get through me. At that moment the battle was a hair's breadth away. But just as Kagaya-me raised his bone blade once more, as Yugo verged toward full berserk, and as Suigetsu stood ready, a calm voice echoed through the forest from a loudspeaker above. Ichiryu, stand down. It was Naruto's voice. Bring them to the command room. His tone carried an authority that brooked no dissent, especially the Kagaya clan guest. At these words Ichiryu immediately sheathed his blade, and the killing aura around him vanished in an instant like a tide receding into nothingness. He motioned toward Kagaya-me and the others, an invitation. Please follow me. The abrupt shift left the four Taka squad members momentarily bewildered. Kagaya-me fell silent for a moment, then retracted his bone blade. Beneath Karen's placating touch, Yugo barely managed to restrain his berserk impulse. TCH, what was that about? We didn't even get to fight. Suigetsu grumbled as he put away his decapitating greatsword. Under the escort of a number of operatives of the break organization, the four followed Ichiryu deeper into the base, suspicion and unease weighing on their hearts. They knew that the true trial had only just begun, and the resonant thrum of blood in Kagaya-me's veins, the moment he crossed the base's threshold, became clearer and more powerful than ever. Inside the secret command chamber, the atmosphere became even more delicate than before. Kagaya-me, Yugo, Suigetsu, and Karen stood at the center, bearing the scrutinizing gazes from every direction. Morishita's eyes held a merchant's shrewdness and calculation. Ichiryu's gaze was cold as a blade. Senju Shio's eyes brimmed with curiosity and inquiry, and Haruka, by contrast, remained on vigilant guard at Naruto's side. Naruto Uzumaki, seated in the place of honor, calmly swept his gaze across the four, finally letting it rest on Kagaya-me. He could sense that within this silent youth lurked an immensely ancient and savage bloodline power, faintly reminiscent of the Otsutsuki clan's aura, yet utterly different, closer to pure slaughter and destruction. The Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku. I never thought another inheritor would remain besides Kimimaro, Naruto said slowly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. You are Sasuke Uchiha's people. What does he need to send you to me in this manner? Kagaya-me stepped forward, ignoring the oppressive gazes around him. He took from his robe a small scroll sealed with intricate runes and offered it forward with both hands. This is a secret letter Lord Sasuke ordered us to hand to you personally. A member of the break organization stepped forward, took the scroll cautiously, and only after inspecting it presented it to Naruto. As Naruto took the scroll, his fingertips touched the familiar chakra seal, and something stirred faintly in his heart. He deftly formed a few hand seals, dispelled the seal, and unrolled the scroll. What lay inside was not a letter but a message branded with a special ocular power and projected directly into Naruto's mind. Naruto behind Tokugawa, and the Gotei, 12 palaces, shadows from beyond the heavens, are indeed stirring. During my infiltration, I confirmed that at least 3 angels, using oracle beacons, are lurking in the capital of the Land of Fire, in special manifested forms. Their strength far exceeds ordinary Kaga level, and their abilities are bizarre. They seem capable of devouring chakra and spiritual energy. Takagi Mori has been in frequent contact with one of the angels. The individual ascension he pursues is likely a trap aimed at cultivating a more perfect vessel or sacrifice. The Hawk Squad is yours to command. Kagaya Mei's Shikatsumiyaku contains a secret perhaps connected to true power and the Otsutsuki's all-killing ash bones. It is worth investigating. Jugo's sage transformation flaw may be mended by the Senju clan's ancient senjutsu. Suigetsu and Karen each have their uses. It is for you to decide how to employ them. Beware of Tokugawa's economic strangulation. He is allied with the 3 great merchant guilds targeting the Morishita family's shipping lifeline. Be alert inwardly as well. Oda Nobunaga's heart is hard to fathom. I will continue to lie low and track down the key. When the time is ripe, I will return. Sasuke. The message was short, but the intelligence it carried was astonishing. The 3 angels had already descended. Takagi Mori might be being used. The details of Tokugawa's economic offensive and warnings about internal figures. Sasuke had clearly obtained these pieces of critical intelligence at tremendous risk from deep within enemy territory. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, then destroyed the scroll into fine powder in his palm with chakra. He looked at Kagaya Mei and the other 3, and his gaze had grown far deeper. I have received Sasuke's letter, Naruto said. He has ordered you to temporarily join the break organization and follow my command. What? Suigetsu jumped up first. Lord Sasuke wants us to listen to him. Are you kidding me? Karen also knitted her brows, clearly both shocked and resistant to the arrangement. Jugo merely tilted his head as if he did not care. Only Kagaya Mei remained silent, but beneath his mask his gaze once again fixed on Naruto, more precisely on the vast chakra within Naruto's body and the faint nascent flow of true power. The Shikatsumiyaku within him was letting out a near yearning hum. We naturally obey Lord Sasuke's orders. Kagaya Mei's voice was still calm, but carried a barely discernible firmness. However, Leader Naruto Uzumaki, before I formally pledge my loyalty to you, I have one request. Speak. I ask for a battle with you. Kagaya Mei raised his head, and the eyes beneath his white bone mask stared straight at Naruto. I need to confirm whether you possess the qualification to wield this power, and to guide me in mastering this cursed bloodline. The Shikatsumiyaku is both a powerful Kekkai Genkai and a curse that, accompanied by a bloodline disease, ultimately devours its user's life. Kagaya Mei had been searching for a way to control, or even surpass this curse. Naruto looked at the absolute resolve in Kagaya Mei's eyes, and seemed to see the Sasuke of old, the one who had clung to power and struggled in the darkness. He smiled faintly, and stood up. Fine. I also want to see just how formidable the Shikatsumiyaku said to share the same origin as all-killing ash bones truly is. Lord. Haruka and Morishita Mida spoke out at the same time, trying to dissuade him. Naruto's wounds had not healed, so fighting now was truly unwise. Naruto waved a hand, signaling it was no concern. It will be about fought with restraint. It won't affect my wounds. Besides, he looked at Kagaya Mei. This battle may also help me understand true power. Moments later they were at the base's dedicated combat training ground. Naruto and Kagaya Mei stood facing each other. The others watched from the edge of the arena. Senju Shio's eyes held deep interest. She was intensely curious about these 2 vastly different and formidable powers. Begin, Naruto said calmly. Kagaya Mei wasted no words. With a shift of his body, he turned into a black lightning bolt and charged forward at astonishing speed. At the same time, he swept both arms outward, and from his 10 fingertips there instantly burst foot-long razor-sharp bone blades. Shrieking as they tore through the air, they stabbed toward every vital point on Naruto's body. Dance of the Camellia. Dense bone blade attacks like a violent storm engulfed Naruto completely. However, Naruto did not even move his feet. With barely perceptible sways and twists of his body, he dodged every attack by a hair's breadth. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as if he had predicted every attacking trajectory in advance. Kagaya Mei's eyes sharpened, and he changed his offensive. He spun abruptly, and from the base of his spine shot a long whip-like bone chain that lashed through the howling wind and coiled toward Naruto's neck. Dance of the Clematis Vine. The bone chain moved with cunning flexibility, sealing off every avenue of escape. This time Naruto did not dodge. He extended his right hand, forefinger and middle finger pressed together. At his fingertips lingered a faint lustrous white glow, as if chakra and natural energy had fused together. It was a preliminary application of true power. Clink. He caught the tip of the bone chain, powerful enough to grind steel apart, between two fingers with matchless precision. A formidable force ran down the bone chain. Kagaya felt a scorching life-filled energy invade his arm in an instant, and the Shikatsumiaka chakra within him churned violently, as if it had met its natural predator. This. What kind of power is this? Kagaya-me's heart shook violently. Feeling from his fingertips that contradictory force, steeped in death and destruction, yet somehow craving vitality and suppression, Naruto seemed to understand something. Could the essence of the Shikatsumiyaku be not pure destruction, but rather within the extremity of death the possibility of transformation toward life? It has simply been twisted by the curse and the murderous will in the bloodline. He released his fingers, and the bone chain withdrew. Your power is strong, but it is full of chaos and pain. Naruto looked at Kagaya and said slowly, perhaps what you need is not a sharper killing technique, but a way to quiet the restlessness in your bloodline and understand its true source. Kagaya stood where he was, his expression shifting uncertainly beneath the mask. That brief moment of contact had made him acutely aware of the magnitude and tolerance of the power inside Naruto, an aura that was the exact opposite of his Shikatsumiyaku's savagery, yet one that inexplicably drew him in. He was silent for a long time. At last he slowly removed the white bone mask, revealing a pale, yet extraordinarily handsome young face with a kind of morbid beauty. He knelt on one knee, lowering a head that had never been lowered to anyone. Kagaya will follow Lord Naruto Uzumaki, seeking the way to master this bloodline unwavering until death. In that moment, driven by a shared pursuit of power and the same hopes for the future, the core of the Hawk Squad formally merged into the rising warship of the Break organization. Thus Naruto's ranks gained another fierce general with limitless potential. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Ieyasu gazed at the energy data report on Naruto, and Senjutsu analyzed by a mysterious instrument, and a cold smile of utter determination spread across his face. Send word to the three angels that the vessel data is complete, and we may begin preparing. The purification ceremony. Kagaya-me's arrival was like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripple after ripple through the inner circles of the Break organization. The significance of a powerhouse bearing the legendary Deadbone Pulse went far beyond a mere boost to combat strength. His unique and dangerous Kekkei Genkai, and the clues it represented reaching perhaps into ancient secrets and even the Otsutsuki clan, made a strategist like Morishita see of far deeper value. Inside the command room, the meeting on the current situation proceeded, though now the participants included Kagaya and three others. Suigetsu remained as nonchalant as ever, but when his eyes occasionally swept over Naruto and Senjutsu, a hint of solemnity crept into them. Karen in turn used her keen sensory powers to silently record every person's chakra signature in the room. Yugo stood quietly in a corner, struggling to suppress the restless natural energy within him. The serene nature-tinged aura given off by Senjutsu brought him a measure of comfort. Mei's joining is a great help to us. Naruto set the tone, first his gaze sweeping the assembled group. But the danger we are facing has not been lifted. It has grown even more imminent. Mr. Mita, elaborate on Tokugawa's economic strangulation plan. Morishita nodded and walked over to the great map of the Land of Water and its surrounding seas. Looking grave, he said, "Yes, my lord. According to the information provided by Lord Sasuke and verified through our own channels, Tokugawa Ieyasu has allied the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Sakai Port Alliance, and the Northern Frontier Fur Trade Alliance, three transnational commercial titans, to target directly the maritime trade lines the Morishita clan depends on for survival." He pointed to several key shipping routes on the map. They plan a three-pronged strategy. First, using political influence, they will urge the navies of the Land of Water, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind to intensify inspections and obstruction of our merchant ships under the banners of cracking down on smuggling and maintaining safety on the sea lanes, delaying our schedules and raising our costs. Second, in conjunction with the three major commercial alliances, they will jointly force down the prices of our main trade goods, silk, porcelain, spices, while driving up the prices of such essential imports as grain and ores, waging a campaign of commercial strangulation. Third, and most threatening, they have secretly financed and even hired several large pirate bands to conduct targeted raids along our principal shipping routes. Pirates. Ichiryu gave a cold snort. It seems the last cleanup of the Black Skulls didn't teach them a lesson. This time is different. Morishita shook his head. According to fragmentary intelligence, these pirates may include ninja dispatched by Tokugawa, or even the 12 Guardian Palaces, or even stranger forces. Their purpose may go beyond seizing goods. They may be trying to capture our important people or to probe our defensive reactions. A brief silence settled over the meeting room. The threat of having their economic lifeline strangled was far more suffocating than any head-on battle. Once supplies and funding were cut off, the vast break organization would struggle to survive, let alone prepare for the great war ahead. We cannot just sit and wait for death. Naruto spoke in a low, firm voice. Mr. Mida, what countermeasures do you have in mind? Morishita Mida drew a deep breath, evidently having already thought through his answer. My lord, we too must respond along multiple lines. First, we repair the visible plank road, an open feint. I will mobilize every overt political and economic connection of the clan maneuvering among the nobles of the three nations to reduce official pressure as much as possible, while also opening new, more hidden trade routes and partnerships. Second, we secretly cross at Shinsong, advance by stealth. We need to assemble a powerful escort fleet, one strong enough not just to fend off pirates, but to act as a true deterrent. For that we will need Master Ichiryu, and the strength of our newly joined comrades. He looked toward Ichiryu, Kagaya, Mei, and the others. Ichiryu gave a slight nod. I can pull some elites from my assassination unit to blend into the merchant ships as guards while also eliminating pirate leaders and ninja among them. Kagaya Mei said calmly, I can accompany the ships. The words were terse, but brimming with confidence. On a cramped deck or in narrow ship compartments, the deadbone pulse could display devastating power. Suigetsu's interest was piqued. Naval combat. Sounds good. My hydrification technique will come in handy. Karen adjusted her glasses. I can handle the fleet's sensing and communications, allowing us to detect enemies in advance. Yugo nodded in agreement. Morishita Mida went on third, and critically, we need a surprise force. Tokugawa managed to unite the three major commercial alliances, but we can look for allies as well, or break apart their coalition. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the Sakai Port Alliance are not a monolith. They hold conflicting interests in the North Sea fisheries and the Spice Islands of the South Sea. Perhaps this is where we can begin. Naruto looked thoughtful. As for the specific commercial tactics, Mr. Mida, you have full authority. The formation and command of the escort fleet will be coordinated by Ichiryu. Mei, Suigetsu, Karen, Yugo, you will be temporarily attached to the escort force and act under Ichiryu's orders. Yes, they all answered in unison. Lady Shio, Naruto turned to Senju Shio regarding Yugo's defect in sage transformation and Mei's bloodline disease. Your ancient sage arts may be of help. In the intervals between their missions, would you be willing to help them stabilize and control their powers? Senju Shio gave a gentle smile. I would be honored. Yugo's problem lies in his inability to balance the natural energy he absorbs, while Mei's bloodline is filled with a violent aura of death and stillness. Perhaps we can use the vigor of natural life to guide and balance it. I will do my best. With everything arranged, the others accepted their orders and left to begin rigorous preparations. Only Naruto, Haruka, and Morishita Mida remained in the command room. My lord, there is one more hidden danger. Morishita Mida lowered his voice. In Lord Sasuke's letter, he warned us to be wary of Oda Nobunaga. That man is scheming and ambitious. He joined us largely to use our power to fulfill his dream of dominating the Warring States era. Now that we are under enormous pressure, there is no guarantee he won't turn against us. Naruto's eyes were dark and profound. I know, but for the time being we still need his strength and his troops. Mr. Mida, have someone keep a close watch on him. Do it secretly, don't tip him off. Understood. After everyone had left, Haruka looked at Naruto with concern. My lord, your wound. Naruto shook his head and walked over to the window. Though this was an underground base, optical technology simulated the outside view. Gazing at the simulated night sky. A minor wound. It's nothing. Haruka, has the future you have been sensing shown any new changes? Haruka closed her eyes and concentrated hard. A moment later she opened them wearily. Still very blurry. But I saw more eyes. Opening in places higher, still icy and merciless. And also an archipelago wrapped in thunderclouds. The feeling it gave me was very dangerous. An archipelago wrapped in thunderclouds. Naruto committed the information to memory. It seems our enemies are moving faster than we thought. He felt the chakra in his body that had yet to fully recover, as well as that thread of true energy that could only be comprehended through quiet meditation. Senju Shio's words had awakened him. Perhaps even as he dealt with crises descending one after another, what he truly needed was an inner cultivation. A journey to listen to and understand the very source of power. And at this moment upon the vast ocean, the bloody overture to the strangling and counter-strangling of the break organization's lifeline was about to begin. At the same time, deep within the most towering castle keep in the capital of the Land of Fire, three pairs of eyes, imbued with inhuman, were quietly gazing toward the Land of Water through some sort of jutsu, as if appraising fruit about to ripen. 7 days later, on the eastern seas of the water country, an important merchant convoy of the break organization sailed along a newly charted hidden route. The fleet consisted of 5 large cargo vessels and 2 disguised escort ships carrying scarce ores and precision instruments vital to the base's operations. Ichiryu stood on the bridge of the lead escort ship like a frozen statue, his sharp gaze sweeping across the vast boundless sea. Kaguya stood silently at his side, a new mask covering half his face, his presence restrained. Suigetsu, utterly bored, leaned against the gunwale playing with seawater with his fingers. Karen sat cross-legged at the center of the deck, eyes closed in deep concentration. Her powerful sensory ability, like an invisible radar, covered a range of several nautical miles around. Yugo remained in the cabin, aided by a temporary mind-cleansing barrier cast by Senju, sure striving to balance the natural energy within his body. So far everything was normal. Karen reported at regular intervals that only ordinary schools of fish and seabirds were within range. However, this tranquility did not last long. Just as the fleet was about to enter a treacherous sea area riddled with reefs and complex currents, Karen's eyes snapped open, her expression shifting slightly. Something is wrong. Directly ahead at 3 o'clock, about 5 nautical miles away, there are strong chakra reactions. Many of them. They're approaching fast. Ninja and the aura of large summoned beasts. Almost the moment Karen gave her warning, several black dots appeared on the distant horizon, enlarging at an alarming speed. They were 3 sinister fast ships with battering rams on their prows, their sails emblazoned with fierce sea monster emblems. Even more unnerving, in the waters ahead of the swift ships, 3 colossal sea beasts, octopus-like in form, yet covered in hard bony armor, came surging through the waves, their tentacles lashing, sending tremendous sprays skyward. It's the Abyssal Spawn pirate group. They actually tamed such sea monsters. A seasoned sailor from the Morishita family cried out, his voice trembling with fear. Prepare for battle. Yitoryu's voice was cold and clear, instantly carrying across the entire fleet. All non-combatants get below deck. Escort ships move forward and intercept the enemy vessels and their summoned beasts. May Suigetsu follow me. At the command, the 2 escort ships immediately surged forward to meet the onrushing pirate vessels. The ninja aboard readied their weapons and braced for combat. Finally something worth fighting. Suigetsu licked his lips in excitement, his body instantly liquefying into the water pooling on the deck, vanishing from sight. Kaguya, without a word, leaped from the foredeck and ran across the sea, as if on level ground, charging straight toward the 3 massive armored octopus beasts. From his elbows and shoulder blades, sinister bone blades burst forth instantly. Roar! The leading sea beast let out a deafening roar. One of its thick sucker-covered tentacles lashed out like a colossal whip, striking at Kaguya with overwhelming force. Kaguya's gaze was icy. Unwavering, he spun his body, and the bone blade on his right arm traced a frigid arc of light. Dance of the Willow. Eschararke. The tentacle, tough enough to deflect kunai shots, was severed as easily as hot knife through butter by the razor-sharp bone blade. Dark green blood sprayed out as the beast let out a pained shriek. The other 2 sea beasts, seeing this, attacked together, their tentacles whipping and striking from all directions, sealing every escape route. Yet Kaguya's figure flitted through the onslaught like a phantom, weaving amid the frenzied attacks. His taijutsu was graceful and lethal. Every swing of his bone blades drew blood and severed tentacles. His movements were utterly efficient, displaying the terrifying killing power of the corpse bone pulse to its fullest. Meanwhile, Ichiryu had already engaged an enemy who leaped from one of the pirate ships, a user of lightning release. The enemy's lightning was ferocious and blindingly fast, but before a master swordsman like Ichiryu, it was utterly suppressed, leaving him gasping for breath. Suigetsu, with his maddeningly unpredictable water body technique, wreaked havoc aboard the pirate ships. Each swing of his executioner's blade easily cleaved through gunwales or claimed lives. Standing on the bridge, Karen constantly reported the battle situation and potential threats. There's a chakra reaction under the hull of the left pirate ship. Beware of a sneak attack from below. Yugo, the chakra core of that big one directly ahead of you, is beneath its head. Under Karen's precise guidance, the break organization gained a clear advantage in the early phase of the battle. However, just as Kaguya was about to finish dismembering the 3rd sea beast, a sudden change occurred. Without any warning, the clear sky gathered dense dark clouds roiling with lightning that emitted low rumbling thunder. An oppressive, overwhelming pressure instantly blanketed the entire battlefield. No, these thunderclouds, they're not natural. Karen cried out in shock. Her senses detected an extremely powerful, yet obscure chakra source hovering high within the thunderclouds. Crack! A massive bolt of eerie violet-black lightning struck down with no warning, aimed not at any ship, but at Kaguya, who was still fighting amid the sea beast remnants on the water. Kaguya's pupils shrank. The overwhelming sense of crisis made every bone spur on his body burst forth, weaving a thick shield of white bone before him. Dance of the early fern shield. Boom! The violet-black thunderbolt smashed into the bone shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. The bone shield was instantly riddled with cracks. Kagaya was blasted backward by the immense shockwave, skidding dozens of meters across the sea surface before he barely regained his footing. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and beneath his mask his face turned a shade paler. That thunderbolt contained a sinister, highly corrosive energy that could penetrate even his bone shield and rattle his internal organs. Everyone was stunned by the sudden attack. Ichiryu snapped his gaze upward toward the churning thunderclouds, his expression incredibly grave. He could sense a pair of cold eyes within the clouds looking down upon them all. Suigetsu emerged from the shadows of a pirate ship, no trace of his usual grin. Only sheer dread. What the hell is that thing? Karen's voice trembled slightly inside the clouds. There's a thing. The chakra reaction is very strange. It's like living lightning. Kagaya wiped the blood from his lips and looked up at the thunderclouds. Behind his bone mask his gaze was filled with unprecedented wariness and a flicker of excitement. He could feel it. The entity within the clouds possessed a power attribute that subtly resonated with the destructive nature inherent in his corpse-bone pulse, yet it was more refined and more pure. The eyes in the thunderclouds. On the bridge, Ichiryu gripped his blade tightly, knowing that the true formidable enemy had only now revealed itself. This escort battle was far more perilous than anticipated, and the danger that Chunhua's prophecy hinted at, the islands shrouded in thunderclouds, seemed to be revealing its savage fangs ahead of time in this very form. Within the dark clouds, violet-black lightning slithered like monstrous serpents, casting an eerie, ominous glow across the dim sea. The oppressive pressure emanating from the depths of the clouds brought the fierce naval battle below to a standstill. Pirates and members of the Break organization alike felt a tremor stirring from the depths of their souls. All units pulled back into a defensive formation. Watch the skies. Idao Lu ordered decisively, his voice cutting through the wind, rain, and crashing waves to reach every ear. The two escort frigates swiftly closed in on the merchant ship, forming a tight defensive formation. Huey Ming leaped back onto the escort frigate's deck from the sea. He was badly wounded. The violet-black thunder had not only been immensely powerful, but also carried an icy, corrosive energy that invaded his channels, making the chakra of his corpse-bone pulse flow sluggishly. He stared fixedly at the churning thunderclouds, his eyes beneath the bone-white mask filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Shueisha also returned to the deck and clicked his tongue. Whoa, this thing is way more troublesome than those pirates. What exactly is this thing? Xianglin extended her sensory perception to its limit, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. No good. I can't lock onto its exact position. Its chakra seems to merge with the entire thundercloud, and it is saturated with an inhuman icy will. Just then the thundercloud churned again. Several violet-black lightning serpents, thinner than before, but far faster, shot through the air with uncanny precision, as if alive, straight toward the engine rooms and command bridges of both escort frigates. Cover! Idao Lu bellowed. His figure flickered, appearing directly in the path of one lightning serpent. His long blade left its sheath, transforming into a ribbon-like flash of sword light that met the serpent head-on. Iato stream severing. The sword light clashed against the lightning serpent with a piercing screech. The serpent was cut clean in two, but the dissipating current still numbed Idao Lu's arm slightly, and a wave of heat seared through his blade. The other ninjas scrambled to intercept the serpents with ninjutsu or thrown weapons, but their efforts achieved little. These lightning serpents were extremely agile and carried immense destructive power. In an instant several ninjas were struck. They collapsed with agonized screams, their bodies charred black and their chakra drained in a flash. We can't just sit here taking hits. Idao Lu's gaze sharpened. We have to force it out of the clouds. He turned to Huey Ming and Shueisha. Ming, can your bones shoot that high? Shueisha, find a way to create some chaos. Huey Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the discomfort in his body. His shoulder blades suddenly bulged. In the next instant, dozens of spear-like bone spikes shot out with a shrill whistle, like an inverted storm of rain, toward the core of the thunderclouds. 10-finger drilling bullets modified. The bone spears plunged into the dense dark clouds, triggering violent energy disturbances within. The dark clouds roiled even more violently, and a low grating shriek, like metal scraping metal, was faintly audible. Clearly Huey Ming's attack had not been completely ineffective. Shueisha meanwhile liquefied once again and merged into the sea. A moment later the sea around the pirate ships suddenly churned violently. Huge waterspouts erupted from nowhere and swept toward the pirate vessels, and the few remaining sea beasts attempting to disrupt the vision and perception of the enemy hidden in the clouds. However, the enemy's counterattack came faster and more ferocious. Boom! A colossal pillar of violet-black lightning over a meter in diameter, like a spear hurled by a wrathful god, slammed down from the very heart of the clouds, aimed straight at the escort frigate carrying Huey Ming. This strike was far more powerful than anything before, as if it intended to vaporize the entire warship and everyone aboard. Confronting this world-destroying blow, Idao Lu's face changed drastically. He knew ordinary defenses would be useless. At that critical moment, summoning jutsu, a cool, resolute voice rang out. It was Chinshoshi. Unnoticed, she had already arrived on the deck, her hands forming hand seals and pressing against the planks. Bang! With a great burst of white smoke, an immense wooden shield engraved with ancient runes and lotus patterns appeared out of thin air, suspended above the escort frigate. The shield radiated dense life force and solid natural energy. Sage art would release, pure sandalwood shield. Boom! The violet-black pillar of lightning slammed violently into the colossal wooden shield. The anticipated explosion never came. The lotus runes on the great shield blazed to life, radiating a soft, yet resolute light, and somehow held the destruction-laden lightning pillar firmly at bay. Where the lightning pillar met the wooden shield, a sizzling crackle arose as destructive energy clashed violently with life-giving natural energy, annihilating each other. In the end, the lightning pillar's power was exhausted, and it dissipated into nothing. Meanwhile, the great wooden shield turned charred and cracked, then shattered with a sharp crack and vanished into specks of chakra light. Chinshoshi's face was slightly pale, clearly using that powerful defensive sage art had taken a heavy toll on her. This lightning release is not purely an elemental attack. Within it is a trace of divine corrosive power. She spoke gravely. Her intervention had temporarily averted the crisis, but it had finally enraged the entity within the clouds. Roar! An inhuman roar came from the clouds, filled with the fury of something provoked by mere ants. Then the churning thunderclouds began to contract inward and condense. Under the stunned gaze of everyone present, they coalesced into a blurred humanoid figure 10 meters tall, composed entirely of violet-black lightning. It had the rough silhouette of a human. Where its head should be were two eyes formed of pure lightning, cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Lightning crackled across its entire body, radiating a suffocating pressure. It hovered in midair like a deity commanding thunder, looking down upon the tiny vessels below. Is this the physical manifestation of lightning release, or some kind of energy life form? Xianlin's voice was dry, as she had never sensed such a bizarre existence. Finally showing yourself, are you? Idao Lu tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his gaze sharp as a blade, his killing intent condensing to its peak. Inside Huey Ming, the corpse bone pulse stirred again, not from fear this time, but from an excited craving awakened by encountering a force of destruction on the same level as his own. He could sense that within the lightning humanoid flowed an extremely pure destructive energy, if only he could absorb or comprehend it. The lightning humanoid slowly raised an arm of pure lightning and pointed at the fleet below. Countless tiny lightning serpents gathered in its palm, clearly building up an even more powerful attack. We can't let it finish. With a low growl, Idao Lu exploded chakra beneath his feet and shot into the air like an arrow released from a bow, his long blade aimed straight at the lightning humanoid's core. Iato flash. Fast. The ultimate speed. The blade light streaked across the sky like a white line, splitting space, instantly crossing the distance between him and the lightning humanoid. However, the lightning humanoid merely watched him coldly, allowing the sword light to pierce through its body. Where the blade passed, sparks of lightning scattered, but its form instantly restored itself, as if it had suffered no harm at all. Physical attacks are useless. Idao Lu was shocked. At the same time, Shueiyue leaped up from the sea. His decapitation greatsword, wrapped in overwhelming water-released chakra, struck at the lightning humanoid's legs, but it too cut through empty air with no resistance. Pointless. How can the attacks of mere mortals harm Lord Thunder Envoy? A sinister, sneering voice drifted over from one of the pirate ships. Standing there was a pale-faced man dressed in shrine priest robes, holding a lightning-glowing ritual artifact, gazing up at the lightning humanoid with fanatical reverence. Clearly, this so-called Thunder Envoy had not arisen naturally. It had been summoned or controlled by someone through some kind of ritual, and its weakness was likely tied to the priest or the artifact in his hand. At the critical moment when the lightning orb in the humanoid's palm was about to take shape, with Idao Lu and Shuyue's attacks thwarted and She preparing to unleash another powerful sage art, Huey Ming, who had been silently observing all along, suddenly flashed a resolute light in his eyes. He had sensed it. At the lightning humanoid's core there was a nucleus of destruction that faintly resonated with the origin of his corpse bone pulse. He abruptly tore off a pendant from his chest, a small warm piece of white bone, the crystallization of his bloodline power. He poured every last remnant of his chakra along with the savage destructive will in his bloodline into the bone. In an instant the small white bone turned pitch black, exuding an ominous aura. Corpse bone pulse, all-killing bone devourer. With all his remaining strength, Huey Ming hurled the pitch-black bone shard, like a thrown shuriken, toward the faint core fluctuating in the lightning humanoid's chest. This was no physical attack. It was an energy surge containing the ultimate destructive law of the corpse bone pulse. The pitch-black bone shard sank silently into the lightning humanoid's chest. The next moment, a flicker of something like astonishment appeared for the first time in the lightning humanoid's ice-cold eyes. Its huge body trembled violently. At its chest a spot of pitch-black darkness spread rapidly, and wherever it passed the violet-black lightning composing its form seemed to lose all vitality, turning ashen and breaking apart. Roar! It let out a roar of pain and disbelief, and its enormous energy began to spiral out of control and scatter. Now, how could Idao Lu let this opportunity slip? His long blade left its sheath once more aimed straight at the dumbfounded priest on the pirate ship. Meanwhile, she pressed her palms together as dense natural energy gathered. Sage art would release. Forest binding prison. Countless tough vines burst through the deck and the sea winding around the collapsing lightning humanoid and the priest who was trying to flee. The fierce sea battle had finally found its turning point because of Huey Ming's life-staking strike. Yet everyone understood that this was only the beginning. The resources and means at the disposal of Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the unfathomable angels behind him, far exceeded anything they had imagined. The jet-black bone shards born of the corpse bone pulse's bone-devouring carnage were like ice cast into boiling oil, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction in the chest core of the lightning-wreathed humanoid Thunder Envoy. It was not a violent explosion of energy, but something more fundamental, an erosion and collapse at the level of natural law. Dark veins spread across the Thunder Envoy's violet crackling body at a visible speed. Wherever they passed, the raging thunderlight swiftly dimmed and died, as if robbed of all vitality and vigor, disintegrating into dull gray energy dust that rained softly downward. The Thunder Envoy's deafening roar gradually turned hoarse and distorted, finally becoming an energy lament filled with unwillingness and incredulity. Its enormous body twisted violently in the air and collapsed inward. Now, Ichiryu was far too experienced in battle. Although he was stunned by the bizarre and overwhelming blow from Kaguya, his movements did not pause for an instant. He knew the truth of capture the leader first. Moving like lightning, he abandoned the Thunder Envoy, which was on the verge of complete collapse, and lunged directly at the pale-faced priest clutching a ritual artifact aboard the pirate ship below. The priest had never expected that the Thunder Envoy summoned through what he considered divine means could be shattered so easily. Seeing the murderous blade light coming for him, he was scared out of his wits, and hastily raised the artifact embedded with a lightning gemstone in an attempt to block it. Foolish! Ichiryu snorted coldly. The blade light did not deviate in the least, slicing cleanly across the priest's wrist. Swish! The arm holding the artifact was severed at the wrist, and blood sprayed out. The priest let out a miserable shriek as the artifact flew from his hand. Almost at the same moment, Senjushiyo's sage art was complete. Sage art would style forest net imprisonment. Countless thick vines gleaming with emerald light surged out, like living pythons from the sea's surface and the ship's rails. In an instant they coiled around the severed hand, and the flying artifact sealing it in a dense green wooden cage. At the same time, even more vines shot out like an all-covering net toward the collapsing remnants of the Thunder Envoy in the air, as well as the other pirates aboard the ship, who were still trying to resist or flee. Suigetsu took the chance to transform into water and race through the pirate ship, precisely knocking unconscious several diehards who were attempting to ignite explosive tags or unleash suicidal ninjutsu. Karen continued to sense the entire battlefield, ensuring that no one slipped through the net, while keeping a close eye on Kaguya-Mei's condition. She could feel that after that earth-shaking attack, Kaguya-Mei's chakra was nearly spent and his aura was extremely unstable. The backlash from the corpsebone pulse seemed to be worsening. With the Thunder Envoy shattered and the priest captured, the battle swiftly drew to a close. The remaining pirates either surrendered or were eliminated, and the several sea beasts no longer under control dove into the deep sea and escaped. The sea gradually returned to calm, leaving only lingering smoke, the stench of blood, and the not yet dissipated reek of scorched lightning in the air. Ichiryu landed on the pirate ship's deck and picked up the vine-wrapped ritual artifact. The thunder light on it had already dimmed, but he could still sense the strange energy fluctuations it contained. Senjushiyo went to Kaguya-Mei's side. Seeing his paper-pale face and trembling body, she immediately formed hand seals, and soft life-filled green chakra enveloped him. Relax, guide my power, and calm the raging of your bloodline. Her ancient sage art chakra seemed to work wonders at stabilizing the bloodline frenzy caused by extreme overexertion. Kaguya-Mei did not resist. He closed his eyes and cooperated with Senjushiyo's guidance, suppressing the pain like 10,000 ants gnawing at his body and the destructive impulse rising within him. After a moment, the Thunder Envoy's remaining body, crushed by the forest net imprisonment, completely dispersed. At the center of the vine web, all that remained was an irregular crystal about the size of a fist with dim purple-black lightning arcs flickering across it. Inside the crystal, something like liquid seemed to flow, radiating a pure, yet eerie thunder power. Is this the core of that thunder envoy. Ichiryu looked grimly at the crystal that Senju Shio brought over with her vines. Senju Shio took the crystal and probed it carefully, her brows slightly knitting. Such pure thunder-natured natural energy, but mixed into it, is an extremely faint, cold residue of will. This is no natural creation. It is more like the core of an energy life form that someone refined artificially. That priest was merely the key to activating and controlling it. She glanced at the priest bound by vines and rendered half dead from blood loss. We must interrogate him immediately and find out where this thunder envoy came from, and who was behind it. At that moment, a ninja in charge of clearing the battlefield reported, Lord Ichiryu, the pirate leader, has been confirmed dead, slain by Lord May earlier. 17 prisoners remain. How shall we deal with them? Ichiryu glanced at the still-shaken merchant convoy and said coldly, keep the prisoners in separate cells and guard them strictly. The merchant convoy is to undergo repairs immediately, set sail in 1 hour, alter its scheduled route, and return to base at maximum speed. We must not linger here. Yes. The order was given, and everyone immediately sprang into action. An hour later, the fleet set sail once more, heading for the land of water. But the atmosphere was heavier than when they had come. Though the powerful enemy had been repelled, the appearance of the thunder envoy meant that the power behind Tokugawa Ieyasu had already stretched its reach out to sea, employing bizarre means far beyond the scope of ordinary ninjutsu. In the medical bay of the main escort ship, Kaguya, May, stabilized considerably by Senju Shio's treatment and medication, sat with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. Karen was tending to him nearby. In the command room, Ichiryu, Senju Shio, and Morishita, Mida, and Naruto, connected through an encrypted communication link, were holding an emergency meeting. This is what happened. Ichiryu reported the entire battle concisely, especially the appearance of the thunder envoy and Kaguya, May's critical strike. On the communication screen, Morishita Mida's expression was grim. A thunder envoy. This must be something Tokugawa created using the power of those angels. It seems their technology is even more terrifying than we imagined. They can actually create such energy life forms for long-range strikes. This time it was a thunder envoy. Next time, will it be a wind envoy or a fire envoy? Naruto sat in the main seat, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his gaze calm. How is May? Senju Shio answered. His strength is overdrawn and his bloodline has rebelled. He needs time to recuperate. However, that last strike of his was very extraordinary. It seemed to touch a deeper law of destruction within the corpse bone pulse, and it has a special restraining effect on energy imbued with divinity. This may be an important direction for our future battles against the angels. Naruto nodded and looked at Morishita Mida. Mr. Mida, the interrogation and analysis of the priest and the artifact must be completed as quickly as possible. We need to know where the base that created the thunder envoy is, where its energy comes from, and how to defend against and break it. Understood, my lord. The base already has the most professional interrogators and sealing masters ready. Morishita Mida immediately agreed, then added, however, my lord, although this escort mission succeeded, it also revealed our inadequacy in high-end combat response. If not for May's outburst and Miss Shio's timely support, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We must accelerate the research and popularization of true force. At the same time, perhaps we should consider contacting other hidden forces that might possess similar ancient sage arts or special bloodline limits. Senju Shio pondered for a moment, then said, the Senju branch family I belong to has guarded the natural nodes for generations, isolated from the world, but we are not entirely ignorant of the outside. According to clan records, there are indeed several other such guardians on the continent. For example, the Insect Master clan that inherited the Shikatsu Forest contract, and the Snake Oracle with inextricable ties to Ryuchi Cave. They may master different ways of wielding natural power. That is one direction, Naruto affirmed. Mr. Mida, direct the intelligence network toward this area. Miss Shio, we will need you to provide more leads in this matter. I am at your service. Finally, Naruto looked at Ichiryu. Ichiryu remained on high alert during the fleet's return voyage to prevent a second attack. After arriving at the base, immediately raised the defense level of all external shipping routes. Yes, the communication ended. Naruto sat alone in the command room, his gaze passing through the simulation window into the distance. Tokugawa's counterattack had come swiftly and fiercely, and his methods kept emerging without end. Economic strangulation, maritime blockade, energy lifeform attacks. This was only the beginning. The three angels mentioned in Sasuke's letter had not yet acted directly, and Takagi Mori, together with the fully assembled 12 palaces of the Guardian Court, posed an even greater threat. He felt the heavy weight of pressure on his shoulders. Relying only on existing strength and passive defense was in the end a losing strategy. He had to raise his power faster and find an opportunity to counterattack, uncovering the true purpose of the angels and Tokugawa. His consciousness sank into his body, perceiving the nascent true force initially fused from natural energy and spiritual power. Senju Shio's guidance about calming the heart and perceiving the world echoed in his mind. Perhaps while handling these external crises, he also needed an inner transformation before he could truly master this power that transcended chakra. While Naruto was deep in thought, Haruka gently pushed open the door and came in a hint of unease on her face. "My lord, I saw some vague images again." "What is it, Naruto asked gently. Haruka struggled to describe it. Many black bugs like a tide, and a very cold, damp place with many snake eyes glowing. It felt very bad. Black bugs, snake eyes. Naruto's heart stirred. This seemed to correspond faintly to the insect master and the snake oracle that Senjushiyo had just mentioned. Could Haruka's prophetic ability already be sensing crises or opportunities connected to these hidden factions? He gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. Take your time and tell me everything you saw." The road ahead was still shrouded in mist, but every clue, whether auspicious or ill-omened, would be a light illuminating the path ahead. At that moment on the sea where the storm had just begun to subside, the fleet was cutting through the waves toward a temporarily safe harbor, gathering strength for the next, even greater storm. After all the trials and tribulations, the fleet of the Break organization finally returned safely to its secret base deep in the heart of the Land of Water. Although they had successfully repelled the Abyssal Children pirate crew and the Eerie Thunder envoy, capturing a crucial priest and an arcane artifact in the process, the heavy atmosphere aboard the ships did not dissolve upon docking. Instead, like a contagion, it spread through the entire base. Kagaya-me was immediately rushed to the most advanced medical wing of the base, where Senjushiyo personally supervised the medical ninjas in charge of his follow-up treatment and observation. The aftereffects of forcibly unleashing the bone-devouring ash were more severe than anticipated. Not only were his chakra pathways damaged, but the will of destruction born deep within his bloodline seemed to have grown more active from the overexertion, requiring a long period of rest and careful guidance. The captured priest and the lightning-infused artifact were placed under heavy guard by Morishita, the base's foremost experts in Jinjutsu interrogation and sealing arts, immediately set to work attempting to pry information from the priest and unravel the artifact's secrets. Inside the command room, Morishita was giving Naruto a more detailed debriefing, covering not only the naval engagement, but also the base's recent operations and the shifting external situation. Tokugawa's economic stranglehold was already beginning to show its effects. Pointing at the downward-sloping trade curves on the glowing screen, Morishita said, "Freight volume on our 3 main shipping routes has plummeted by 40%, and 3 long-term partner merchant guilds have suspended business with us under pressure. The prices of grain and certain rare metals have been driven up by nearly double. If we hadn't stockpiled in advance, we would be in a very passive position right now." "What about Oda Nobunaga's reaction?" Naruto asked. The attitude of this ally, who had joined with the air of a cunning hegemon, was of vital importance under the mounting pressure. Morishita adjusted his glasses, a sharp glint flashing in the depths behind the lenses. "Oda Nobunaga still appears to support us on the surface. His troops are also helping to defend several overland supply lines. However, our spies embedded in his army report that he has recently been in frequent contact with several mysterious merchants from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Moreover, under the pretext of coordinated defense, he has repeatedly tried to probe the deeper layout of our base and the progress of the True Force research." As expected, Naruto was not surprised. "Keep watching him closely, but be careful not to overstep. Now is not the time to burn bridges. His military strength is still useful to us." "Yes, sir." Morishita noted this, then continued, "In addition, according to messages from Sabaku Erasure and Yukimi Ruri in the Land of Wind and the Land of Iron, Tokugawa's envoys are actively lobbying the daimyo and nobles of both countries, trying to form a 4-nations alliance against us. Although opinions within both countries are divided for now, the situation is far from favorable. With troubles within and threats without, pressure came surging from all sides. Tokugawa Ieyasu lives up to his reputation as a calculating politician. His methods are ruthless and comprehensive, and every move strikes at the Break organization's vitals. What about inside the base? How is the True Force research progressing, and how are the members' training results?" Naruto was more concerned about strengthening their own power. Thanks to Lady Shio's ancient immortal arts philosophy and her unique insight into natural energy, the True Force research team has found some new breakthrough directions, especially on how to more gently guide the fusion of natural energy and spiritual power, reducing the risk of backlash. But it is still at the theoretical stage and needs extensive experimentation and verification. Morishita brought up some complex data models. As for member training, Lord Idao Lu has raised the intensity of live combat drills to its highest level. The newly joined Hawk squad members have integrated into their respective teams. Suigetsu and Karen have shown remarkable talent in intelligence and infiltration. With Lady Shio's help, Yugo's intervals between rampages have been significantly extended. Naruto listened carefully, weighing things in his mind. Time. What they lacked most was time. Tokugawa would never give them the chance to develop at their own pace. Mr. Mita increase investment in true force research and squad training, prioritizing resources accordingly. Naruto made the decision. At the same time, activate the Seed Project. The Seed Project? Morishita Mita was taken aback. This plan was an idea Naruto had proposed long ago, but it had been shelved because the conditions were not yet ripe. Naruto's gaze was resolute. Select a group of absolutely loyal and promising youths. Lady Shio Mastery Dao, and, once my injuries heal a little more, I myself will personally instruct them attempting to bypass the traditional chakra system and directly cultivate a prototype of true force or ancient immortal arts. We need to cultivate a new force of our own, one completely different from the old era. Morishita Mita drew in a sharp breath. This plan was nothing short of earth-shattering. If it succeeded, it would fundamentally alter the structure of the ninja world. But the risks are equally tremendous. With the slightest misstep, it could create a batch of uncontrollable monsters or trigger backlash of unforeseeable proportions. My lord, shouldn't we reconsider? After all, the true force system is still imperfect. There is no time for us to proceed in the conventional way. Naruto cut him off. Tokugawa and the angels behind him wield power on a level far beyond conventional ninjutsu. If we cannot forge our own path, we will forever be on the defensive. It's decided. You go prepare the selection of candidates. The primary requirement is character, the secondary is potential. Yes, my lord. Seeing Naruto's unwavering resolve, Morishita Mita ceased his counsel, bowed, and accepted the order. Just then a knock came at the door of the command room. An intelligence officer hurried in, a mixture of excitement and gravity on his face. Sir, we've made a breakthrough in the interrogation of the priest. Oh, Naruto and Morishita Mita both perked up. Based on the priest's fragmented memory scraps, his brain had strong psychic defenses, and the forced search caused partial memory loss. We've pieced together some information. He came from a secret cult called the Thunderclap Temple. This cult worships the so-called Thunder Sovereign, and the Thunder Envoy is exactly the power bestowed by the Thunder Sovereign. The cult's headquarters is suspected to be on an archipelago in the Land of Lightning, an island chain perpetually shrouded in thunderclouds. An archipelago perpetually shrouded in thunderclouds. This matches Haruka's earlier prophecy perfectly. What else? Morishita Mita pressed. As for the Thunder Sovereign's specific form and purpose, his memories are vague, as if they were sealed or altered by some higher force. But he repeatedly mentioned one term, the Divine Descent Ritual. It seems they are preparing some kind of large-scale ceremony that requires vast amounts of energy and special vessels. Divine Descent Ritual. Vessels. Naruto murmured, his eyes sharpening. This is likely related to the trap mentioned in Sasuke's letter, where Takagi Mori was used as a vessel or sacrifice. Is it possible that Tokugawa and the angels are not content merely with creating energy beings like the Thunder Envoy, but intend to bring about a true descent of their god? Encrypt this intelligence at the highest classification immediately. At the same time, intensify reconnaissance on that Thundercloud archipelago in the Land of Lightning. Use every means available. Naruto ordered. Yes. The intelligence officer accepted the order and left. In the command room, Naruto and Morishita Mita exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity and resolve reflected in each other's eyes. One of the enemy's core strongholds seemed to have surfaced, yet this was not good news. On the contrary, it meant a more direct and far more dangerous conflict was imminent. That Thundercloud archipelago would undoubtedly be a dragon's pool and tiger's den. It seems we need to formulate an action plan targeting the Thunderclap Temple. Naruto slowly rose and walked over to the enormous continental map, his gaze settling on the archipelago in the Land of Lightning that had been marked as a danger zone. A storm was gathering over the Land of Lightning, and the Break Organization, a ship that had just weathered its trial, was compelled once more of its own accord to sail into the very heart of that storm. Off the northeastern coast of the Land of Lightning, year-round leaden gray clouds hung low as if an immense oppressive curtain forever pressed down upon the sky. Within the clouds, rumbling thunder rolled through from time to time as violet serpents of lightning darted and leaped, casting the jagged, precipitous archipelago below into alternating light and shadow. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and the briny tang of seawater, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. This was the forbidden sea known as the Thunderclap Archipelago, long abandoned by ordinary ships and fishermen, regarded as a place where the god's wrath dwelled. At this moment, within a dense fog some 10 nautical miles from the main island, a small reconnaissance vessel painted entirely black with special camouflage lay silently on the sea like a ghost. The hull was inscribed with runes capable of absorbing chakra and radar waves. It was precisely the Vanguard reconnaissance unit dispatched by the Break Organization. Inside the cabin, Xiang Lin sat with her eyes closed, focusing her mind. Her powerful sensory ability extended like invisible tendrils, carefully probing the archipelago shrouded in thunderclouds and a formidable energy field. Shueyu stood guard nearby, while the one in command of this reconnaissance operation was Idao Lu, a master of stealth and assassination. "How is it? Can you sense what's inside?" Shueyu asked in a low voice. In this eerie sea he dared not even speak too loudly. Xiang Lin frowned, deeply fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "It's difficult. The energy field inside is too chaotic and too powerful. The natural lightning-attributed energy is exceptionally active, almost forming a natural sensory barrier. I can only vaguely sense a large concentration of chakra on the main island. Several of them are extremely powerful, filled with that cold inhuman will, very much like the thunder envoys we encountered before, but more condensed. And..." She paused, a trace of confusion on her face. "I also sense a very subtle but immense life energy bound at the center of the main island, as if sleeping. Or sealed. Life energy. Could it be the vessel?" Idao Lu's eyes sharpened. Both Suiju's intelligence and the priest's confession pointed to this conclusion. "Not sure, but it feels very unusual. Unlike any ordinary ninja or summoned beast." Xiang Lin shook her head. "Besides, the outer perimeter of the archipelago is heavily set with warning barriers and traps. Not just lightning release traps, but also bizarre spells based on natural energy that I've never seen before. Approaching recklessly would easily get us discovered." Just then the intelligence operator monitoring the external environment suddenly cried out in a low voice, "Lord Idao. High-speed object approaching from the 3 o'clock direction." It came from the main island. Everyone immediately looked at the surveillance screen. A black figure wreathed in electric light was tearing through the waves at tremendous speed, racing straight toward the reconnaissance ship. It was not a vessel, but a figure standing on a metal board the size of a surfboard, radiance of lightning blazing around him, moving at astonishing speed. Is it a patrolling thunder envoy? Or something else? Shueyu tightened his grip on the decapitating great sword. "Prepare for battle, but stay as concealed as possible. Do not engage unless necessary," Idao Lu immediately ordered. The reconnaissance ship's primary mission was to gather intelligence, not to alert the enemy. However, the lightning-wreathed figure seemed to possess formidable detection abilities, heading straight for the dense fog where the reconnaissance ship was hidden. "He's found us!" Xiang Lin cried out. Boom! A thick spear of lightning was hurled from the figure's hand, tearing through the fog and striking precisely at the reconnaissance ship's engine section. Unbelievably fast. "No time to completely evade," the helmsman shouted. A cold glint flashed in Idao Lu's eyes. His figure vanished instantly from the cabin and reappeared on the stern deck the next moment. His long blade slid from its sheath as he slashed fiercely at the incoming lightning spear. Iato sky-splitting slash. The fierce sword chi collided with the lightning spear in midair, erupting in a blinding flash and a thunderous roar. The shockwave blasted the surrounding fog into a wide ring. The lightning spear was shattered, but Idao Lu felt his arm go numb from the shock. The opponent's lightning release was extremely powerful. The figure on the metal board halted, hovering over the sea not far away. He was a man clad in black fitted combat attire resembling a priest's ceremonial garb, but tailored for mobility. A metallic mask covered the upper half of his face, leaving only his cold lips and jaw exposed. Dense blue arcs of electricity flickered across his body and his eyes, visible through the mask's openings, coldly locked onto Idao Lu and the reconnaissance ship. "Intruders halt. This place is the forbidden territory of the Thunderclap Shrine. Trespassers shall die." The man's voice was devoid of emotion, like a machine. "Thunderclap Shrine." Idao Lu confirmed his target inwardly, but his tone was cold. "The sea is vast. Since when did it become your private domain?" "Blasphemer, no need for words." The black-clad priest clearly had no intention of conversing. He pressed his palms together, and more lightning gathered in his hands, forming a massive blade of thunderlight. An overwhelming pressure of chakra blended with natural energy rushed toward them. Idao Lu could sense that this priest's strength was far beyond that of the small fry on the earlier ship, likely an elite of the Thunderclap Shrine. "Shueyu Xiang Lin, prepare to retreat. I'll hold him off," Idao Lu ordered without hesitation. The reconnaissance ship absolutely could not be sunk or captured here. "Retreat. Too late." The black-clad priest sneered, swinging his lightning blade downward. A gigantic crescent-shaped thunderblade swept forward, covering the entire reconnaissance ship. Idao Lu took a deep breath, knowing this could not end peacefully. He prepared to unleash his full strength to ensure the ship's safe escape, even if it meant exposing more of his power. At this critical moment, another anomaly. The sky, already gloomy beyond measure, suddenly churned as the thunderclouds roiled violently like boiling water. At the center of the clouds, a colossal vortex slowly took shape. Within it, violet-black lightning gathered madly, emanating a pressure 100 times more terrifying than the thunder envoy earlier. A vast ancient well brimming with boundless majesty and the aura of destruction descended upon this sea as if materialized. Whether it was the black-clad priest Idao Lu or Shui Yu and Xiang Lin inside the ship, all felt their souls tremble at that moment, as if some supreme existence had cast a single glance upon them. The cold indifference on the black-clad priest's face immediately gave way to fervent piety. He instantly dismissed the lightning blade, knelt on one knee on the metal board, and bowed his head deeply toward the thundercloud vortex above. Hail the sovereign! The enormous thunderblade that had been about to strike also dissipated. Alarms blared in Idao Lu's mind. This aura far exceeded the Kage level, even more terrifying than the dragon sage Gao Muzin he had encountered before. Could this be the thunder sovereign worshipped by the thunderclap shrine? A true angel in the flesh, or one of its powerful avatars? Retreat. Now. Full speed. Idao Lu roared with all his might toward the cabin, while he himself stared fixedly at the vortex in the sky, every muscle tensed ready to face the destructive attack that might fall at any moment. The reconnaissance ship's engine screamed with overload as it wrenched itself around, accelerating to maximum speed and fleeing madly away from the archipelago. The black-clad priest remained kneeling, making no move to pursue. In his mind, it seemed with the sovereign's descent the intruder's fate was already sealed. The vortex of thunderclouds slowly revolved, the violet-black lightning condensing and compressing within it. Finally, it coalesced into a colossal eye formed entirely of thunder, cold, indifferent, and merciless, looking down upon the tiny reconnaissance ship below. The eye slowly blinked once. Crack! A pillar of violet-black destructive lightning so vast that words could not describe it, as if it connected heaven and sea, descended like a divine punishment sword from that giant eye. Its target was the reconnaissance ship fleeing for its life. Where the pillar of lightning passed, space itself seemed to warp and wail. Idao Lu's pupils shrank. Before this strike, he felt as small as an ant. This was simply not a power that mortal strength could resist. It's over. Inside the cabin, Shui Yu looked at the devastating thunderlight that filled his entire vision, and for the first time despair appeared on his face. Xiang Lin screamed, pushing her sensory ability to its absolute limit, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope, but before that absolute will of destruction, everything seemed futile. Just as this death sentence was about to fall, a gentle yet resilient green light abruptly appeared on the sea behind the reconnaissance ship. It expanded rapidly, transforming into an immense wall of light, inscribed with countless mysterious botanical totems. On the wall of light, a surging vitality flowed with overwhelming force, forming a stark contrast to the destructive lightning pillar. Sage art, divine skill, guardian of the wood realm. A clear, cold, yet resolute voice, as if traveling across space, echoed distinctly between the sea and the sky. It was the voice of Qinshoshi. Boom. The destructive lightning pillar slammed violently against the green wall of light. This time it was not a silent annihilation, but an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying shockwave of energy spread outward in a ring in all directions. The sea surface was forcibly pressed down into a massive hollow, and towering waves roared toward every side. The green wall of light trembled violently, its botanical totems flickering on and off as if on the verge of shattering. Yet it stubbornly held firm against that world-destroying strike. When the light faded, the green wall dissolved into countless specks of green radiance, while the destructive lightning pillar also exhausted its energy and slowly faded away. The reconnaissance ship had been flung far by the shockwave, and its hull was damaged, but it had ultimately survived. The great thunderous eye in the sky seemed to flicker with a trace of surprise, then slowly closed. Together with it, the colossal thundercloud vortex gradually calmed and dispersed as if it had never existed. That terrifying pressure also receded. The black-clad priest stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the sovereign's punishment had actually been blocked. Seizing this hair-trigger opportunity, Idao Lu did not linger for battle. Controlling the damaged reconnaissance ship, he pushed its speed to the limit and soon vanished beyond the horizon. The survivors, still shaken, were filled with both fear and awe. Could Qinshoshi actually block a strike from what seemed to be the angel's true body at such a distance? Just how far did her power truly reach? And deep within the Thunderclap archipelago, that immense sleeping life energy that Xiang Lin had since seemed to ripple ever so slightly in the aftermath of that earth-shaking collision. The reconnaissance mission had come at a cost, but it brought back crucial intelligence: the exact location of the Thunderclap shrine, its formidable defensive forces, and bizarre techniques, the attention of at least one angel-class being, and clues to that mysterious vessel. The prelude to the storm had been fully unveiled. In the secret base of the Shui country, the intensive care ward of the medical department. The air was thick with the bitter scent of medicinal herbs and the faint astringency of disinfectant. Hui Ming lay on the white hospital bed, her face still pale, but much improved compared to the near-death state when she returned from the sea. She had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. Only the slight furrow of her brow revealed that the bloodline power within her was still restless and turbulent. Chincho, she had just finished a round of treatment, slowly withdrawing the gentle life energy from Ming's meridians. Sweat beaded on her forehead, indicating that this delicate work of guiding energy was extremely taxing. The situation is temporarily stable, she said, her voice tinged with fatigue, addressing Naruto, who stood by the bedside. The Gongsha Shirgu has placed a far greater burden on her body than anticipated, nearly touching the very source of her life. More importantly, the destructive will within her bloodline has been fully awakened. Now it is like a demonic blade drawn from its sheath that cannot be returned, ready to devour its master at any moment. Conventional medical ninjutsu and my natural energy can only repair the damage, but they cannot soothe the violence born from the curse. Naruto looked at Ming's sleeping face, still stubborn even in slumber, and seemed to see another soul struggling in the darkness. He extended a finger, and a faint, glistening white light, a fusion of chakra and natural energy, the prototype of true power, coiled around his fingertip. Carefully, he brought this wisp of energy close to Ming's forehead. Something miraculous happened. The moment the white energy touched Ming's skin, the restless Shikatsumiaka chakra within her seemed to pause for an instant. The destructive will appeared to encounter something of a higher order, emitting a complex fluctuation caught between resistance and longing. The furrow between Ming's brows seemed to ease slightly. As expected, Naruto withdrew his finger, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The essence of her power is somehow connected to true power, or the origin that the Otsutsuki seek. Perhaps at the end of destruction, new life truly lies hidden. Chincho, she was thoughtful. The fragmented records in our clan mentioned that the progenitor of the Hui clan might be related to a calamity star that fell from the heavens in ancient times. Its power attributes are completely different from chakra, much closer to the dark side of the world. If guided properly, it might not be impossible to turn it to our advantage. Just then the ward door was gently pushed open, and Chunhua entered carrying a bowl of warm medicinal soup. Seeing Naruto and she made a polite bow, then placed the soup on the bedside table. When her gaze fell on Ming, there was a hint of barely perceptible pity and a vague sense of resonance. "My lord, Miss Shi," Chunhua said softly. "I just saw some fragments about Sister Ming again. They are very broken, but the feeling is very painful, yet also very warm." "What exactly did you see?" Naruto asked gently. Chunhua tried to recall. Many white bones like a forest. Then there was a green light, and a golden, very warm light shone in, and those bones seemed to bloom into flowers. Her description was fragmented, full of symbolism. Naruto and she exchanged a glance. The white bone forest was undoubtedly a symbol of Shikatsumiaka. The green light likely represented Shi's natural energy, and the golden warm light probably pointed to Naruto's true power or his very being. Bloom into flowers. Does that portend the possibility of healing or the sublimation of power? "Thank you, Chunhua." Naruto patted her head. "Go rest now. Don't push yourself too hard." Chunhua nodded and withdrew. Her prophetic ability was evolving, but the mental burden after each use was also noticeably heavier, sometimes even causing her to briefly forget some irrelevant memory fragments. Naruto turned to Shi. "Miss Shi, I entrust Ming to your care. Additionally, the candidates for the seed project have been preliminarily screened by Mr. Morishita. They are all children of clean backgrounds and resilient character. Regarding the basic training to guide them in sensing natural energy, and even attempting to contact the prototype of true power, I would like you to lead it." Chincho, she nodded solemnly. "It is my duty. I hope to cultivate new hope for the organization." Leaving the medical department, Naruto went straight to the newly established True Power Research Zone and training ground deep within the base. Inside the training ground, the atmosphere was solemn. Dozens of boys and girls aged between 10 and 15 dressed in uniform training clothes sat cross-legged with bated breath and focused minds. They were the seeds carefully selected from thousands of base members and affiliated personnel, the foundation of the PA organization's future. Chincho, she stood before them, her voice clear and melodious, as if carrying the rhythm of nature. Chakra originates from the divine tree, an external gift, or perhaps a shackle. What we are to sense is the breath that has existed since the dawn of this world, the natural energy shared by all things. Let go of your dependence on chakra, forget the hand seals, open your hearts, listen to the winds whisper, feel the pulse of the earth, experience the flow of water, touch the heat of fire and the weight of rock. The children tried as instructed, but most frowned in concentration, clearly finding it difficult to begin. Only a red-haired boy with faint dust swirling around him, a blue-haired girl whose surrounding air seemed particularly moist and cool, and a black-haired boy holding a wooden sword with sharp eyes, whose breathing rhythm was unusually steady. They seemed to enter the state more easily than the others. Naruto observed quietly from a distance. He knew this path was destined to be difficult, but they must walk it. Shabao Lan Shuejian, Liuli participating via remote teaching, and the soon-to-arrive samurai of the Thai country Chinya Sunrin. Their power systems all differ from traditional ninjutsu, and they will be the best mentors for these seeds. Meanwhile, in the ANBU interrogation room at the other end of the base, Morishita Mida stood cold-faced watching through the one-way glass the priest who was shackled with special rune restraints and appeared dispirited. Several experts skilled in jinjutsu and mental interrogation had taken turns, but with limited results. His brain had been placed under a very powerful restriction whose direct soul-searching would cause the complete destruction of his memories. They could only slowly break down his mental defenses through conversation and drugs. The interrogation expert reported, "So far we only know that the Thunderclap Temple has a strict hierarchy. There are many Thunder Priests like him, and above them are higher-ranking Thunder Bishops, and even Thunder Emissaries. The Thunder Lord they worship is said to be one of the true gods sleeping deep within the temple." One of the true gods. Morishita Mida pondered the word, his eyes flickering. It seems there is more than one angel, and they may be scattered in different deity forms across various lands. Tokugawa Ieyasu, how many monsters have you unleashed? He turned and left the interrogation room, instructing Yadeliu, who was waiting outside, increase investment in the external intelligence network, focusing on searching for secret cults similar to the Thunderclap Temple that worship elements such as wind, fire, water, earth. Additionally, send another group of dark spies to the side of Oda Nobunaga. I want to know the contents of every external communication and the background of every unfamiliar visitor. Yes. Yadeliu accepted the order, and his figure merged into the shadows. Morishita Mida rubbed his brow, feeling a tremendous pressure. With external enemies surrounding and internal dangers lurking, the power revolution that Lord Naruto pursued required time. He must stay alert, charting every course for this great ship sailing through stormy seas, avoiding all visible and invisible reefs. Meanwhile, in Naruto's personal meditation room, he sat cross-legged once again, attempting to enter that state of quiet contemplation. In his mind echoed Shi's guidance memories of the sensations when contacting natural energy Ming's Shikutsumiyaku and the core of the Thunder Envoy. Listen, feel, understand. He no longer tried to forcefully merge or control with strong will, but instead emptied his mind, allowing his own chakra and faint spiritual sense to slowly merge into the ubiquitous natural energy around him like a stream. At first, it was a state of chaos with natural energies of various attributes in disorder. But gradually he seemed to hear the whisper of wind, feel the softness of water, see the weight of earth, and the dance of fire. They were not separate entities, but a complete, endlessly cycling colossal living being. And he himself was but a part of this immense living being. Just as this mystical resonance reached a certain threshold, the wisp of white true power prototype within him seemed to grow slightly larger, becoming more dense and docile. At the same time, a flash of lightning seemed to strike through his mind, bringing a deeper understanding of one of the hand seals in the 9 syllables mantra. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, but every solid step of insight was accumulating the power to tear through the darkness. Outside the base, winds were rising and clouds were surging. Envoys of Tokugawa Ieyasu shuttled between the courts of various countries, lobbying a mysterious cult stirred in the shadows deep within the distant Layun archipelago. The sleeping vast life energy once again sent out a clear heartbeat-like pulse. Under Senju Shio's stewardship, Project Seed stumbled onto the right track. The children's progress remained slow, yet their thirst for this new power and their unyielding resilience gave Naruto hope. The base continued to operate under Morishita Mida's careful coordination, stubbornly enduring mounting external pressure while research advanced on multiple fronts. One day Naruto was reviewing several contingency plans Morishita Mida had submitted for countering Tokugawa's economic strangulation when a sealed scroll from the Land of Wind was delivered to his desk through a secret channel. The seal unmistakably bore the style of Sunigakure, yet it was different, more hidden, more razor-edged. When the seal was undone, he found no letter inside but a handful of fine dry yellow sand along with a message formed by the flowing grains to the leader of the break, Lord Uzumaki Naruto. The wind and sand carry greetings and a warning. Tokugawa's envoys have come to Sunigakure 3 times, lobbying the Kazekage and Lord Gaara in the name of upholding orthodox order in the shinobi world and jointly punishing rogue ninja. The benefits they offer are generous, and within Sunigakure the Council of Elders and some senior military officers are already swayed. The writing paused there, then the sand rearranged itself into the writer's cool-headed analysis. Lord Gaara's attitude is ambiguous, as if he carries concerns. First, he is wary of your old bond with Konoha and of your personal strength. Second, Tokugawa's terms require Sunigakure to open some of its border fortresses and aerial corridors, a matter that strikes at the village's very foundation and one the Kazekage may not be willing to accept. But the situation is not encouraging. Tokugawa's other hand is secretly supporting clans opposed to me and spreading rumors falsely accusing my Sandstorm clan of colluding with you behind the scenes to overthrow Sunagakure. This is a scheme to kill with a borrowed blade, and an overt plot to force Sunagakure to show its hand. My stance has not changed. My clan's grievance must be washed clean with blood. Tokugawa and Sunagakure's high-ranking officials are all my enemies. But for now the Tokugawa threat must be dealt with first. I have used my authority to partially ease the blockade against you and have included the route of Tokugawa's next secret delegation, hidden in the sand. It may help relieve your most pressing difficulty and serves as my pledge of allegiance. Moreover, I sense something strange on the wind. The whispers of the gods seem not to be confined to lightning alone. I urge you to prepare early. Sabako Erasure. The message ended. The handful of sand seemed to lose its sustaining power and slid down with a soft rustle, yet within the heap a few grains glittered faintly outlining an extremely crude map. Naruto stared at the sand, his gaze deep. Sabako Arashi's letter confirmed what he had suspected. Tokugawa Ieyasu's political isolation and economic strangulation were unfolding on all fronts, and his methods were ruthlessly seasoned. He coerced and bribed the great shinobi villages while sowing discord within them, even going so far as to back opposing factions. Gaara's ambiguous attitude had been within his expectations. As Kazekage, Gaara had to consider the village's interests and stability. Caught between the tremendous temptation Tokugawa offered and the uncertain risk Naruto represented, he could hardly make a resolute stand beside Naruto. This was not about personal feelings, it was the responsibility of a Kage. Sabako Arashi's situation was even more dangerous. He was inside Sunagakure, secretly passing intelligence to the Break organization. If he were exposed, he would surely die. The route map he had sent was worth a fortune. It might not only allow them to intercept Tokugawa's vital supplies or intelligence, but also deal a heavy blow to the delegation's arrogance and slow Sunagakure's slide into Tokugawa's camp. There is something strange on the wind. The whispers of the gods are not limited to lightning. Naruto repeated the letter's final line. It meant that besides the Thunderclap Temple, there were likely divine strongholds of other affinities. The Otsutsuki's reach stretched further than he had imagined. He immediately summoned Morishita Mida and Ichiryu. Morishita Mida carefully analyzed the map hidden in the sand, his eyes lighting up. My lord, this is the route of one of Tokugawa's secret transport convoys. Disguised as an ordinary merchant caravan, they are most likely carrying large quantities of gold bars and rare ninja tools meant to bribe Sunagakure's high-ranking officials and hire rogue ninja. Seizing it will not only cripple Tokugawa's economic offensive, but also secure funds we desperately need. Ichiryu said expressionlessly, the location is the Valley of Death on the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. The terrain is complex, easy to set an ambush, but also easy to be counter-ambushed. This will require an elite squad. Naruto pondered briefly. Erasure risked his life to send us this intelligence. This operation must succeed. Ichiryu, you will lead the team personally. Take Suigetsu and Karen, and have Watanabe Rai go as well. He needs real combat experience, and lightning release can exploit the canyon terrain to good effect. Wipe out the enemy completely, leave no survivors, and make it look like a clash between mountain bandits or rogue ninja. Yes. Ichiryu accepted the order and immediately turned to make arrangements. Mr. Mida. Naruto then looked at Morishita Mida. Intensify investigations into secret cults like the Thunderclap Temple in the other great nations, especially within the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. At the same time, activate the covert line we planted in the Land of Iron. Approach that Chiba Hayato and sound out his views on the current situation and the possibility of his joining us. Understood. I'll get on it right away. Morishita Mida's spirits lifted. After being on the defensive for so long, he finally saw a crack through which they could take the initiative. After the two left, Naruto walked alone to the base's observation platform and gazed into the distance. Intercepting the supply convoy was only the first step. The greater challenge was how to break the carefully woven web of political isolation Tokugawa had created. Sunagakure's stance was the key in Gaara's misgivings. Perhaps they could be exploited. He recalled what Sabako Erasure had mentioned in the letter. Tokugawa had demanded that Sunagakure open its border fortresses and aerial corridors. This touched Sunagakure's bottom line, and was a condition Gaara could not easily accept. Perhaps he could use this as leverage and crack Tokugawa's overt scheme. At the same time, he felt the pressure of time. Sabako Arashi's warning still echoed in his ears. New threats from the gods could appear at any moment. The plans to strengthen both himself and the entire organization had to be accelerated further. He returned to the meditation chamber and once again immersed himself in the comprehension of true power and the 9-syllable mantra. His battle with the Thunder Envoy of the Thunderclap Temple and Kaguya, Mei Shikatsumiyaku, had given him a more visceral understanding of destruction and creation, order and chaos. He vaguely sensed that the immovable foundation represented by the Rin technique was not mere defense, but a power of order, one that could stabilize heaven and earth and draw chaos back into alignment. While Naruto was absorbed in solitary cultivation and Ichiryu led the elite squad toward the Valley of Death, the base's intelligence division received an encrypted report from Yukimi. The content of the report made the analyst ninja's face change drastically, and he immediately reported it to Morishita. According to the intelligence within the Land of Earth, a secret organization called the Magma Heart Cult had become highly active of late. They worshipped the so-called Mother Earth goddess, and among the faithful there conspicuously appeared shinobi suspected of wielding the lava release, Kekei Genkai. Moreover, there were signs that this cult had close dealings with the high-ranking officials of the Land of Earth. Magma Heart Cult. Mother Earth goddess. Morishita stared at the intelligence, and with Sabaku Arashi's warning in mind his heart sank. The wind's whispers had not ceased, and the roar of the earth was already almost audible. The gods behind Tokugawa Ieyasu were quietly awakening in every corner of the continent. At the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind lies Death Valley. This is not a true canyon, but an immense desolate expanse of Gobi wilderness filled with wind-eroded stone pillars and parched riverbeds. Unceasing gales howl through the region all year long, whipping up endless yellow sand and staining the entire sky a murky brown. The jagged rocks moan in the wind like the weeping of departed spirits, and from that sound Death Valley earned its name. A caravan of considerable size was advancing with difficulty along the dry course of an ancient river. Camel bells sounded feeble in the sandstorm. Around the train were dozens of guards wearing ordinary mercenary clothing, yet their eyes were keen and their footsteps measured. They seemed loosely scattered, but in truth they formed a subtle defensive formation, shielding the heavily laden wagons at the center with impregnable thoroughness. This was the Tokugawa clan's secret supply convoy mentioned in Sabaku Arashi's intelligence. The deep wheel ruts left by the wagons and the slightly laboring gait of the draft beasts both testified that the cargo was no ordinary haul. On the summit of a colossal wind-eroded stone pillar, several li from the caravan Ichiryu remained as still as the rock's own shadow, coolly studying his target. At his side, Suigetsu lurked within a crevice as a pool of transparent liquid. Karen sat with closed eyes, extending her perception, and Watanabe Rai gripped his shinobi blade with a trace of tension. This was his first truly important field mission since joining the Break organization. There are 47 guards in the caravan. The strongest visible combat strength is 3 jonin with fire, earth, and wind chakra natures. Hidden in the shadows. There are also 2 squads of lurking shinobi, 5 per squad skilled in earth release concealment. They should be the Tokugawa clan's Jizo unit. Karen reported the enemy's deployment with precision. There are 5 wagons total. 3 carry large quantities of metal. Faint chakra reaction, but the material is heavy. It should be gold. The other 2 contain sealing scrolls packed with explosive tags and fine-grade shinobi tools. And, in one smaller carriage there is a person whose chakra has been sealed. His chakra signature is very faint. A sealed person. Ichiryu frowned. Our intelligence didn't mention this. Whatever it is, we stick to the plan. Strike fast and finish quickly. Suigetsu, you're responsible for creating chaos and severing their front and rear. Karen, maintain your surveillance, especially on those 2 squads in hiding. Watanabe, stay close to me. When we engage the 3 jonin, your lightning release can counter their earth and wind releases. Yes, they answered in hushed voices. The caravan slowly entered a relatively open riverbed enclosed by towering rock pillars, the perfect ambush point they had chosen in advance. Just as the caravan's leader, the fire-natured jonin, seemed to sense something wrong and raised his hand to command the column to halt, chaos erupted without warning. The sand in front of the caravan burst apart. Suigetsu's figure shot out of the ground like an apparition, the executioner's blade tracing a shrill watery howl as it swept horizontally through the foremost guards. Enemy attack. The guards reacted fast, forming hand signs for defense, but Suigetsu's assault was so sudden that several men were torn to shreds by surging water in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a colossal waterspout burst from behind the caravan, churning up clouds of yellow sand and sealing off the retreat. Don't panic. Form a defensive formation. The fire-natured jonin roared, his hands flashing through seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon roared towards Suigetsu's position. Yet a far quicker figure appeared before the dragon, as if teleported. It was Ichiryu. He had not even drawn his sword. Pressing 2 fingers together into a blade, he slashed at the blazing dragon. Iato Sky Sever. An invisible razor-sharp flash swept out. The colossal fire dragon was split clean in 2, dissolving into scattered sparks. The fire-natured jonin's pupils shrank in disbelief. Your opponent is me. Ichiryu's voice was cold as his long blade slid slowly from its scabbard, the tip aimed at the jonin. Meanwhile, the other 2 jonin, the earth-natured and the wind-natured, were held in check by Watanabe Rai and by other Break organization elites who leaped down from the rock pillars. Watanabe Rai faced the earth-natured jonin. Seeing how young his opponent was, the jonin gave a cold snort and slammed both palms on the ground. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground instantly softened and churned, rolling toward Watanabe Rai like a mud flow. Lightning release, ground lightning. Watanabe Rai was undaunted. He poured lightning release chakra into the earth, and blue electric serpents shot through the soil, instantly shattering the earth flow's structure and numbing the earth-natured Jonin's body. Not bad, kid. You actually have some skill. The earth-natured Jonin, both startled and enraged, began forming seals again. On the battlefield, jutsu thundered, steel clashed, and screams filled the air without cease. The break organization had clearly come prepared, and because this was an ambush, they soon gained the upper hand. The two lurking Jizo squads attempted to launch a surprise attack from underground, but Karen sensed them in advance, and Suigetsu and the other operatives intercepted them precisely. They never succeeded in making waves. The duel between Ichiryu and the fire-natured Jonin was even more decisive. His sword was too swift, too sharp. Every strike carried the will to rend all creation. Within 10 exchanges, the Jonin was covered in wounds and could barely hold on. Just as the caravan guards were about to be wiped out, the small carriage bearing the sealed prisoner began to tremble violently. The sealing talismans plastered across its frame flared with blinding light, as if desperately trying to suppress something within. Ichiryu caught the movement in the corner of his eye, and his instincts rang with alarm. Boom! The carriage shattered apart. Amid flying splinters, a figure staggered to his feet. He was a tattered youth with disheveled hair and crimson wild eyes. His entire body was wreathed in extremely unstable chakra, bursting with savage malice. Most astonishing of all, faint patterns like rock veins were crawling beneath his skin. It's a failed product of that experiment. Why is he here? A Tokugawa guard shrieked in terror. The young man seemed beyond reason. He released a roar unlike any human voice and smashed his fist into the ground. Rumble. The earth around him heaved and split in rippling waves. A shockwave of terrifying force with no regard for friend or foe hurled several nearby guards and one break organization member flying. Iwagakures. Lava release. No, this is even more savage, even more chaotic. Karen's expression changed as she sensed the power. It's like a monster created by forcibly fusing multiple Kekkai Genkai. The berserk youth's gaze locked onto Ichiryu, the nearest target, and another punch flew at him. The fist wind carried crushed rock and scorching heat, devastating power. Ichiryu's gaze turned cold. He was about to act when a figure moved even faster. It was Watanabe Rai. Lightning release, lightning tiger annihilation. Watanabe Rai pushed his chakra to its absolute limit, coalescing the lightning around him into a roaring thunder beast that charged headlong at the berserk youth. He knew this monster was formidable, and he absolutely could not allow it to interrupt Lord Ichiryu's duel or disrupt the overall battle. The thunder beast and the giant rock fist collided with vicious force. Boom! Sparks of lightning and shards of stone exploded outward. Watanabe Rai let out a muffled grunt and was driven back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The berserk youth was also numbed by the lightning release. His movements stalled for an instant. You're asking for death, he roared, throwing himself forward again. Your opponent is me. Watanabe Rai gritted his teeth and charged in once more. Lightning and that chaotic molten force clashed violently across the riverbed. Ichiryu glanced at Watanabe Rai's bitter struggle and knew he had to finish his current opponent as quickly as possible. He held nothing back. His blade abruptly turned into a frenzied storm. Secret sword, swallow, return. 3 blades of light appeared almost at once, sealing off every possible escape for the fire-natured Jonin. The Jonin strained every sinew to block, yet he managed to stop only 2. The third slash of light passed silently across his neck. A head shot into the air and blood sprayed into the wind. Ichiryu did not spare the falling corpse a single glance. He flickered and reappeared behind the berserk youth, battling Watanabe Rai. His long blade, cold with killing intent, thrust straight for the youth's back. But the berserk youth seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He spun around and punched directly at the sword's edge. His fist was armored with solid rock and searing molten flow. Clang! Fist met blade in a ring of struck metal. The long sword was stopped cold. Roar! The youth spread the fingers of his other hand wide and clawed at Ichiryu's face with magma. Ichiryu's expression did not waver. His wrist twisted, and the blade slithered clear like a fish before sweeping upward. Iato headwind. A sharper, denser blade aura lanced from below, shearing across the youth's arm. Rip! The arm, sheathed in stone and lava, was severed in one stroke. Scalding blood and molten rock sprayed everywhere. The berserk youth howled in agony, his attack faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Watanabe Rai erupted with full power. Lightning release, gratitude wave. A tidal wave of electric current flooded the berserk youth's body, drawing an even shriller shriek from him. He convulsed, pitched forward, and collapsed, the chaotic chakra around him beginning to break apart. With the fall of the 2 strongest enemies, the battle rapidly drew to an end. The remaining guards were quickly overwhelmed and annihilated by the break organization's elites. After finishing off the last stragglers, Suigetsu looked at the devastated battlefield, and the cart of gold then whistled. Not a bad haul. Karen walked quickly to the unconscious one-armed youth and focused her senses on him. Her face grew solemn. The chakra inside him is an utter mess, at least 3 natures, earth, fire, and water, all forced together by some tremendous external power, yet dangerously unstable. This is absolutely artificial. Tokugawa, Ieyasu. What kind of horrible experiment are you running? Ichiryu sheathed his blade and stared down at the young man, his eyes icy. Sabaku Arashi's intelligence made no mention of this experiment. Did he not know, or was this itself part of yet another trap? He did not ponder it further. He gave the order, clean the battlefield. Take all the supplies and this experimental subject with us. Leave no traces behind. Withdraw immediately. The killing at Death Valley ended in a complete victory for the Break organization. They had won the funds and supplies they urgently needed and dealt a heavy blow to Tokugawa's arrogance. But they had also touched upon an even darker and stranger side of his power, the technology to manufacture Kekkei Genkai monsters. With their spoils and new mysteries in tow, Itoryu's squad quickly vanished into the wind-whipped, sand-swirling depths of Death Valley. And this successful ambush, like yet another stone cast into a calm lake, was certain to stir new and even greater waves across the continent. The success of the Death Valley ambush was like a potent shot in the arm for the near-suffocating Break organization. The seizure of 3 cartloads of gold bars and a large quantity of fine shinobi tools greatly relieved the financial pressure pressing on Morishita, giving him abundant resources to maintain the organization, open new clandestine trade routes, and even acquire the small merchant guilds that Tokugawa had been suppressing. Morale at the base lifted. Watanabe Rai in particular, having faced a powerful enemy head-on in that battle and performed brilliantly, earned the recognition of his comrades and greatly increased his confidence in mastering the Thunderblade Kekkei Genkai. The captured berserk youth, whose internal chakra was in chaos, was kept under strict watch. Senju Uchiha and the base's researchers jointly analyzed him, hoping to uncover the appalling research Tokugawa Ieyasu had conducted on Kekkei Genkai fusion. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu, a shrewd and ruthless politician, delivered his counterattack faster and more insidiously than anticipated. A few days later, a piece of news spread across the nations of the continent like a plague, its speed and scope clearly the result of careful orchestration and deliberate fanning. The report alleged that the rogue ninja Naruto Uzumaki and his evil organization, the Break, had brazenly attacked a legitimate merchant caravan at the Riverwind border, plundered immense wealth, and slaughtered hundreds of innocent guards and civilians. Acts so heinous that heaven itself could not forgive them. Even more conclusive proof showed that this fiend had colluded with Sabaku Arashi, a rogue ninja from the Land of Wind, in an attempt to overthrow Sunigakure and plunge the entire shinobi world into chaos. Accompanying the announcement was a series of meticulously forged evidence photographs of the destroyed caravan, actually staged after the fact, tearful accusations from several survivors, in truth actors kept by Tokugawa, and even a forged fragment of a secret letter bearing a faint chakra signature attributed to Sabaku Arashur. Public opinion exploded in an instant. Those who had once been skeptical of Naruto's defection swiftly swung to the side of condemnation under such ironclad proof. The official media of the great nations, secretly steered by Tokugawa, also began running endless reports on Naruto Uzumaki's atrocities, depicting him as a cruel, greedy demon who sought to destroy the existing order. The court of the Land of Fire's daimyo was the first to issue a statement vehemently condemning Naruto's actions and declaring that all righteous forces would unite to thoroughly exterminate him. The Land of Wind, yielding to pressure, especially the public sentiment ignited within by Tokugawa, was forced to issue a wanted notice, reaffirm its pursuit of Sabaku Arashi, and pressure Gaara into taking an unambiguous stance. The Break organization was instantly thrust into the center of the storm in the shinobi world's public opinion, changing from resistance fighters with a tragic cast into butchers and bandits reviled by all. At the secret base in the Land of Water, the atmosphere in the command room was heavy. Morishita stared at the accumulated intelligence from agents across the lands, his face livid. What a scheme to invert black and white and kill with a borrowed blade. Tokugawa Ieyasu intends to nail us to the pillar of shame and strip us of every potential sympathizer and ally. The public opinion outside is extremely unfavorable to us now. Many small clans and merchant guilds that had remained neutral are starting to distance themselves from us, even actively currying favor with Tokugawa. Ichiryu cradled his blade and said coldly, public opinion is just a weakling's weapon, of strength is the foundation. Even so, public opinion could shape hearts, and the tide of allegiance was often deadlier than the sword. Senju Uchiha sighed softly. Having experienced her clan's seclusion, she knew the importance of reputation all too well. Especially for the seed project we are conducting, the families of these children are still outside. If they hear these slanders, they will inevitably waver. Naruto sat in the place of honor, his face calm, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. He cared little for his own reputation, but a false accusation of civilian massacre struck at the bottom line of his principles. It also reminded him of the devastation left by Pain's attack on Konoha all those years ago. What we intercepted was Tokugawa's secret transport convoy. The guards were all shinobi, so where did any civilians come from? Watanabe Rai could not help saying angrily. Since Tokugawa dared to spread the rumor, he must have made thorough preparations. Those civilian corpses were probably prepared long ago, or were dead bodies disguised with the transformation technique. Morishita shook his head. Trying to explain now will only make us look worse. What we need is a counterattack to smash the web of public opinion he has woven. How do we counterattack? Kagaya-Mei's voice came from the corner. Her wounds had not yet healed and her face was still pale, but her eyes were as sharp as blades. Morishita pondered for a moment, a sharp glint passing through his eyes. He has his tricks, we have our own. If he can forge evidence, we can also manufacture truth. Doesn't he claim we slaughtered civilians? Then let the world see who truly slaughtered civilians and conducted cruel human experiments. He looked at Naruto. My lord, that captured specimen may be the breakthrough point of our counterattack. We need an accident so that this evidence happens to fall into the hands of some influential neutral power or directly exposes itself to the public eye. Naruto understood what Morishita meant. This was to beat magic with magic. Since Tokugawa played with public opinion, they would expose the darker cards hidden in Tokugawa's hand. Are you confident you can carry it out? Naruto asked. It will take careful planning, and we will need some assistance from Lord Sasuke's side to deliver the evidence plausibly into the right hands. Morishita said cautiously, for example, General Mifune of the Land of Iron has always been known for his upright impartiality and enjoys immense prestige in the samurai class. Or we infiltrate the capital of the Land of Fire and let this specimen appear accidentally at a gathering of nobles. That is extremely risky. Ichiryu warned if we fail it will not only alert the snake, but may also confirm their charge that we are planting evidence and framing them. But it is worth a try. Naruto made his decision. Morishita, draft the detailed plan. Be prudent and make certain nothing goes wrong. In the meantime, step up the investigation into Tokugawa's other secret research facilities. We need more evidence of this kind. Understood. Morishita accepted the order and immediately began to devise a plan. Naruto then looked at the others. With external pressure mounting, the inside must not fall into chaos. The intensity of training and research cannot be reduced, especially our exploration of true power and the ancient sage arts. Miss Ushio, I entrust Mei's recovery and the training of the seeds to you. Ichiryu raised the base's defense level to maximum. We must prevent Tokugawa from acting out of desperation and launching a surprise attack. Everyone acknowledged in unison, feeling the pressing urgency of a storm about to break. Just as the break organization was actively planning its counterattack, Tokugawa Ieyasu was leisurely drinking tea inside the castle keep in Kyoto. Listening to his subordinates report the brilliant achievements of the public opinion campaign, a confident smile of complete mastery spread across his face. Naruto Uzumaki is, after all, nothing more than a brute. He has strength, but understands nothing of human hearts or the subtleties of politics. He set his teacup down and said to Tokugawa Ieyasu, who stood waiting at his side, now, it is time for the next step. Contact the Molten Earth Core cult and our allies in the Land of Earth. It is time to add more fuel to the fire around the break organization. Also send Gaara of Sunigakure another big gift, and make sure he has no other choice. Yes, my lord father. Tokugawa Ieyasu bowed in acceptance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. On the go board, black and white stones interlocked, killing intent lurking everywhere. The contest between Naruto and Tokugawa had already extended from direct armed confrontation to every front: economics, public opinion, diplomacy, and beyond. It was an all-encompassing war, and neglect at any single point could cost them the entire game. Meanwhile, at a hidden outpost in the Land of Lightning, Sasuke Uchiha looked at the intelligence in his hands concerning the Death Valley incident and the subsequent public opinion storm, his brow slightly knit. Tokugawa's counterattack. Just as expected, he murmured to himself. It seems I need to send another gift to Naruto's side. I hope he can seize the opportunity. He turned and instructed Suigetsu Hozuki, who stood waiting in the shadows. Tell Karen to activate the Darkstar plan. Anonymously pass part of our evidence regarding Tokugawa's frozen bloodline experiments in the Land of Frost to the Land of Iron spies. Remember, make it clean as if it leaked from someone inside. Understood. Suigetsu's figure dissolved into water and disappeared. Sasuke's eyes looked into the distance, as though piercing through countless barriers to see the dear friend still struggling forward through wind and rain. Hang in there, dead last. Before you have truly grown strong enough to face them, these trials are something you must go through. The storm of public opinion stirred by Tokugawa Ieyasu loomed over the break organization like a dark cloud, making Morishita's efforts to forge a new trade route exceedingly difficult. Many factions that had initially intended to cooperate were forced to back off and wait under the immense pressure of public opinion. Yet amid this suffocating atmosphere, an unexpected message reached the base. Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, had dispatched a special envoy requesting an informal meeting with Naruto Uzumaki, leader of the Break organization. When the news arrived, reactions in the command room differed. Mifune, Morishita was first surprised, then fell into deep thought. The Land of Iron had always maintained strict neutrality, never intervening in ninja village conflicts. General Mifune was especially renowned for samurai honor and integrity. Why would he send someone to contact us at this time? Could it be that the anonymous evidence about Tokugawa's experiments we sent earlier had taken effect? It could also be a trap by Tokugawa, One Sword said with his usual vigilance, using Mifune's name to lure us out. Senju Uchiha remarked, as for Mifune's character, elders of my clan have mentioned him. He is indeed a samurai of his word and honor. If it truly is his envoy, there may be a turning point. Naruto pondered for a moment, then asked, where's the envoy now? How do we verify his identity? Morishita replied, the envoy carries General Mifune's personal token, the sword feather badge, and is currently waiting at a neutral town on the border of the Land of Water. We have already sent people to verify the badge is genuine, and the envoy is indeed a famous samurai under Mifune named Shimada, known for his swordsmanship and integrity. Since his identity checks out, we shall meet him. Naruto made the decision. Whatever Mifune's purpose, this is an opportunity for us to break through the current predicament of public opinion. The meeting place will be that border town. One Sword, you are in charge of security arrangements. Yes. One Sword acknowledged the order and immediately went to arrange security and evacuation protocols for the meeting site. 3 days later, at Winchim Town on the border of the Land of Water. It was a small town sustained by mining and modest trade. Situated on the border between two nations, it teemed with all sorts of people, becoming an ideal spot for various factions to make covert contact. A seemingly ordinary tea house outside the town had been secretly secured by the Break organization. Under the covert protection of One Sword and several elite guards, Naruto stepped into the innermost private chamber of the tea house. Inside the private chamber, a middle-aged man clad in the traditional samurai attire of the Land of Iron, with Itachi at his waist, sat upright with proper posture. His countenance was resolute, his gaze clear and keen, and a composed aura radiated from him. He was none other than Shimada, the special envoy of General Mifune of the Land of Iron. Seeing Naruto enter, Shimada rose and performed a samurai bow, neither servile nor overbearing. I am Shimada, sent by General Mifune to call upon Lord Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto returned the bow. Please, no need for formalities, Mr. Shimada. Have a seat. After both took their seats and exchanged brief pleasantries, Shimada directly cut to the chase, displaying the forthrightness of a samurai. Lord Naruto, much unfavorable talk about you has been circulating across the continent lately. The Land of Iron had no intention of intervening. However, the general recently received anonymously delivered evidence concerning the Tokugawa clan's inhumane human experiments creating monsters fused with multiple Kekkei Genkai. This matter concerns the bottom line of humanity and defies the justice of the world. He paused, his gaze fixed on Naruto. The general ordered me to come and ask you directly, what is the truth behind the Valley of Death incident? Is there any connection between that anonymous evidence and you? Naruto looked into Shimada's candid eyes, already forming a plan. Rather than answering directly, he asked in return, Mr. Shimada, does General Mifune believe that anonymous evidence? Shimada was silent for a moment, then said frankly, the evidence itself has been verified, it is not forged. The horrific experimental scenes described therein are appalling. The general believes that no matter who sent the evidence, if what it reveals is true, then the Tokugawa daimyo has fallen into depravity. But the general must also be cautious, unwilling to be used as a pawn in someone else's power struggle. Hence, he sent me to seek the truth. Naruto nodded. Mifune's attitude was within his expectations. This samurai leader valued facts and justice over mere allegiance. As for the Valley of Death, we did participate. Naruto admitted candidly, but then shifted his tone. However, what we intercepted was a secret transport convoy disguised by Tokugawa as a merchant caravan. It was carrying gold and ninja tools intended to bribe the upper echelons of Sunigakure and hire rogue ninja. The guards in the convoy were all ninja under Tokugawa's command. There were no civilians. The rumors Tokugawa spread are pure slander. He gave a signal, and beside him Morishita, participating via remote communication, immediately displayed to Shimada detailed records of the Valley of Death battle with the source of intelligence from Sabaku Erasure concealed, along with images of inventory lists of some confiscated supplies. Shimada examined the records carefully, his brow gradually furrowing. The records showed that the opponents were indeed all combatants with considerable strength, completely different from the civilian caravan Tokugawa had claimed. As for that evidence about human experiments, Naruto continued, his gaze sharpening. It was not I who sent it. However, I can tell you, Mr. Shimada, that Tokugawa Ieyasu is indeed conducting such research. I possess in my hands the living evidence that escaped from his experiments. Shimada's body trembled slightly, shock appearing in his eyes. Living evidence. Indeed, Naruto said in a grave voice. A young man forcibly fused with multiple Kekkei Genkai who has lost his sanity and possesses violent power. He is now in my base receiving treatment and observation from our medical experts. If General Mifune is willing, I can arrange for trusted personnel from your side to come and verify. Shimada fell into a long silence. The immense amount of information Naruto provided corroborated the evidence he already held. If all this were true, then Tokugawa Ieyasu's actions had gone beyond the sphere of power struggles and crossed the bottom line of human decency. After a long while, Shimada lifted his head, his eyes regaining their resolve. Lord Naruto, I will relay your words exactly as spoken to General Mifune. As for verifying the living evidence, I will need the general's decision. However, personally, I find your words more credible. He stood and bowed once more. Whatever the general ultimately decides, we samurai of the Land of Iron will never turn a blind eye to such behavior that tramples upon the dignity of life. I, Shimada, will keep your words of today close to my heart. I take my leave. Naruto also rose and returned the bow. Take care, Mr. Shimada. After Shimada left, one sword's figure appeared behind Naruto like a ghost. Will he believe it? One sword asked. Mifune is a wise man and an honest one. Naruto watched Shimada's departing figure from the window. He won't easily believe everything, but the seed of doubt has been planted. At the very least, the Land of Iron won't easily be won over by Tokugawa. It may even become a potential, not an ally, but at least a neutral and fair observer. That is enough. Although this meeting had not immediately won the Land of Iron's support, it had successfully planted suspicion of Tokugawa in Mifune's heart and clarified part of the facts for Naruto's side. This was crucial to breaking Tokugawa's monopoly on public opinion. However, Naruto did not know that at the same time he was meeting with Shimada, Tokugawa Ieyasu had already made another move, landed in Sunigakure. Sunigakure, the Kazekage's office. Gaara frowned as he looked at a letter written by Tokugawa Ieyasu in his own hand, phrased with utmost sincerity, along with a thick list of supplies and favorable border trade terms attached to it. The letter stated that if Sunigakure would help maintain order in the ninja world, jointly hunt down the rogue ninja Naruto Uzumaki, and open some non-critical border passages for joint patrols, the Land of Fire would grant Sunigakure unprecedented economic aid and military cooperation. These terms could hardly be called ungenerous. Especially after events such as the Akatsuki attack and the Moccade incident, Sunigakure truly needed external resources and funds to recover its strength. But Gaara's intuition told him that behind this seemingly sweet bait lurked a huge trap. Opening border passages would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Moreover, he had always harbored doubts about the claim that Naruto had slaughtered civilians. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, unable to decide, an ANBU hurried in and handed over another piece of urgent intelligence. The intelligence indicated that the clan hostile to Sabaku Arashi, with Tokugawa's covert support, had launched a sudden purge of the remnants of the Sabaku clan and claimed to have found conclusive evidence that Sabaku Arashir had colluded with Naruto Uzumaki and intended to betray the village. Within Sunigakure, turbulent currents surged at once. The Council of Elders used this opportunity to pressure Gaara, demanding that he immediately adopt a hardline stance against Naruto's faction and Sabaku Arashir. Internal strife and external threats simultaneously weighed on Gaara's shoulders. He stood before the window, gazing out at the village where yellow sand filled the sky, his eyes full of exhaustion and inner turmoil. Tokugawa Ieyasu was forcing him to make a choice, and this time it seemed he had little room left to choose. On the chessboard, Tokugawa had made another move, driving the important piece of Sunigakure into a corner. The slight opening Naruto had just carved out in the Land of Iron was instantly offset by Sunigakure's potential defection. The game continued. The power of the two sides waxed and waned, and the situation remained deadlocked, growing ever more bewildering. Inside the Kazekage's office in Sunigakure, the air seemed to congeal. The mournful wail of the wind beyond the window now sounded less like weather and more like an ill omen. Gaara's grip tightened around the urgent intelligence report delivered by the Umbu, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The report clearly detailed the enemy clan's purge of the Sandstorm clan's remnants and the so-called irrefutable evidence they had published. Several forged letters, their handwriting and chakra signatures meticulously imitated, directly accusing Sabaku no Arashir of leaking Sunigakure's border intelligence to Naruto and demanding vast sums of money to fund a subversive uprising. The evidence was crude, but with Tokugawa's covert machinations and the long-standing factional strife within Sunigakure, it was more than enough to ignite the powder keg. Several senior advisors of the Elder Council had already submitted a joint petition written in fierce language demanding that the Kazekage immediately order a full-scale purge of the Sandstorm clan's remnants and formally declare war on the rogue organization to uphold Sunegakure's honor and eradicate traitors. Pressure bore down on Gaara from every direction like an invisible boulder. He knew this was not merely a matter of Sabaku no erasure alone, but a vicious move by Tokugawa Ieyasu aimed at Sunegakure, or rather at the very foundation of the ninja world. Accepting Tokugawa's terms and opening the borders would be akin to handing the village's lifeline to another's grasp. Yet if he refused outright, setting aside Tokugawa's economic sanctions and military threats, the incited public outrage and the pressure from the Elder Council alone could tear Sunegakure apart from within. Lord Kazekage Kankuro burst through the door, his face a mask of worry and fury. Those old men are clamoring outside again. And there's more. Some villagers have gathered at the village gate, stirred up by those with ulterior motives, demanding severe punishment for the traitor and appeasement toward the land of fire. Temari followed close behind, relatively calmer, but her brow was heavy with concern as well. Gaara Tokugawa's terms seem generous on the surface, but they are fraught with malicious intent. Once the border passage is opened, countless additional conditions will inevitably follow. We will be slowly devoured piece by piece. But with the instability within, if we forcibly suppress it, I fear. Gaara slowly lifted his head, fatigue and resolve interweaving in his pale green eyes. He walked to the window and gazed upon the village that stood resilient against the wind and sand. This was his home, the place he had sworn to protect with his very life. As Kazekage, every decision he made concerned the life and death of tens of thousands of villagers. Tell the Elder Council. Gaara's voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding authority. The matter of the Sandstorm clan will be thoroughly investigated by the Umbu. Until the truth is fully brought to light, anyone who dares to take the law into their own hands or escalate the situation will be deemed a traitor to the village. Kankuro was taken aback. Gaara, this will enrage those old bastards. As for declaring war on the rogue organization, Gaara paused, his gaze sweeping over Temari and Kankuro. Sunegakure will not become anyone's blade. We have our own judgment and our own stance. Replied to Tokugawa's envoy. Sunegakure appreciates the Land of Fire's goodwill, but border security is Sunegakure's internal affair and no outsider has the right to interfere. Sunegakure will handle the elimination of rogue ninja within its own borders without needing assistance from other nations. A flicker of comprehension passed through Temari's eyes. I understand. This is a stalling tactic. Neither breaking with Tokugawa outright nor yielding to his pressure, buying us time to investigate the truth and stabilize internal affairs. Gaara nodded slightly, at the same time secretly reinforced the northern border defenses along the Land of Rivers, especially the outposts near the Valley of Death. Tell Jonin Baki to raise the alert level but avoid provocation. Yes, Temari and Kankuro answered in unison, a measure of relief settling in their hearts. Gaara had made a decision that appeared resolute on the surface, yet secretly preserved room for maneuver. It was unquestionably dancing on the edge of a blade, but under the current circumstances, it was the wisest choice. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu was hardly inclined to grant Gaara much time. The very day after Sunegakure's official reply reached the capital of the Land of Fire, another piece of news seemed to sprout wings and spread across the continent. The Kazekage of Sunegakure, Gaara, has disregarded conclusive evidence, shielded the rogue ninja, Sabaku no erasure, and his alleged mastermind, Uzumaki Naruto, and refused to uphold justice in the ninja world. Such actions have severely undermined the foundation of mutual trust among the 5 great nations. The Land of Fire hereby expresses its extreme regret and strong condemnation. To maintain peace and stability on the continent, the Land of Fire is compelled to reassess its relations with the Land of Wind and Sunegakure and reserves the right to take further measures. Meanwhile, merchant associations covertly directed by Tokugawa Ieyasu began mass selling bonds and goods linked to the Land of Wind, triggering market panic, a mild devaluation of the Land of Wind's currency, and rising prices for certain supplies. Though the short-term impact was limited, the political and economic signals it emitted were extremely dangerous. Tokugawa's move was utterly venomous. Exploiting Sunegakure's inability to immediately prove its innocence, he twisted Gaara's delay into deliberate shielding, casting Sunegakure into moral opposition, further isolating the village and driving a wedge between it and any factions that might sympathize with Naruto. Rogue Organization Headquarters Command Room. Morishita stared at the latest intelligence, his expression grim. Tokugawa is trying to drive Gaara and Sunegakure into a corner. With this, the pressure on Gaara grows even heavier. Whether he can hold out is anyone's guess. Ichiryu said coldly, if he cannot hold out, then we fight. Senjutsu sighed softly, war is hardly the best solution. Moreover, if Sunegakure falls completely to Tokugawa's side, we'll face a pincer attack from east and west, and the situation will deteriorate rapidly. Naruto sat in silence, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He understood Gaara's predicament and Tokugawa's insidious intentions. Sunegakure's stance had become one of the crucial fulcrums in this great game. We cannot let Sunegakure bear this pressure alone. Naruto spoke up. Mita-san, how is the counterattack we planned previously coming along? Morishita Mita's spirits lifted. Everything is ready. We've identified a derelict research facility where Tokugawa conducted human experiments hidden deep in the mountains on the border between the land of frost and the land of hot water. In 3 days' time we plan to stage a convenient accident, allowing a group of nobles from the land of hot water who happen to be passing through on a sightseeing tour to discover the horrors of that place and rescue several carefully planted survivors who have endured terrible experiments. The noble circles of the land of hot water are closely connected to elites across many nations and are known for spreading intriguing tales. Having them disseminate the news will be far more effective than doing it ourselves. Survivors. Naruto looked at him. Yes, Morishita Mita explained. Our researchers used medical ninjutsu and a modicum of jinjutsu to provide guidance for several victims who genuinely escaped from Tokugawa's other experiments but were already on the verge of mental collapse. This allows them to recall fragmented memories of the experiment's horror without exposing our existence. It's a difficult necessity, but to expose the truth, someone must step forward. Naruto fell silent. He knew this meant inflicting further psychological trauma upon the victims, but as Morishita Mita had said, it was a difficult necessity. Ensure their safety at all costs, and give them the best treatment and care afterward. Yes. Furthermore, Naruto's gaze sharpened. Send word to Sasuke. Ask him if there's any way to obtain direct proof that the irrefutable evidence against Sabaku no erasure was forged. Even a single clue could help relieve some of the pressure on Gaara. Understood. While the rogue organization was busily preparing its counterattack and attempting to share the burden weighing on Gaara and Sunagakure deep within the thunder-shrouded islands of the Land of Lightning at the core of the Thunderclap Shrine. A thunder priest clad in a black robe embroidered with even more intricate thunder patterns knelt prostrate before a colossal altar forged from an unknown black metal. Above the altar hovered a pulsing violet-black thunder core emanating an energy that made the heart tremble, the very power source of the Thunder Venerate who had clashed with Naruto from afar. Your Eminence, the Thunder Priest's voice burned with fervor and reverence. The Molten Earth Core cult has sent word. Tokugawa Ieyasu has initiated the Molten Heart plan targeting one of the rogue organization's major strongholds in the Land of Water. They beseech your Eminence to unleash your divine might, coordinate with their operation, and pin down Uzumaki Naruto and his main combat forces. The thunder core above the altar flickered, and a cold, vast inhuman will transmitted directly into the priest's mind. Granted. The time draws near. The cultivation of the vessel has reached a critical juncture. This time I shall personally project greater power to test the degree of growth of that seed. The Thunder Priest bowed, even lower as your Eminence commands. Tokugawa Ieyasu's counteroffensive was never confined to a single front. Even as he sustained relentless pressure on Sunagakure through public opinion, the military campaign he had long been brewing finally bared its savage fangs. The target was not the Break Organization's main base. Its defenses were formidable, and the cost of a direct assault would be prohibitive. Instead, he selected a crucial mineral refining facility and its adjacent port controlled by the Morishita clan on the southwestern coast of the Land of Water. This site supplied the Break Organization with vital metal ores while simultaneously serving as a clandestine logistics hub, a position of tremendous strategic value. The strike force entrusted with this mission was not drawn from Tokugawa's direct command. Rather, it was assembled from fanatical devotees dispatched by the Lava Geocore cult mingled with elite shinobi provided by Tokugawa, together forming a raiding unit codenamed Lava Heart. Their commander was an Earthfire emissary who wielded the lava release Kekei Genkai with consummate skill. The operation commenced in the dead of night. Without the slightest warning, dozens of spectral figures approached the harbor, gliding across the waves and surging from beneath the depths. The Earthfire emissary at the forefront wove hand seals and drove both palms onto the sea. Lava release granite technique. The seawater around the harbor erupted into violent boiling, and steam replaced by vast sheets of molten magma that cooled and solidified within moments, forcibly forging a temporary causeway across the ocean straight into the port. Meanwhile, the other lava release shinobi unleashed their arts one after another, colossal fists of rock magma, scorching rivers of liquefied stone, all descending upon the harbor's fortifications and storehouses like a cataclysm from the heavens. The harbor's defenders consisted mostly of the Morishita clan's private soldiers and a scattering of Break Organization outer members. They resisted with desperate valor, yet against such a sudden and overwhelming Kekei Genkai onslaught, their defensive lines were shredded in short order. Explosions, screams, and the thunderous collapse of structures merged into a hellish symphony, with fiery light staining the night sky a deep crimson. Hold the line. Reinforcements are on the way. A Jonin of the Break Organization bellowed, rallying his mangled survivors to resist step by step, utilizing every scrap of terrain. Yet Tokugawa's stratagem cut far deeper than this. Almost simultaneously with the commencement of the Lava Heart operation, the wailing alarms of the secret base in the Land of Water pierced the night once more. Report. Approximately 50 nautical miles southeast of the base, a massive concentration of lightning-natured natural energy has been detected. The energy signature closely matches the thunder envoys of the Thunderclap Temple, but the intensity far exceeds anything we've seen before. The intelligence officer's voice trembled with a note of panic. Within the command center, every face stiffened. A diversion to lure us away. Morishita grasped Tokugawa's design in an instant. The attack on the harbor was a feint, or at the very least a secondary objective. Their true purpose is to draw our main force away to reinforce the harbor, leaving the Thunderclap Temple free to strike the base. Ichiryu clenched his sword hilt. I'll go to the harbor. Naruto raised a hand, halting him. His gaze was calm as it settled on the monitoring screen. There the luminous that representing the lightning-natured energy source crept steadily forward, its trajectory aimed unerringly at the base, radiating an oppressive pressure that clenched at the heart. No, Naruto said slowly. Their target could be me, or the base itself. If the harbor is attacked, and we send out our main force, the base will be left hollow exactly as they intend. But if we hold our forces in place, and the harbor falls, the loss of essential supplies will deal a devastating blow to morale as well. This is Tokugawa's open stratagem. He turned to Senju Shio. Miss Shio, the defense of the base, above all the seeds and the critical research zones, I entrust to you. Your wood release and barrier arts are the most suited for defense. Senju Shio nodded gravely. I'll handle it. Ichiryu. Naruto turned to him once more. Take a picked squad aboard high-speed craft and swing around the flank. Do not head for the harbor. Instead, move to the rear of that lightning energy source, ascertain the situation, and bide your time. If the Thunder Venerable himself arrives in person or a formidable clone manifests, do not engage in a direct contest. Harass and immobilize. Understood. Ichiryu acknowledged the order and vanished on the spot. And what of me? Watanabe Rai advanced a step, battle intent blazing in his eyes. Naruto regarded him, then turned his gaze to Kaguya, Mei beside him, her wounds still unhealed, yet her eyes resolute. Rai Mei, along with Suigetsu and Karen, you will remain with me at the base's core, standing ready for whatever comes. Furthermore, alert every combatant. We are entering maximum readiness. The commands were dispatched without delay, and the base began to spin like a precisely engineered machine. Senju Shio wove hand seals, and a jade-green radiance radiated outward from her. Across the earth beyond the base's perimeter, countless colossal trees tore upward through the soil, their trunks intertwining into an immense bulwark of living wood, its surface alive with arcane natural energy runes. Naruto, meanwhile, stepped onto the observation deck, his piercing gaze fixed upon the storm-racked sea to the southeast, where lightning seared and thunder rolled without end. He could feel it. That power was steeped in destruction and arrogance, utterly inharmonious with natural energy, resembling, instead of force of law, forcibly shackled and warped into servitude. Trying to test me, Naruto murmured to himself. The filament of luminous white true power within him accelerated, resonating ever more deeply with the surrounding natural energy. Then come. Even as the Break Organization's base braced itself against a potential Thunderclap Temple assault, a meticulously choreographed accident was unfolding as scheduled, deep in the mountains straddling the border between the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Springs. A sightseeing party of young nobles from the Land of Hot Springs, connoisseurs of exotic adventure, had, under the guidance of several local trailblazers, strayed from their designated route and trespassed into a derelict mining zone that had been cordoned off as forbidden ground. While probing a perfectly unremarkable mine at it, they inadvertently triggered a concealed mechanism, exposing a secret passage plunging into the earth. Driven by curiosity, they pressed deeper along the passage and ultimately stumbled into a sight to curdle the blood. A laboratory crowded with grotesque apparatus and stained with dark crimson residue, shattered culture tanks strewn across the floor, the air thick with a gagging amalgam of formaldehyde and rot. But what truly drove them to the edge of madness were the figures within several still functional sealed pods. At the laboratory's heart, human beings reduced to emaciated shells, hollow gazes staring into nothing, their bodies cross-hatched with surgical scars and grotesque brands. One of them appeared to cling to the faintest spark of awareness. Under the noble's horrified gazes, he stuttered fragments of words: fire, Tokugawa, Lord, experiments, pain. It happened that one of the accompanying guards had knowledge of medical jutsu. After examining them, he confirmed that the captives harbored but feeble life force and minds scarred by profound trauma with unmistakable signs of bodily alteration. The news raced out like wildfire, borne by the terrified nobles and their portable recording devices, surging to the upper echelons of the Land of Hot Springs, then sweeping at breathtaking speed through the continent's aristocratic circles and espionage web. Daimyo Tokugawa conducts human experiments. Inhumane Kekkei Genkai research. Survivors unearthed at abandoned institute. Although Tokugawa's administration was swift to deny everything, denouncing the reports as vile slander and insinuating that the break organization had engineered the entire affair. Yet the lucid video evidenced the survivors' harrowing condition, their slurred but damning mutterings, and the instrument components stamped with the crest of the Fire Nation's Royal Artisan Guild, planted in advance by Morishita, bestowed upon the expose a devastating impact. Continental public opinion erupted in yet another maelstrom. The image of righteous governance, so meticulously cultivated by Tokugawa, suffered its first unmistakable cracks. Many neutral powers and smaller nations began to scrutinize their ties to Tokugawa with new eyes. In the Land of Iron, General Mifune read the detailed report, then lapsed into a long silence. Eventually, he ordered the strengthening of border patrols and recalled part of the delegation engaged in joint military exercises with the Land of Fire. It was a silent signal, yet unmistakable in its sentiment. Tsunade Kirigakure also received the intelligence. He stared at the harrowing images within the report and remained wordless for a long time. This gave him indispensable grounds and a much-needed reprieve to withstand domestic pressure. He immediately ordered the Umbu to treat this as a breach point and intensify their investigation into the internal purge and the forged evidence. When the news reached Tokugawa Ieyasu in Kyoto, his countenance sank in an instant, black as abyssal water. He had never anticipated Naruto's response would come so swiftly and with such lethality, ripping open one of his darkest hidden cards. Uzumaki Naruto. So it seems I truly underestimated you. An icy glint flickered in his eyes. But the game has only just begun. Send word to the Lava Geocore cult and the Thunderclap Temple. The plan is changed. Attack at full strength. I will make the break organization pay a catastrophic price. At the port, the battle blazed ever fiercer, while the thunderheads southeast of the base churned with mounting fury. A pillar of violet-black lightning far thicker than any before began to gather slowly. A spear of divine retribution, its point aimed squarely at the break organization's sanctuary. Naruto felt the murderous intent locking onto the base, drew a deep breath, and lifted his hands with deliberate slowness, luminous white radiance converging in his palms. The true trial had come at last. Over the sea southeast of the base, a violet-black thundercloud converged, madly churning into a colossal vortex over several kilometers in diameter. At its center, bolts of lightning writhed like serpents, roaring deafeningly, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. That cold, vast pressure, brimming with destructive will, slammed into the Wood Realm guardian barriers set up by Chincho, she like a physical tsunami. The emerald green wooden ramparts let out an overburdened groan, and the runic light flowing across their surface flickered violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. Inside the base, all keen-sensed shinobi felt a jolt of terror, as if their souls had been clutched by the entity within the thundercloud. Here it comes. On the observation deck, Mingren narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see that at the center of the vortex, an enormous destructive energy was compressing and condensing at an unprecedented speed, locked firmly onto the core area of the base. Sage Art would release true, several thousand hands, supreme form. Shinshoshi's frigid, yet resolute voice resounded across the base. She pressed her hands together in a seal, and vast natural energy poured into the earth beneath her feet, like rivers pouring backward. Behind the wooden ramparts at the base's outskirts, the ground suddenly heaved upward, and a colossal wooden Buddha with countless arms rose from the earth. Each of the Buddha's palms was spread and turned upward, stacked layer upon layer into a barrier far thicker and far more solid than before. This was the sage art of ultimate defensive power passed down by the Chinsho clan. Almost at the same instant, the Buddha took shape. Crack! A pillar of intensely condensed violet-black destructive lightning broad enough to cover nearly half the base slashed down from the vortex's core like divine punishment from the heavens. Where the lightning pillar passed, space twisted and light was extinguished, carrying an absolute will to annihilate everything. Boom. The lightning pillar collided with the thousand-armed Buddha in a thunderous impact. This time it was not silent annihilation, but an earth-shattering explosion. Blinding light devoured everything in an instant, and the deafening shockwave instantly robbed the nearest shinobi of their hearing. A terrifying spherical energy shockwave expanded in all directions. The sea surface was forcibly depressed into a huge bowl, and towering waves were vaporized into white mist. Inside the base, even with layers of barriers absorbing the brunt, everyone felt the ground shake violently beneath them, as if the most violent earthquake had struck. The light lasted for several seconds before gradually fading. The outermost several dozen arms of the thousand-armed Buddha had turned black and shattered, scattering into flying splinters. But the core still stood unmoved. Its emerald light had dimmed considerably, yet it stubbornly held against this world-destroying blow. Shinshoshi's face turned pale, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. It was evident that withstanding that blow head-on had cost her greatly, even causing some internal injuries. But her eyes remained steely, her hand seals unchanged as natural energy continued to flow endlessly into the Buddha. It held. A cheer of relief erupted from the base. However, Mingren's brows knitted even tighter. He sensed that the will within the thundercloud was not angered by the blocked attack. Rather, it was exuding a cold, appraising, recording intent. It wasn't attacking with all its strength. It was testing our defensive limits and collecting data. Mingren instantly understood the enemy's intention. This was more like precise reconnaissance fire than a desperate assault. Sure enough, after releasing that single strike, the thundercloud vortex did not immediately condense a second pillar. Instead, it began to slowly shrink, and the destructive pressure locked onto the base gradually weakened. Trying to leave. A fierce glint flashed through Mingren's eyes. Taking a beating passively had never been his style. Besides, letting the enemy come and go so freely, collecting data and then leaving, would be a devastating blow to morale. He drew a deep breath, his consciousness sinking fully into a state of resonance with nature. The wisp of pure white true energy within him whirled at an unprecedented rate, forming a mysterious connection with the wind, water, earth, fire, and even the lingering remnants of thunder in the surroundings. Forming no hand seal, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, pointing at the shrinking thundercloud. Lin, a low shout, though not resounding through the sky, seemed to brand itself directly onto the very rules of the world. A colossal, archaic, alien character traced by pure spiritual energy and natural energy materialized above the base, emanating the vast will of unmoving as a mountain anchoring the universe. This was the true manifestation of the first secret of the 9 true words, the immovable foundation seal. The instant the alien character appeared, the disordered natural energy was forcibly combed and pacified, as if by an invisible giant hand. The contracting thundercloud came to an abrupt halt, as if striking an invisible wall, its contraction cut short. From the center of the thundercloud came an inhuman shriek, filled with shock and fury. Clearly, Mingren's counterattack, infused with the power of order, had exceeded its expectations and disrupted its energy flow. Bing! Unpausing, Mingren formed a hand seal with his left hand and shouted the second true word, which symbolized energy, vitality, and action. The word Bing transformed into a dazzling golden light. Like an arrow loosened from a bow, it arrived after being released later, but reached first, plunging straight into the stagnant thundercloud. Boom! As if a bomb had been thrown inside the thundercloud, its once orderly energy structure instantly became chaotic. Violet-black lightning bolts scurried about wildly, even triggering a chain of small-scale energy detonations. Roar! The sound from the thundercloud was no longer shock and fury, but a roar laced with pain and disbelief. It evidently had not expected that this mortal could not only block its attack, but also injure its very energy core in such an impossible manner. Seizing the moment, the elite squad led by Ichiryu had already circled to the side and rear. Seeing the thundercloud thrown into chaos, they attacked without the slightest hesitation. Water release, water dragon bite. Lightning release, false darkness. Ninja art, shadow shuriken jutsu. Several powerful ninjutsu slammed into the turbulent edge of the thundercloud. Though they caused no real damage, they worsened its disorder. The entity in the thundercloud seemed to realize that remaining any longer would gain nothing and might leave behind even more data. It let out a frustrated roar, and the enormous cloud abruptly collapsed inward, condensing into a thin streak of violet-black lightning that vanished beyond the horizon at a speed too fast for the eye to follow, leaving only the lingering smell of scorched air and unsettled energy ripples. The threat was for now gone. Inside and outside the base, silence reigned for a moment, then erupted into cheers that shook the sky. Not only had they survived an attack from something like a god, they had forced it to retreat. The boost to morale was immense. Chinsho, she dispelled the 1,000-armed Buddha, swayed slightly, and was caught by a medical ninja who rushed forward. She looked at Mingren, her eyes full of reverence. Lord Mingren, the power you used just now has touched the level of rules. Mingren slowly lowered his hand, his face also pale. Using 2 of the 9 true words in succession, especially forcibly interfering with that thundercloud, had drained his spiritual power and true energy severely. Yet in his heart there was a sense of enlightenment. Through this direct clash with a higher order of power, his understanding of true energy and the 9 true words had deepened another layer. It wasn't going all out, Mingren said in a low voice. It felt more like a probe. Dechuan, or rather the god behind him, is growing more and more interested in us. Just then a battle report from the harbor came through the communicator. The harbor's losses were severe. The refining workshop was destroyed, about 40% of the warehouse supplies were lost, and over half of the defenders were casualties. The enemy's magma heart unit, after completing its destructive objectives, had quickly withdrawn using water release. Lord Ichiryu pursued, but to no avail. Though they had successfully driven back the Thunder Sovereign, the harbor had still taken a devastating blow. Dechuan Jiakong's magma heart scheme had achieved at least half of its strategic goals. Treat the wounded, count the losses, repair the harbor facilities. Mingren suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly issued commands. At the same time selectively spread the news that we repelled the Thunder Sovereign, and that the land of hot water has exposed Duchwan's experiments. We must make everyone understand the break organization is not a lamb to be slaughtered. Duchwan Jiakong is the hypocrite who has been conducting evil experiments. Yes, a crisis had been weathered for now, but the losses had already been dealt. Duchwan Jiakong's chain of schemes, though not achieving complete success, had genuinely damaged the break organization and successfully gathered precious data on Mingren's new power and the base's defenses. Far away in the capital of the Land of Fire, Duchwan Jiakong looked over the reports of the Thunder Temple's failed probe and the escalating affair in the Land of Hot Water. Rather than annoyance, a meaningful smile curved across his face. So you really have grown, Chunhua Mingren. That makes it interesting. Only thus, when you finally fall into despair, will it taste all the sweeter. Send the order, activate the hidden piece. It's time to make that friend in Sunagakure move. The news of the break organization repelling the Thunder Venerable and the scandal of human experimentation exposed in the Land of Hot Water collided violently across the continent, like two opposing winds, triggering an unprecedented storm of public opinion. On one hand, the formidable power displayed by the break organization, especially Naruto's inconceivable ability to contend with gods, caused many factions that had previously dismissed or opposed them to reassess their stance. Repelling the Thunder Venerable was regarded as a landmark victory that greatly elevated the break organization's prestige, attracting outlaws and minor clans dissatisfied with the existing order or hungry for power to secretly pledge their allegiance. On the other hand, the exposure of Tokugawa Ieyasu's human experimentation was undoubtedly a heavy blow, severely damaging his righteous image and public persona. Despite his vehement denial and counter-accusations, those shocking images and the ravings of survivors clung like maggots to the bone, impossible to completely erase. The silence of Mifune, the general of the Iron Country, and his withdrawal of the military exercise delegation were interpreted by outsiders as distrust toward Tokugawa, shaking the confidence of some wavering factions. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu had cultivated his power for years. His influence was deeply entrenched and intricately woven far beyond the reach of a single public relations blow. He swiftly mobilized his resources. On one hand, he continued to vilify the break organization in the public sphere, claiming it had allied with evil summoned beasts and mastered forbidden powers. On the other hand, his true killing move was quietly unfolding in Sunagakure. Sunagakure, the Elders' Council Chamber. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Gaara, seated at the head, remained expressionless, but his clenched armrest betrayed his inner turmoil. Below, several senior advisors led by Elder Ebizo were pressing him with grim countenances. Lord Kazekage. Ebizo's voice was low, carrying undeniable authority. The outside world is rife with rumors that the break organization wields evil power, and the daimyo Tokugawa is also mired in scandal. But Sunagakure's present peril lies within. The remnants of the Sandstorm clan have yet to be purged, and those colluding with the renegade ninja, Shabao Lan, still lurk in the shadows. Worse, some are secretly spreading rumors to shake morale, claiming that the Lord Kazekage is indecisive, shielding traitors and leaving Sunagakure isolated. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across those present before settling on Gaara. For the stability of Sunagakure and the foundation of 10,000 years, I implore the Lord Kazekage to issue an immediate order. First, thoroughly purge all those connected to Shabao Lan. Better to execute the innocent than let a single traitor escape. Second, issue a formal statement severing all ties with the break organization, and in response to the Fire Country's request, open certain border passages permitting their assistance in hunting down renegade ninja in exchange for urgently needed supplies and support. This is a decision born of necessity. Elder Ebizo. Kankuro could not help but interject. This would be tantamount to handing Sunagakure's lifeline to Tokugawa. Investigate. Another elder sneered. The evidence is conclusive. What else is there to investigate? Must we wait until Shabao Lan comes storming in with Naruto Uzumaki before we consider it solved? Kankuro, could it be that you two are involved with the traitors? You. Kankuro was furious. Enough. Gaara finally spoke, his voice soft, yet it instantly silenced the clamorous hall. He slowly rose to his feet, his pale green eyes like the deepest lake sweeping over each elder. The matter of the Sandstorm clan will be judged by the Umbu. Until a final conclusion is reached, any unauthorized purge will be regarded as treason against the village. His tone was calm, yet laced with icy killing intent, sending a chill through the hearts of several radical elders. As for opening the borders, Gaara turned to Ebizo, his gaze sharp as a blade. Elder Ebizo, what benefits has Tokugawa Ieyasu promised you? That you would be so eager to sell the village that raised you to outsiders? Ebizo's face drastically changed. Lord Kazekage. What do you mean by this? I have devoted myself solely to Sunagakure. For Sunagakure. Gaara let out a cold laugh. He took a small scroll from his sleeve and tossed it onto the table. Then please explain the sudden appearance of 3 residences under your name in the Fire Country's capital and the huge sum deposited into your account at the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Where did they come from? The scroll clearly recorded evidence of Ebizo's secret meeting with Tokugawa Iemitsu and accepting bribes. It was one of the anonymous gifts Sasuke had sent Gaara through the Hawks Channel. The council chamber erupted in uproar. All the elders stared at Ebizo in disbelief. Ebizo's face turned ashen in an instant. He pointed at Gaara, lips trembling. You've been spying on me. This is slander. Whether it is slander, the enforcement division will verify. Gaara no longer looked at him. His gaze swept over the other elders, some panicked, some contemplative. Sunagakure belongs to all its villagers. It is no one's bargaining chip for trade. From today onward, the Elders' Council's authority to intervene in the Umbu and border defense is abolished. All matters will be directly administered by the Kazakage's office. Any objections will be treated as treason against the village. A powerful chakra pressure radiated with his icy words, filling the entire chamber. At that moment, Gaara displayed the absolute authority and iron-fisted measures of a Kazakage. Faced with conclusive evidence and absolute power, no one dared voice dissent. Ebizo, as if his spine had been removed, collapsed into his chair, his face deathly pale. Gaara had swiftly and decisively removed the greatest internal threat, temporarily stabilizing Sunaгаkure's situation. But he knew this was only the beginning. Tokugawa's infiltration was pervasive, economic pressure and external threats remained. He needed time and, more importantly, the key to breaking the deadlock. At this very moment, that key was quietly brewing in the Iron Country. Iron Country, the general's residence. Mifune looked at the 2 reports placed side by side on the table. One was a detailed report on the break organization repelling the Thunder Venerable brought back and supplemented by Shimada. The other was a complete copy of the evidence chain regarding the human experiments in the land of hot water. He was silent for a long time. As a samurai, he believed in honor, loyalty, and strength. What Naruto had displayed was the courage to challenge gods, the conviction to protect comrades, and a power that transcended conventional ninjutsu. One closer to the origin of all things. Tokugawa Ieyasu, on the other hand, had strayed from the bottom line of human morality, and his methods were full of schemes and filth. Shimada, Mifune finally spoke. Yes. Shimada bowed in acknowledgement. Draft a statement in my name. Mifune's voice was steady and resolute. The Iron Country, based on its stance of upholding continental justice and the dignity of life, expresses its strongest condemnation of the human experimentation conducted by Lord Tokugawa Ieyasu, the daimyo of the Fire Country. And it calls on all powers to thoroughly investigate this matter and bring justice to the victims. Shimada's spirits lifted. Yes, General. Then, regarding the break organization. Mifune waved his hand. We will not take a stance for now. However, through private channels, deliver a message to Naruto Uzumaki: the samurai's blade does not bow to the powerful, nor does it yield to evil. Let him be guided by his own conscience. This was not an alliance, but an extremely clear signal. The Iron Country stood on the side of righteousness and drew a line against Tokugawa's actions. The impact of this on the continental situation would be profound and immense. When the news spread, the continent was shaken once again. In Kyoto, Tokugawa Ieyasu smashed his most treasured teacup. He had not expected Mifune to be so merciless, nor had he expected Gaara to stabilize his internal situation so quickly and eliminate the important pawn he had planted. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Mifune and Gaara. Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes glinted coldly. Very well. Since you insist on joining forces to oppose me, don't blame me for flipping the table. He turned and gave an order to a vague figure in the shadows. Notify them. Move the plan up. It is time for the Eye of God to truly open. Tokugawa Ieyasu's overturning of the table was not a reckless all-out war, but a more insidious, more comprehensive suppression on every front. After military probing and internal infiltration met with setbacks, he shifted his focus even more toward the domain where he excelled most, economics and politics. First, wielding his authority as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he allied with 3 other great nations, Earth, Lightning, and Wind, that harbored caution toward or had already been won over by the break organization, jointly signing the 4 nations trade embargo accord. Under the pretext of maintaining continental economic security and combating illegal armed forces, the accord explicitly stipulated that the 4 nations and their affiliated merchant guilds were forbidden from engaging in any trade with entities known to have ties to the break organization, with violators facing massive fines and even asset confiscation. This prohibition was like a colossal noose suddenly tightening. Almost all of the Morishita family's legitimate trade channels on the surface were instantly severed. Many long-term partners were forced to cut ties, a flood of orders was canceled, and capital flows teetered on the brink of collapse. Those secret channels remained, their scale and efficiency were severely diminished and costs skyrocketed. Second, Tokugawa leveraged his influence in the ninja underworld's black market, placing astronomical bounties on every core member and key technical personnel of the break organization, dead or alive. At the same time, he imposed blanket sanctions on any individual or organization that provided intelligence supplies or sanctuary to the break organization. As a result, many underground factions that had remained on the fence were forced to weigh the consequences and kept the break organization at a wary distance. Finally, on the diplomatic front, Tokugawa continuously pressured the daimyo of the Land of Water, accusing him of failing to suppress the rebels and allowing rogue ninja forces to grow unchecked, threatening to reassess the alliance between the two nations and consider imposing partial economic sanctions on the Land of Water. This placed enormous political pressure on the Land of Water. Nobles and officials who had opposed the Morishita family or harbored doubts about the break organization began to stir covertly, obstructing their efforts. At the break organization's base, the atmosphere in the command center was unprecedentedly grave. Morishita Makita stared at the light screen showing the cliff-like decline of trade curves and the mounting deficits, cold sweat beading on his forehead. My Lord, Tokugawa's move is too ruthless. The four nations embargo has practically sealed off all our overt routes. The black market channels are also severely affected. Many middlemen no longer dare to take our orders. Our capital chain can hold out for at most 3 more months. If we don't find new sources of funding or a way to break the blockade, we'll have trouble even maintaining the base's basic operations and personnel supplies. Ichiryu hugged his blade, his eyes ice cold. Should we organize an elite squad to counterattack by raiding Tokugawa's merchant associations and warehouses? Morishita Makita gave a bitter smile and shook his head. We considered that too. But Tokugawa is already prepared. Vital supplies are stored in heavily guarded fortresses or major cities. A frontal assault would cost too much, and it would only confirm our identity as bandits, playing right into Tokugawa's hands. Raiding scattered caravans won't solve anything. It would only waste our precious fighting strength. Senju whispered softly, perhaps we could try to become more self-sufficient, using my wood release and natural energy to accelerate food and some medicinal herb production inside the base. That could solve part of the problem, but Or's precision instruments, rare medicines, these cannot be produced on our own. Morishita Makita sighed. What we're facing is the comprehensive blockade of a coalition of nations. Naruto listened in silence, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the tabletop. Tokugawa's open scheme was to use his overwhelming advantage in scale to squeeze their living space bit by bit until they collapsed from resource exhaustion. A head-on fight was impossible, and waiting for death was even worse. Makita, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Those small merchant associations and fleets on the verge of bankruptcy that we secretly acquired. How has the integration been going? Morishita Makita paused, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Following your instructions, my lord, through multiple offshore accounts and puppet agents, we have secretly taken control of 3 small merchant associations and 2 fleets capable of long-distance navigation. They are currently registered under the names of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Waves, and have not yet been placed on the embargo list. Your meaning is A. Repair the plank road in the open march secretly through the dark passage. Naruto's gaze grew sharp. Since the overt roads are blocked, we take the covert ones, or even carve out entirely new paths ourselves. The supplies we urgently need that we cannot produce ourselves, we scatter them, disguise them, and transport them through these secret channels. At the same time, use these merchant associations as cover to try establishing contact with more distant overseas nations not yet fully controlled by Tokugawa, for instance. That land of warriors across the sea or the island nations further south. Overseas. Morishita Makita's eyes lit up. That's certainly a line of thought. Far from the continental heartland, Tokugawa's influence will be much weaker. It's just, long-distance voyages carry enormous risk, require time to explore, and the initial investment will be steep. No matter how great the investment, it is better than waiting for death. Naruto made the decision. This matter is your full responsibility. Mobilize every resource that can be mobilized and open up at least one reliable overseas channel as soon as possible. As for funding, take some of the gold we seized last time, break it down, and remelt it through the black market and inject it into these secret merchant associations in batches. Yes, my lord. Morishita Makita seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline, immediately bowing to accept the mission, his mind already racing at full speed to devise the specific operational plan. Furthermore, Naruto looked at the others. Tokugawa wants to strangle us economically, but we won't let him have it easy either. Monsieur, I recall you mentioned the descendants of the contractors of Shikatsu Forest and Ryuchi Cave. Senju nodded. Yes, the Insect Master Clan and the Serpent Shaman. They carry ancient traditions and live in seclusion, but they are not completely cut off from the outside world. The clan records state that they possess unique applications of natural energy that might be able to provide some help. Try to make contact with them. Naruto said there is no need for them to fight directly. Even just an exchange of techniques or intelligence or allowing our seeds to go there and learn could bring unexpected rewards. This matter, Miss Sure you will lead it. They can accompany you. Her dead bone pulse might arouse the interest of those ancient lineages. Kaguya May gave a slight nod in agreement. Ichiryu-based defense and internal purges must not be relaxed, especially be on guard against Tokugawa resorting to desperate measures launching decapitation strikes. Naruto gave the final orders. Understood. With the commands issued, everyone departed to their assigned tasks, searching for new vitality amid this economic winter. Naruto stood alone on the observation deck, gazing at the slightly desolate mountain scenery beyond the base. The pressure was unprecedented, yet his heart was extraordinarily calm. This kind of all-around suppression only ignited the unyielding tenacity buried deep in his bones. From a dead-last loser to Hokage, he had faced too many trials, and every single time he had come through. Tokugawa Ieyasu, you want to crush me with resources and rules. Naruto murmured to himself, a stubborn smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Then you're in for a disappointment. What my comrades and I excel at most is carving out a path even from the depths of desperation. Just as the break organization was actively seeking a way to break the deadlock, Tokugawa Ieyasu was not idle either. Kyoto, the secret chamber inside Tenshikaku. Tokugawa Ieyasu gazed at a figure shrouded in a black robe, exuding a cold, sinister aura. How is the matter proceeding? Tokugawa Ieyasu asked casually. The black-robed figure replied in a hoarse voice, the seeds have been successfully planted within the Lava Core Earth Cult and the Fuma clan. They will per your will at the appropriate time guide those fanatics and desperados to launch spontaneous and uncontrollable attacks against the break organization's overseas exploration fleets or key secret strongholds. Excellent. Tokugawa Ieyasu nodded with satisfaction. Remember, it must be like a plague, ubiquitous yet leaving no trace. I want Uzumaki Naruto to be in a constant state of frantic turmoil, so exhausted from running in all directions that he has no time to attend to anything else. When he and his people have been worn down when their guard drops. He paused, a flicker of greed and anticipation crossing his eyes. That will be the moment the Eye of God fully opens and the final fruit is harvested. Morishita worked with remarkable efficiency. With Naruto's authorization and the support of a vast secret fund, the three small merchant guilds nominally registered in the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Waves were quickly infused with new vitality. On the surface, they continued to manage legitimate regional trade. Hot spring specialties from the Land of Hot Water and processed fishery goods from the Land of Waves. But in secret, they had begun receiving disguised consignments of scarce materials transferred from the break organization's hidden bases. Using their still unmonitored shipping networks, they attempted small-batch dispersed transport. At the same time, a three-vessel ocean-going fleet, refitted and equipped with the latest navigation and defense systems rebuilt by base technicians using a combination of captured technology and in-house innovations, was assembled in absolute secrecy at a remote abandoned fishing port in the Land of Water. The fleet flew the flag of an obscure small kingdom in the southern seas, and its crews were also carefully selected, utterly loyal, battle-hardened private soldiers of the Morishita family, plus some outer circle members of the break organization. Their mission was to execute the most crucial step of Naruto's strategy of covert maneuver, to explore the lands overseas and establish new trade and intelligence lines. On the night before departure, Naruto came personally to the secret harbor. The sea breeze carrying a salt-tinged breath stirred his short golden hair. Gazing at the hulls gleaming faintly in the moonlight, and at the solemn-faced crewmen making their final pre-departure checks, countless emotions welled up in his heart. This voyage will be perilous. Far from the mainland storms, sea beasts, unknown lands. Any of these could keep you from ever returning. Naruto's voice carried clearly through the night wind to every sailor's ear. I cannot promise you wealth and glory, nor can I guarantee that every one of you will come back alive. All I can give you is trust, and a hope. His gaze swept across each resolute face. A hope of breaking the shackles. A hope of finding a new path for us and for all those who have been forced into silence. I entrust this mission to you all. There were no grand speeches, only the heavy weight of a commitment. In unison, every crewman struck his right fist against his chest in a silent salute. Silent, yet as weighty as a mountain. They were pioneers. A keen blade carrying the hope of the organization's survival meant to pierce the fog and sail into the unknown. At dawn the next day, the three sailing ships raised their sails, and under the cover of morning mist slipped quietly out of the harbor, vanishing at the line where sea and sky merged. Watching the fleet disappear, Naruto sent a silent blessing after them. He knew this was only a gambit. Whether it would succeed was unknown, but it had to be tried. At the same time, Senjutsuyo and Kaguya May also left the base, heading into the vast primeval jungle in the continent's southwest to search for traces of the insect master clan that Senjutsuyo had mentioned. Guided by the surviving fragments of clan records and Senju Shio's unique perception of natural energy, they trekked for days crossing poison miasmic swamps and mountains roamed by ferocious beasts. At last deep in a forest that seemed forgotten by time, where towering ancient trees and bizarre giant fungi grew in abundance. They sensed an aura that was extraordinarily old, elusive, and yet brimming with life. It should be around here. Senju Shio halted, closed her eyes, and gently pressed her palms against the trunk of a towering tree so thick that several people would need to join hands to encircle it. Emerald green chakra rippled outward, silently communing with the natural energy of the entire forest. Kaguya May stood quietly at the side, beneath her bone-white mask. Her gaze swept the surroundings with vigilance. She could sense that this forest teemed with life. Yet it was not the life of birdsong and fragrant flowers. It was more primal, more dense, as if every leaf, every vine, even the tiniest drifting organism in the air possessed a will of its own. Even the dead bone pulse inside her body stirred with a subtle restlessness, an instinctive reaction when facing an ancient power of the same level. Suddenly the surrounding chorus of insects fell silent. The rustling leaves stopped. The air seemed to congeal. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Faint, spine-chilling creeping sounds began to rise from all directions. Then from the trees around them, beneath the fallen leaves on the ground, and even out of the air itself, countless insects of every kind began to pour forth. They were not gathering at random. Like a well-trained army, they formed shifting barriers of living bodies, encircling Senju Shio and Kaguya May. These insects were vividly colored, many highly venomous, their compound eyes glittering with cold light. A voice, old, dry like the friction of countless insect wings, echoed through the forest. Foreign natural energy. And also, an unpleasant breath of death. Intruders, state your purpose. As the voice trailed off, the swarm separated to form a path. An old woman slowly walked out, stooped, dressed in a gray-brown robe woven from tough insect silk, her face covered with strange insect-like patterns, leaning on an insect staff that twisted slightly like a living thing. Her eyes had no pupils, they were a cloudy, milky white. Yet Kaguya May could sense countless compound eye-like gazes projecting from that milky white, locked firmly upon them. Senju Shio let go of the tree, stepped forward, and gave a respectful bow. I am the junior Senju Shio, inheritor of the guardian branch of Mount Myaboku. Following my ancestors' guidance, I have come to pay homage to the elder of the Insect Master Clan. Senju. The old woman's insect staff paused. Her milky gaze rested on Senju Shio for a moment. The clan that chose the contract with the toads and walked the path of vitalization. You have long since strayed from the original balance. Why have you come? To seek a way to break the deadlock and to counter the divine calamity that will soon sweep across the continent, Senju Shio answered frankly. She then gave a concise account of Tokugawa Ieyasu's collusion with the Otsutsuki, the human experiments, and the predicament faced by the Break organization. The old woman listened in silence while the insect tied around them rustled more densely, as if in discussion. After a long moment, she slowly spoke. The balance of the world follows its own laws. The swarm has no intention of meddling in human strife. Nor is this the first time a god has descended. To live or to perish, that is your own choice. Her attitude was cold and detached. Just then Kaguya May suddenly stepped forward and removed the bone-white mask, revealing a pale, yet exquisite face, and a pair of eyes filled with defiance and pain. Balance. May's voice was clear and cold, but carried a barely perceptible tremor. When power itself is a curse, when survival has become a luxury, the so-called balance is merely an excuse for the strong. My bloodline has been close to death since birth, but I refuse to bow to that curse. I believe that power itself is neither good nor evil. What matters is the hand that wields it. She raised her hand. A sliver of pale finger bone pierced the tip of her finger, and a drop of blood oozed out, embodying a contradictory aura of deathly stillness and vibrant life. The moment that drop of blood appeared, the surrounding swarm became visibly agitated, revealing both craving and instinctive dread. For the first time, unmistakable disturbance rippled through the old woman's milky gaze. She stared fixedly at the drop of blood, her rasping voice tinged with incredulity. This is the aura of the other shore. So pure, yet still fettered by the vitality of this shore. Inconceivable. When she looked at Kaguya May, her eyes were utterly transformed, filled with probing and fascination. Perhaps, the old woman's voice was no longer so indifferent. The swarm may not involve itself in conflicts, but it has always been curious about the mysteries of knowledge and evolution. Young favored one of death, if you are willing to remain and share the secrets of your bloodline with the swarm, the Insect Master Clan may to a limited extent offer some convenience to your companions. Senju Shio's heart tightened as she looked at May. This was in a sense no different from turning May into a subject of research. Kaguya May, however, did not hesitate. Meeting the old woman's compound eye-like gaze, she nodded calmly. Very well. She was willing to pay that price. to find a way to control her bloodline and gain a new life, and to repay the trust Naruto and the organization had placed in her. In the ancient forest, a provisional pact based on the exploration of the essence of power was initially concluded in an unexpected way. It brought new possibilities to the Break organization, but it also cast Kaguya Mei into unknown danger. At almost the same moment at the base, Naruto received two messages. One was a brief report that the ocean-going fleet had departed smoothly and everything was normal. The other was an urgent intelligence report passed through Sasuke's covert channel, a single line of text. Tokugawa has activated the Eye of God. The vessel has been locked on her. It appears to be connected to the dragon vein. Beware of the Fuma and the fanatics. Naruto's heart suddenly sank. The Eye of God. Was it finally about to open? And the dragon vein. That word gave him yet another layer of understanding. He would have to see the truth with his own eyes before he could judge. The intelligence Sasuke sent down cleft the base's brief calm like a bolt of frozen lightning. The words God's Eye activation, vessel lock-on, and dragon vein coming together signaled that Tokugawa Ieyasu's chess game had entered a far more dangerous and direct stage. Naruto gripped the encrypted scroll, his knuckles faintly whitening. He had no vast Konoha intelligence network to rely on, no former comrades in arms to consult at a moment's notice. At his side were all manner of renegades recruited after his defection. Their loyalty and abilities still needed to be tested, and their strength required time to be forged into a united force. Dragon vein. Naruto repeated the key phrase in a low voice. In his mind rose the surging golden energy beneath the ruins of Lulan. Power enough to distort time and space. If Tokugawa's true goal really was something like this, his ambition and the danger he posed were self-evident. He immediately summoned the core members of the base, Morishita, who managed internal coordination and the commercial network, Ichiryu, who commanded the Break organization's armed forces and covert intelligence channels, and Senju, whose expertise covered secret arts and ancient ruins. She had already sent back preliminary information from the dense forest. Our friend has sent us bad news. Naruto summarized Sasuke's intelligence, omitting its source and saying only that it came through a reliable channel. Morishita knitted his brow. He was more skilled at commercial combat, and anything involving legendary power felt instinctively treacherous to him. A dragon vein. If Tokugawa can truly manipulate that kind of power, conventional commercial counterattacks and intelligence warfare will hardly suffice. Ichiryu wiped his beloved blade, his eyes as cold as the steel. Dragon vein or snake vein, who cares? Find the vessel and kill him before he succeeds. The problem is, what are the Fuma and the fanatics? And where exactly is the vessel? That is precisely what we need to find out. Naruto turned to Senju. Shio, you understand natural energy and ancient ruins better than anyone. Do you have any leads on where the dragon vein might flow, or on the Fuma and the fanatics? Senju pondered for a moment, then spoke. Dragon vein nodes are scattered across the continent, but only a few are active and easy to use. Apart from the known Lolan, the Valley of Oblivion on the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers, the Earth Grudge Corridor in the Land of Earth, and the Eye of Boiling Springs deep in the Land of Hot Water could all be targets. As for the Fuma, I recall a ninja clan that declined long ago. They were said to excel at manipulating air currents and barriers, and their last trail of activity seems to lie around the Valley of Oblivion. And the fanatics may be outlaws obsessed with evil god worship or secret cults of power, easily incited and manipulated. Prioritize the Valley of Oblivion. Naruto issued a decisive order. Ichiryu, lead the team yourself. Pick the finest assassins and scouts and depart immediately for the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. Do not act rashly. Focus on gathering intelligence. The key is to confirm whether the vessel, the Fuma, and the fanatics exist, and how large a force they have. Understood. Ichiryu sheathed his sword and vanished into the shadows like a specter. Turning to Morishita, Naruto said, Mita-san, Tokugawa's economic strangulation won't stop, and our counterattack must accelerate. The long-range fleet has already set sail. That is the long-term strategy. For now, as we agreed before, use the underground network and public opinion to create trouble for Tokugawa. At the same time, find ways to contact the influential figures in Sunagakure who are dissatisfied with Gaara's Kazekage policies, or the clans that have been shortchanged in resource allocation. We don't need them to defect immediately. If we can make them doubt Tokugawa's intentions and hesitate at the critical moment, that will be our victory. I'll arrange it right away. Funds and channels are already in place. Morishita nodded, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness of a merchant and the fire of an avenger. The others left to carry out their orders, leaving Naruto alone in the command room. He walked over to the rough sand table, his gaze resting on the region marked as the Valley of Oblivion. Tokugawa Ieyasu, like a patient hunter, was laying an inescapable trap. Naruto would have to find the hunter's flaw or become the stronger hunter before the jaws of that trap closed. Almost unconsciously, he touched the black magatama from Mount Rakuto hidden at his chest. It resonated faintly with natural energy and with his own chakra. Perhaps understanding it more quickly and mastering greater power was the key to breaking the deadlock. Meanwhile, deep in the southwestern forest lay the domain of the Insect Master clan. Kaguya Mei's decisiveness won Senju Uchiha the opportunity for an in-depth conversation with the Insect Master clan. The old woman known as the Insect Crone was intensely interested in the strange bloodline Mei carried, a bloodline suspended between life and death. In return, the Insect Crone agreed to offer certain conveniences. She dispatched several swarms of insects with special abilities to accompany Senju Uchiha. Some of those swarms could transmit encrypted messages over long distances through pheromones and specific flight patterns, some could secrete special substances that neutralized most common toxins, and some could even interfere faintly with chakra sensing. These little ones will temporarily follow the guidance of your natural energy, the Insect Crone said in her dry voice. But remember, swarms obey the laws of survival and exchange. When the price they deem fair is outweighed, they will abandon you without hesitation. Senju Uchiha solemnly accepted a small flute made of amber insect resin, the token used to guide the swarms. Kaguya Mei, however, remained behind in the nest. She needed to cooperate with the Insect Crone's research, provide small samples of blood and bone cells on a regular basis, and submit to ancient rituals that probed the essence of life energy. The process brought discomfort and risk, but Mei's pale face showed only resolve. This was the road of hope on which she sought to master the deadbone pulse and free herself from the torment of her bloodline disease. It was also the price she had to pay to gain the power that could help Naruto and help the organization. As Senju Uchiha left the dense forest, she looked back at the entrance, a place veiled by uncanny insects, and so deep it seemed capable of devouring everything. She knew that Mei was facing unknown dangers alone. She tightened her grip on the insect flute. She had to carry the support one here back as fast as possible and find a way to help Mei. At the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers, beneath the apparent stillness of that desolate waste called the Valley of Oblivion, undercurrents were beginning to stir. A few figures in tattered black robes, their eyes burning with fanaticism, were appearing in twos and threes, murmuring cryptic prayers as if welcoming the arrival of some divine miracle. Behind the wind-worn rocks in the depths of the valley, ghost-like figures manipulating air currents flickered past from time to time, the remnants of the Fuma clan silent for many years. The elite squad led by Ichiryu slipped silently into this increasingly perilous land like drops of water merging into the desert sand. They brought the break organization's sharpest eye, seeking to see clearly what kind of net Tokugawa Ieyasu was weaving across this ancient land of the dragon vein. Naruto's reverse blade sword had already been drawn against the economic and intelligence web Tokugawa had spun. The exploratory fleet was sailing the boundless sea. The insect master's power was just beginning to emerge, and reconnaissance into the core of the gods I had already begun. Scattered strength is like a stream. Whether it can converge into a flood that breaches the dam remains to be seen. But Naruto Uzumaki's steps will not stop now. The shadow of Tokugawa Ieyasu's god's eye grew ever deeper, but the break organization's counterattack had only just begun. Iwang Valley, the Valley of Oblivion, truly lived up to its name. This was a corner forgotten alike by wind-blown sand and by time. Jagged, grotesque rocks thrust skyward in twisted postures against the leaden gray sky, while a desiccated riverbed like a scar upon the earth wound away into the deep recesses of the valley. The air was thick with dust and an ancient suffocating mustiness that defied description. Occasionally, wind, threading through crevices in the rock, let out a mournful wail like the low whispers of the dead. Led by Idao Lu, the Breakers' elite squad lay hidden on the high ground beyond the valley as silently as chameleons blending into the rock. They had smeared themselves with a specially prepared ointment that sealed away their aura, and their movements were slow and precise, reducing their chakra fluctuations to the absolute minimum. Captain Contact spotted. A squad member adept at far-seeing and sensory perception transmitted his voice through extremely low-frequency chakra vibrations. Idao Lu followed the direction the man indicated. There, on a relatively flat stretch at the valley's center paved with ancient cracked rune-covered flagstones, he indeed discovered something amiss. Dozens of figures in tattered black robes knelt around a crudely constructed stone platform, prostrating themselves in worship, their mouths murmuring incantations, their eyes burning with fanaticism, yet utterly hollow. The chaotic faint chakra radiating from them was precisely the hallmark of the zealots Chinsho she had mentioned. And beyond the ring of zealots, even more sinister silhouettes flickered into view, then vanished. Their movements barely disturbed the air, as if invisible vortices clung to their bodies, causing their outlines to waver and distort within the heat haze. These were the remnants of the Fuma clan. Like ghosts, they kept watch over the zealots. Now and then one would raise a hand to guide a wisp of airflow, funneling the spiritual energy steeped in despair and obsession that bled from certain zealots toward a place deeper in the valley. There, collecting negative emotions, Dao Lu's brow nodded. The perverse right filled him with instinctive revulsion. His gaze traveled to the valley's depths where a much stronger, much more elusive energy fluctuation stirred faintly, as if something far beneath the earth was slowly waking. The vessel. Could it be there? He dared not plunge in rashly. The Fuma clan's command of air currents was supreme. Even the most minute disturbance in the air could betray his presence. Moreover, even he felt a tremor of unease from the energy buried deep in the earth. Split up and keep watch. Record all movements of personnel and every energy shift. No one is to reveal themselves without my order. Dao Lu issued the command. They were eyes and ears, not blades meant to be bloodied. Meanwhile, within the breaker's base, Sengxia Jintian's counterstrike was already beginning to bear fruit. Through a meticulously manipulated underground intelligence network, scandalous information about Dachuan Jiaguan's power-for-money dealings with officials of the Land of Water and his suppression of rivals began to circulate within certain circles. Though it could not yet shake his foundations, it was enough to leave Dachuan Jiaguan scrambling and to siphon away no small part of the Dachuan camp's attention. Mingren, meanwhile, had sealed himself inside a secret chamber. He sat cross-legged. The black Magatama from Ludao Mountain hovered above his palm, revolving slowly. He attempted to draw a wisp from his vast chakra, his natural energy, and that enigmatic divine sense. Then, with the delicacy of a silk thread, cautiously extended it into the interior of the Magatama. In contrast to his previous crude probing this time, he was far more patient, far more focused on resonance. He no longer tried to force his way in by main strength. Instead, like a musician tuning a string, he adjusted the frequency of his own energies, seeking to forge a connection with the sleeping will inside the Magatama. Gradually, he began to perceive indistinct fragments, not concrete images or words, but sensations. A vast sea of stars, endless solitude, cold impersonal laws, and a sliver of imprisoned resolve, faint yet unyieldingly persistent, a will to protect. This Magatama was far more than a mere vessel of power. It seemed to carry some ancient memory and a mission. Just as Mingren's mind was fully immersed in the Magatama's secret, an urgent rapping at the door broke his meditation. "My lord." It was Chunhua's voice with a hint of tension. "Lady, she has sent back word, through a peculiar insect." Mingren immediately composed himself and opened the door of the secret chamber. In Chunhua's palm lay a beetle shining with a faint phosphorescence. Its wings bore intricate natural patterns that resembled written script. "Lady, she sent this secret letter using the insect master clan's methods," Chunhua explained. "She said she has obtained the clan's limited help and secured several swarms of insects with special abilities. Lady Ming is staying at the insect nest for now, as a condition for deeper cooperation." Mingren took the beetle, swept his divine sense over it, and deciphered the message contained within. Qinsho, she had briefly outlined the insect master's attitude and the support she had obtained, with special emphasis on Huey Ming's choice. Ming. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through Mingren's eyes. He understood that this was Ming's own choice, made for power and for the organization. But without question, it had cast her into unknown perils. "Tell she to return as soon as she can, bringing the insect swarm. We have new trouble." Mingren's voice was heavy. "Also notify all combat personnel in the base. Enter level 2 combat readiness." Dao Lu sighed. "May need reinforcements soon." "Understood." Chunhua acknowledged the order and hurried away. Mingren looked again at the black Magatama in his palm, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Time waited for no one. Dachuan's God's Eye project hung over his head like the sword of Damocles. He had to master power more swiftly, whether through this Magatama, the 9 seals, or even communication with that creature within him. He closed his eyes once more. This time, however, his consciousness did not sink into the Magatama, but into the ceiling space within him. It was cold and damp, and the colossal cage still loomed above the water. But this time the Ninetails was neither dozing nor roaring, as it usually did. Its immense head rested upon its crossed front paws, and its scarlet beast eyes watched Mingren in silence as he appeared on the water's surface. "Brat," the Ninetails said in a low rumble, its voice carrying less of its customary ferocity and more scrutiny. "The scent on you has changed again. That unpleasant stench from that old man of the 6 paths, and the scent of this shard." Its huge nostrils twitched as its gaze fell upon the image of the black Magatama that Mingren's spiritual body had conjured in his hand. "You know what this is, eh?" Mingren pressed at once. "Humph. Merely a shard bearing the obsession of a failure." The Ninetails let out a sneering laugh, but its eyes never moved away. "It shares the same detestable origin with me, with all tailed beasts, and even with that so-called God's Eye. You intend to use it against Dachuan Jiakong. Foolish. Tell me, Jalama." Mingren stepped forward, eyes blazing. "I need power. Power that can break the deadlock and protect my comrades. What do you know?" The Ninetails was silent for a moment. Then its colossal tail lashed the water, stirring ripple after ripple. "Balance, brat. The power of this world is built upon a fragile balance." The power of the six paths, the power of the 10 tails, even the power of those visitors from beyond the heavens who covet this world. This shard might let you touch some threshold for an instant, but the price of breaking that balance is more than you can bear. It paused. An emotion difficult to name flickered in its scarlet pupils. Still, if you are determined to walk this perilous road perhaps, you might try using your divine sense to commune with the guardian will within it rather than forcibly wrenching out its power. But I warn you, waking it may summon far more troublesome things. With that, the Nine Tails paid Mingren no further attention, shutting its eyes again, as if the conversation had never occurred. Mingren stood where he was digesting the Nine Tails' words. Commune with a guardian well. Was this truly the right path? And what were those more troublesome things it had spoken of? He withdrew from the ceiling space. In the real world, he slowly opened his eyes, and the black magatama in his hand seemed to shimmer faintly. At that very instant, an extremely faint chakra fluctuation bearing a specific frequency penetrated the base's outer warning barrier. The highest level warning signal from Yi Dao Lu's squad. Something has changed at Iwang Valley. Mingren rose abruptly to his feet. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes was gone, replaced by the sharp light of decision. Relay the order. Rapid response units assemble at once. The storm was finally about to make landfall, and the breaker's sharp blade was already poised to strike. The energy undulations deep within the Valley of Oblivion throbbed like a heartbeat, growing ever more powerful and ever more rapid. The chakras saturating the air carried a suffocating weight, and even the fanatical devotees began to grow restless. Their chanting became disordered, laced with creeping dread. Ichiryu lurked in the shadows of the rocks, the hilt of his white-fanged short blade warmed by his grip. His gaze pierced the thin haze of dust and locked onto the deepest reaches of the valley, where space was already beginning to twist in plain sight, and the ancient runes on the ground seemed to come alive, flowing with dark red light. Captain, energy readings are skyrocketing. Something beneath the earth is about to come out. The sensory operative's voice quivered with barely suppressed horror. At that very moment, cataclysm struck. A dull, deep boom thundered up from below the earth, and the entire valley trembled violently. The ground at the valley's center heaved violently upwards, splitting open into a vast fissure. A blinding pillar of light interlaced with dark red and chaotic hues blasted toward the sky. Within the pillar of light, a vague and colossal eye formed of pure energy could be seen slowly opening. A devastating shockwave of energy swept outward like a tsunami. Rocks shattered, and the nearest cultists were vaporized in the blink of an eye, never even getting the chance to scream. Fall back. All units defend. Ichiryu barked, erupting with fierce chakra to form a barrier against the raging torrent of energy. The other squad members likewise resorted to every technique at their disposal, barely holding on. Yet this was only the beginning. The colossal eye seemed profoundly unstable, greedily drawing on the energy of the dragon vein beneath the earth, even as it devoured the spiritual power radiating from the cultists. Their terror, their despair, their obsessive fervor. The light it cast swept over the valley. Rock touched by that light rapidly turned to sand, and the air crackled with a scorching hiss. So that was the projection of the god's eye, or was it the vessel itself? Ichiryu recoiled inwardly. This level of power was far beyond the bounds of ordinary ninjutsu. Worse still, as the eye opened, unstable ripples began to spread through the space around the valley. Figures draped in black robes with cold eyes and eerily synchronized movements stepped out of the ripples like phantoms. They were not chaotic like the cultists, they moved with distinct killing intent and iron discipline. The instant they appeared, they wove hand seals, and a massive combined ninjutsu descended upon the area where Ichiryu's squad was positioned. They're Tokugawa's personal troops. We've been discovered, one squad member cried out. The Fuma clan is coordinating with them too. Another squad member reported that the Fuma remnants who manipulated the air currents were steering the turbulent energy and sandstorms to disrupt the squad's perception and movement. In that instant, Kanai shuriken flames, thunderbolts, wind blades. Ninjutsu of every kind rained down like a torrential storm. Ichiryu's squad was thrust into utter disadvantage. Only superb skill and tacit coordination enabled them to hold on, but their destruction seemed merely a matter of time. Send the signal. Call for reinforcements. Ichiryu bellowed hoarsely, deflecting a lethal lightning strike. A special, extremely covert beam of chakra carrying news of dire emergency shot into the sky, cut through the valley's energy interference, and raced toward the distant base. In the base command center, Naruto rose abruptly almost the instant the signal arrived. Ichiryu is in danger. The god's eye may already be partially activated. His voice was cold, laced with irrefutable resolve. Rapid response unit with me. Our destination, the Valley of Oblivion. My lord, you're going yourself. That's too dangerous. Haruka urged anxiously. I have to go. Power on that level is not something ordinary members can deal with. Naruto turned to Morishita. Mita-san, I'm leaving the base to you. Activate the highest defense protocol and seal all external access temporarily. Understood. Please be careful. Morishita Mita nodded gravely. Naruto said no more. With a flicker of his form, he appeared at the base exit. Dozens of elite combat members of the Break organization had already assembled, every face set with grim resolve. They knew this would be a bitter battle, perhaps the hardest the organization had ever fought. Just as Naruto was about to lead his force out, a green figure came rushing from the other end of the passage, accompanied by a strange insectal chirping. Wait, Lord Naruto. It was Senju Uchiha. She was travel-worn with fatigue on her face, but her eyes were bright. On her shoulders and in her hair perched several strange insects of varied forms. Uchiha, you're back. Naruto was taken aback. Urgent matters, so I'll be brief, Senju Uchiha said swiftly. I've brought reinforcements from the Insect Master Clan, mostly reconnaissance and support-type insect swarms. Also, she produced the amber insect flute, her expression turning somber. Her condition in the hive is not good. The bug crone is trying to use some ancient ritual to balance the life and death forces within her, but the process is agonizing, and there's a risk of losing control. She insisted I give this to you. Senju Uchiha handed the insect flute to Naruto. The bug crone said that if the death side within May completely overwhelms her vitality, this flute might temporarily calm her or channel that power. But she didn't specify how. Naruto took the insect flute, which still carried Senju Uchiha's warmth. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. It was more than a token, it was a heavy responsibility, and a gamble into the unknown. He carefully put away the insect flute, then swept his gaze across Uchiha and the troops standing ready. Move out. There were no grand speeches, only resolute action. One silhouette after another shot forth from the base like arrows loosed from a bowstring, racing toward the border of the Land of Wind, toward the Valley of Oblivion, where an ominous pillar of light already shrouded the sky. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dense forest overrun by bizarre fungi and giant insects at the core of the insect hive Kaguya, May lay immersed in an enormous pool filled with viscous amber liquid. The pool walls were covered with pale, glowing, egg-like objects, and countless hair-thin insect tendrils pierced her skin, slowly drawing her blood while injecting a strange life energy into her body. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her body trembled violently. Beneath her pallid skin, bones jutted out uncontrollably, only to be forcibly repressed by the life energy being poured into her. Ultimate agony washed over her nerves again and again like relentless tides. Inside her, the boundary between life and death had become blurred and monstrous. The bug crone stood by the pool, her milky compound eyes watching it all, without emotion, recording every minute detail. Balance. Or collapse. Messenger of the other shore, let the swarm see just how much truth your will can bear. May's fingertips unconsciously dug deep into the hard insect resin of the pool wall. Her consciousness drifted and sank amid the endless pain, yet one thought remained clear as a beacon live. Become stronger. Return. The Ewang Valley had turned into a living hell. A chaotic pillar of light connected heaven and earth, while a colossal energy eye pulsed and twisted unsteadily in midair. Each throb caused the ground to tremble, sending more debris tumbling down from the valley walls. The agony of the forcibly extracted dragon vein manifested as a tangible energy storm, tearing apart everything within its reach. Duchwan's elite troops and the remnants of the Fengma clan coordinated seamlessly, launching ferocious attacks. They had clearly received death orders: destroy the intruders at all costs and ensure the completion of the Divine Eye ritual. The Ichiryu squad suffered heavy casualties. Though every one of them was a skilled fighter, under the absolute disparity in strength and the adverse environment, several members had already fallen in pools of blood. The rest were mostly wounded, their chakra severely depleted. Ichiryu himself bore several wounds deep enough to show bone, yet he stood firm as a rock at the front line. His white-fanged short blade whirled into a storm of death, holding the line steadfastly to buy his men a moment to breathe. Captain, reinforcements. When will they arrive? Asked a member, coughing blood. Ichiryu did not answer. He simply swung his blade, shattering an incoming combined windfire release. The shrill screech of steel clashing against ninjutsu was drowned out by the greater cacophony of energy. He believed in Mingren, but every second of the current situation was pure agony. Just as the defensive line was about to be shattered completely, Sage Art Wind released Raisin Shuriken. A familiar roar, as if it could tear the very sky apart, thundered from the entrance of the valley. Then a colossal sphere of chakra, its edges spinning wildly with countless fine wind blades, smashed into the rear formation of Duchwan's forces like a comet dragging a blinding tail of flame. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as violent wind attribute chakra ravaged the area, tearing dozens of Duchwan ninja and the rocks beneath their feet into shreds, annihilating them utterly. The once tight encirclement was forcibly torn open, creating a massive gap. It's the leader. The leader is here. Members of the organization on the brink of despair burst into shouts of joy. Amid the dust and turbulent energy, Chunhua Mingren charged at the forefront. Golden chakra blazed around him like flames while cold fury burned in his blue eyes. Behind him, dozens of elite fighters of the organization charged into battle like tigers unleashed from their cages. Ichiryu pulled back with the wounded and regroup. Leave this to us. Mingren's voice was steady, carrying an unyielding power. Yes. Ichiryu did not hesitate. He immediately directed his remaining men to retreat toward the valley entrance, while fighting as they withdrew. Mingren's gaze instantly locked onto the colossal energy eye at the valley's center, and below it the faintly visible complex altar formed of countless runes and chakra lines. That was where the vessel lay, the very core of the entire ritual. Target: destroy the altar. Mingren barked, his form turning into a golden flash as he dashed toward the valley's heart. Several jonin of Dechuan attempted to intercept him, but he casually blasted them away with punches imbued with sage chakra. Stop him! A Dechuan ninja, seemingly their leader, shouted in fury and alarm, directing the Fengma clan and the remaining forces to intercept with everything they had. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Mingren's fresh reinforcements clashed violently with Dechuan's forces. The glare of ninjutsu, the clang of weapons, explosions, and screams interwove into a cacophony, turning the entire valley into a bloody meat grinder. Relying on his overwhelming speed and strength amplified by the sage arts of Mount Miaomu, Mingren advanced like a hot knife through butter, swiftly closing in on the altar. However, the closer he got to the center, the more terrifying the energy pressure from the dragon vein and the divine eye became. The air grew as thick as mercury, making every step agonizingly difficult. The colossal energy I seemed to sense the threat, as well, casting down a more blazing light, one corrosive to all things. I can't delay any longer. Mingren could sense that at the altar's center a vague, humanoid silhouette was gradually becoming clearer under the infusion of energy. Once the vessel fully formed, the consequences would be unthinkable. He brought his hands together in a fierce seal, and immense sage chakra gathered once more in a frenzy. At that very moment, a new mutation occurred. A bizarre chirping, not transmitted through the air, but directly affecting the soul, suddenly rang out. The sound carried a soothing and purifying power. Though faint, it miraculously caused the surrounding violent energy currents to hesitate for a brief moment. It was Chinchoshi. She had not directly joined the frontline battle, but stood on a relatively safe rock, her hands forming a strange hand seal. The bizarre insects on her shoulders and hair tips fluttered their wings, simultaneously producing that purifying chirp. This was a gift from the Insect Master Clan, the ability to temporarily harmonize disordered natural energy. This brief stagnation created a perfect opportunity for Mingren. Now, giant ball Rasengan. A black Rasengan, even larger than the previous one and mixed with natural energy, took shape in Mingren's hand in an instant. With the force to crush everything, it slammed fiercely into the altar, shimmering with ominous light. No! The Dechuan leader let out a despairing howl. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion drowned out every sound. The altar split apart under the terrifying impact, its constituent runes shattering inch by inch. The colossal energy I let out a soundless roar as if from ancient times, full of pain and fury. Its light flickered violently, becoming extremely unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. However, the ritual was not completely interrupted. At the shattered altar's center, the vague vessel figure, though far more transparent, had not fully dissipated. Instead, as if freed from restraint, it began instinctively and crazily devouring all the energy around it. From the dragon vein, from the divine eye, even the escaping chakra of fallen ninja. It had become even more dangerous. A pure, chaotic, destructive aura began to spread. Damn it! Mingren's heart sank. Forcibly interrupting the ritual seemed to have caused even worse consequences. Meanwhile, far away in the insect nest deep in the forest, Huey Ming, submerged in the amber pool, arched her body violently and let out a wail of agony suppressed to the extreme. She felt a distant yet familiar force, one filled with destruction and devouring desire, being stirred, resonating intensely with the dead bone pulse within her body. Crack! From her chest, a pale rib covered in eerie blood-red patterns uncontrollably pierced through her skin, and the water emerging into the air. This rib was utterly different from her other bones. It was more crystalline, like jade. The blood-red patterns on it writhed like living things, exuding a deathly aura that made one's heart tremble. The insect crone's compound eyes suddenly blazed with a strange light. At last, it has been drawn out. The bone of divine fall. A bone said to be stained by the blood of the gods of the far shore. And it actually existed deep within her bloodline. Under the extreme agony and the impact of that destructive resonance, Ming's consciousness seemed to break through a barrier. She saw fragmented visions, a vast starry sky, an ice-cold palace, a divine war that swept the heavens and earth, a drop of dark golden divine blood falling toward the earth and merging into a dying Huey clan member. Ah! With a shriek that seemed not her own, the power of death that had long been suppressed within Huey Ming's body burst forth like a flood through a breached dam. Black bone spikes reeking of ill omen proliferated wildly from her body, like thorns instantly bursting the amber pool apart and destroying the shimmering insect eggs around her. The insect crone retreated hastily. In her murky milk-white eyes solemnity appeared for the first time, but even more so excitement. Has she lost control? No. This is evolution. At the Ewang Valley, the out-of-control vessel began attacking all living things indiscriminately. Within the insect nest, Huey Ming's power, amid agony and resonance, was undergoing an unknown mutation. Mingren had just gained a foothold only to face an even more thorny and dangerous situation. The blood-stained insect flute had yet to sound, and the true trial seemed only to be beginning. The heart of the Valley of Oblivion had already become a realm of pure chaos. The altar was destroyed and the ritual interrupted, but the vessel that had been forcibly fused together from pure energy and spiritual power did not disperse. Freed from the ritual's restraints, it had turned into a nightmarish creature that acted solely on instinct. It had no fixed form, at times swelling into a twisted mass of flesh covered with madly swirling eyes, at times contracting into a shadow that shrieked with soul-tearing screams. It greedily devoured everything around it. The energy leaking from the dragon vein, the chakra of dead shinobi, and even the fear and despair that filled the air. A shadow swept across the field, and several Tokugawa shinobi who were too slow to dodge were instantly drained of their chakra and life force, collapsing as withered husks. On the other side, the swollen flesh mass sprayed out corrosive streams of energy, dissolving two members of the break organization together with the rock they were hiding behind. Fall back. Everyone stay away from the central area. Naruto shouted sharply while his hands blurred through seals. Sage Art multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of shadow clones appeared and charged at the rampaging monster, without hesitation, trying to slow it down with self-detonations to buy time for the others to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions blasted against the monster one after another. The shadow and the flesh mass writhed, scattered, and rapidly reformed. It seemed to have no true body, so ordinary attacks had little effect, and only provoked an even more violent backlash. It's no use. This monster is already linked to part of the dragon vein and a projection of the Eye of God. Unless we completely sever its connection to the dragon vein or exhaust its energy, it's immortal. Senju Shio shouted anxiously, maintaining the drone of her insects in an attempt to soothe the chaotic natural energy. Her face was pale. The large-scale harmonization was clearly taking a tremendous toll on her. Naruto's expression was grim. He could sense that deep in the monster's core a wisp of human consciousness still remained, but it was steeped in agony and madness, almost entirely consumed. Forcible destruction might trigger an even wilder counterstrike from the dragon vein. Just as he was thinking of a way around it, the black magatama against his chest suddenly grew scorching hot. At the same time, the rampaging monster seemed to sense something. All of its madly rolling eyes snapped toward Naruto in unison. It let out a howl that mixed craving and loathing. Abandoning every other target, it turned into a colossal flood of negative energy and hurled itself at Naruto. Instinctively, it knew that Naruto carried something that could complete it, or utterly destroy it. Watch out. Yidaliyu, forcing through his injuries, started forward to block it. Don't come closer. Naruto stopped him. Staring at the dark flood sweeping toward him, a torrent more than capable of extinguishing the soul, feeling the magatama burning against his chest, and the faint stirring of the Ninetales within him, a bold and dangerous idea flickered through his mind. The Ninetales had said to commune with the will to protect, not forcibly draw upon power. He did not choose to dodge, nor did he immediately use an offensive jutsu such as the Rasengan. Instead, he pushed his divine sense to the limit and poured his vast warm chakra, heavy with unshakable conviction, to protect, along with a thread of natural energy from Mount Myaboku, without any reservation, into the searing black magatama. If you truly possess the will to protect, answer me. A deep hum vibrated through the air. The black magatama suddenly burst with unprecedented light. The light was not a harsh, dazzling white, but a profound, warm, dark gold that seemed able to embrace everything. From the magatama emerged a blurred, luminous, horned humanoid phantom. Though it lasted only for an instant, it exuded an ancient and majestic aura. The dark golden light spread like ripples and collided violently with the onrushing dark flood. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a strange sizzling sound like snow and ice dissolving. The moment the negative energy flood touched the dark golden light, it seemed to have met its natural nemesis and began to vaporize and purify furiously. The monster let out a blood-curdling shriek. The dark energy forming its body dissipated at a visible speed, exposing its very core, a faint, far purer white orb. This was the original soul essence that should have become the vessel before it had been polluted. After cleansing most of the darkness, the dark golden light was spent and shrank back into the Magatama. The Magatama's glow faded, its temperature returned to normal, as if it had fallen asleep. Naruto let out a low grunt, and his face went pale. The excessive drain on his divine sense left him dizzy. But he forced himself not to collapse, his gaze locked on the pure white orb. With no more negative energy to sustain it, the orb drifted slowly downward. And with its core gone, the enormous, unstable eye of energy in the sky gave out one resentful hum. Its light flickered rapidly a few times, then collapsed and dispersed completely like a bubble. The violent energy turbulence in the valley gradually calmed, leaving only scenes of ruin and corpses scattered across the ground. "It's over," a member of the break organization murmured in disbelief. Naruto walked forward and carefully wrapped the pure soul orb in chakra. The orb sent back a faint feeling of reliance and gratitude, like that of a newborn child. "Oh, it's over for now." Naruto stowed the orb with care, his gaze sweeping over the valley. Tokugawa's direct forces had suffered heavy losses in the chaos, and under the monster's indiscriminate attacks. The survivors, sensing the tide turning, had already slipped away with the remnants of the Fuma clan. This battle was a Pyrrhic victory for the break organization. At no small cost, they had destroyed Tokugawa's Eye of God ritual. But they had also witnessed the bizarre, unhesitating ruthlessness of their enemy's methods. And the purified vessel's soul might become an important clue for what was to come. Clean up the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and pull out at once. Naruto issued the order, his voice weary yet unshakable. Meanwhile, deep within the insect nest, Kaguya Mei's transformation had ceased. She knelt amid the shattered ruins of the pool, her body covered in a layer of bone armor that glistened like obsidian, yet was marked by blood-red veins. This bone armor was no longer jagged and ferocious as before. Instead, it possessed smooth, strangely elegant lines, as if it had been tailored specifically for her. Her long hair stirred without wind, and the tips had taken on an ominous dark crimson. At the outer corner of her eye, on her pale face, an eerie marking like a bloody tear now appeared. She slowly raised her head. In her formerly clear Byakugan, an extremely faint golden ring shimmered around the edges of her pupils. Her gaze was cold, remote, carrying the detached aloofness of one overlooking all sentient beings. Yet deep down, a trace of Mei's own struggle and suffering could still be seen. The insect crone stood nearby, her murky compound eyes glittering with excitement. Perfect, truly perfect symbiosis. The power of the fallen god's bone has been drawn out and achieved in initial balance with your Shikatsumiyaku. It is not yet stable, but you have stepped onto a road no one before you has walked. From now on, what you wield is no longer the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kaguya clan. It is the god corpse Netherbone. Mei did not respond to the insect crone's praise. She slowly raised her bone-armored palm and gave a gentle squeeze. In the air, a faint black fissure flashed and vanished, carrying a deathly aura that made hearts shudder. She felt unprecedented power flowing through her body. But it was cold and heavy, carrying whispers that corroded the mind. She knew that she had become different. This power was a hope, and an even deeper curse. She needed to go back. Back to the organization that was the only place where she could feel any warmth in the cold, back to the side of the one who had promised to find a way out. She turned to the insect crone, her voice slightly hoarse, carrying an uncompromising coldness. "I am leaving." The insect crone, as though already expecting this, nodded. "Very well. Remember that our transaction is not over. The swarm will keep watching your evolution." She waved her hand. Several strange insects that had been following Senju Shio flew over to Mei and settled quietly around her, signaling temporary obedience. Without another word, Mei's bone-armored figure transformed into a black-red streak of light, tore out of the insect nest, and vanished into the depths of the dense forest. With her transformed power and unknown risks, she set out on the journey home. Meanwhile, as Naruto led the remnants of his forces out of the Valley of Oblivion, he unconsciously touched the dormant black Magatama against his chest and thought of Kaguya Mei again. "Mei, I hope everything goes smoothly on your side." The smoke of battle had not yet fully dissipated over the Valley of Oblivion, but the break organization's withdrawal had to be swift. Having lost an elite force and the vitally important Eye of God ritual, Tokugawa Ieyasu's retaliation would surely come like a raging storm. The wounded needed treatment, the intelligence needed to be processed, and new lines of defense needed to be established. The journey back to the secret base was heavy with silence. The bodies of fallen comrades were carefully carried back, while the groans of the injured and the sound of muffled sobbing drifted lowly through the ranks. Though they had successfully disrupted Tokugawa's plan and unexpectedly purified the vessel's soul, the price they had paid weighed heavily on every heart. Naruto walked at the very front of the column, silent. The black Magatama in his bosom had fallen utterly still, as if its power had been spent. The faint stabbing sensation from overexerting his divine sense still lingered, but what concerned him more was the purifying power the Magatama had unleashed at the end, and that indistinct dark gold phantom. Was it the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Or something else? Naruto pondered. It seemed to be guarding something opposing the darkness that shared its origin with the Eye of God. Was this what the Nine Tails meant by something far more troublesome? He glanced at the orb of pure soul light, carefully sealed within a special scroll. This was the only living witness and the key to understanding Tokugawa's vessel plan. They must quickly have Morishita find experts skilled in soul arts or memory probing, whether recruited from the black market or among rogue ninja, to attempt extracting information from it. The defensive barriers at the base entrance opened one layer after another after identities were confirmed. Morishita and Chunhua had already been waiting anxiously at the entrance. When they saw the team returning with the dead and wounded, the expressions on both their faces turned extremely grim. "My lord." Chunhua rushed to Naruto's side at once, checking anxiously whether he was injured. "I'm fine." Naruto waved a hand, his tone weary. "Tend to the wounded first. Give the fallen a solemn burial and double the compensation for their families." "Yes." Morishita acknowledged immediately and directed the base personnel to take over the follow-up work. He looked at Naruto, seeming to speak, yet hesitating. "Any news?" Naruto could tell he had something to say. Morishita lowered his voice. "Two things. First, the scandalous material we spread about Tokugawa Iemitsu has had some effect. Within the Land of Water's daimyo court, some voices of doubt about him seem to have emerged. But Tokugawa Ieyasu's reaction is very calm. So calm it is unnerving." Naruto's gaze sharpened. "He is preparing something even bigger." Second, Morishita continued, "Our informants planted along the Land of Fire's border have sent word. Small groups of unidentified but well-equipped ninja have been spotted moving toward our border, and they are operating with extreme secrecy. They did not resemble ordinary border defense forces. Tokugawa's military retaliation was already brewing. Strengthen the alert at every border outpost, and activate all hidden observation posts. Also let our long-range fleet gather as much information as possible on large-scale military mobilization in the coastal nations." Naruto issued the instructions swiftly. Economic warfare and intelligence warfare were only supporting moves. In the end, sheer power would have the final say. Tokugawa Ieyasu had clearly lost patience and was preparing to crush them with the full machinery of the state. Just then another commotion arose at the base entrance. A black-red streak of light pierced through the outer defenses at terrifying speed, and before anyone could react, it landed in the open ground outside the command room. When the light faded, Kaguya Mei's figure was revealed. She was clad in that suit of obsidian crystalline bone armor veined with blood-red markings, eerie and beautiful, radiating a cold aura that kept others at bay. The blood-red lines at the corners of her eyes and the faint gold rimming her pupils lent her originally clear and lovely face an added touch of mystery and majesty. "Lady Mei," Chunhua called out uncertainly. The Mei before her felt both familiar and foreign. Mei's gaze swept across everyone present and finally came to rest on Naruto. A faint ripple passed through that cold gaze, as if she had quietly let out a breath of relief, but her tone remained matter-of-fact. "I'm back." Her eyes lingered briefly on Naruto, as if sensing something. She frowned slightly. "You used a power that does not belong to the foundation stones of this world." She was referring to the purifying light of the Black Magatama. Naruto's heart stirred. Had Mei's perception really become this keen after her transformation? "We ran into some trouble. It was the last resort." He answered briefly, then asked with concern, "How about you? What of the hive?" "The bargain has been struck. I have gained new power." Mei raised her bone-armored hand. A wisp of extremely faint black, deathly aura coiled around her fingertip before she swiftly suppressed it. "But this power requires an even stronger will to control." She did not elaborate on the pain and risk of the process, but Naruto could discern it from the lingering trace of struggle in her eyes. "It's good that you're back." Naruto asked no further questions. He simply said solemnly, "The base needs your strength." Mei nodded and said no more. She quietly walked to one side like a silent guardian, but everyone could sense that the power within her was already beyond what it had once been. Just then a communications officer came rushing over holding a secret letter that had just been decrypted. "My lord, an urgent message from the secret contact point in the Land of Waves. Our long-range fleet, while crossing the Devil's Triangle Sea, was attacked by an unknown force. Of the 3 ships, only one broke out heavily damaged, and its whereabouts are currently unknown." The last message sent before breaking out contained only 2 words. The communications officer's voice trembled, "White Zetsu." Naruto's pupils abruptly contracted. White Zetsu? Wasn't that the army Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha had cultivated using the demonic statue of the Outer Path and Hashirama cells during the 4th Shinobi World War? After the war, they should have been wiped out completely. How could they appear on the open sea and attack his fleet? Were they remnants? Or newly created White Zetsu? A deeper unease than when he faced Tokugawa Ieyasu seized Naruto's heart. The Tokugawa threat was still before his eyes, while a more distant and more unknowable darkness seemed to have already begun quietly reaching out its tentacles. The battle at the Valley of Oblivion had only been a preliminary skirmish. The true storm was now sweeping in from every corner of the continent straight toward this fledgling break organization. The mere name, White Zetsu, struck like ice water dashed across the face, sending the already tense atmosphere in the command room plunging to freezing point. The horrific memories of the Fourth Shinobi World War hung over them like a nightmare. Even for these members of the break organization, not all of whom had come from Konoha. Those overwhelming, unkillable white monsters had once been the common enemy of the entire world. How could this be? Hadn't the Allied forces already wiped White Zetsu out completely? Impossible. Morishita blurted out, all color draining from his face. No matter how sophisticated his commercial intelligence network was, when faced with a weapon of war that defied all reason, he felt utterly powerless. Were these fish that had slipped through the net? Or a new mass production? Ichiryu tightened his grip on his sword hilt. While wandering the shinobi world, he had heard how brutal that war had been. If White Zetsu truly had reappeared, the implications sent a chill down the spine. Naruto forced himself to calm down. He had lived through that war and knew better than anyone how troublesome White Zetsu could be, and the horror that lay behind their existence. He turned to the communications officer. Do we have the exact coordinates of the final signal? Is there any sign that the ship that broke out might have survived? We have the coordinates, at the edge of the Devil's Triangle. But the magnetic field there is unstable and storms are frequent. Searching the area will be extremely difficult. As for the chance of survival, the communications officer shook his head, his voice heavy. The signal was forced through long after the attack, and it carried only 2 words. I'm afraid the situation. There is little hope. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The long-range fleet had carried his hope of finding a new path and opening a second front, and now before it could even accomplish anything it might have already met its end, and had stirred up an even more terrifying enemy. When he opened his eyes again, the confusion and pain in them had been replaced by unyielding resolve. As the leader, he could not afford to lose his composure. There were 3 things to be done immediately. Naruto's voice returned to its steady calm, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. First, Morishita, use every maritime channel and connection you have. Put out a bounty. Offer a heavy reward for any information about anomalies in the Devil's Triangle, especially any news of that ship or its crew. We must find them, alive or dead. Second, Ichiryu handpick a team of experts in stealth survival and maritime operations to form a reconnaissance squad. You don't need to enter the heart of the Devil's Triangle. Set up watch around the perimeter and monitor any abnormal movements, especially any sign of pale white figures. Remember, direct engagement is absolutely forbidden. Intelligence gathering is your only objective. Third, Naruto turned to Senju Shio and Kaguya Mei, who had just returned. Shio Mei, you two have the strongest senses for natural energy and special powers. I need you to try to sense that coordinate zone for any large-scale unnatural life or energy reactions. Especially you, Mei. The power you recently gained should make you more sensitive to death and anomalies. Understood. Senju Shio nodded at once, closed her eyes, and began channeling natural energy for long-range sensing. Kaguya Mei did not answer immediately. Her fingers wrapped in bone armor rubbed softly against one another, and a faint light flickered at the edges of her cold golden pupils. After a moment, her cool, clear voice rang out. The distance is too great and the interference is severe. But that sea area is indeed steeped in an unpleasant sense of hollowness, as if something is devouring life force on a massive scale. Unlike the brutal tyranny of the Eye of God, it feels more like a cold unconscious spread. Her description made the hearts of everyone present sink even further. That truly sounded like White Zetsu's nature. Beings with no sense of self, existing solely to follow some command. Orders were quickly issued and carried out. The base spun back into high-speed operation like a whipped top, but this time what filled the air was not the determination to resist Tokugawa Ieyasu, but the unease of facing an unknown horror. Naruto walked alone to the observation deck at the deepest part of the base, where through camouflaged cracks in the rock, he could see the gray, overcast sky outside. He took out the black magatama that remained still, then touched the scroll sealed with a pure soul that was tucked inside his robe. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military threat was pressing in on them, and the shadow of White Zetsu had already begun to creep silently back. Internal troubles and external threats, powerful enemies closing in from every side. The break organization was like a lone skiff amid raging waves, seeming at any moment as though it might capsize. Kurama, he called out in his heart. I heard you, kid. The Ninetail's low voice rumbled through the ceiling space, carrying a rare solemnity. White Zetsu. Humph. It seems we didn't wipe them out thoroughly enough back then. Or rather, the root that created them has not completely disappeared. Root? You mean the demonic statue of the outer path? Or the Otsutsuki? Naruto pressed for an answer. Who knows? The Nine Tails seemed unwilling to say more. But since they have appeared again, it means the balance is being broken. That fragment in your hand, and the new power that girl has gained, perhaps they are the keys. But remember, the faster power arrives, the greater the price. The Nine Tails sank back into silence. Naruto tightened his grip on the Magatama. He knew he could no longer advance at a measured pace. Tokugawa Ieyasu would not give him time, and neither would the latent threat of White Zetsu. He had to consolidate the strength at his disposal more quickly, raise his power more aggressively, and seek allies more proactively, even if that meant making a pact with a tiger. His gaze reached into the distance, seeming to pierce layer after layer of mountain ranges, coming to rest on the land of wind, the land of earth, and places even farther beyond. It seems it is time to contact the other restless powers. Naruto muttered to himself as a bolder, and far more dangerous, plan began to take shape in his mind. And at that same moment, far away at the edge of the Devil's Triangle, aboard the Morishita family's sole surviving ocean-going vessel, scarred, listing trailing black smoke, a handful of wounded crewmen stared in despair at the distant fog. Within it, barely visible, several black ships glided silently past like phantoms, bearing an emblem none of them had ever seen. And on the decks of those ships, faintly visible pale white figures moved with stiff, unnatural motions. The appearance of White Zetsu was by no means an isolated incident. A vortex hidden in even deeper shadows had begun to turn slowly, and it was about to draw the entire continent into its depths. At the edge of the Devil's Triangle Sea, a heart-stopping glimpse hung, like yet another sword suspended over the heads of the Break Organization. The pairing of a White Zetsu and a mysterious black vessel heralded a threat whose complexity and scale far exceeded all expectations. The atmosphere inside the base was as suffocating as the dead calm before a storm. Naruto stood before a rough sand table, his gaze sweeping across the markers representing the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of earth, and the vast sea labeled the Devil's Triangle. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military pressure was a noose drawing ever tighter, while the unknown foe from the distant seas was a behemoth hiding in thick fog. Passive defense alone would lead only to death. We must take the initiative and strike first, at the very least shatter the encirclement Tokugawa has so meticulously prepared for us. Naruto's words broke the silence of the command room. His voice was not loud, but it carried the resolve of one willing to burn all bridges. Morishita voiced his concern. My lord, our forces are already stretched thin dealing with both Tokugawa and the distant sea threat. If we strike first, who is the target? The risk is too great. Risk is everywhere, waiting idly is the greater risk. Naruto pointed to the land of wind on the sand table. Tokugawa can harness the daimyo's authority to mobilize the state apparatus. We too can exploit the contradictions between nations. The daimyo of the land of wind has long harbored resentment over the land of fire's monopoly on the most fertile lands and resources. Though Tsunagakure under Gaara's leadership leans toward peace, the scarcity of resources has always been their Achilles heel. He paused, his gaze sharp. What if we could offer them a resource they cannot refuse? A resource? We don't have any surplus resources. Morishita's words halted midway, then he stopped entirely as if struck by a sudden thought, his face subtly changing. My lord, do you mean that lead on the new energy source? He recalled the information Naruto had once asked him to spread about Tokugawa sealing off a form of energy. More than just a lead. Naruto looked at Senju Shio and Kagaya Mei. Shio, your perception of natural energy together with Mei's sensitivity to peculiar energies. Can you attempt to locate and preliminarily channel a minor branch of the Dragon Vein, or a similar earthly energy node? It doesn't need to be as massive as the Valley of Oblivion. As long as we can prove its existence and usability, that is enough. Senju Shio's expression turned troubled. The energy of the Dragon Vein is violent and hard to tame. Forcibly channeling a branch is extremely perilous. The slightest misstep could trigger turmoil in the Earth's veins and cause a regional catastrophe. Kagaya Mei, however, stepped forward. Her bone-armored fingers traced across a desolate region of the land of wind on the sand table. One of the areas where the sense of emptiness she perceived was comparatively weaker. We can attempt it. My power perceives the boundary between stability and imbalance more acutely, but it will require precise coordinates and extensive preparation. Moreover, doing so is equivalent to stealing the lifeblood of the planet. It is taboo. Her voice remained as cool as ever, yet she had identified the crux of the matter. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Naruto's voice was heavy. We need not extract on a large scale. Only manufacture an evidence convincing enough to make the daimyo of the land of wind and Tsunagakure willing to stay silent or even covertly lend their assistance when Tokugawa moves against us. How they develop it afterward would be their own concern. This was undeniably a deal with the tiger, offering a dangerous technology as leverage, but there was no luxury to dwell on it now. Understood. Senju Shio drew a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Kagaya Mei, and nodded. We will do our best to try. Good. Naruto turned to Morishita Mida. Morishita-san, you will personally handle this. Through the most hidden channels contact the upper echelons of Sunigakure, especially the elders whose ideals do not fully align with Gaara's Kazekage, or directly approach the influential ministers serving the Land of Wind's daimyo in charge of resource development. Use the possibility of a new energy source as a door opener to sound out their attitude. Remember, reveal only the possibility, hand over no core technology. Yes, I will select the most trustworthy operatives for this mission. Morishita Mida was well aware of its danger and importance. Also, Naruto added, dispatch the reconnaissance unit as planned to look into the distant sea threat. At the same time, notify all break organization members operating in the field to stay vigilant and pay attention to any information related to white monsters or unidentified black vessels. We need to know where those things come from and what their purpose is. Command after command was issued, and the entire organization swung back into motion like a precision instrument. Only this time the meshing of its gears carried a tragic, last-ditch fervor. Meanwhile, deep within the Tokugawa residence in the Land of Fire's capital, Tokugawa Ieyasu listened to his subordinate's detailed account of the failed operation at the Valley of Oblivion, the devastating troop losses, and the seizure of the vessel's soul. His face remained utterly impassive, as if he were hearing a story that had nothing to do with him. Only the Magatama in his hand, its interior clouded with drifting mist, flickered faintly in its glow, betraying that his heart was not entirely unruffled. Uzumaki Naruto. He truly never fails to bring surprises. He spoke lightly, his voice revealing no discernible emotion. The Eye of God plan has met with setbacks, but it has not been without gains. At least we have verified the viability of the Dragon Vein as an energy source and probed part of the break organization's hand. He looked at the respectfully waiting Tokugawa Iemitsu. Have the disturbances from the Land of Water been cleaned up? They have been dealt with, my lord brother. The most officious officials have been pressured into medical retirement, and the related evidence has been destroyed. Tokugawa Iemitsu answered promptly. Very well. Tokugawa Ieyasu rose from his seat, walked to the window, and looked out over the bustling capital. Keep up the military pressure on the break organization, but do not press them too hard, lest they turn desperate and reckless. Our primary objective remains the completion of the heavenly throne. He turned around, his eyes gleaming with a cold, fanatical light. The failure of the Eye of God proves that the vessel we prepared was not yet perfect. We need a stronger foundation stone. Spread the word. Launch the netcasting plan. The target: seek out special individuals possessing pure yang release or immense life force, especially orphan descendants related to the Senju or Uzumaki clans. He paused, then added, furthermore, intensify surveillance on that place. The movements in the distant seas appear to be faster than we expected. Until the heavenly throne is completed, they must not be allowed to interfere with our plans. Yes. Tokugawa Iemitsu bowed to receive the order, a trace of awe and fear flickering in his eyes. He knew all too well the meaning of that place and the netcasting plan. It would be an undertaking even darker and more ruthless than the Valley of Oblivion. Deep in the mist-veiled Devil's Triangle Sea, a colossal fleet, far larger than the break organization's long-range fleet, sat silently at anchor beside an island that appeared on no chart, shrouded in a warped force field. On the island stood black structures of geometric elegance, their style utterly divergent from the architecture of any nation on the continent. Inside one of the tallest structures, a figure draped in a billowing black robe, a blank, white mask covering its face, was gazing at a colossal crystal ball before it. What the crystal ball revealed was the final image of the broken Morishita vessel being captured by the black ship. From beneath the mask came a voice, cold and utterly flat, like electronic synthesized speech. Sample recovery complete. It is confirmed that the target, Morishita, is connected to the newly emerging resistance organization, the Break. An analysis of their will to resist and organizational structure shows value. According to the main brain's directives, Phase 1, infiltration and observation, is to continue. Phase 2, resource harvest, is to commence. Target the chakra-rich lands at the edge of the continent. 4, purification and reconstruction. The white figure turned and dissolved into the deep shadows within the structure. Only the crystal ball continued to glimmer with cold light, casting back the silhouette of the distant continent, like an emotionless eye spying on its prey. Naruto sought an alliance with the Land of Wind to break the deadlock. Tokugawa Ieyasu schemed silently over a far darker netcasting plan, and an unknown force from the distant seas had already marked the continent as a target for resource extraction. Three great powers, like three colossal undercurrents, surged and collided beneath this war-scarred continent, poised to unleash a devastating maelstrom that would swallow everything. Wind country, the endless sand sea. Scorching wind rolled sand and gravel against the pockmarked cliffs, raising a ceaseless, mournful howl. In this land forbidden to life, the word resources was more precious than gold. Hidden Sand Village, the Kazakage's office. Gaara stood at the window gazing at the village scene blurred by the wind-blown sand. His emerald eyes were serene as water, but the slight frown between his brows betrayed a restless heart. Spread on the desk lay a cautiously worded missive delivered through encrypted channels. It came from a representative of the Morishita trading company, yet behind that name its shadowy hand pointed to the name now shaking the continent. Naruto Uzumaki. The letter did not mention Naruto or the break organization directly. In a merchant's tone, it obliquely raised the possibility of a vast and stable new energy source hidden within specific geological structures and included fragments of energy wave data, specious enough to invite doubt, yet enough to stir the interest of the finest sensory ninja. The letter closed with a hint if the Wind Country were interested in further survey the Morishita Trading Company, would provide technical consultation, and hope to obtain certain commercial conveniences from the Wind Country under the right conditions. A new energy source. Kankuro stood to one side, maneuvering the crow puppet into a contemplative pose. It sounds like a fairy tale. But if it was Naruto who cooked it up, I can't rule it out entirely. He looked at Gaara. Still, this is clearly an attempt to drag us into a confrontation with the Fire Country's daimyo. Temari folded her arms, her golden ponytail motionless in the scorching wind. The risk is too great, she said solemnly. Even leaving aside whether this energy source is real, the moment we show any sign of cooperating with the break organization, Tokugawa Ieyasu will not let the matter rest. Hidden Sand cannot afford another great war. Gaara fell silent. He knew Naruto well. That man would never act without a purpose. This so-called new energy source might well be real, and its implications immense. It could resolve the long-standing energy hardship of Hidden Sand and the Wind Country alike, and bring about a true chance to develop. But as Temari had said, the cost might be dragging Hidden Sand into direct confrontation with the Fire Country. Should he seize that faint hope and risk it all? Or cling to the comfort of the present, continuing to flounder in the swamp of scarce resources? Convene the Elder Council. At last Gaara spoke. His voice was calm, but it carried the decisive authority of a Kazakage. We need to assess every possibility and the worst outcome. While Hidden Sand's upper echelons were still locked in debate over this sudden opportunity, the secret envoy dispatched by Morishita Mida had already, through even more covert channels, made contact with a powerful official in the Wind Country's daimyo court, one renowned for boldness and enterprise. Unlike the cautious village, this official showed blazing enthusiasm for the new energy source, especially after the envoy casually let slip that the Fire Country had already been secretly researching and attempting to monopolize it. The seed of wind had been sown. Whether it would sprout in the barren sand remained unknown. Meanwhile, within the Fire Country, an even more covert and sinister operation, the snare net plan, had already begun to unfold in silence. Tokugawa Ieyasu deployed the Dark Crow Corps, the unit under his command most skilled in tracking stealth and abduction. Their purpose was clear: find individuals with immense life force or a special young release bloodline, especially the surviving descendants of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. On the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, in a remote hamlet that lived by collecting medicinal herbs, several figures black as crows slipped in silently under the night. With unerring precision, they found a seemingly ordinary household. The head of the house was an elderly woman raising alone a 7 or 8-year-old granddaughter whose hair was pale red. The girl possessed recovery abilities far beyond ordinary people. Even a small cut would heal completely within a few hours. It was the manifestation of the thin, diluted Uzumaki life force hidden in her bloodline. Target confirmed. Life response matches the criteria. The Dark Crow ninja leading the unit reported coldly. There was no warning, no negotiation. A black kunai sliced through the night, and the old woman fell into a pool of blood before she could even cry out. The girl was muffled by a hand clamped over her mouth and dragged out of her warm bedding. Her blue eyes, inherited from the Uzumaki line, were filled with terror and tears. She was quickly placed into a specially made container that shut off chakra, then vanished into the boundless night. Similar scenes unfolded in succession across the remote corners of the Fire Country and several small lands nearby. The targets were not only children, they also included reclusive adult shinobi who had awakened a faint would release or possessed unusual constitutions. The disappearances were deftly disguised as beast attacks, bandit raids, or ordinary accidents. Buried in mountains of mundane local reports, they never attracted the notice of higher authorities. In Tokugawa Ieyasu's study, he listened to the Dark Crow Corps commander's report on sample acquisition progress, his face utterly blank. The progress is too slow, he said flatly. Expand the search area and raise the screening criteria. If necessary, use that to conduct a regional life response scan. The Dark Crow commander gave an almost imperceptible shudder. My lord, using that may alert the Hidden Leaf Sensor Division. Do it. Tokugawa Ieyasu's tone brooked no refusal. Before the throne of heaven, every risk is an acceptable price. The Magatama in his hand emitted a faint glow as if thirsting for more pure life energy. The break organization's base. Naruto received the preliminary word Morishita Mita had sent back from the Wind Country. Hidden Sand's attitude remained ambiguous, but within the daimyo court of the Wind Country signs of softening had already emerged. This was good news, but nowhere near enough to turn the tide. Senju Uchiha and Kagaya Mei were inside a newly excavated secret chamber thick with isolation and stabilization barriers attempting to conduct a guiding experiment on a branch of the dragon vein. The process was extremely perilous. Even a slight mistake could trigger a localized earthquake or energy leak. Naruto could feel the faint occasional tremors rising through the ground beneath his feet, and his heart clenched for the two women. The scouting team sent to the Devil's Triangle waters had sent back no valuable information so far, as if it had vanished into the sea. That kind of unknown was more unnerving than clear bad news. Pressure came pressing in from all directions like a rising tide about to swamp the little boat struggling to survive. Naruto took out the black Magatama once more. It was still silent, but Naruto could sense that the will to protect inside it seemed a little more active than before, as if responding to the darkness and sacrifice of recent events. What exactly are you protecting? What do you want me to do? Naruto asked the Magatama in a low voice. The Magatama made no reply, it merely lay still in his palm. Just then Chunhua hurried over with alarm on her face. My lord, the sentinel insects posted at the base's perimeter, the insect user support from Senju Uchiha, are sending an abnormal signal. It isn't the chakra of a human being or a known summoned beast. It's an extremely faint yet exceptionally pure natural energy reaction, and it's approaching fast. Naruto shot to his feet. A pure natural energy reaction. At a time like this, he immediately extended his divine sense and probed outward with the greatest caution. Sure enough, in the forest not far from the base entrance, he caught a wisp of natural energy, as pure as a newborn sprout, yet carrying an ancient mystical flavor. It was approaching at what seemed a slow pace, but was in truth extraordinarily fast. Friend or foe? Naruto tightened his grip on the Magatama, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Prepare to welcome our guest. A new variable had arrived. The atmosphere at the base entrance tightened instantly. Every combatant moved into position, the concealed defensive talisman arrays glowed faintly, and the soft rasp of blades leaving their sheaths rang unnervingly clear in the silence. Naruto stood at the forefront, his divine sense, like an invisible spiderweb, firmly locking onto the pure energy source rapidly approaching. The newcomer had not deliberately concealed itself, nor did it show the slightest hostility. That natural energy was like a clear spring from a mountain gorge, pure and gentle, utterly unlike the savage fury of the Valley of Oblivion, the eerie strangeness of the insect nest, or the cold darkness of the Tokugawa camp. Under everyone's wary gaze, a figure appeared silently on the open ground outside the base entrance, as unobtrusively as a green leaf melting into the wind. It was not human, nor any known summoned beast. It, or rather he, was shaped like a humanoid silhouette woven from countless emerald vines, fresh moss, and buds waiting to bloom. He stood about twice a man's height, with a soothing green radiance flowing around him. He had no facial features, but in the place of a face, two gentle masses of light resembling the rising sun at dawn drifted slowly, as if they were his eyes. Beneath his feet the parched earth began to sprout tender green shoots at a speed visible to the naked eye. An aggregate of natural energy. Senju Shio hurried to Naruto's side. Sensing the natural power radiating from the being before her, purer and vaster than her own, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The sage art she had inherited from Mount Myaboku involved learning to borrow natural energy, yet this being seemed to be a part of natural energy itself, a living incarnation of nature. Kagaya Mei frowned slightly. Her newly acquired power was extremely sensitive to life and death. She could feel that this being contained a vitality so immense it defied imagination, yet within it also lay an ancient, almost cold sense of order. The natural aggregate looked at Naruto, or rather at the black Magatama in his hand. A gentle spiritual pulse like a spring breeze brushing across every heart conveyed a clear thought, without words, one who holds a fragment of the Guardian Pact. I perceive the ache of the earth veins which should not have been disturbed, and the echoes from the far shore which should not have been awakened. His gaze turned to Kagaya Mei. And you, a being who walks the boundary between life and death. Your very existence is blurring that boundary even further. Finally his will swept over the entire place. This land has gathered too many variables that disturb the balance. That is why I have come. Naruto's heart tightened. The being had directly identified the black Magatama, the Guardian Pact. The anomaly of the dragon vein, the ache of the earth veins, and Mei's power, the echoes from the far shore. This being seemed to represent some kind of world-balancing mechanism. Who are you? Naruto asked in a low voice without relaxing his guard. I am the healing of all creation. You may also call me a manifestation of the will of nature. The aggregate's will was calm and far-reaching. I have not come to fight. I have come to warn and to observe. Warn about what? I warn you that overdrawing from the earth veins and touching the forbidden boundary between life and death are tearing the fabric on which this world depends. The healing of all creations will carry a trace of gravity. The wounds of the Valley of Oblivion have not yet healed and new wounds are already brewing. And the hollows from the distant far shore are errors that should not exist in this world. Observe what? Naruto pressed. Observe the choices of the Guardian Pact, and whether the variables can lead to a new balance, rather than complete collapse. The healing of all creation's gaze fell upon Naruto once more. Your path is thick with thorns and mist. Your choice may shape the future of this world. With that, before Naruto could respond, his emerald form began to slowly dissolve into specks of green light merging into the surrounding air and earth. The green shoots at his feet spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye a small patch of vibrant grass took shape outside the base entrance, a stark contrast to the desolate rocks around it. Remember, the whisper of nature often reveals the final outcome more clearly than the roar of war. That final thought faded away like a lingering echo. Silence fell over the base entrance. Everyone exchanged glances. The experience had felt like a dream. Yet the real grass underfoot and the thick vitality lingering in the air proved it was no illusion. The will of nature. A manifestation. Morishita murmured, feeling his worldview shaken. He called us variables. Chunhua looked at Naruto, worry in her eyes. Naruto looked down at the black magatama in his hand, the Guardian Pact. That name, along with the healing of all creation's attitude, seemed to suggest that this magatama was not merely a weapon or energy source, it was connected to something far deeper. Balance. Collapse. Naruto weighed the two words in his mind. Tokugawa Ieyasu's actions were undoubtedly destroying the balance, and he himself, in opposing Tokugawa, seemed unavoidably to be drawing upon dangerous powers. The healing of all creation's warning was not groundless. Yet to sit idle and wait for death would also be a dead end. He was both a warning and a reminder. Naruto raised his head and swept his gaze across everyone. Our enemies are not only Tokugawa Ieyasu. They also include the destruction we ourselves may bring and the threats that come from beyond this world. He tightened his grip on the magatama. The path must still be walked, but we have to be more cautious, more aware of what we are doing. Mr. Mita, continue the contacts in the Wind Country, but be more mindful of boundaries. Pause the experiment on guiding the Dragon Vein's branches until we find a safer way. Shiome, try to establish contact with this patch of grass, or rather with the residual will of nature. See if you can learn more about the balance and those errors, the White Zetsu. Ichiryu, report immediately if there is any word from the scouting squad. Naruto quickly adjusted his strategy. The appearance of the healing of all creation had been like a mirror reflecting the dangers and responsibilities of the road ahead. He could not become another destroyer in order to oppose Tokugawa, nor could he shrink back in fear of unknown threats. He had to find a path through the thorns, one that could protect his comrades, achieve his goals, and preserve the balance as much as possible. This was undoubtedly harder, but it was the fate he, Naruto Uzumaki, heir to the Guardian Pact, had to face. Meanwhile, in the distant Wind Country, the debate at the Elders' Council of the village hidden in the sand over the new energy source remained unresolved. Gaara, unnoticed by anyone, went alone to the highest point of the village. Gazing at the boundless sea of sand, he ran his fingers over a rough fragment of a Konoha forehead protector engraved with the character root, lost in long contemplation. A storm was brewing, and the whisper of nature had already reached the ears of those who were listening. The arrival of the healing of all creation was like a pebble cast into a surging undercurrent, its ripples stirring subtle shifts within the break organization. That warning, rising above mundane conflict and pointing straight to the very origin of the world, forced everyone to re-examine the path they had chosen. Naruto ordered the suspension of the extremely high-risk Dragon Vein branch guidance experiment. Senju Uchiha and Kaguya may instead focus their efforts on establishing a connection with the verdant meadow left behind by the healing of all creation. Uchiha attempted to resonate with it through natural energy, sensing the fragments of will contained within May. In turn, used her acute perception of the boundary between life and death to probe whether the flow of energy between the meadow and its surroundings hid deeper information. Progress was slow, but the very experience of touching something vast and transcendent was gradually elevating their awareness. The reconnaissance team dispatched by Ichiryu still had not sent back any definite word from the Devil's Triangle Sea, as if the entire region had become a black hole of information. This silence only intensified the unease. Morishita's contact with the Land of Wind entered a far more cautious stage. He no longer rushed to push new energy. Instead, he shifted to supplying carefully filtered commercial intelligence about military movements along the Land of Fire's border and certain rare mineral deposits, trying to build trust and dependence through a more roundabout means. The entire break organization was like a wounded beast, licking its wounds, cautiously observing its surroundings, temporarily sheathing its edge, and entering a strategic period of dormancy. Yet a storm does not halt merely because one side chooses to lie low. Land of Fire, Kyoto, the Tokugawa estate. Tokugawa Ieyasu listened to a subordinate's report on the break organization's recent unusual quietness, and a cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Lie low. It seems the lesson of the Valley of Oblivion has taught them to endure temporarily. He toyed with the magatama in his hand. The mist within the jade seemed to be swirling more swiftly than usual. But a beast is still a beast. Hunger will make them bare their fangs again. All we need to do is make them even hungrier. He looked down at the officer in charge of the Dark Raven unit. How is the hunting net plan progressing? Reporting, my lord. We have currently collected 17 samples that meet the cornerstone standard, and among them are 9 with faint Uzumaki or Senju bloodlines. But there is still a great gap between that and the quantity and quality needed to activate the Heavenly Throne ritual. Moreover, the recent operations seem to have drawn the attention of Konoha ANBU's Outer Circle personnel. We have misled them for now, but if this continues. As for Konoha, that old fox Danzo will clean up the loose ends for us. He would be only too glad to have us dispose of those unstable elements for him. Tokugawa Ieyasu cut him off. As for quantity and quality, since naturally formed cornerstones are hard to find, then create some. A cruel light flashed in his eyes. Initiate the catalysis plan. Screen those individuals with some potential who have not yet awakened and force stimulate them with a diluted solution of divine blood. A low success rate does not matter. As long as a small number can withstand the process, we can accelerate our progress. The Dark Raven officer shuddered. My lord, the failure rate of forced awakening exceeds 95%, and the process is extremely painful. Most of those who survive end up mentally broken or physically deformed. Necessary sacrifices. Tokugawa Ieyasu's tone was indifferent. For the Heavenly Throne, for the new order of the Land of Fire, and the entire continent, such small costs are utterly negligible. Go and do it. Yes. The Dark Raven officer dared not say another word. He bowed and withdrew. Tokugawa Ieyasu's gaze turned out the window, seeming to pierce through space and come to rest on the distant southern seas. They friends in the distant seas seem to be growing restless as well. Send orders to the Navy to strengthen patrols in the southern waters. If unidentified black ships are encountered, allow free action. He needed to secure the rear. At least until the Heavenly Throne was completed, the troubles from the distant seas must not interfere with the main plan. Under Tokugawa Ieyasu's will, a darker and bloodier path was quietly unfolding. He was like a venomous serpent hidden in the shadows, flicking its tongue to taste the prey's fear while sharpening its deadly fangs. At the edge of the Devil's Triangle, sea veiled in fog and chaotic energy, the reconnaissance team, sent by the Break Organization, was facing a trial of life and death. They rowed in a small, sturdy, disguised speedboat. Relying on a team member skilled in water release and concealing presence, they had narrowly avoided time and again the spectral black ships that occasionally prowled the sea. Those ships were bizarre in design and sailed almost without sound. The pale white figures on their decks flickered in and out of view within the dense mist, exuding a chilling, oppressive aura. They did not dare approach too closely, so they could only observe from afar with telescopes and sensory techniques. But today they noticed something unusual. Captain, look over there, a team member said in a low voice, pointing to a relatively calm area of sea in the distance. Fragments of broken planks and debris floated on the surface. Faintly visible among them was a tattered banner bearing the Morishita clan crest, remnants of the missing long voyage fleet. Among the floating wreckage, several bizarre creatures resembling pale white starfish enlarged dozens of times clung to larger planks, writhing as if feeding. They had no eyes, no distinct oral openings. Yet the pure, nauseating sense of emptiness they exuded was exactly like the white zetsu described in earlier intelligence. White zetsu, some kind of marine variant. The team leader's heart tightened. Even more alarming, beneath the sea surface, near those starfish-like white zetsu, a huge, indistinct black shadow could be seen moving slowly. Its size far surpassed that of the black ships, and the pressure it released made even these hardened shinobi find it difficult to breathe. We can't stay any longer. Withdraw now and deliver the intelligence. The captain made a prompt decision. But just as they turned the boat around and prepared to escape at full speed, the fog around the speedboat suddenly thickened like ink, and a powerful energy field filled with chaotic spirit instantly enveloped them. The instruments on the boat shrieked with piercing alarms and failed at once. The shinobi, who specialized in water release, tried to manipulate the currents to speed away, only to find his connection with the sea forcibly severed by some power. It's a trap. The captain turned pale with shock. In the dense fog, the outlines of several black ships emerged without a sound, like phantoms rising from the abyss, surrounding them on all sides. On the decks, those pale white figures turned to look in unison. Their cold, hollow gazes pierced the mist and locked onto every living creature on the speedboat. The reconnaissance team had fallen into desperation. Meanwhile, at the Break Organization's base on that verdant meadow, Kaguya, Mei, who had been sensing with her eyes closed suddenly, snapped her eyes open. A flicker of dread passed through her pupils, which were rimmed with faint gold. Death. Hollow death. Out at sea. So much of it. She clutched her chest. The fingers covered in bone armor trembled slightly, as if she could feel the despair of her distant kin in their final moments, and the silent gaze of that cold, enormous presence. Naruto appeared beside her in an instant, bracing her swaying body, his face grim beyond measure. The dormant period is over. Tokugawa's fangs had already been bared, and the shadow of the distant seas had for the first time extended its icy tentacles, leaving behind a bloody mark. A new storm, more ferocious and more merciless than ever, had descended with overwhelming force. The dense fog at the edge of the Devil's Triangle waters, like a man-eating beast, swallowed the scout speedboat and every hope aboard it. Communications were severed completely. All that came back to the base was a burst of sharp static and the hollow, heart-stopping death that Kaguya Mei had sensed. The command room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Kaguya Mei leaned against the wall, her face pale. The long-range sensing moments ago had drained her strength and struck her mind with a violent shock. Senju Shio supported her own face, just as grim. Morishita slumped into a seat. The successive loss of the deep-sea fleet and the scout squad was a crushing blow to the organization's maritime strength and intelligence network. Ichiryu's knuckles turned white around his sword hilt. He wished he could charge into those waters at once, but the last shred of reason told him that would be no different from throwing away his life. Everyone's gaze settled on the silent Naruto. With his eyes closed, Naruto let every piece of information race through his mind: Tokugawa's military pressure, the dark schemes of the capture net, and catalysis, the land of winds, still ambiguous stance, the warning from the healing of all creation, and that mysterious cruel enemy from the distant seas. The situation was as suffocating as it was desperate. But he could not fall. He slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer confusion or fury in his blue gaze, only a settled, almost glacial calm. That calm was more unsettling than any roar. They will not have died in vain. Naruto's voice was not loud, but it struck every heart like a boulder. This blood debt, we will remember it. He turned first to Morishita. Mr. Mita, suspend all sea routes for now. Shift every resource inland, especially to the secret trade routes toward the land of earth and the land of lightning. They must be opened as soon as possible. We need more allies, or at least variables that can distract Tokugawa. Understood. Morishita nodded heavily and immediately stood to make arrangements. Shio Mei. Naruto turned toward his two core fighters. Mei needs to recover. Shio, help her, and keep trying to communicate with that meadow. We need more information about the balance and those hollow beings. That may be the key to fighting the far sea enemy. Good. Senju Shio nodded and supported Mei as she prepared to leave. Ichiryu. Naruto finally looked to his sharpest blade. The base's defense and internal patrols are yours. Tokugawa's dark crows are still active. We cannot afford to give them any opening. Also select a group of utterly loyal members skilled in infiltration and assassination and form a Darkblade squad under your direct command. Targets the catalysis strongholds scattered across the Tokugawa domain. Find them, destroy them, rescue those who can be saved. The operation must be covert. Strike once, then leave. Never linger. Turn his own methods against him. Since Tokugawa uses dark means, I can no longer limit myself to mere defense. Itoryu's eyes flashed with a keen light as he bowed in acceptance. Yes. I will not fail that trust. He had been holding back a bellyful of anger, and now he finally had an outlet. After arranging everything, Naruto walked alone to the observation deck and took out the black magatama once more. This time he did not try to inject chakra or divine sense. He simply let himself feel its cold touch. Covenant of Protection. He murmured the name given to him by the healing of all creation. If protecting means staining my hands with blood, if balance demands breaking the current order, then I will walk this path to the very end. He no longer hesitated. He no longer doubted. Tokugawa Ieyasu treated human lives as weeds, and the Farsi enemy saw life as a hollow void. So Naruto would cut a bloody path through this dark jungle in his own way, protecting the bonds and the future he believed in. Days later, in a remote valley within the Land of Fire. On the surface, it was an abandoned mine, but deep underground it had been converted into a secret research lab filled with cold machinery and the pungent smell of chemicals. This was one of Tokugawa's Catalysis Project strongholds. Dozens of kidnapped civilians and low-ranking ninja, each with faint bloodline abilities or a special constitution, were strapped to cold metal beds, tubes piercing their bodies. Inside the tubes ran a dark red liquid that gave off an ill-omened aura, diluted divine blood. Agonized moans and desperate screams echoed inside the sealed space. Most of the test subjects twisted, broke apart, and perished in extreme agony, some collapsing into misshapen lumps of flesh, others exploding outright. Only a tiny number of lucky ones, or perhaps the unlucky, barely managed to survive, but the light had faded from their eyes, leaving only numbed emptiness. The Tokugawa ninja in charge of guarding the stronghold were long used to such sounds. Some even wore an air of impatience as they discussed where to kill time after their shift. Suddenly, uft, 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 several faint sounds of a blade slicing through throats rang out almost at once. The guards posted in the open and in the shadows crumpled to the ground without even sounding an alarm. From the darkness, several ghost-like figures emerged, the Dark Blade Squad led by Ichiryu. They moved like the wind, perfectly coordinated. In an instant they wiped out the perimeter guards and cut into the lab's core with surgical precision. Who goes there? The guards inside the lab snapped to attention, but it was already too late. Ichiryu's blade flashed like a reaper's scythe, and every flash brought down another guard. The other Dark Blade members swiftly destroyed the experimental equipment and freed the test subjects who still drew breath. Quick, take anyone who can still move. The rest, grant them a swift end. Ichiryu's voice was ice-cold as he gave the cruel but necessary order. They could not take all of the test subjects away, or for those already utterly deformed or mentally shattered, ending their suffering was the only mercy. The battle was short but fierce. Before Tokugawa reinforcements could arrive, the Dark Blade Squad vanished into the vast night as quietly as they had come, carrying the few survivors they had rescued and part of the experimental data collected, leaving only carnage and the corpses of Tokugawa's guards behind. In the days that followed, similar small-scale, high-intensity raids broke out one after another at several hidden locations within the Land of Fire. With this tit-for-tat campaign, the Break Organization declared to Tokugawa Ieyasu they were not merely sitting still to be struck. Their fangs were equally sharp. Inside the Tokugawa estate, as he listened to his subordinates report that several Catalysis strongholds had been destroyed and test subjects abducted, the calm on Tokugawa Ieyasu's face finally cracked, revealing a hint of sinister cruelty. Uzumaki Naruto. It seems you are dead set on being my enemy. The Magatama in his hand radiated a dangerous glow. Very well. Since that is so, let me show you what true despair looks like. He turned and ordered a blurred figure hidden in the shadows behind him tell them to advance the plan. It is time for this world to taste true Kimui. The figure in the shadows bowed slightly and vanished without a sound. Naruto's counterattack raised the curtain on a new round of conflict, but it also thoroughly enraged Tokugawa Ieyasu, driving him to use even more dangerous, more uncontrollable power. Meanwhile, the Farsi enemy, having devoured the scout squad, seemed to be making moves of its own. Wreathed in blood and gunpowder smoke, the situation on the continent was accelerating toward an even more unpredictable abyss. Tokugawa Ieyasu's retaliation came faster than anticipated, and it was far more uncanny. It was not a massed army bearing down on the border, nor a frontal assault against the Break Organization's base. Shortly after Ichiryu led the Dark Blade Squad in a successful raid on several Catalyst strongholds, a series of hair-raising anomalies broke out in border towns where the Land of Fire met the Land of Rivers and the Land of Hot Water. At first, it was merely the mysterious death of livestock in a small area, their shriveled corpses looking as if all moisture and life force had been drained away. Then villagers in remote hamlets began to suffer collective listlessness and were plagued by nightmares, those with weaker constitutions, even aged by decades, in just a few days finally succumbing to death in the depths of exhaustion. More disquieting still, the natural vegetation in these areas began to wither en masse, the soil lost its fertility, and the rivers turned turbid and lifeless. All signs pointed to a plundering of life, force, and erosion of existence itself. It was somewhat similar to the devouring of the out-of-control vessel in the Valley of Oblivion, but more insidious and far more widespread, like a silent plague. Inside the base, Morishita Mita stared at the grim reports flooding in from every region, fists clenched. This is Tokugawa's doing. He is draining life energy on a massive scale through some method we know nothing about. For the sake of his heavenly throne, it is not merely life energy. Kaguya may sense the deathly silent fluctuations coming from a distant direction, her fingers wrapped in bone armor closed slightly. There are also fragments of souls. He is defiling the passage of the cycle of life and death. Her newly obtained power was exceptionally sensitive to this sort of blasphemy against the roots of existence. Naruto's face darkened. He tried to extend his divine sense into the afflicted areas, but all he felt was a suffocating void, as if the world there had been forcibly scraped thin by some power. This method was insidious and efficient. It not only caused massive civilian casualties, but also undermined the foundation of the Land of Fire, at least along its borders, and taunted the Break Organization. Look, how many bases can you save? Can you stop this spreading death? We must stop him, Senju Ushio said anxiously. At this rate, before Tokugawa even completes his ritual, the borderlands will become a dead zone. Stop him how? Ichiryu's voice was cold and hard. We don't even know what method he used, nor where the source is. Naruto was silent, then took out the black Magatama again, the Guardian Pact. This time as he immersed his divine sense into it. and tried to sense the nothingness of the distant disaster zone. The Magatama reacted once more. No longer was it the dark gold light that had purified darkness before, instead it radiated a deeper, more ancient grayish glow. A heavy, sorrowful fragment of all-bearing supreme majesty surged into Naruto's consciousness like a tide. No longer vague sensations, but clearer fragmented images and pieces of information, a war spanning countless worlds in the vast starry sky. A towering giant, whose body crumbled and whose blood splashed across the heavens, while shielding the world behind him, one drop of dark gold divine blood, carrying an undying obsession of protection and a portion of divine authority, falling toward the shinobi world. And that drop of divine blood splitting into two. One part more active and yearning became what later generations called the origin of the God's Eye. The other part more dormant and averse transformed into the Guardian Pact, instinctively opposing the erosion of the world by the former and its derivatives. What Tokugawa Ieyasu was using now was the Divine Remains curse. A curse that forcibly stirred and guided the weak power scattered deep in the earth belonging to the origin of the God's Eye, and combined it with a vile sacrificial rite to plunder life and souls. The information came to an abrupt halt. Naruto's eyes flew open, he gasped for breath, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The force of this information was far more intense than last time, and it finally made him understand the true origin of the Magatama in his hand, as well as its fated opposition to the God's Eye. Divine Remains curse. Naruto murmured, a flash of realization and determination in his eyes. There is more than one source. But the core conductor must be beside Tokugawa Ieyasu, likely in the capital. He looked at everyone and quickly shared what he had just learned. Omitting the more astonishing details, Tokugawa used a forbidden art called the Divine Remains curse, and its source is in the capital. We have to find and destroy it, or we can't stop this disaster. The capital? That's Tokugawa's lair, heavily guarded. Morishita drew in a sharp breath. No matter how heavily guarded, we must go, Naruto said with absolute resolve. It is the only way to stop this disaster quickly. Besides, his gaze passed over Senju Uchiha and Kageyame. The power of the Guardian Pact seems able to resist this curse. He already had a preliminary plan in mind, one extremely risky but perhaps capable of achieving many things at once. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind at Sunagakure village, after fierce debate and difficult deliberation, Kazekage Gaara finally overruled the opposition and made his decision. Standing before the Council of Elders, he said in a voice calm, yet carrying undeniable power, "We cannot give up the opportunity of the new energy. This concerns the future of Sunagakure and the Land of Wind. But direct cooperation with the Break organization is too risky. My recommendation is tacit acquiescence." He looked around at them all. "We will not actively offer any military or political support, nor will we openly acknowledge any ties with the Break organization. But we can turn a blind eye to certain commercial activities of the Morishita trading company within our borders, and when the Land of Fire pressures us, adopt a more flexible response." It was an exquisitely clever balance. It seized an opportunity that could change the nation's fortune while avoiding direct involvement in the conflict to the greatest extent. The elders were silent for a moment, and in the end most of them tacitly consented. After all, the temptation of resources along with the Land of Fire's long oppression made them willing to take a certain risk. The news soon reached the Break organization's base through a top-secret channel. Sunagakure has chosen tacit acceptance. Morishita reported to Naruto, a trace of excitement in his voice. "This is the best result we could ask for. At least we now have a potential safe haven and a supply transfer point in the Land of Wind." Naruto nodded. This was indeed good news, easing some of the pressure. But he knew that this was still far from enough. Mida-san used the Sunagakure connection to find a way to subtly leak the evidence we have gathered about Tokugawa's use of the Divine Remains curse to harm border civilians to the Sunagakure upper echelon, especially to Kazekage Gaara. Naruto instructed, "Let them know that Tokugawa Ieyasu is a madman who will stop at nothing for power, one who can sacrifice even his own country's people. This will further consolidate their tacit approval, and in the future it may even become the leverage we need to unite more forces." Understood. Morishita took the meaning without further words. Naruto lifted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the rocky walls of the base toward the capital of the Land of Fire. Sunagakure's tacit approval was a good move, but the real key to resolving the situation remained in the capital, at the source where the Divine Remains curse was being worked. It was time to prepare to enter the Dragon's Den. He tightened his hand around the Guardian Pact, feeling the weighty ancient will inside it. "Make preparations," he said to the core members around him. "We will soon be paying a visit to the capital." A decapitation strike aimed straight into the heart of the enemy's lair was about to unfold. And this time Naruto would no longer be alone. Bearing the inheritance of the Guardian Pact and the hopes of all his comrades behind him, he would directly face the enemy, who commanded the dark divine power. Kyoto, the 1,000-year-old capital of the Land of Fire, remained as bustling as ever. Streets, choked with traffic, shops standing shoulder to shoulder, and crowds surging in every direction, formed a landscape of Golden Age prosperity. Yet beneath that glittering surface, an invisible and disquieting aura of decay was spreading like slow poison mist, silently eating away at the city's foundation. Those with keen instincts could barely sense that the natural energy in the air had become thin and stagnant, and in some corners plants withered into an unnatural yellow. Naruto, Ichiryu, Senju Shio, and Kagaya Mei, whose condition had not yet fully stabilized, slipped into the city disguised as herb merchants from the Land of Waves, mingling with the incoming crowd and entering this den of dragons and tigers. Naruto used the transformation jutsu to change the color of his hair and eyes, wearing the plain attire of a merchant. Ichiryu suppressed every trace of killing intent, as silent as a bodyguard. Senju Shio, through her control over natural energy, strove to hide the group's faint chakra fluctuations. Kagaya Mei, draped in a voluminous cloak, concealed her bone-armored body and unsettling pupils, but she still had to focus all her will on suppressing the cold aura of one suspended between life and death. Their goal was clear: find the principal caster or ritual site behind the divine remnant curse and destroy it. Guided by the faint resonance the Guardian Covenant shared with its kindred power and the blurry intelligence supplied by the few informants Morishita had planted earlier, Naruto fixed the preliminary search zone on Kyoto's northwestern corner, the border between the noble quarter and a royal garden called the Yugen Garden, where the energy field was abnormally turbulent. Split up and keep in touch through Divine Sense, Naruto, or Secret Art Shio. We'll meet at the rendezvous point in 4 hours, Naruto said in a low voice. The four melted like drops of water into the sea, silently disappearing into the labyrinthine alleys. Guided by the Guardian Covenant, Naruto crept toward the strongest source of resonance, a traveler following a faint glimmer through the dark. He avoided the patrolling samurai and hidden watchers flitting swiftly between eaves and shadows. Ichiryu moved like a true shadow, probing the possible guard deployments and hidden passages. His experience told him that a rite of this importance would be guarded to the utmost. Senju Shio attempted to gather information by communicating with the city's surviving plants. But she discovered with frustration that the closer she drew to the target area, the weaker the plant's vitality became, as if some force had drained them of life and left only hollow shells. Kagaya Mei, however, was the most worrying of all. The closer she came to their goal, the more restless the newborn power of the divine remnant netherbone inside her grew. It was not excitement, but something like the repulsion and craving felt toward a fellow creature or a mortal enemy. Beneath her cloak, her bone armor scraped with a faint teeth-grinding sound, and the blood-red patterns at the corners of her eyes seemed to come alive, writhing faintly. Her mind flooded with chaotic whispers and broken images. Starlit skies wore falling divine blood and endless death. Fighting back her discomfort, she pressed on, following the pull of her senses. At the ruins of an abandoned shrine she stopped. Here the aura of the divine remnant curse was suffocatingly thick, and the air reeked of a nauseating blend of decay and evil energy. It's here. Below. Mei's voice carried a faint, barely perceptible tremor. At that moment, sudden change erupted. Perhaps provoked by the intense curse energy underground, or perhaps because sustained pressure had cracked the walls of Mei's will, the power of the divine remnant netherbone within her suddenly ran wild. Boom. With no warning, black bone spikes veined with blood-red patterns burst from her body, tearing through the cloak in an instant. An energy shockwave, icy, dead, and yet pregnant with dreadful destructive power, erupted outward from her like a detonation. Mei. Senju Shio, who had been right behind her, cried out and tried to form a barrier of natural energy, only to have it shattered by the violent death aura. Naruto and Ichiryu also sensed the upheaval, their faces changing color as they rushed toward her at full speed. Kagaya Mei floated in midair, her entire body encased in black-red bone armor. She had become far more grotesque and inhuman, a bone Azura crawling out of hell. The struggling light in her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold pale gold filled with maniacal, indifferent longing to destroy everything. She raised her hand toward the ruins of the abandoned shrine, and a black bone spear condensing ultimate death took shape in an instant, poised to strike. If that attack landed, it would alert the entire Kyoto garrison. Stop her! Naruto growled, entering sage mode in an instant as a golden chakra cloak materialized around him. He was about to move. Let me do it. Senju Shio gritted her teeth and formed a series of seals at lightning speed. The strange beetle on her shoulder, the one given to her by the insect master, gave a shrill hum, and a pure stream of natural energy carrying a calming, purifying aura wound around the rampaging Mei like a green ribbon. This was a jutsu she had created by combining Mount Miyaboku's sage arts with the insect master's secret techniques, attempting to imitate the healing aura of all creation in hopes of waking Mei's suppressed consciousness. The green natural energy collided fiercely with the black-red death force hissing and crackling in the air. Mei's body trembled violently. Pain and struggle appeared on her face, and within her cold, golden pupils her own will seem to be fighting its way back. Mei, wake up. Naruto also sent his own chakra, filled with sunlight and the conviction of human bonds, mixed with the gentle power of the Guardian Covenant. Control it. Don't let it control you. Perhaps Shio's purifying power took effect, perhaps Naruto's call touched the obsession buried deep in her heart, or perhaps the Guardian Covenant truly held some power over the divine remnant Netherbone. At last the violent energy around Kaguya Mei began to subside. The cold gold faded, revealing eyes that were clear albeit exhausted. She collapsed heavily to the ground. The bone armor receded like a tide, revealing pale skin and tattered clothes. She gasped for breath, soaked in cold sweat. I'm sorry, she said weakly, her voice laced with lingering fear and deep guilt. Naruto stepped forward and steadied her, shaking his head. It's not your fault. The curse energy here is too strong. It affected you. His eyes turned grave as he looked at the ruins. It seems we found the right place. But we've also roused the snake. He could feel that in the moment Mei's power exploded, the evil curse fluctuation deep underground had faltered briefly before turning even more hidden. Yet a sensation of being watched coiled around them like a venomous serpent. Tokugawa Ieyasu now knew they were here. From this moment on, the infiltration became a desperate assault racing against time. Ichiryu, scout the surroundings and find the entrance. Shio, help Mei recover as quickly as you can. We're out of time. Naruto issued orders rapidly, determination blazing in his eyes. The journey to Kyoto was destined to end in anything but calm. Meanwhile, Kaguya Mei's loss of control had proven that the power of the divine remnant Netherbone was a desperately dangerous double-edged sword. Since the grass had been stirred and the snake roused, there was no choice but to strike fast. With Senju Ushio's natural energy supporting her, Kaguya Mei barely held back the restless power inside her body. Her face remained pale, but her eyes had regained their clarity and resolve. Relying on his killer instinct, Ichiryu soon found a narrow entrance leading underground behind a collapsed rockery at the rear of the abandoned shrine, cleverly concealed by an illusion. The aura of decay and evil at the entrance had become almost tangible. This is it, Ichiryu said in a low voice, his short blade already half unsheathed. I'll take point. Ushio, hold the center and support. Mei, Ichiryu, guard the rear. Stay alert. Naruto assigned the formation, swiftly pushed his sage mode perception to its maximum, and was the first to step into the deep dark passage. The passage sloped downward. Its walls of cold rock were covered with runes similar to those on the altar in the Valley of Oblivion, but far more complex and twisted. The runes glowed with a faint dark red light, pulsing like breathing as they continuously drew fragments of life and soul from Kyoto above. The deeper they went, the denser the nauseating power of the divine remains curse became. After no more than 100 paces, the passage suddenly opened into a colossal underground chamber. At the chamber's center stood a dark red altar, even larger and more intricate than the one in the Valley of Oblivion. The altar was built from an unknown black metal and dark red crystals, its surface flowing with viscous, almost living crimson energy. Hovering above the altar were three magatamas similar to yet smaller than the one in Tokugawa Ieyasu's hand. They spun frantically, converting the gathered life force and soul energy into even purer cursed power of the divine remains, which surged toward the altar's center like a black tide. There a vague silhouette shaped from pure crimson energy was slowly taking form, exuding a pressure of despair. Around the altar stood 8 curse users in black robes embroidered with the Tokugawa crest. Their hands formed bizarre seals, their lips muttered incantations, and their bodies melted like candles as they poured their flesh and chakra into the altar without end, fuel and anchor for the ritual. Their eyes were hollow. They had long since lost themselves and become part of the ceremony. Stop them! Naruto shouted, charging without hesitation toward the altar. Intruders! Kill them all! Several figures flashed out of the shadows. Tokugawa's elite protectors, the Dark Crows, along with several shinobi whose cold auras marked them as specialists in curse arts. Battle broke out in an instant. Ichiryu became a silver bolt of lightning, meeting the leader of the Dark Crows head-on, as blade light clashed with kunai in a storm of sparks. His mission was to clear the way for Naruto. Senju Ushio pressed both hands to the ground. Emerald chakra poured into the earth as she tried to disrupt the altar's connection to the dragon vein, while summoning sturdy vines to coil around the curse users and interrupt their ritual. Kaguya Mei suppressed the urge to lose control once more. Obsidian-like bone armor covered her body. Rather than charging the altar's center, she drifted like a ghost along the edge of the battlefield, using her speed and razor-sharp bone blades to assassinate precisely any enemy who tried to interfere with Naruto or Senju Ushio. Her power was a natural bane to the living. Every strike carried the cold breath of death. Naruto meanwhile had his sights set directly on the altar's core. With golden sage chakra wreathing his body, he was like an unstoppable war chariot. Whoever stood in his path was blasted into the air by ferocious punches or a casually hurled sage art Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you set foot here? A cold voice sounded. Beside the altar space twisted faintly, and Tokugawa Iemitsu appeared. In his hand was a black staff radiating an ominous aura. He was clearly one of the ritual's key officiants. Tokugawa Iemitsu, your madness ends here. Naruto roared, slowing not at all as he charged toward Iemitsu and formed hand seals. Sage art wind release Rasen Shuriken. A colossal sphere of destructive energy appeared once more and came crashing down on Iemitsu and the altar behind him. Those who blaspheme against divine might shall only be destroyed. Iemitsu swung his black staff and a powerful crimson barrier rose in an instant, forcibly holding back the Rasen Shuriken's impact. The tremendous explosion shook the entire underground chamber, but the altar merely shuddered and remained undamaged. Useless. This altar is linked to a branch of Kyoto's dragon vein and empowered by the divine remains. How could you possibly break it? Iemitsu sneered, pointing his black staff at Naruto. Become the sacrifice for the divine lord's descent. More crimson energy tendrils reached out from the altar, lunging at Naruto like venomous snakes. Just then the guardian contract at Naruto's chest flared with a powerful murky gray halo. This time the light was no longer gentle. It carried a wrathful majesty, as if something sacred had been profaned. Struck by sudden insight, Naruto stopped trying to break through by force. Instead, he raised the guardian contract high and poured his vast sage chakra, an unyielding will to protect into it, without holding anything back. In the name of protection, expel all filth. A pillar of dark gold light, far denser and more immense than before, shot up from the Magatama, tore through the underground chamber's ceiling in an instant, and lanced into the night sky. In the pillar of light, the vague, majestic phantom with horns appeared again. Though its face remained impossible to make out, the sense of purification and protection radiating from it was like sunlight melting ice and snow, in absolute contrast to the crimson-cursed power of the divine remains. The dark gold light spread like ripples. Wherever it passed, the crimson energy tendrils, as though meeting their natural enemy, screamed shrilly and swiftly dissolved, evaporating into nothing. The three small Magatamas spinning above the altar suddenly slowed, their radiance fading. The crimson figure that had been taking shape let out an agonized roar, its form turning unstable. No, impossible. How can the guardian contract still have such power? Tokugawa Iemitsu's face changed drastically as he shouted in disbelief. A will to protect will never bow to destruction and plunder. Holding the blazing guardian contract, Naruto walked toward the altar step by step, like a judge descended to the mortal world. Tokugawa Iemitsu, your ambitions are over. He raised his hand, concentrating the guardian contract's power into his palm as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the crimson figure at the altar's core. But at that decisive moment, a low magnetic laugh suddenly came from the depths of the shadows behind the altar. With the laughter a pressure far deeper and more terrifying than Tokugawa Iemitsu's, and even more terrifying than the crimson figures, spread like a tide and instantly engulfed the entire underground space. Everyone felt their breath catch and their movements instinctively slowed. A figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. He wore a simple white kimono and had a handsome, youthful face, appearing to be no more than 20. But his eyes, deep as a sea of stars laden with countless vicissitudes and the detached indifference of one who had seen through the mortal world, could never belong to a young man. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu. He toyed with the Magatama in his hand, its inner clouds swirling. His gaze rested with keen interest on the guardian contract in Naruto's hand, and finally came to rest on Naruto's face. Uzumaki Naruto, at last we meet. Ieyasu's voice was calm, yet carried the absolute confidence of one who held everything in his grasp. You truly have not disappointed me. To be able to awaken the guardian contract to such a degree, you are worthy of the title Child of Prophecy. He raised a hand slightly, and an invisible force instantly calmed the altar's tremors. The crimson figure that had been about to collapse also steadied. But that alone is not enough to stop the return of a god. Ieyasu smiled and stepped forward. With just that one step, his aura soared once more. The Magatama in his hand burst with a white light even more dazzling and far colder than the guardian contract in Naruto's hand. Allow me to show you what the true eye of God can do. Tokugawa Ieyasu took but a single step forward, and the entire underground space fell into a deathly stillness. The white radiance emanating from the Magatama in his hand was not the warm and majestic dark gold of the Guardian Pact, but a pure bone-chilling light, so cold it seemed capable of freezing both soul and time itself. The light was not blinding, yet it carried an absolute sense of presence, like a brilliant full moon hanging overhead, casting all that surrounded it into shadow. Beneath that white light, the dark gold pillar radiating from the Guardian Pact in Naruto's hand seemed to suffer an invisible suppression, churning violently, as its reach was relentlessly compressed. Naruto felt an indescribable weight pressing down on his shoulders, as though the very space itself was rejecting him, making even each breath agonizingly difficult. The circulation of his Senjutsu chakra ground to a halt. Senju Shio's natural energy domain collapsed in an instant. She let out a muffled groan, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The blade light slashed forth by Ichiryu upon approaching within a few meters of Tokugawa Ieyasu slowed abruptly, as if mired in quicksand, and at last faded away powerlessly into nothing. The black and crimson bone armor enveloping Kagaya May groaned under unbearable strain, as that frigid aura of death was overwhelmed by a purer, higher-order void. So this is the power of the true Eye of God. Not wanton destruction, but a more supreme authority, a denial and dominion wielded at the very level of fundamental law. Do you feel it? Tokugawa Ieyasu's voice remained as composed as ever, yet it carried the detached indifference of one gazing down upon mere ants. This is the power that transcends mortal ninjutsu and touches the primordial source of the world, Kimui. Before his presence, the chakra and natural energy you rely upon, even the boundary between life and death itself, are all utterly laughable. His gaze swept over Naruto, straining to hold his ground, then finally settled upon Kagaya May, a flicker of intrigue glowing in his eyes. Oh, I never imagined that in this era I would witness the bloodline of the people of the far shore awaken to such a degree, carrying even a trace of. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. Under his gaze, May felt the divine remnant netherbone power within her body recoil, as if before its natural predator. Threads of terror interwoven with a bizarre thrill at being acknowledged by its own kind sent her spirit trembling violently. But now all of this comes to an end. Tokugawa Ieyasu raised his hand, a mote of ghastly white light gathering at his fingertip. For the perfect descent of the heavenly throne, your lives and your powers shall become the necessary cornerstones. That mote of ghastly white light seemed infinitesimal, yet it filled Naruto with a deathly threat unlike anything he had ever known. He had not the slightest doubt. This single strike was enough to erase him and the companions behind him utterly from this world. Not a chance. Naruto roared forcibly, wringing out every last drop of chakra from his body, driving the power of the Guardian Pact to its absolute limit. The dark gold light blazed forth again, teetering, but unyielding, refusing to be extinguished. May, Shio, Ichiryu, prepare to break out. Naruto transmitted his voice through divine sense, knowing full well that a head-on clash meant certain death. Senju Shio ground her teeth, and tried once more to commune with the earth veins, only to find that the natural energy here had been utterly sealed off by Kimui. Ichiryu clenched his short blade, his gaze filled with grim finality, prepared to unleash his ultimate secret sword at the cost of his own life. And Kagaya May, watching that mote of ghastly white light capable of annihilating everything, feeling the restless, suffocated divine remnant netherbone power struggling within her. A mad, desperate thought flashed across her mind. Tokugawa Ieyasu had said she was one of the people of the far shore. Her power was of the same origin as that Eye of God. If she fully unleashed this cursed power, could it withstand that strike? Even if only for an instant, could it carve out a single sliver of a chance for Naruto and the others? The thought coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. She knew that once she abandoned every restraint, she might never find herself again, reduced forever to a monster enslaved by her own power. But she glanced at Naruto fighting desperately against that crushing pressure, at Senju Shio, her face deathly pale, at Ichiryu, his eyes brimming with absolute resolve. If she did not do this, everyone would die. Just as the ghastly white light at Tokugawa Ieyasu's fingertip was on the verge of firing, and Naruto braced himself for his final desperate charge. Kagaya May let out a shrill, piercing scream, one not of agony, but of unshakable resolve. She tore away the tattered garments clinging to her body and cast off every last shred of suppression. Boom. Dark energy, more savage and more profound than when she had lost control on the surface, erupted from within her in an explosive tide. The black and crimson bone armor no longer simply clad her form. It began to fuse with her very flesh, morphing ferociously. Her body levitated slightly, and from her back unfurled a structure like shattered wings formed of countless razor-sharp bone spurs. The whites of her eyes turned utterly pitch black, leaving only that faint, unsettling gold edging her irises. An aura far purer than before, one steeped in death and the essence of nothingness itself, swept outward like a cataclysmic storm, briefly forcing back a portion of Kamui's suppression. May? No. Senju Shio cried out in horror. Miss May. Chunhua's voice came through the remote link, trembling with tears. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply. He could sense it. At this very moment, May's consciousness was being devoured at terrifying speed by that power. The fully unleashed divine remnant netherbone power condensed into a single exquisitely focused black and crimson beam. Yet it did not strike at Tokugawa Ieyasu. Instead it hurtled boldly straight into that imminent mote of ghastly white light. Boom. Darkness and ghastly white. Two forces of the same origin, yet standing at absolute extremes of opposition, collided with unprecedented earth-shattering violence. No sound. No shockwave. Only the twisting and annihilation of space itself. At the very point of impact, a microscopic black speck appeared, one that seemed capable of devouring all light. Mei's all-out burst had actually managed, however briefly, to hold back Tokugawa Ieyasu's Kimui. Oh. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered across Tokugawa Ieyasu's face before melting into a deeper, more intrigued amusement. Forcibly burning your bloodline and soul to purchase a moment of power. Foolish. But your courage is commendable. He pressed slightly harder with his fingertip, and the ghastly white light swelled once more, slowly beginning to overwhelm the black and crimson beam. Now, go. With the last vestiges of her clarity, Mei transmitted her voice to Naruto, hoarse, warped, almost inhuman. Naruto's eyes burned with anguish. He knew this was the only chance Mei had bought with her very existence. Go. He seized Senjutsu, who was still trying to charge forward, and bellowed at Ichiryu. A flicker of pain crossed Ichiryu's eyes, but the instincts of a killer made his judgment in an instant. A flash of his blade struck toward the relatively weaker rock wall on their flank. Sage Art's super added weight rock technique. Naruto wove hand seals simultaneously, temporarily stabilizing the spatial passage entrance that had grown unstable under the shockwaves of Mei's power. Without a moment's hesitation, the three shot forth as streaks of light, fleeing back down the path they had come. Tokugawa Ieyasu watched them escape without immediately pursuing, merely offering a single indifferent remark. Do you truly think you can run? You have only delayed the inevitable. His gaze returned to the center of the clashing forces. Kaguya Mei's body grew steadily more translucent amid the black and crimson radiance, as if she might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. She cast one final look in the direction Naruto and the others had fled, and within those pitch-black eyes a trace of something almost like relief seemed to flash. Then it was swallowed utterly by cold, hollow emptiness. Tokugawa Ieyasu raised his hand, and the ghastly white light wholly devoured the black and crimson. A fine foundation for a vessel. A pity. It is not yet perfect. With a wave of his hand he dispersed the residual energy, and stared down at Kaguya, Mei's motionless form seemingly drained of all life. He gave a quiet order to the shadows behind him, take her. Perhaps she may still be put to good use. Though Naruto and the others had escaped for the moment, they had paid a devastating price. Kaguya Mei, in shielding their retreat, had fallen into Tokugawa's hands, her fate unknown. And the Kamui Tokugawa Ieyasu had unveiled loomed over them, like an insurmountable mountain pressing heavily upon every heart. Ahead it seemed lay only despair. Idaoliu's resolute blade light and Mingren's all-out reinforcement, with earth release, sealed the entrance to the underground altar completely. The three fled for their lives along the passage they had come from, with heart-chilling aftershocks of energy and the endless rumble of collapsing rocks behind them. Only after bursting out of the ground and breathing the air of Jingdu again, air heavy with decay, yet still belonging to the human world, did the three dare to slow their steps, leaning against the broken walls of a ruined shrine and gasping for breath. Silence, deathlike silence. Shinshoshi's face was pale as ash, her body trembling faintly from chakra exhaustion and the earlier impact, her eyes steeped in grief and helplessness. Idaolu gripped the white fanged short blade, his knuckles whitening with strain. He had killed countless people in his life, yet for the first time he felt the humiliation of watching a companion sacrifice herself, while he could only flee in disgrace. Mingren leaned against the cold wall and slowly slid down to sit. He kept his head low, golden hair veiling his expression. The light of the guardian contract in his arms had faded completely, turning cold and heavy. In his mind, Ming's final resolute gaze and fierce scream replayed over and over, along with Dachuan Jiakong's indifferent stare as he looked down on mere ants. Failure. Total, absolute failure. Not only had they failed to destroy the core of the curse of the divine remains, they had also completely exposed their whereabouts and paid the terrible price of Ming's possible death or capture. And the absolute power Dachuan Jiakong had displayed, called divine, might press down on everyone's heart like an insurmountable mountain. I'm sorry. Shinshoshi's voice choked with sobs, breaking the suffocating silence. If I had been able to stabilize Ming in time. It's not your fault. Idaolu interrupted in a hoarse voice, looking at Mingren. Leader, it was my failure. I didn't find the entrance sooner, giving Dachuan time to react. Mingren slowly raised his head. There were no tears on his face, only the numbness and cold left by the searing of unspeakable pain. Deep in his blue eyes something seemed to be shattering, yet simultaneously reforging itself in a harder form. The one who should say sorry is me. His voice was low and hoarse, yet somehow calm. I underestimated Dechuan and overestimated ourselves. It was I who made the decision to infiltrate, but I failed to protect Ming. He stood up, his gaze sweeping the wreckage around them. In the distance, the hurried footsteps and shouts of Jingdu's guards were already audible. This is not the time for self-blame. Mingren's tone became resolute again, though beneath that resolve seethed a torrent of pain. We are still alive. And Ming may still be alive. As long as there is even a sliver of hope, we must not give up. He looked at Shi and Daolu. After this battle, Dechuan will only grow more wary. We cannot stay in Jingdu any longer. We must evacuate immediately and return to base. What about Ming? Shi asked urgently. Rescue. Of course we'll rescue her. A sharp light flashed in Mingren's eyes. But not by charging blindly back there to die. We need strength, we need intelligence, we need new allies. He thought of the hidden sand's ambiguous acquiescence, of the mysterious enemy from the far seas, and even of the all-healing's warning about balance. To confront Dachuan Jiakong, who wielded divine might head-on with only the current strength of the break organization, was to smash an egg against a stone. They had to find a way to break the deadlock. Let's go. Mingren no longer hesitated, taking the lead along the planned escape route. Daolu and she suppressed their grief and anger, following close behind. The three figures moved like ghosts, weaving through the gradually tightening net of Jingdu's manhunt. Relying on Mingren's sharp perception and Daolu's extensive counter-tracking experience, they escaped the outskirts of Jingdu without incident and raced toward the base. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Dachuan estate, beside the altar that had been reinforced and repaired, Huey Ming lay quietly in a translucent cocoon of dark red energy, eyes tightly shut, her aura so faint it seemed like a candle flickering in the wind. The grisly black-red bone armor around her had receded, restoring her original form, but her skin was pale to the point of transparency, and the blood-red veins at the corners of her eyes were dim and lifeless. Dachuan Jiakong stood before the cocoon, observing with great interest. The divine eye Magatama in his hand emitted a soft white light, scanning Ming's body. Incredible, he murmured. To have forcibly unleashed the Bia bloodline in that state, and withstand the impact of divine might, yet her soul has not completely dispersed. This body's adaptability to the power of the divine remains far surpasses any previous vessel. He extended a finger and lightly touched the energy cocoon, sending a wisp of pale white energy into it. Though her consciousness is nearly obliterated and her body is on the verge of collapse, the potential of this embryonic vessel may justify investing resources in its restoration and remolding. Dachuan Jiakong's eyes flickered with calculation. A vessel entirely governed by the power of the divine remains possessing the essence of Bia, might far better bear the will of the divine master than forcibly merging those inferior vessels. He turned and ordered a faceless one standing in the shadows, take her to the chamber of regeneration and nourish her with the highest grade divine blood. I want her to live again, to become the most perfect vessel. Yes. The faceless one bowed in obedience, guided the energy cocoon, and slowly sank into a newly opened tunnel behind the altar. Dachuan Jiakong's gaze turned once more toward the distance beyond Jingdu, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Chunhua Mingren, this time, can you still find a chance to turn the tables? I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Several days later, at the break organization's base, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The return of Mingren and the other two brought the disastrous news of the failed Jingdu mission and Huey Ming's fall, shrouding the entire base in gloom. Sengxia Jintian looked at Mingren, exhausted, yet with eyes sharper than ever, and seemed about to speak, but hesitated. Mr. Jintian, if there's news, say it directly. Mingren sat in the main seat, his voice calm. Yes. There are two things. Sengxia Jintian took a deep breath. First, our contacts in the Land of Wind have confirmed that under the powerful push of Kazekage Ai Luo, the Hidden Sand Village has tacitly accepted the limited cooperation we proposed earlier. They have quietly approved the transfer of some special supplies by the Sengxia Trading Company across the border. Moreover, at Ai Luo's behest, the Hidden Sand Border Patrols have recently, coincidentally, strengthened surveillance toward the Land of Fire, which invisibly pins down part of Dachuan's border forces. This was the only good news amidst despair. The Hidden Sand's tacit approval gave the break organization a valuable breathing space and a supply route. The second matter. Sengxia Jintian's expression turned somewhat odd. It concerns the distant seas. The second reconnaissance squad we sent to watch the Devil's Triangle has sent back intermittent, extremely vague information. They did not seem to have been attacked, but lost their way in the abnormally disturbed magnetic field and dense fog of that sea area. In the last decipherable portion of the report, they mentioned that deep within the fog, they seemed to see a floating island. And on the island, faint green light flickering. A floating island. Green light. Mingren's heart moved, and he immediately thought of the all-healing, the aggregate formed of pure natural energy. Could the anomaly in the distant seas be connected to it? Or was there another unknown force or entity there? The spark of hope always seemed to sprout quietly in the most unexpected places deep within the darkest despair. Mingren rose and walked to the sand table at the center of the base, his gaze sweeping in turn over the markers of Jingdu in the land of fire, the hidden sand village in the land of wind, and the vast sea area marked as the Devil's Triangle. The road ahead was still full of brambles. Duchuan Jiakong was like a sword hanging overhead. Ming's life and death remained unknown. The distant seas were veiled in mystery. But he could not fall. He clenched his fists and the flame in his eyes rekindled. Consolidate all the intelligence. Adjust the plan. Contact every force we might possibly win over. Prepare the next move. Objective 1, at any cost gather intelligence on Duchuan's chamber of regeneration and Ming's whereabouts. Objective 2, explore the distant seas. Find out what that floating island and green light really are. The embers of despair had not yet cooled, but the distant sparks of hope were already faintly visible. Xuanhua Mingren and his break organization would set out once more into an even more dangerous situation, for survival for their comrades, and for that faint hope. In the medical ward deep within the base Senju, she lay upon the bed as the physician summoned by Morishita conducted a meticulous examination. Chakra depletion compounded by the lingering aftershocks of Kamui had inflicted considerable damage upon her chakra pathway system. She needs at least half a month of complete rest, and during that time she cannot use any large-scale jutsu. The physician rolled up his medical scroll, his tone grave. Senju nodded in silence. Her pale face was utterly expressionless. She simply stared at the ceiling with hollow eyes. The image of Mei pushing her away at the very last moment and facing that annihilating energy alone looped through her mind like a recurring nightmare. Ichiryu leaned against the corridor wall outside the door, arms crossed, the short blade, white fang tucked diagonally at the small of his back. His eyes were closed, yet the fierce aura radiating from him made even the occasional base members passing by unconsciously soften their footsteps. Defeat and retreat. For a former elite of Konoha's ANBU, now the sharpest blade of the break organization, were bitter pills far harder to swallow than death. Naruto did not remain in the medical ward, nor did he rest. He stood alone at the highest lookout point of the base, where the outline of the land of fire's distant border could be faintly discerned. The setting sun dyed the sky a bloody red, just like the resolute crimson light in Mei's eyes that day beneath Kyoto. He opened his palm. The guardian oath, grown dim and lusterless, lay quietly in the center of his hand. He could feel that the faint thread of connection to Mei within it had not been completely severed, like a candle guttering in the wind, flickering unsteadily, as if about to go out at any moment, yet stubbornly holding on. She's still alive. That thought was the sole pillar, holding him up, keeping him from being wholly devoured by guilt and despair. But to be alive and to have fallen into Tokugawa Ieyasu's hands, what did that mean? He dared not think further. Footsteps sounded from behind, very softly, but Naruto recognized them at once. Mita-san. Morishita walked to his side, and together they gazed toward the blood-red sky in the distance. On the Sunagakure front, Kazekage Gaara has relayed a clearer message. He paused. He says he can offer limited support in intelligence and certain non-restricted supplies, but Sunagakure will not directly intervene in our frontal clash with Tokugawa. That is his bottom line, and as the Kazekage, the greatest leeway he can secure for an old friend. Naruto nodded in silence. He understood Gaara's position. Sunagakure was hardly a monolith. Within it were elders who admired Tokugawa's overwhelming might or dreaded his Kamui. That Gaara could go this far was already an act taken at enormous political risk. In addition, regarding the Chamber of Rebirth, Morishita's tone grew somber. We activated an intelligence asset buried extremely deep. The cost was immense. All we obtained was one vague piece of intelligence. A forbidden place beneath the Tokugawa estate, deeper even than the altar, said to be bound up with the core secret of the divine remains and guarded by the most elite of the faceless ones. Its exact location and internal structure. Unknown. Unknown. Again unknown. Tokugawa Ieyasu's power was like a colossal black hole devouring every gaze that dared to pry. And the far seas? Naruto asked, his voice slightly parched. The second reconnaissance squad has gone completely silent. But among the final signal fragments transmitted before contact was lost, besides the floating island and the green glow, we also captured an extremely brief natural energy fluctuation, one whose magnitude was absurdly high. Morishita looked at Naruto. This reminds me of what you mentioned before. The all-healing. Naruto's pupils contracted slightly. The all-healing had once warned him that the balance was being broken, and Tokugawa Ieyasu's curse of the divine remains was undoubtedly the culprit behind the destruction of that balance. The anomalies in the far seas, the floating island, the green light, the high-density natural energy. Could all of this be connected to the all-healing, or more precisely to the power that preserves the balance? It was a possibility, a potential breakthrough that might lie beyond the immense mountain that was Tokugawa. Just then a series of muffled thuds rose from the training ground below the base. Naruto and Morishita looked down. Senjushi had left the medical ward at some point unnoticed, and was standing in the middle of the training ground unleashing the most basic water release, wild water wave, at a specially made target over and over again. The water flow was feeble, striking the target with no real force, less like training than like venting. Ichiryu's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. He did not stop her, he simply watched in silence. Naruto drew a deep breath, clenching the guardian oath tightly in his palm. The cold touch stung his nerves. He descended the observation deck, and made his way to the training ground. Senjushi saw Naruto, and halted her movements, breathing heavily, the rims of her eyes red. Shifi. I know. Naruto cut her off, his gaze sweeping over Senjushi and Ichiryu, who had walked over. We are all the same. He walked to the center of the training ground, and stood before everyone. The other members of the base, the core figures of the Morishita trading company, along with the rogue ninja and samurai who had been taken in later and resented Tokugawa's rule, gradually gathered round. All eyes were riveted on Naruto, carrying the fear of those who had narrowly escaped death and the confusion of an uncertain future. Naruto looked around at them all. In his blue eyes there was no longer any hesitation, only deeply settled resolve, and a will as unshakable as bedrock. We failed. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it reached every ear with perfect clarity. We lost precious comrades, and we witnessed the terrifying power of the enemy. It is painful. It is despairing. He paused, letting the weight of it settle over everyone. But we are still standing here. Mei may still be alive. Hope has not yet been completely extinguished. Tokugawa Ieyasu is strong, his Kamui is like an impassable abyss. But that does not mean we should kneel and beg for mercy or wallow in despair. His voice rose steadily, carrying a force that brooked no doubt. What is the meaning of our organization break if not to shatter this suffocating tyranny and find another possibility for this world? If we gave up over a single failure, then why did we gather here in the first place? Mei bought our chance to escape with her own sacrifice. Not so that we could wallow in self-pity here, but so that we could gather strength, find a way, and bring her back. And so that we could become stronger and accomplish the goals we first set out to achieve. Naruto raised his tightly clenched fist, the guardian oath dangled from between his fingers. I Uzumaki Naruto swear it here and now. Whether what lies ahead is Tokugawa's Kamui or the mist of the far seas, I will never give up. I will find a way to save Mei, and I will find a road to defeating Tokugawa. I need your strength. The strength of every person who refuses to bow. His gaze swept across every face like a burning flame. From this moment on, put away your tears and your dejection. Turn grief into strength, turn despair into resolve. Train and grow stronger. Gather every possible piece of intelligence. Seek out every possible ally and every possible crack of opportunity. Our road is still long. The battle is far from over. As long as we still draw breath, the banner of break will never fall. Silence hung over the training ground. Then heavy breathing grew ragged and dazed eyes gradually hardened into determination. Senjushi wiped the dampness from the corners of her eyes and straightened her spine. Ichiryu's hand came to rest on the hilt of white fang, a cold gleam rekindled in his gaze. Morishita gave a faint nod. Every member felt an unyielding will radiating from their leader. The embers of despair had not yet cooled, but within Naruto's oath-like words a new flame had been kindled. This flame was born of care for one's comrades, born of resistance against injustice, and above all born of a leader's conviction never to give up. Uzumaki Naruto would lead his break across this dark continent, shrouded in tyranny and mist, pressing ever forward until they found that first thread of the breaking dawn. Naruto's vow ignited a renewed fighting spirit within the base, but the harsh reality remained cold. Resources were scarce, intelligence was lacking, and powerful enemies lurked on all sides. Every step was like treading on thin ice. A few days later, an encrypted scroll was delivered to Naruto through an extremely covert channel of the Morishita trading company. The sealing formula on the scroll was ancient and peculiar, carrying a faint trace of familiar icy chakra. It was Sasuke. Naruto immediately returned to his room and broke the seal. The information inside the scroll was concise, yet every word carried immense weight. Ming is not dead. She has been turned into a vessel embryo and placed in the chamber of regeneration, undergoing intensive restoration under heavy guard. Tokugawa intends to use her as the foundation to bear the will of the Divine Master. The timing is unknown, but the process has already begun. The Eye of God is not singular. It was born from fragments of the ancient relic, Yasukani no Magatama, of which Tokugawa holds one. Gathering all of them might allow us to oppose the divine might, but it could also trigger uncontrollable consequences. Mifune, the general of the Iron Country, views Tokugawa's expansion and the curse of the divine remains with suspicion. He is neutral but wary. He can be approached, but his stance puts the interests of the Iron Country first. The disturbances on the distant sea are related to the rampage of natural energy, suspected of being a precursor to the collapse of the balance. They may also be the manifestation of the purification force mentioned in the healing of all things. Proceed with caution. Do not reply, the line is unsafe. At the end of the scroll were a rough map of an Iron Country border outpost and a covert recognition code. The volume of information was overwhelming. Naruto read it several times, his emotions churning. Sasuke's intelligence confirmed that Ming was still alive, but her situation was extremely dangerous. The word vessel embryo alone made his blood run cold. At the same time, the truth about the Eye of God, the Yasukani, no Magatama fragment, the possible opening in the Iron Country, and the deeper meaning of the distant sea anomalies. These pieces of information were like scattered puzzle pieces slowly assembling in his mind. Sasuke had been operating in the shadows at extreme risk. The intelligence he sent was both a help and perhaps a signal, one that could draw Naruto into a larger game. Naruto pondered for a moment, then thoroughly destroyed the scroll. He walked out of his room and summoned Morishita, Senjushayo, whose condition had improved, and Ichiryu. He did not reveal the source of the intelligence, only sharing a filtered portion of it. Ming was confirmed alive, imprisoned by Tokugawa in the Chamber of Regeneration, being repaired and modified as some kind of vessel. We have a chance, but time is running short. At these words, Senjushayo clenched her hands so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her palms. Moreover, we may need to open a second front. Naruto continued, his gaze moving to the neutral Iron Country on the sand table. Mifune, the general of the Iron Country, does not fully trust Tokugawa. He is someone we can try to win over, or at least establish a communication channel with. Morishita frowned. The Iron Country has always adhered to strict neutrality, and General Mifune is famous for his samurai honor and national independence. Persuading him to intervene in our conflict with Tokugawa would be extremely difficult. We don't need him to intervene directly. Naruto analyzed calmly. Even if we merely obtain intelligence about Tokugawa's border troop movements or the effects of the curse of the divine remains on the Iron Country's border, it would be a tremendous help. We might even learn from him the true attitudes of the other great powers toward Tokugawa. He thought of a Wagakure of the Earth Country and Kumogakure of the Lightning Country, equally powerful forces that could not possibly remain indifferent to Tokugawa's rise. I'll go. Ichiryu spoke suddenly, his voice low. I have crossed swords with Iron Country samurai before, and I understand their ways. A covert approach would draw less attention than a large merchant caravan. Naruto looked at Ichiryu and nodded. Ichiryu's skill and experience indeed made him the best candidate. Agreed. But remember, the purpose of this trip is to establish initial contact and test the waters. Do not expose the base's location or our core plans. Safety comes first. Ichiryu accepted the mission. What about the distant sea? Senjushayo looked up, a hint of urgency in her eyes. She longed to act, to contribute to saving Ming. The situation at the distant sea is unclear, and the risk may be even greater than in the Iron Country. Naruto looked at her. Shayo, you need to recover as soon as possible. Once you're stable, the exploration of the distant sea will be led by you. We need to find out the truth behind that green glow and the rampage of natural energy. It may be the key to countering the divine remains. Senjushayo nodded firmly. The meeting ended, and everyone left to carry out their orders. Naruto stayed behind alone, once more staring at the sand table. Tokugawa Ieyasu was like a giant spider perched at the center, weaving the web called the Curse of the Divine Remains. And he himself had to find the weak points on this web, unite all possible strengths, and tear it apart bit by bit. Sasuke was a hidden move, the Iron Country a probing step, and the distant sea an unexpected trump card. And Gaara of Sunagakure was one of the few yet crucial open cards in his hand. Meanwhile, at the Tokugawa estate, Tokugawa Ieyasu listened to the report from the Faceless One concerning the approximate location of the break organization's base and the unusual troop movements along the Sunagakure border. Naruto Uzumaki. More troublesome than I imagined. His tone was flat, revealing nothing. What exactly is Gaara of Sunagakure planning? Is he trying to use the break to weaken me, or does he have another agenda? He tapped his fingers on the armrest. Strengthen the defense of the Chamber of Regeneration. Kagaya Ming is the key to the plan. There must be no mistakes. Also have people keep a close watch on the Iron Country direction. See if any rats are trying to target Mifune. As for the distant sea, Tokugawa Ieyasu frowned slightly. The anomalies in that region are so strong that even the Eye of God's detection is disrupted. We can ignore it for now. The rampage of natural energy may be an inevitable tremor before the arrival of the Divine Master. Once we've dealt with the insects within it, can be handled later. He looked out the window, his gaze seemingly piercing through space, falling on the distant Sunagakure, the Iron Country, and the secret base where Naruto was. All the pieces are moving. Good. Let me see how far you can play this game. Meanwhile, in the Kazekage's office in the distant Sunagakure, where wind and sand never ceased, Gaara stood at the window looking down at the bustling village and the endless sea of sand beyond. Temari stood behind him, reporting on the contact with the break organization through secret channels. Naruto and his people suffered severe losses this time. That girl of the Kaguya clan has fallen. Temari's tone was grave. The limited support we provide may not be enough to turn the tide. Gaara was silent for a moment, then said slowly, Tokugawa Ieyasu's power has exceeded everyone's expectations. In a direct confrontation, Tsunagakure has no chance of victory. Then But we cannot sit by and watch Tokugawa swallow the land of fire and stretch his hand across the entire continent. Gaara turned around, his eyes filled with cold calculation. Maintain contact with Naruto, provide them with necessary intelligence and supply routes, and let them contain and exhaust Tokugawa. At the same time, secretly contact the Tsuchikage and Reikage to probe their stance toward Tokugawa. We need the seed of an alliance. Temari understood. Tsunagakure will not enter the fray directly, but will act as a behind-the-scenes driving force to unite the forces opposing Tokugawa. This, too, is a dangerous game. The contact at the Land of Iron's border was like a pebble dropped into a still lake, its ripples spreading silently. Saito Ishin reported to General Mifune in full the information brought by the Ito Ryu and the proposal of the break organization. By candlelight, Mifune traced the tsuba of his beloved blade, Kagehide, silent for a long time. He recalled his earlier meeting with Naruto's envoy Shimada, the evidence of Tokugawa's human experimentation, and the shock of Naruto's frank admission that he possessed living proof. Now, too, there was the connection between anomalies from beyond the heavens and Tokugawa's power. Ishin, what do you think? Mifune's voice echoed through the quiet chamber. Saito Ishin bowed his head and replied with candid respect, General, what the break organization says is corroborated by the earlier anonymous evidence, as well as the faint traces of energy erosion detected on our borders. What Tokugawa Ieyasu plots, I fear, is no longer merely one nation or one castle. If the source of his power truly comes from beyond the heavens, it threatens not only the independence of the Land of Iron, but the entire shinobi world. He paused, then continued, however, the break organization has suffered a loss of strength. Its leader Uzumaki Naruto is firm of will, but in a direct confrontation with Tokugawa's Kimi, his odds of victory are slim. If we become too closely involved with them, now we may bring disaster upon ourselves. Mifune nodded slightly. Sato's analysis had struck the heart of the matter. The Land of Iron's neutrality rested on strength and astute judgment, not on rigid dogma. No need for open support. Mifune reached his final decision. Keep a one-way intelligence channel with the break organization. The intelligence they provide about Tokugawa's internal affairs helps us judge the situation. At the same time, filter and give them the data we have collected on the energy erosion along Tokugawa's borders, as well as any residual fluctuations connected to the Angels or the Thunder God Temple. It was an extremely cautious balance, neither overstepping nor standing entirely aloof. Using the break organization as a forward outpost to probe Tokugawa and the threat from beyond the heavens, while trading intelligence for whatever value they might offer. Additionally, a sharp glint flashed across Mifune's eyes, tighten surveillance on all merchant caravans in the country that have close dealings with Tokugawa, especially the flow of special ores and chakra metal. Tokugawa's acceleration of his plans will inevitably demand immense resources. Yes, Saito Ishin accepted the order and left. Mifune turned alone toward the pitch-black night sky outside the window. A samurai's instinct told him that a storm sweeping the continent was gathering. The Land of Iron, this neutral sword, would have to remain even more carefully in its sheath so that when that day arrived it could decide where to strike. The break organization's base. Naruto received the first intelligence package sent back by Saito Ishin through a secret channel. Not empty promises, but concrete data, a detailed chart of the energy erosion along Tokugawa's borders, and frequency analyses of residual energy at several points where the Angels had descended. Excellent. Morishita Mita's face lit up. With these we can analyze the weaknesses and spread patterns of the curse of the divine remains with greater precision. Naruto tightened his grip on the Guardian Covenant in his chest. It seemed to have grown slightly warmer, and said in a low voice, organize the analysis immediately. At the same time, as a return gift pass on what we know about several of Tokugawa's non-core supply depots, and the speculation that the divine eye may originate from a fragment of the Yasukani no Magatama. He had selectively shared part of Sasuke's intelligence, both demonstrating its value and further drawing the Land of Iron into the investigation of the truth behind the divine eye, imperceptibly deepening their entanglement. Having finished the exchange of intelligence, Naruto's gaze turned toward the depths of the base. Senju Ushio's wounds were healing quickly, sustained by medicine and willpower, but the deep grief in her eyes had not dispersed. She knew the next operation had to be more powerful, more effective. Ushio, Naruto went to her, the exploration of the far sea needs you. But our current strength is not enough to support a large-scale expedition. Senju Uchiha raised her head, her gaze steady. Leader, let me take a small elite team first. We don't need to fight head-on. Only to reconnoiter and confirm the truth about that floating island and the green glow. Naruto looked at her and saw in her eyes the resolve of atonement and an unshakable tenacity. He nodded. All right. Select the members best at stealth perception and survival. Remember, your task is to be eyes, not fists. If you find anything, give priority to relaying the information and returning safely. Understood. Senju Uchiha accepted her orders and at once began preparations. The Far Sea became the key direction in which the Break organization sought a way to break the deadlock after its frontal setback. Deep beneath the Tokugawa estate, Kaguya Mei floated in a container filled with green life energy and dark red divine blood. Her brow tightly furrowed, her body occasionally trembling in faint spasms. Her consciousness sank into endless pain and chaos, yet some tenacity of the far shore bloodline and a faint warmth like a bond reaching from afar kept her from ever being wholly extinguished. Tokugawa Ieyasu observed the data with cold detachment. Fusion is accelerating, but her conscious resistance is stronger than expected. Increase the concentration of divine blood and suppress her individual will. My lord, this may completely destroy the very origin of her soul, reducing her to a pure, empty shell. The researcher warned in a trembling voice. An empty shell is the finest container. The divine lord does not need her consciousness, only her bloodline and her body. Tokugawa Ieyasu remained utterly unmoved. Carry out the order. We must complete the preliminary preparation of the container before those insects cause us greater trouble. He turned and walked away toward the secret chamber. The blurred projection of the divine lord seemed to flicker faintly. Sensing the fluctuation of the key in the distant ocean, the Far Sea, Tokugawa Ieyasu frowned. Energy interference in that region is extremely strong. Take the key. Accelerate. Descent. Retrieve. Chakra. Understood. A fierce light flashed through Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes. I will send people to the Far Sea. Anything that might interfere with the Divine Lord's descent must be eliminated. Meanwhile, far away on the boundless ocean beyond the continent strife, Sasuke's figure stood atop a solitary reef. The Kusanagi blade in his hand trembled slightly, pointing toward the distant Devil's Triangle Sea, a region veiled in dense fog and chaotic energy. Reflected in his Sharingan were countless twisted strands of energy interlaced between sky and sea, invisible to ordinary eyes. Natural energy running wild, and the nauseating aura of a karma mark. He murmured, Tokugawa's tentacles may not have reached there yet, but the servants of them may have arrived first. He felt a black magatama in his bosom, another fragment of the Yasukani no Magatama, growing faintly hot, resonating with some existence deep within the Far Sea. Naruto, it seems we have both unwittingly collided with the center of the storm. His form flickered, turned into several crows, and silently merged into the dense fog. Like a true shadow, he prowled toward that unknown and perilous sea. Devil's Triangle Sea area, thick fog like a wall devouring light and sound. The small reconnaissance vessel, the Petrel, led by Chinsho, she struggled forward like a leaf on the surging gray-blue sea, interwoven with chaotic chakra. Captain, the navigation compass is completely dead. The magnetic field here is absurdly chaotic. A sensor team member reported anxiously, his face pale from continuously resisting the external mental interference. Chinsho, she stood at the bow surrounded by pale blue water release chakra, striving to sense the surrounding environment. She could clearly feel that the natural energy in this sea was violent and disordered, full of repulsion, utterly different from the gentle natural energy of the continent. At the same time, a faint, unsettling aura of decay and destruction was mixed within, exactly the sensation mentioned in the earlier intelligence. Relying on the most primitive judgment of wind direction and ocean currents, proceed toward the direction with the strongest energy reaction. Chinsho, she ordered, her voice calm and resolute. She formed hand seals, injecting even purer water release chakra into the hull to stabilize the Petrel's course. After sailing for most of another day, just as everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, the thick fog ahead suddenly thinned. Look, up there. A team member pointed at the sky, shouting in surprise. A colossal island was floating abnormally in the air hundreds of meters above, defying all common sense. The underside of the island was rugged black rock entwined with countless faintly glowing vines. The island was enveloped by a massive barrier swirling with iridescent light, obscuring internal details. Yet that intertwined aura of life and destruction emanated precisely from within the barrier. A floating island. It truly exists. Chinsho, she murmured, her eyes filled with shock. At that moment, several dark shadows shot out from the thick fog like arrows, lunging straight at the Petrel. They were grotesque, humanoid yet inhuman, with gray-white skin and wood-like structures at their joints. In their eye sockets burned eerie green flames, and they exuded a cold, evil chakra similar to that of the descending angels. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Chinsho, she shouted sharply, instantly erecting a water formation wall at the bow. The monster's claws struck the water wall, producing piercing screeches. Their attacks were disorderly yet incredibly powerful, and they showed resistance to conventional ninjutsu. Lightning release, earth run. A team member tried to paralyze them with lightning, but the current merely crackled across their bodies with little effect. Their energy structure is bizarre. Physical attacks and elemental counters barely work. Another team member swinging a kunai barely blocked their attacks. Chinsho, she's eyes sharpened. Her hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. A massive water dragon surged forth with a roar, sweeping two monsters into the sea. But more monsters emerged from the fog. We can't get entangled. Retreat. Chinsho, she made a prompt decision. The numbers and strength of these unknown creatures were uncertain. Us staying here would only lead to death. Propelled by her water release, the petrel abruptly turned around and sped back the way it came. The monsters pursued closely from behind, emitting shrill shrieks. Just as one monster was about to pounce on the stern, a fierce purple sword light flashed by like lightning. Squelch. The monster froze in midair, then split in two and dispersed into black ash. The remaining monsters seemed frightened and briefly halted their assault. A figure silently landed on the petrel's massed, black robes fluttering. It was Zhuozhu. He held a grass cutter sword shimmering with purple chakra, his Sharingan coldly scanning the pursuers behind. Zhuozhu. Chinsho, she was both surprised and delighted. Without turning back, Zhuozhu said tersely, follow my crow. It will lead you out of this foggy area. This is not a place you should be coming to now. With that, he raised his hand and released several pitch-black energy crows which cried out clearly as they flew off in a specific direction. Zhuozhu himself leapt forward, actively meeting the pursuing monster horde. As his sword light flickered, several more monsters turned to ash, buying precious time for the petrel's escape. Chinsho, she suppressed the questions in her heart and immediately steered the ship to follow the guiding crow. Under the crow's lead, the petrel navigated out of the densest fog area without further danger, and the navigation equipment gradually recovered. She looked back, and from deep within the fog-shrouded sea came the faint sounds of fierce energy collisions and monsters' death, throws along with a dazzling green light shooting into the sky, as if something within the island had been stirred. Organization base. Mingren received encrypted emergency intelligence sent back by Chinsho, she via a special summoning beast, confirmed floating island powerful barrier. Encountered angel-like energy creatures, formidable conventional ninjutsu ineffective. Fortunate to have been rescued by Yuzhibo Zhuozhu's aid. Zhuozhu said this place is dangerous, not suitable to go now. Strange movements seem to be occurring within the island, and a great green light is blazing. Huge amount of information. Floating island confirmed. Enemies confirmed to share origins with the angels Otsutsuki's minions. Zhuozhu appeared and offered assistance. And there may be a more powerful unknown existence within the island. Zhuozhu. Mingren clenched his fist, both grateful and worried. Zhuozhu had always been operating in the shadows. The level of danger he faced was no less than theirs. Immediately analyzed the combat data she sent back, focusing on the energy composition and weaknesses of those monsters. Mingren ordered. At the same time, he shared this intelligence with Zhiding Isin of the Land of Iron, reminding them to watch for creatures with similar energy characteristics appearing in other regions. He omitted the part about Zhuozhu's appearance, only mentioning his aid. Zhuozhu's identity must be protected. Sangxia Jintian said worriedly, Chief, the situation in the far seas is more dangerous than expected. Miss Shi and the others. Mingren said firmly, trust Shi's judgment and Zhuozhu's warning. Mingren said in a deep voice, we'll shelve the far sea operation for now. We need greater strength and more concrete methods before we can explore again. The current focus remains rescuing Ming and finding effective ways to counter those monsters. He faintly sensed that those monsters might be the prototype of the Otsutsuki army they would face in the future. Land of Iron Grand General's residence. Sanchuan frowned at the preliminary energy analysis report on the Farsi monsters presented by Zhiding Isin, shared by the PA organization. Angel-like energy creatures. Conventional ninjutsu, ineffective. He repeated the key words in the report. Dechuan Jiakong's source of power was indeed inextricably tied to these beings from beyond the heavens. He rose and walked to the continent map hanging on the wall. With a sharp gaze, he said, Isin, increase border patrols, especially the sensitive areas bordering the Land of Fire. Once any energy anomalies or signs of unknown creature activity are discovered, report immediately. If necessary, allow the samurai units to use demon-breaking arrows. Demon-breaking arrows are weapons developed by the Land of Iron against special chakra defenses. They are costly and are typically used only in the most critical moments. Sanchuan's order meant he had elevated Dechuan and the threat behind him to the highest state of alert. The iron will of the Land of Iron was quietly tensing as the threat grew clearer. It might remain neutral, but this neutrality now carried a formidable sharpness. Dechuan residence. A faceless one knelt on the ground reporting to Dachuan Jiakong, the advanced squad sent to the far seas. Has lost contact. The last transmitted information mentioned encountering a powerful barrier attacks by unknown creatures, and a chakra reaction suspected to be Yuzibo's Waju. Yuzibo's Waju. Has he also set his sights on that place? A cold glint flashed in Dachuan Jiakong's eyes. And those worthless, white Zetsu his name for those monsters can't even handle such a simple matter. Inside the secret chamber the oracle's projection flickered. The key's fluctuations are strengthening. Foreign elements have intervened. We must seize it. Quickly. I will personally arrange the second group of personnel. Dachuan Jiakong said coldly, take the Divine Remains armed forces and at all costs enter that island and find the key. The contest over the far seas suddenly escalated due to Zhuaju's intervention and the prominent importance of the key. All of this was faintly perceived by Ming Ren through his intelligence network. He knew the storm was gathering at an accelerating pace. He had to grow stronger faster and find his companions sooner so that before the final storm arrived he would possess the power to protect everything. The Haiyan finally dragged its exhausted hull and crew out of the edge of the Devil's Triangle waters. Senju Uchiha stood at the stern gazing at the sea still shrouded in dense fog and chaotic energy her heart, unable to find peace. Sasuke's sudden appearance and timely aid the bizarre and terrifyingly powerful monsters and the sickly green light that had blazed out from inside the floating island at the end, all of it replayed over and over in her mind. Captain, what should we do next? A crew member stepped forward, his face still pale with the pallor of having survived. Return to base as planned. Senju Uchiha drew her gaze back and her tone steadied. Seal away all the data we recorded, especially the details of the energy fluctuations from our fight with those monsters, complete and intact. This experience is crucial to understanding the enemies we will face in the future. She knew the expedition to the far seas had been treacherous, but the intelligence it brought back was priceless. Those monsters might be the lowliest manifestations of the Divine Lord's power lurking behind Tokugawa. Understanding them means understanding the enemy of the war to come. At the break organization base, the atmosphere in the command room was as heavy as a mountain. Naruto read the detailed report sent back by Senju Uchiha again and again, particularly the parts about the monster's resistance to conventional ninjutsu and Sasuke's warning. That place is dangerous. It is not advisable to go there at this time. Even Sasuke is that wary. Morishita said in a heavy voice. That far sea route may well be closed to us for the time being. It is not closed. It is simply that the time has not yet come. Naruto raised his head, a clear blue light gleaming in his eyes. Uchiha and the others have brought back precious data showing us what the enemy is like. That is worth far more than blind exploration. Now we must shift our focus. He walked to the sand table and pressed his finger firmly on the position of the capital. Rescuing Mei admits no delay. Tokugawa is accelerating the preparation of the vessel. Every extra moment Mei stays inside, it brings greater danger, and a greater chance that her consciousness will be erased completely. But the Chamber of Regeneration is heavily guarded. We do not even know its exact location. Morishita looked troubled. The intelligence-sharing channel with the Land of Iron has already been established. We can try to obtain more information about the underground structures through them, or make use of the factions within Tokugawa's camp that resent the curse of the Divine Remains. Naruto thought with clarity. At the same time, we cannot rely only on outside sources. Ichiryu, the man who had been silently standing in the shadows with his arms crossed, stepped forward. Take an elite infiltration team and return to the outskirts of the capital in small groups in secret. You are not required to enter the core zone. Your mission is to use every available means to listen, observe, and collect intelligence related to underground facilities, energy transmission, or unusual troop movements. Even the tiniest scrap of a clue may help us piece together the entrance to the Chamber of Regeneration. Naruto's voice carried unshakable resolve. Remember, your mission is to be eyes and ears, not blades. If you are exposed, withdraw immediately and preserve yourselves. Understood. Ichiryu answered briefly, his figure seeming to melt into the shadows as he went to choose his men. Naruto then looked at Morishita. Use every hidden business network and personal connection we have. Spare no expense to gather intelligence on special chakra-conductive metals, large-scale energy stabilization devices, and any rumors or ancient texts that may be connected to fragments of the Yasukani no Magatama. Tokugawa is carrying out such a grand scheme that the flow of resources and knowledge cannot be completely concealed. Yes, I will handle it at once. Morishita hurried away. Only Naruto remained in the command room. He took out the Guardian Pact once more, felt the faint yet stubborn connection within it, and whispered, "Hold on, Mei. We will definitely save you." At the general's residence in the Land of Iron, Saito Ishin presented to Mifune the detailed energy analysis of the Farsi monsters shared by the Break organization. Mifune paged through it carefully, his gaze lingering for a long time on phrases such as extremely high resistance to conventional ninjutsu, an energy structure highly consistent with the residual waveforms left by the descent of the angel. As expected, the feelers from beyond the sky have already stretched this far. Mifune set down the report, his eyes sharp as blades. Ishin, any unusual movements among the merchant houses we have been monitoring that have close dealings with Tokugawa? Reporting Lord Ieyasu, their recent purchases of chakra metal and several rare crystals have surged sharply. Their transport routes deliberately bypass the regular checkpoints, and their destination points straight at the capital of the Land of Fire. Furthermore, our planted agents report that Tokugawa's envoys have secretly contacted several scholars in our country who study ancient sealing arts. They were politely refused, but their intentions were clear. Mifune pondered for a moment and made his decision: encrypt the information we have on the flow of these supplies along with the intelligence about Tokugawa's contact with the scholars and send them to the Break organization. At the same time, in my name, secretly invite several masters versed in barriers and energy studies to begin researching methods of defense and countermeasures against this energy from beyond the sky. The Land of Iron may refrain from entering the war for now, but it must never stand unprepared before an approaching threat. Yes, Saito Ishin accepted the order solemnly. He knew this was no longer mere intelligence sharing. It was nearly substantive support given in secret. The sword of the Land of Iron had not yet left its sheath, but its edge had already begun to turn toward the true threat. Deep beneath the Tokugawa estate, inside the vessel holding Kaguya, the concentration of dark red divine blood had risen sharply, while the green life energy was suppressed until it was nearly invisible. Mei's body trembled violently. Veins bulged beneath her skin, taking on an ominous black-red hue, and the blood-red patterns at the corners of her eyes writhed like living things. Blood tears continued to seep from her tightly closed eyes. She was clearly enduring agonizing pain and erosion beyond imagination. Tokugawa Ieyasu stared coldly at the fusion index leaping rapidly across the data panel. Her consciousness is still resisting. Truly a tenacious Bia bloodline. His tone carried no emotion. But before absolute power, how long can we hold out? He turned and ordered the commander of the Faceless Ones behind him. On the far seas, the second wave will be led by Night Owl equipped with 3 divine remains armaments. You must break through the barrier and find the key. Raise the alert inside the capital to the highest level, especially in the underground zones. I have a feeling those rats are about to lose their patience. Yes, Tokugawa Ieyasu looked toward the secret chamber, a fanatical gleam flickering in his eyes. The closer the day of the Divine Lord's descent, the more ludicrous this resistance appeared. When he grasped the true power of a god, the entire continent would grovel at his feet. As for Kaguya, she was nothing more than a sacrificial offering on this grand journey. Special perhaps, but fated to be consumed. Darkness spread beneath the earth, hope struggled on the surface, and the mystery of the far seas along with the shadow from beyond the sky silently closed in over everything. Uzumaki Naruto's rescue plan and Tokugawa Ieyasu's descent ritual were like 2 trajectories accelerating toward collision. The fork in fate's road was about to arrive. Outside Kyoto, an abandoned village ruin, Idao Lu like a true shadow melted into the darkness of the crumbling walls and broken ruins. The few elite operatives he brought dispersed around using camouflage techniques and barrier talismans to construct a temporary highly covert observation post. Their gazes like hawks were fixed on that distant, imposing, yet ominous Tokugawa mansion. Several days and nights of lying in ambush, tedious and dangerous. The security of the Tokugawa mansion had clearly been reinforced. The patrol frequency and routes had been adjusted, leaving almost no gaps to exploit. Captain, the energy monitor is picking up a faint response. A technical operative lowered his voice and handed a screen displaying irregular fluctuations to Idao Lu. The source. It's not the surface structures of the mansion, but deeper underground toward the west. The fluctuation pattern is partially similar to the divine remains energy erosion data provided by the Iron Country, but it's more concentrated and ordered. Underground west side. Idao Lu silently noted this information. It confirmed the conjecture that the regeneration chamber was underground and provided a general direction. Record the pattern of fluctuation frequency and intensity changes. Idao Lu ordered. At the same time, observe all entrances and exits on the west side of the mansion, including vents and drainage channels, even the most inconspicuous corners. Record all movement of personnel and supplies, especially convoys transporting large sealed containers. He knew that a vital facility like the regeneration chamber would inevitably require abundant supplies and personnel movements, and no matter how tight the security traces would always be left. Meanwhile, on another front, Morishita's efforts in mobilizing the merchant guild's connections finally bore fruit. Chief, we have a lead. Morishita brought an encrypted scroll to Naruto. Through our informants embedded in the Lightning Country's merchant caravans, we learned a piece of news about half a year ago. A batch of steel rubbings unearthed from ancient ruins and suspected to be related to the legend of the Yasukani Magatama appeared on the black market in the Lightning Country and was later purchased by a mysterious buyer at an exorbitant price. The described features bear some resemblance to the form of the Eye of God Magatama in Tokugawa Ieyasu's possession. Lightning Country. Kirigakure. Naruto mused. Kirigakure's fervent collection of ninja tools and ancient secret arts was notorious. Additionally, several merchant guilds under our surveillance that have indirect trade dealings with Tokugawa have indeed been purchasing large quantities of high-purity chakra-conductive metal and a special crystal known as soul-calming stone. Their transport routes are extremely concealed, all ultimately converging on a large warehouse in Kyoto's western district. That warehouse. It's directly above the area where we detected the underground energy fluctuation. The clues are beginning to connect. The underground energy fluctuations, the flow of special materials, and even the possible source of the Eye of God. Though still vague, we're no longer completely without leads. Continue tracing the whereabouts of the stone tablets, and try to obtain copies of the rubbings, Naruto instructed. At the same time, focus surveillance on that warehouse and figure out how the materials are being transported underground. Iron Country, a secret research institute. Several masters of barrier arts and energy studies secretly assembled by Mifune were engaged in intense analysis and experiments on the monster energy data provided by the Break organization and the Divine Remains energy samples monitored by Iron Country itself. Incredible. This energy has extremely strong erosive and assimilative properties, and it seems to possess a priority suppression over conventional chakra composition. An elderly scholar with white hair pushed up his glasses, his tone shocked. We must find an energy system that is fundamentally different in nature, or one that can contend with it on a hierarchical level to interfere or defend. Another master mused, natural energy. Might be one direction, but it's too wild and difficult to control. Perhaps we could start from the legend of the Yasukani Magatama. Saito Ishin suggested from the side. According to the information shared by the Break organization, that is an ancient relic. Could its power be precisely the nemesis of this kind of energy? The discussions in the research institute grew lively, and a new research path based on ancient legends and real threats was opened up. Iron Country's wisdom was quietly transforming into a potential weapon against future crises. Underground of the Tokugawa mansion, the regeneration chamber. Kaguya Mei's struggles grew weaker and weaker. The high-concentration divine blood, like countless red-hot iron needles, ceaselessly pierced and melted her will and the essence of her soul. The instruments outside the container showed that her self-awareness fluctuations had dropped below a critical point, while her body's fusion rate with the divine blood was steadily increasing. Good. The resistance is finally about to end. Tokugawa Ieyasu looked at the data with a satisfied expression. In at most 7 more days the vessel will take its initial form enough to bear the first wisp of the God Lord's will. He turned and looked at the faceless commander kneeling nearby. From the distant seas, has Night Owl sent back any news? Reporting to Lord Ieyasu, the Night Owl team has successfully broken through the outer barrier, but the internal environment of the island is extremely complex. The turbulence of natural energy and the interference of those bizarre creatures are immense, so the progress in searching for the key is slow. They also lost 2 men. Tokugawa Ieyasu snorted coldly. Tell Night Owl to speed up at all costs. The key must be obtained. Yes. At that moment, from the direction of the secret chamber came the somewhat urgent mental fluctuation of the God Lord. The vessel is about to reach the standard. Prepare. The summoning ritual. The key. As soon as possible. Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes flashed with sharp light. Advance the ritual preparation. Notify all key posts to enter the highest state of combat readiness. He sensed that the final moment was accelerating, and he was certain that any ants attempting to stop it would be reduced to ashes under the divine might. The Break organization's base. Naruto integrated all the intelligence that had converged. The direction of the underground energy discovered by Idao Lu, the material distribution hub uncovered by Morishita, and the preliminary progress of energy research from Iron Country. A vague plan began to take shape in his mind. A direct assault was impossible. The only hope lay in precise infiltration and sabotage. The target was the entrance to the underground facility beneath that Western District warehouse. Shio. He looked at Senju Shio, whose injuries had mostly healed. You're skilled in water release and sealing arts. I need you to lead the second squad, secretly infiltrate back to Kyoto, coordinate with Idao Lu, and thoroughly investigate the detailed defenses and energy nodes within and around the warehouse. Yes. Senju Shio accepted without hesitation. Mr. Mita continued to intensify surveillance on special materials, especially the flow of soul-calming stone. It may be key to maintaining the stability of the regeneration chamber or the ritual. Understood. Naruto walked to the window, gazing into the distance. The guardian contract in his bosom seemed to sense his resolute determination and grew slightly warm. 7 days. Based on Tokugawa's accelerated progress and intelligence from all sides, they might have less than 7 days left. Rescue may sabotage the ritual and prevent the first step of the God Lord's descent. All hope rested on this desperate gamble. The calm before the storm was suffocatingly oppressive. The atmosphere at the break organization's base was taut as a bowstring, tense and deadly. The 7-day countdown loomed over everyone like an invisible mountain. Led by Senjushiyo, the second squad, composed of experts in stealth disguise and trap reconnaissance, silently merged into Kyoto's complex underground web and its slums. Their mission was even deeper than that of the Ichiryu unit. They needed to close in on the target area, the Western District warehouse. Under the cover of night and the chaotic streets, Senjushiyo personally conducted close-range reconnaissance. The warehouse was ringed with visible posts and hidden sentries while patrols crossed and recrossed, leaving virtually no dead angles. More dauntingly, she acutely perceived extremely subtle energy ripples in the space around the warehouse, the signature of concealed barrier nodes. If triggered, the consequences would be unthinkable. The barrier was composite, combining early warning defense and spatial interference. Reporting through encrypted communication, Senjushiyo told the base that a forced breakthrough was almost impossible. We need to locate the barrier's energy supply nodes, or discover the pattern of its brief openings when their personnel enter and exit. Meanwhile, the Ichiryu unit's long-term observation had also yielded a key discovery. They had captured sight of a transport convoy guarded by 3 faceless ones and draped in heavy canvas, emerging every 12 hours from a concealed side gate of the warehouse, traveling along a cleared dedicated passage toward a seemingly abandoned shrine not far off. The convoy vanished upon entering the shrine, then returned empty about an hour later. The shrine is the entrance. At the base, Naruto stared at the shrine's position marked on the sand table, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The spatial seals around that passage and the shrine were meant to conceal the energy fluctuations of the underground entrance. Target locked, but getting in remained a challenge. Storming the convoy. That would be suicide. Infiltrating in disguise. The faceless ones seemed to have a unique recognition method, and the barrier would be difficult to fool. Perhaps we can open a gap from the inside. Morishita proposed a bold idea. Based on our earlier investigations of Tokugawa's internal factions, not everyone is willingly following him in this forbidden research. Especially, some traditional medical ninja clans harbor doubts about the divine remains technology. Naruto immediately understood his meaning. Find them, make contact. Even a shred of assistance, or a bit of internal chaos, could become our opening. I'll handle this. I'll use my most secret network to try to make contact. Morishita gave the solemn promise. In the land of iron at the Secret Research Institute, after days and nights of relentless efforts, several masters combining the legend of the Yasukani no Magatama with natural energy theory finally made a breakthrough. They succeeded in replicating a one-use realm-breaking spike, a small ninja tool that utilizes highly compressed natural energy to momentarily impact and paralyze a specific energy structure. In theory, it could disrupt the barrier nodes formed by divine remains energy, but the effect lasts an extremely short time and demands exceptionally precise control from the user. This is the most direct help we can provide for now. Saito Issei handed 3 meticulously sealed realm-breaking spikes glimmering with unstable green light to the liaison officer about to return, urging him to deliver them to Uzumaki Naruto and explain their usage and risks. Beneath the Tokugawa estate, Kagaya-Mei's consciousness seemed to sink into a boundless crimson ocean. Fragments of herself bobbed amid the raging waves, memories torn apart and dissolved. Her father's icy gaze, the flames of her burning clan grounds, Naruto's bright smile under the sunlight, Sasuke's silent back. These images flashed like starlight in cycles, only to be swallowed again and again by the blood-colored tide. Hold on. A faint infinitesimal thought, like a pearl at the bottom of the sea, was wrapped tightly by her final instinct. It was the warmth from afar, connected by the Guardian Pact, her only anchor against total annihilation. On the instrument screen outside the container, the curve representing her self-awareness had nearly become a flat, crumbling baseline. Consciousness fusion has reached 95%. The container's stability meets expectations. A researcher reported to Tokugawa Ieyasu, "We can proceed with the preliminary will guidance test." A genuine smile finally appeared on Tokugawa Ieyasu's face. Good. Notify the others at midnight. 3 days from now we hold the preliminary divine descent ceremony. He looked toward the hidden chamber, as if he could already see the moment when the deities will descended, and this perfect container opened its eyes to unleash boundless divine might. At the break organization's base, Naruto received the realm-breaking spikes sent from the land of iron and the latest intel from Morishita. "We've made contact with a senior medical ninja serving in Tokugawa's medical division. His family was sidelined for questioning the divine remains technology. He is willing to help within his capabilities, but cannot directly participate in the operation. He revealed a key piece of information on the night before the ceremony. A batch of soul-soothing stones used to stabilize the container's soul will be transported into the chamber of rebirth. That will be the moment when guard handovers occur and internal personnel are busier and the barrier's energy fluctuations are at their most complex. Perhaps there is a sliver of opportunity. An opportunity, though faint, it was the only one they had. Naruto took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the assembled core members, Senjutsu, the recalled Ichiryu, and a few of the most trusted elites. The plan is as follows, Naruto said in a low, clear voice. On the night before the ceremony, using the realm-breaking spikes at the exact moment when the barrier's energy fluctuates most chaotically, the Ichiryu and Shio will lead an assault squad forcing their way in through the shrine entrance. There is only one objective: find May, destroy the container, and bring her out. The rest of us will create enough chaos on the outskirts to draw away Tokugawa's main defense forces and buy you time. This was a massive gamble. The odds were pitifully low. Failure meant annihilation. But no one flinched. Senjutsu's eyes were resolute. I will definitely bring her back. Ichiryu silently wiped the white fanged short blade. Its cold light reflected his expressionless face. Everyone, Naruto said, looking at his comrades, his voice carrying undeniable strength. For May to shatter this accursed fate. Move out. The 7-day countdown entered its final 3 days. The gears of fate deep in the darkness below began to spin madly. The night was thick as ink. In the western district of Kyoto, the abandoned shrine lay shrouded in deathly silence. Even the chirping of insects had vanished, leaving only a formless oppression seeping through the air. Inside the shrine, the 8-person assault team, led by Ichiryu and Senjutsu, pressed against the mottled walls like shadows on a fresco. They were concealed beneath the highest-grade stealth jutsu, their breathing reduced to the barest minimum. Tucked against each of their chests was a barrier-breaking spike sent from the land of iron, glowing with a faint green light. According to intelligence from an inside source, the critical batch of soul-quelling stone cores would be delivered in less than a quarter of an hour. That was the window when the barrier's energy fluctuations would be at their most turbulent. Sensing the underground energy currents beginning to surge, Senjutsu closed her eyes and focused. The barrier nodes are straining under the internal energy impact. Their stability is dropping. Now, the moment her words faded, ripples spread across the floor at the center of the shrine like water on a pond, and a swirling portal of pure energy, leading down into the earth, was faintly revealed. At the same moment, several powerful chakra signatures approached rapidly from below the portal. The guards on shift change. Moved. Ichiryu's order cut through the air like a cold blade. Swish, swish, swish. 8 figures shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. In the flash between the portal's full stabilization and the guards inside appearing, they hurled the barrier-breaking spikes with all their might at the key barrier nodes surrounding the portal. WHRR. A piercing hum screamed out. Highly compressed natural energy slammed into the divine remains barrier, unleashing a violent storm of energy turbulence. Green light and dark red filaments of energy writhed together and annihilated each other. The portal, stable only seconds ago, twisted violently, its light guttered by half in an instant, its structure turning wildly unstable. Enemy attack. The faceless guards charging out of the portal raised the alarm, but what met them was a killing strike that had been waiting for this very moment. Konoha-style moon shadow. Ichiryu's body dissolved into multiple afterimages. His white fanged short blade carved a cold arc, instantly splitting open the throats of 2 faceless. Water release, water prison jutsu. Senjutsu pressed both hands to the ground. Torrents of water release chakra gushed forth, trapping the remaining guards, along with their not yet released alarm jutsu, inside a giant water sphere. Go! Ichiryu barked, charging first toward the unsteady energy portal that looked as if it might collapse at any second. The assault team followed close behind without hesitation and dived into it. The very next second after their figures vanished into the portal, violent explosions and towering flames erupted in multiple directions across Kyoto at once. Naruto's outer feint force began to throw all its strength into drawing the attention of Tokugawa's defenders. The underground passage was deep and contorted, saturated with the nauseating aura of divine remains energy. The assault squad advanced at breakneck speed along the only passage, eliminating every stray guard they met with overwhelming force, leaving no one a chance to raise an alarm. The deeper they went, the clearer the familiar chakra pulse belonging to May became, yet also the fainter, as if it could go out at any moment. This way, Senjutsu guided them with her sharp chakra perception. They finally broke through the last protective door, and the scene before their eyes made everyone catch their breath. An immense subterranean space unfolded before them. In the center was a towering altar inscribed with countless eerie runes. Above the altar, Kagaya hovered within an energy cocoon interwoven with dark red and green light. Her face was as pale as paper with faint crimson traces at the corners of her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Her life aura was so weak it was almost imperceptible. Countless pipes linked to the energy cocoon feeding vast corrupt energy into her body. Dozens of faceless stood in readiness around the altar led by one of Tokugawa Ieyasu's trusted lieutenants, the same man they had clashed with before who possessed the power of Kamui. He clearly had not expected anyone to make it into such a core area. Surprise flickered in his eyes, then turned into icy murderous intent. Stop them. The ritual cannot be disturbed, the lieutenant shouted, raising a hand to unleash Kamui. Don't even think about it. Senju Shio wove hand signs, her long-prepared chakra erupting, water release, great exploding water colliding waved. A colossal wave appeared out of nowhere, not crashing into the enemy, but surging against the altar itself to disrupt the energy transfer. At almost the same instant, Ichiryu appeared like a phantom at the lieutenant's side, his white fang short blade stabbing straight for a vital spot and forcing the man to turn and guard. The rest of you, destroy the altar and save Mei. Ichiryu's voice came through the fierce battle. The assault members threw themselves at the altar without fear, locking into savage combat with the faceless guards. Kunai explosive tags and the glare of jutsu strobed wildly through the gloomy underground space. Regardless of her chakra draining at a furious pace, Senju Shio kept the water dragon battering the altar's ruins. The altar's glow began to flicker unsteadily, and the energy conduits connected to Mei also showed signs of destabilization. Inside the cocoon, Mei seemed to perceive the violent disturbance outside and the familiar chakra. Her tightly shut eyelids began to tremble fiercely, and the nearly drowned shards of her consciousness flared with one final glimmer. Naru, too. Above ground at the Tokugawa residence, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who had been commanding the suppression of the outer disorder, snapped his head toward the underground. His expression changed dramatically. They actually found the Chamber of Rebirth. A bunch of fools. His form flickered as he prepared to go underground in person. Yet a huge figure blazing with golden chakra blocked his path. Naruto Uzumaki stood in Ninetales chakra mode, his gaze locking onto him with icy intensity. Your opponent is me, Tokugawa Ieyasu. You're asking for death. Tokugawa Ieyasu was incandescent with rage. The god's eye Magatama in his hand flashed with blazing white light. Kamui. Space began to warp again. But this time Naruto chose not to take it head-on. He accelerated to the limit, becoming a golden bolt of lightning that whirled around Tokugawa Ieyasu. Countless shadow clones materialized at once, launching a barrage of jutsu in harassing waves. It's useless. Before the power of a god, everything is futile. Tokugawa Ieyasu maneuvered Kamui, ceaselessly sucking shadow clones and jutsu into another dimension. Naruto said nothing. His goal was to delay, to buy the people below even one more second. Back beneath the earth at the underground altar, the battle had reached a white-hot pitch. Ichiryu's fight with the lieutenant was fraught with danger. His body was already marked by several wounds, but he continued to cling to his opponent like a chain. Senju Shio's face was pale and her chakra nearly depleted, yet the water dragon she controlled still rampaged against the altar. Finally, an assault member broke through the guards and slapped an explosive tag onto one of the altar's critical nodes. Boom. In the violent blast, a corner of the altar collapsed, and several energy pipes were torn apart. The floating energy cocoon shook violently, its light guttering at terrifying speed. No. The Tokugawa lieutenant's eyes burned with crazed fury. At that moment, Mei inside the energy cocoon opened her eyes with a jolt, blood-red eyes hollow and pained, yet still bearing a last trace of clarity. She looked at Senju Shio and Ichiryu fighting desperately for her. Then, at the collapsing altar, summoning the final shred of strength, she lifted a trembling hand and aimed at the altar's heart. All killing. Ash bones. A slender gray bone shot from her fingertip, fragile but carrying an aura of ultimate annihilation, and struck the energy core at the very center of the altar. Crack. A sound like shattering glass rang out. Every rune on the altar dimmed and burst apart in an instant. The force that maintained the energy cocoon vanished instantly. Now, Senju Shio wrenched free her last chakra and lashed out a water whip, catching the unconscious Mei as she fell through the air and drawing her close. Retreat. Ichiryu shoved the enemy back with a sharp cry. The surviving assault members gathered at once and fled for their lives back through the passage by which they had come. Behind them were the lieutenant's maddened roar and the shadows of countless pursuers. The underground rescue had succeeded in its first step, yet whether they could leave Kyoto alive remained unknown. Outside, the decisive battle between Naruto and Tokugawa Ieyasu was only just beginning. Down in the underground passage, a deadly race between flight and pursuit was unfolding. Ichiryu was at the forefront, each flicker of his white-fanged short blade precisely claimed one pursuer, carving a path for the group. Shinsho, she carried the unconscious, mortally weakening Ming on her back. Her face was pale as paper, her chakra nearly depleted. She staggered forward under the water body flicker technique solely by force of will. The remaining assault squad members guarded the flanks, continually hurling explosive tags and releasing minor ninjutsu to slow the pursuers. Yet the oppressive pressure behind them was growing ever stronger. That trusted subordinate of Tokugawa had evidently activated some forbidden art, his speed surging abruptly as he clung to them with savage killing intent. "You go on ahead." Yidaliu stopped abruptly, turned around, and faced the surging pursuers, his gaze as calm as still water. Shinsho, she bit her lip until it bled. The taste of blood sharpened her senses. Without hesitation, she rasped go. Carrying Ming and followed by the remaining members, she rushed toward the faint glow at the end of the tunnel, the shrine's exit, without looking back. Behind them came the explosive clang of steel and the thunderous collisions of ninjutsu, along with Yidaliu's resolute roar. Outside the shrine, the battlefield was already in ruins. Naruto's shadow clones kept vanishing under Kamui. His main body was grazed by the space warping force, and his golden chakra cloak dimmed considerably. Tokugawa Ieyasu, holding the god's eye, hovered in the air with a condescending gaze. "Naruto Uzumaki, this is the end." Tokugawa raised the Magatama high, and an even more powerful spatial fluctuation began to gather. "To die by the Kamui is your honor." Naruto panted heavily, his nine-tails chakra surging wildly within him as he sought a chance to counterattack, yet the ubiquitous spatial distortion left him thoroughly constrained. At that critical moment, space was bizarrely transposed. Tokugawa Ieyasu's vision blurred. Naruto, who had been right in front of him bracing for Kamui, vanished in an instant. In his place stood a figure in dark clothing gripping a sword wrapped in purple chakra. Meanwhile, Naruto reappeared dozens of meters away. Amino Dejikura. "What a—" Tokugawa Ieyasu's pupils shrank. His fully charged Kamui had already been triggered, and the twisted spatial force slammed violently into the sudden intruder. Yet facing the spatial distortion capable of tearing apart anything, the newcomer merely raised his left hand calmly. Hungry Ghost Path Seal Absorption. That space warping power enough to devour ninjutsu was forcibly absorbed and dissolved by an even more overbearing force the instant it touched the opponent's left hand, like a clay ox thrown into the sea. Only then did Tokugawa Ieyasu discern the newcomer's face and those cold, strange eyes holding the ripples of the Rinnegan and Magatama patterns, the Rinne Sharingan. "Uchiha. Sasuke." Tokugawa Ieyasu's voice carried unprecedented gravity. This threat hidden in the shadows all along had finally revealed itself in its complete form. Sasuke neutralized Kamui and landed steadily, positioning himself with Naruto far away to form a pincer formation. He did not even glance at Naruto, his cold Rinnegan locked entirely onto Tokugawa Ieyasu, especially the white glowing god's eye Magatama in his hand. "Your spatial tricks end here." Sasuke's voice was indifferent, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Naruto stared at Sasuke, who had appeared abruptly and saved him, his heart shaken, more than anything overwhelmed by the complicated emotions of reunion. "Sasuke, you." "Shut up, dead last." Sasuke cut him off without mercy. "Take care of him first." Tokugawa Ieyasu laughed in fury. "Arrogant. Even with those eyes before the power bestowed by the god, Lord, you are nothing more than." Before he could finish, Sasuke's Rinnegan hardened abruptly. Amino Dejikura. Tokugawa Ieyasu felt his hands suddenly become lighter. The crucial god's eye Magatama had vanished into thin air. The next second, the Magatama appeared in Sasuke's raised hand. Impossible. Tokugawa Ieyasu turned utterly pale. This ability to instantly swap objects was completely beyond his comprehension. However, the moment Sasuke grasped the god's eye, the Magatama erupted with a blinding white light of resistance, and a violent mental shock surged through his arm and slammed into Sasuke's brain. "Oof." Sasuke grunted. The violet light in his Rinnegan blazed as he forcibly suppressed the Magatama's backlash, yet clearly, he could not control it immediately. "Take it back." Tokugawa Ieyasu went completely mad, charging at Sasuke recklessly. His chakra seethed around him. He even stirred the divine corpse energy pervading the underground, forming countless dark red energy tentacles that surged toward Sasuke like an overwhelming tide. Don't even think about it. How could Naruto let him succeed? Golden chakra erupted once more, coalescing into countless huge chakra arms that shot forward to meet the energy tentacles. Boom, boom, boom. The chakra arms and energy tentacles collided madly. The sound of explosions shook the heavens. Seizing the opening, Sasuke forcibly sealed the violently struggling god's eye into a scroll. He glanced at Naruto, locked in fierce combat with Tokugawa Ieyasu, then caught sight of Shinsho Shi and the others who had just burst out of the shrine exit with Ming on her back retreating under cover. "No time to get entangled," Sasuke said coldly, his Rinnegan locking once more onto the maddened Tokugawa. Shibaku Tensei. A black core of gravitational force instantly formed above Tokugawa Ieyasu. The ground cracked apart as countless boulders and building debris were violently dragged skyward, threatening to seal Tokugawa Ieyasu together with the divine corpse energy around him. Feeling the terrifying sealing gravity, Tokugawa Ieyasu's expression changed drastically. He frantically channeled his power to resist. The dark red energy clashed fiercely against the black gravity, as if the sky itself were about to be torn apart. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke shouted. No words were needed. Naruto pressed his palms together as vast natural energy and Nine-Tails chakra converged at breakneck speed. 6 paths, ultra big ball, Raisin Shuriken. A colossal Raisin Shuriken brimming with destructive power trailing a brilliant light, tail slammed ferociously into Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was held fast by the pull of Chibaku Tensei. No! Tokugawa Ieyasu let out an unwilling roar, straining to raise a divine corpse energy barrier. Boom! An unprecedented explosion engulfed everything. The light turned the night sky bright as day. The massive Chibaku Tensei sphere trembled violently in the blast, its surface riddled with cracks. When the light and dust began to clear, the airborne Chibaku Tensei sphere was half destroyed. Tokugawa Ieyasu's figure had vanished. Whether sealed away or using the chaos of the explosion to flee, it was impossible to tell. All that remained was a huge crater and rampaging currents of energy. Sasuke descended slowly from the air, his breathing slightly labored. The repeated use of high-level Rinnegan abilities had taken a considerable toll on him. Naruto also deactivated his mode and landed beside him wearily. The two exchanged a glance. The tacit understanding of years fighting side by side required no words. That Magatama. Naruto looked at the scroll in Sasuke's hand. It's the key and also a curse. It will take time to decipher. Sasuke put away the scroll and gazed into the distance. Tokugawa was merely a puppet. The real enemy is 1,000 times more dangerous than him. The key in the distant sea must be obtained, or else once he descends in full, everything will be too late. With that, and without waiting for Naruto's response, a ripple passed through his Rinnegan, and his figure merged into a spatial distortion and vanished. Naruto gazed at the spot where Sasuke had disappeared, then looked toward the direction where Ming had been successfully rescued, clenching his fist tightly. The rescue had succeeded, and they had seized the crucial God's Eye. But this was merely the prelude to an even greater war. He took a deep breath, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. No matter where the enemy came from, he would protect everything to the bitter end. Beneath Kyoto's night sky, the brief silence heralded the more violent storm about to come. The turmoil of the Kyoto night gradually subsided, leaving behind scenes of devastation, with the lingering smoke of battle and energy residue still hanging in the air. The Tokugawa estate had suffered severe damage. Most critically, the core chamber of regeneration was destroyed, and the Eye of God was seized, a heavy blow to Tokugawa Ieyasu's power. At the Break organization's secret base, the medical ward blazed with light. Kaguya may have been carefully placed on the sickbed, still unconscious, her face pale, almost to transparency, her breath faint. Morishita had summoned every top medical ninja in the organization, and they were fighting with all their strength to save her. The dark red patterns left on her body by the forced fusion of divine blood, and by resisting erosion, had not yet fully faded, like vicious scars bearing witness to the ordeal she had endured. Naruto stood outside the isolation ward window, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Through the Guardian Pact, he could feel Mei's life fire like a candle guttering in the wind, not yet snuffed out, yet flickering unsteadily, as if it might sink into silence at any moment. Her body and soul had both suffered severe erosion and tearing. An elderly medical ninja came out and reported to Naruto with a grave expression the energy Tokugawa had used was extremely tyrannical, designed to erase her consciousness and reshape her body. We can temporarily stabilize her vital signs, but whether she will wake, and in what state she will wake, it is hard to say. Her Bia bloodline underwent an unknown mutation during the struggle. This is both the key to her having held on this long and a potential new risk. Naruto nodded silently, his voice hoarse. Save her no matter the cost. Understood. Just then Ichiryu, his body wrapped in bandages, his aura feeble, approached with the help of others. He had accomplished an almost impossible rearguard mission, cutting his way out of the encirclement with unyielding will and consummate swordsmanship before reuniting with the extraction team. Chief, I'm sorry. We lost 4 members. A faint note of grief lingered in Ichiryu's voice. No, you did well. Naruto patted him on the shoulder, his tone heavy but resolute. Without your sacrifice and fighting, we would never have brought Mei back. Heal well. The organization needs you. After reassuring Ichiryu, Naruto returned to the command center. Morishita immediately came forward, his face bearing the relief of a narrow escape along with fresh worries. Chief, we have withdrawn successfully. There are no signs yet of any large-scale pursuit by Tokugawa's forces. It seems their internal ranks have also been thrown into chaos by this blow. But the Eye of God was taken away by Sasuke Uchiha. That was Sasuke's choice. Trust him. Naruto interrupted, his gaze firm. Without him, not only would we have failed to save Mei, I myself might have died beneath Tokugawa's Kimui. He took the Eye of God. He must have his reasons and his plan. He paused, then continued, what we must do now is consolidate the gains from this operation and recover our strength as soon as possible. What about the Land of Iron? Morishita Mida replied. Saito Ise sent a secret letter expressing his congratulations on our success and warning us that although Tokugawa has suffered a setback, his foundations remain intact. We must be wary of a frantic counterattack. They are willing to continue providing limited intelligence support, and they hope we will share any future research findings regarding the Eye of God. Naruto nodded. The Land of Iron's attitude was within his expectations. This kind of cautious, pragmatic cooperation was exactly what was needed at the moment. What about Tsunagakure? Kazekage Gaara had withstood the internal pressure and for now had not sided with Tokugawa. But the information he sent shows that Tokugawa's envoys are still pressuring him relentlessly. Moreover, Kumogakure seems to be showing unusual interest in recent events, possibly connected to those ancient stone tablet rubbings we previously traced to the Land of Lightning. The situation remained complex. Tokugawa's threat had not been eliminated, and the moves of the other great nations were growing increasingly subtle. Rescuing Mei and recovering the Eye of God were only a provisional victory. It was far from the time to let down one's guard. Meanwhile, deep in the Devil's Triangle on the distant sea, Sasuke Uchiha's figure appeared on a lone reef. His Rinnegan was fixed on the floating island in the distance, shrouded by a barrier. He produced the scroll sealed with the Eye of God's Magatama. The Magatama was still trembling, faintly giving off an ominous white glow. Just as I thought. This Magatama resonates with the key on the island. Sasuke could feel that while he held the Magatama, the violent currents of natural energy surrounding the island seemed to become somewhat gentler, as if recognizing the bearer of this fragment. Tokugawa, Ieyasu. You are merely one of the puppets chosen by him, a pawn used to gather the fragments and open the passage. Sasuke muttered to himself, a flash of understanding and cold clarity passing through his Rinnegan. The true Divine Master is probably still trapped somewhere, or has not yet fully awakened. He recalled the murals he had seen in the ruins of the ancient shrine, those sealed figures like twisted trees. Otsutsuki. That name echoed in his heart. Was the one Tokugawa colluded with merely one of them, or some far more terrifying existence? The key must be secured, and it must never fall into the hands of Tokugawa or the forces behind him. Otherwise, once the gate is opened, what descends will be true annihilation. He put away the scroll, his form once again merging into spatial ripples, and vanished on a stealthy approach toward that floating island full of unknowns and danger. His battle had never ceased. Beneath the Tokugawa estate, inside a secret chamber that had not been completely destroyed, Tokugawa Ieyasu's face was frighteningly grim. The aura around him was unstable. Clearly he had sustained considerable injuries in the earlier explosion. The Eye of God was taken, the vessel snatched away, the chamber of regeneration destroyed. His carefully laid plan had suffered an unprecedented and devastating blow. Inside the chamber, the Divine Master's projection was more blurred and unstable than ever. The psychic fluctuations it emitted were full of rage and urgency. Fool. The key must be obtained. The eye recovered. Otherwise, the descent will be interrupted, and you will lose everything. Tokugawa Ieyasu knelt prostrate on the ground, cold sweat oozing from his brow. Yes, your subordinate understands. Please grant me one more chance, Divine Master. I have already ordered an all-out hunt for the remnants of the Break organization, and I will personally go to the distant sea to reclaim the key and the eye. Last chance. If you fail again, you will be the sacrifice. The icy psychic fluctuation stabbed into Tokugawa Ieyasu's soul like a thorn. His whole body trembled. A flicker of fear flashed through his eyes, but was immediately replaced by an even deeper madness. Yes, your subordinate will surely succeed. He rose to his feet, his eyes burning with the fire of a desperate all-or-nothing gamble. Having lost the Eye of God, he would have to rely on the greater power the Divine Master had temporarily granted him, and on all the divine remains armaments under his command, to wage the final decisive battle on the distant sea against Sasuke Uchiha and the possible guardian of the key. The situation on the continent had temporarily fallen into an eerie calm after the Kyoto incident, but everyone knew that beneath this calm lay the final countdown about to detonate on the distant sea, a countdown that would decide the fate of the world. Naruto Uzumaki needed time to recuperate and consolidate his strength, while Sasuke Uchiha had already plunged alone into the very center of the storm. The Break organization's base was steeped in an atmosphere of survival, yet still taut with strain. Rescuing Kagayame and gravely wounding Tokugawa was a brilliant victory, but the cost that had been paid, and the still severe situation, made it impossible for anyone to let down their guard. In the medical bay after days of non-stop emergency treatment, Mei's vital signs had finally stabilized, but she remained in a deep coma. The dark red markings on her body had not vanished entirely. Branded into her skin like a seal, they occasionally flickered with an almost imperceptible ripple of energy. The medical team concluded that her consciousness had likely sunk into a self-protective slumber to resist the trauma left by divine blood erosion and the tearing wounds on her soul. Awakening her might require a particular catalyst, or simply time. Every day Naruto spent a while beside Mei's sickbed channeling gentle chakra and unwavering will through their guardian contract. He could sense that the thread of connection was clearer than before, but Mei's consciousness remained like an isolated island wrapped in thick fog, beyond his reach. Leader Captain Yadaliu's wounds are healing well. In about another week, he should recover most of his combat strength, Morishita reported. Death benefits for the fallen have also been arranged. Additionally, we have taken in a number of rogue ninja who fled the chaos in Kyoto out of discontent with Tokugawa's tyranny, as well as a few former nobles from the Land of Fire. They are being vetted and reorganized. The organization was absorbing new strength, but it would take time to assimilate. From the Land of Iron, Saito Ishin once again sent a secret message. Besides the usual intelligence sharing based on the monster data we provided, they had preliminarily developed an improved version of the demon-breaking arrows, whose killing power against those angel-type energy beings had increased significantly. They are willing to provide us with a batch of samples and the technical blueprints. This is genuinely good news. It means that when confronting the mass-produced soldiers Tokugawa might deploy, created from Otsutsuki power, they now have far more effective means of counterattack. What about Tsunagakure? Naruto was even more concerned about Gaara's situation. Gaara the Kazekage had stabilized things for the moment, but he hinted that Tokugawa's envoy had delivered an ultimatum demanding that Tsunagakure state its position within half a month. Meanwhile, Kumogakure's movements were becoming more and more suspicious. Intelligence suggested that their elite Umbu were quietly concentrating near the border for reasons unknown. The pressure had not lessened because of the victory in Kyoto, instead it had spread in another form. Tokugawa was clearly readjusting his strategy, attempting to pressure them from the outside and isolate the break organization. Naruto walked up to the sand table, his gaze sharp. He knew that Tokugawa Ieyasu would never let matters rest. His true objectives were surely the key in the far seas and the God's Eye that Sasuke had seized. The location of the next decisive battle could be determined with near certainty. It would be the fog-veiled Devil's Triangle Sea area. Mr. Mita, Naruto said in a low voice, put every effort into helping the Land of Iron mass-produce the improved demon-breaking arrows. We need to equip as many of them as possible. At the same time, dispatch every reconnaissance unit we can mobilize to closely monitor all sea lanes to the far seas, as well as any unusual movements of Tokugawa's forces. We're heading to the far seas. Morishita was startled. Not now. Naruto shook his head. Our strength has not yet recovered. Charging in recklessly would be suicide. But we must know what is happening there. Sasuke is there, and Tokugawa's objective is there too. We must prepare ourselves to become the power that tips the scales at the critical moment. He could not place all his hope and pressure on Sasuke alone. Out in the far seas at the outskirts of the floating island, Uchiha Sasuke stood inside the forehead crystal of his Susanoo. His Rinnegan pierced through the dense fog and the violent currents of natural energy as he carefully studied the island's barrier. Having lost the God's Eye Magatama, Tokugawa's forces seemed temporarily unable to break through here, but under the calm surface of these waters lurked an even deeper danger. Earlier he had tried to use a Minotaur Jikara to enter the barrier directly, only to discover that it contained profound spatial restrictions that even interfered with his Rinnegan's spatial power. Forcing his way through was extremely risky. The aura of life and destruction interwoven deep inside the island became more distinct, and he sensed several powerful hostile consciousnesses, the island's original guardians far stronger than the low-level monsters he had encountered before. The key. Sasuke could feel that something deep within the island was calling to the God's Eye Magatama he had sealed. Between the two existed a strange connection of both symbiosis and opposition. He had to find the entrance as quickly as possible. Controlling his Susanoo, he began to fly slowly along the edge of the barrier, searching for possible weaknesses or a pattern. This was a double trial of patience and strength. At the Tokugawa residence, the atmosphere was as suffocating as the deep sea before a storm. Tokugawa Ieyasu stood before the restored altar. It was empty. His face was still somewhat pale, but the madness and resolve in his eyes burned more fiercely than ever. Having lost the God's Eye, his connection to the Divine Lord had become faint and unstable, giving him an unprecedented sense of crisis and abandonment. All Divine Remains armaments have been activated, and their energy reserves are fully charged. The commander of the Faceless reported on one knee. As he ordered, the garrison left in Kyoto has been reduced to the minimum, and all elite forces have been assembled. They can depart for the far seas at any time. Very well. Tokugawa Ieyasu's voice was hoarse. The Divine Lord has granted me the last power. This time there can be no failure. He opened his palm and a dark red, constantly writhing energy sigil appeared in it. This was the authority the Divine Lord had temporarily granted him to control the power of the Divine remains more directly. Though it was far less subtle and powerful than the God's Eye, it was enough to support him in a decisive battle. Transmit the order. Target the Devil's Triangle Sea area, the floating island. At all costs seize the key, annihilate Uchiha Sasuke, and take back the eye. Yes. A colossal fleet radiating an ominous aura silently departed from Kyoto's harbor, lunging toward the far seas like darkness itself. Tokugawa Ieyasu had wagered everything he had left, an all-or-nothing gamble. If he won, he would obtain the key that opened the gate to a new world and gain even deeper favor from the Divine Lord. If he lost, he would fall into eternal damnation. At the Break Organization's base, Naruto received the news almost at the instant the Tokugawa fleet left port. They've moved. Their target is the far seas. Morishita Mita's voice was urgent. Naruto shot to his feet, a resolute gleam flashing through his eyes. He knew the final moment had arrived. Sasuke was about to face Tokugawa's entire elite force and the unknown dangers of the island alone. He could not sit back and do nothing. Notify everyone, all combat personnel, level 1 battle readiness. Naruto gave the order. Yudeliu, how are your injuries? They're fine, I can fight. Yudeliu's voice came over the communicator laced with icy killing intent. Shio, how is Mei? Her vital signs are stable, but she is still unconscious. Senju Shio's voice was filled with guilt and determination. Leader, let me go. My water release will be even more useful out at sea. Naruto deliberated for a moment, then made his decision. All right. Shio, take all members who excel in water combat and aerial combat board our fastest ships, set out ahead, trail the Tokugawa fleet, and monitor their movements. Do not engage rashly. Yudeliu, you will accompany me to lead the main force. We will depart afterward. Yes. The base instantly shifted into high-efficiency operation. They all knew this battle would be even more perilous than the one in Kyoto. The enemy was stronger, and the environment was more unknown. But no one shrank back. Naruto cast one last glance toward the medical ward, silently vowing, "May wait for us to return." Then he turned and strode toward the assembled ranks. Golden chakra began to surge around him. The eye of the storm in the far seas was drawing in every chess piece that would decide fate. An ultimate battle for the world's future was about to erupt violently outside that mysterious floating island. Over the Devil's Triangle waters, the dense fog roiled uneasily, as though it possessed a life of its own. Tokugawa Ieyasu's fleet, like steel leviathans tearing through the sea, was wreathed in dark red divine remains energy, brutally shouldering aside turbulent currents and chaotic energy eddies as it lunged straight toward the island suspended high in the sky. Uchiha Sasuke stood within his Susanoo, his Rinnegan, watching the approaching armada with icy detachment. He had long foreseen that Tokugawa would commit his entire force. He simply had not expected it to come so swiftly or so resolutely. A deathbed struggle, Sasuke commented, his tone indifferent. He could sense that Tokugawa Ieyasu's aura, though ferocious, carried a hollow fragility. Losing the Eye of God had clearly dealt him a profound blow, and his current power was sustained more by a desperate overdraft and external bestowal than by any true foundation. Uchiha Sasuke. Tokugawa Ieyasu's roar, amplified by chakra, echoed across the sea. Hand over the eye and the key, and I will permit you to die intact. In response, Sasuke raised a hand, and a sudden radiance flared within his Rinnegan. Ameno Dejikura. Aboard the bridge of the foremost frigate in Tokugawa's fleet, the core sorcerer responsible for maintaining the energy shield abruptly swapped places with the grotesque figurehead at the vessel's prow. The sorcerer's scream of terror was cut short, replaced by the jarring screech of the figurehead slamming into precision instruments. The frigate's energy shield instantly overloaded and collapsed. Attack! Kill him! Tokugawa Ieyasu's eyes split with fury as he personally seized command of the flagship. The colossal dark red energy cannon condensed its power, and a massive beam of light tore through the mist, thundering towards Sasuke's Susanoo. At the same instant, dozens of divine remains war machines rose from the decks of every ship, swarming at Sasuke like a hive of hornets. Their forms were wildly disparate. Some resembled twisted giants, others were many-legged mechanical horrors, but they all shared the same nauseating divine remains aura and a killing intent, cold as ice. Sasuke's expression never changed. The chakra greatsword in the perfect Susanoo's hand swept out in a wide arc, its violet blade light like a crescent moon, instantly cleaving the fastest approaching war machines in two. Blazing fireballs of explosion bloomed across the sky. Blaze released Kagetsuchi. The black flames of Amaterasu adhered to chakra arrows as the Susanoo drew its bow and loosed several dozen shafts, burning with inextinguishable dark fire, streaking toward Tokugawa's fleet like a meteor shower. The warship's energy shields were nothing but paper before the black flames. Once touched, the fire spread without mercy and could not be extinguished. All the crews could do was watch helplessly as their hulls burned through and sank. In an instant the sea became a battlefield. Explosions, the shriek of tortured metal, and the howl of rampant energy filled the air. Tokugawa's fleet tried to drown Sasuke in overwhelming numbers, and the death-defying fury of the divine remains war machines. Sasuke meanwhile carved through the fleet at will with the uncanny powers of the Rinnegan and the absolute defense and offense of the Susanoo, every single strike delivering destruction. Tokugawa Ieyasu, watching his fleet being savagely devastated by one man's power, felt his heart bleed. He furiously overcharged the flagship's main cannon, then flew out from the vessel himself, dark red energy tendrils coiling around him, and personally joined the battle. Divine remains thousand tentacle strangulation. Countless energy tendrils shot toward the Susanoo like venomous serpents seeking to coil around it and crush it to pieces. Sasuke's Rinnegan sharpened as he discerned the core nodes within the tendrils. Predapath sealing technique absorption. The Susanoo's enormous palm thrust outward, its center seemingly turning into a black hole. The very moment the raging energy tendrils made contact, their power was forcibly peeled away and absorbed. Tokugawa Ieyasu's sure-kill strike had been dissolved so effortlessly. How is this possible? He could hardly believe that the enemy's energy-absorbing ability could suppress even the power of the divine remains. Your strength is a chaotic hollow thing. Sasuke's icy voice came through the Susanoo. To rely on external objects and bestowed gifts is in the end nothing but flowers in a mirror, a moon upon the water. Chibaku Tensei. Once more a black gravitational core manifested above Tokugawa Ieyasu's head. This time Sasuke's objective was unambiguous, to seal the architect of this catastrophe away forever. Don't you dare! Tokugawa Ieyasu roared, erupting with every shred of divine remains energy within his body. A column of dark red light shot into the heavens as he strained desperately against the pull of Chibaku Tensei, all the while issuing a frantic order, all units. At any cost, attack that purple giant. More divine remains war machines hurled themselves at the Susanoo like suicide bombers, some detonating directly against its surface. Every cannon in the fleet, heedless of friendly fire, poured its fury into the airspace occupied by the Susanoo. Boom! A relentless chain of explosions engulfed the Susanoo completely, its purple radiance flickering and guttering amidst the blasts. Even the perfect Susanoo beneath such a dense swarm of suicide attacks and the saturation bombardment of the fleet began to show cracks. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. The chakra cost of maintaining the Susanoo was rising at an alarming rate. He looked at Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was still stubbornly resisting Chibaku Tensei, and knew he had to settle this without delay. Just as he was about to call upon even greater power, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The long-dormant barrier of the floating island suddenly erupted with violent ripples. A beam of emerald light, immense, saturated with the ultimate essence of life and a will to annihilate, shot out from within the barrier like a spear of judgment. Its target was none other than Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was still wrestling against Chibaku Tensei. What? The instant Tokugawa Ieyasu sensed the power within that beam of force that seemed inherently to suppress divine remains energy, his face turned ashen white. The emerald beam pierced through the defenses he had hastily thrown up and slammed into him with devastating force. A blood-curdling scream tore across the sea. The dark red energy around Tokugawa Ieyasu scattered like melting snow, and the gravity of Chibaku Tensei swallowed him in that very instant, dragging him along with the broken remnants of the flagship toward the great sphere of rock hanging in the sky. No, God Sovereign, save me. Tokugawa Ieyasu's final wail echoed from within Chibaku Tensei, then fell into utter silence. And so the once haughty Tokugawa Ieyasu was ended, brought down by the combined might of the floating island's own power and Sasuke's sealing jutsu. The battlefield fell quiet in an instant. The remnants of Tokugawa's fleet and the divine remains war machines robbed of their command core collapsed into chaos. Sasuke dismissed the Susanoo, breathing somewhat raggedly, and turned a grave Rinnegan gaze upon the floating island. The emerald beam did not disperse after defeating Tokugawa. Instead it flowed across the surface of the barrier like an icy eye watching him from across the boundary. The presence within the island had acted. And indeed its power was the very antithesis of the divine remains, filled with the boundless vitality of nature and an ancient sovereign majesty. Just then on the distant sea the banners of the Break organization appeared. The vanguard led by Senjushiyo had finally reached the edge of the battlefield, arriving in time to witness the final act of Tokugawa Ieyasu's sealing. In an instant the situation became far more complex. Though Tokugawa, the enemy in the open, had fallen, the enigma of the floating island and the unknown, unfathomably powerful entity within it now became the new, and perhaps far more dreadful, focus. The sea breeze swept up, the smell of gunpowder and blood blowing across a sea surface littered with wreckage. After their leader was sealed away, the remnants of the Tokugawa fleet completely lost their will to fight. Some tried to flee but were intercepted and captured by the advance squad led by Senju Shi of the PA organization, while others spun in circles like headless flies and were casually eliminated by Sasuke. The clamorous battlefield gradually fell quiet, leaving only the sound of waves slapping against debris. Yet a more oppressive atmosphere began to spread, originating from the island suspended in midair. Uchiha Sasuke hovered in midair, his Rinnegan still locked onto the slowly swirling emerald light on the surface of the barrier. The vitality contained in that light was as vast as the ocean, but deep within it hid a cold, inhuman will. It was precisely this will that had driven the beam of light to end Tokugawa Ieyasu with precise and ruthless finality just moments ago. Sasuke. Naruto led the main fleet of the PA organization to the edge of the battlefield as well. He leaped to the top of a battleship's lookout tower and gazed at his closest friend in the distance, along with the chaotic sea and the heart-chilling floating island. Though he was far away, he could clearly sense the solemnity radiating from Sasuke and the unfathomable pressure emanating from the direction of the island. Sasuke did not turn around, only tilting his head slightly by way of greeting. Most of his attention remained fixed on the floating island. Senju Shi directed the advance squad in clearing the battlefield, seizing valuable wreckage of Divine Corps armaments and taking prisoners while remaining wary of the island. She too felt that unsettling presence. At that moment, the barrier around the floating island shifted once more. The emerald light gradually drew back, finally condensing on the barrier's surface into a vague human-shaped silhouette of light. The silhouette had no facial features, yet everyone could feel a gaze that crossed space and came to rest on Sasuke and Naruto. Soon after, a mental fluctuation, calm, yet carrying unquestionable authority, directly transmitted into the minds of everyone present who possessed a certain level of chakra cultivation. Outsiders. Ye have purged the servants of blasphemy. In this realm, ye may briefly know peace. The voice was ancient and obscure, as though it had crossed 10,000 years of time. Yet, the key is not for ye to covet. Take the fragment and depart. This is a warning. As the voice faded, the blurred silhouette slowly raised a hand pointing at Sasuke, or rather at the scroll in his bosom that sealed the god's Imagatama. At the same time, an invisible, enormous pressure spread out from the island. It was not a direct attack, but it carried a domain-like repulsive force, as if it were driving them away. Naruto's brows knitted tightly. He stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you? What exactly is this island? And who is the godmaster behind Tokugawa Ieyasu?" The silhouette wavered slightly, and the mental fluctuation came again, carrying a hint of eternal indifference. "I am the guardian, the servant who watches over the gate. Godmaster. Merely a thief who stole the star core, a madman who coveted my master's legacy." This was an enormous amount of information. Guardian, gate, star core, legacy. Naruto and Sasuke quickly exchanged a glance. This meant that Tokugawa Ieyasu and the godmaster Otsutsuki behind him were not the true owners of this island and the so-called key, but rather like brigands trying to seize the legacy. And this silhouette of light was the servant guarding that legacy. What was the key used for? What lay behind the gate? Naruto continued to press for answers, feeling that he had come into contact with an even deeper secret of this world. Behind the gate lies the end, and also the origin. The silhouette's voice carried a complicated meaning containing both reverence and a trace of pity. It is not something that people of this world can touch. To know is to be cursed. Take the fragment and leave. Otherwise, it will be regarded as an invasion. The final word, invasion, was laced with icy, killing intent. The light on the barrier's surface grew unstable again, as if at any moment it could launch an attack even more powerful than the one that had destroyed Tokugawa Ieyasu. Sasuke gave a cold snort, purple light swirling in his Rinnegan, meeting the silhouette's gaze without any sign of yielding. He could sense that this guardian was extremely powerful, perhaps even surpassing the Otsutsuki members he had fought before. But it seemed to be under some restriction, unable to leave the island easily, or unable to maintain this state for long. Naruto also felt the pressure, but he too showed no intention of backing down. Although Tokugawa had fallen, an even greater mystery and latent threat, whether the god master or whatever was behind that gate, still remained. Running away won't solve anything. We cannot leave, Naruto responded firmly. The god master behind Tokugawa is still out there, and they want the key. If we leave, they will eventually return. We must learn the truth to protect this world. The silhouette was silent for a moment, and the invisible pressure seemed to weigh down even more. Stubbornness is the path to death. The silhouette's mental fluctuation carried a trace of impatience. Guarding is my mission. One last warning. Leave. The emerald light began to gather on the barrier once more, brighter and more dangerous than before. A battle seemed imminent. On one side were Naruto and Sasuke intent on uncovering the truth and protecting the world. On the other was the mysterious island guardian faithfully carrying out its mission to repel outsiders. Here upon this sea of ruins that had just weathered a great war, a new standoff, one concerning a more ancient and profound secret, was about to begin. Emerald energy surged violently across the surface of the barrier like an ocean brewing a storm. The blurred silhouette of the island guardian grew more solid, exuding a pressure so immense that the sea itself seemed to turn rigid and the air became almost viscous. Its final warning carried an unmistakable finality, as though it might unleash the thunderous wrath of heaven at any moment. Aboard the Break Organization's fleet, every member struggled to breathe under the divine pressure. Those of lesser strength could hardly resist the urge to kneel. Senju Shio, her face pale, strained every ounce of her strength to raise a water-release barrier around the nearest ships. Ichiryu clenched white, Fong his gaze as sharp as ever, but his muscles were already taut. Naruto's golden nine-tails chakra ignited involuntarily around him, resisting the pressure. Staring hard at the glowing figure, his mind raced. A direct fight was clearly unwise. The Guardian's power was beyond imagination. Yet he was not willing to retreat and leave the secrets of the key and the gate along with the looming Otsutsuki threat unattended. At that critical moment, Uchiha Sasuke moved. He did not attack, nor did he defend. He slowly raised his right hand. Above his palm hovered the divine eye Magatama that had been sealed within the scroll. At that moment, the scroll's seal had been loosened at one corner. The Magatama radiated an ominous and alluring white light, faintly opposing the green light of the island's barrier, yet also seeming to draw toward it. What you want, is it this? Sasuke's voice was utterly calm, but his Rinnegan was as deep as a starry sky, catching every subtle change in the Guardian's luminous form. Or perhaps you fear it falling into the hands of the Divine Lord even more than you fear us learning the truth. The Guardian's luminous figure paused briefly in the act of gathering energy. Its invisible gaze fixed on the Magatama in Sasuke's hand, and for the first time a trace of something extremely subtle, like wariness, appeared in its spiritual fluctuations. A fragment of blasphemy, bearing the mark of thieves. The Guardian's voice was still ancient and indifferent, but its words seemed to speed up slightly. It would corrupt the purity of the gate. Corrupt? Sasuke seized on that word sharply. Was this Magatama of the same origin as the gate? Was it part of the key? The Guardian fell silent, its emerald light flickering faintly as though weighing the matter. Naruto immediately understood Sasuke's intention. He was using the divine eye as a bargaining chip and a tool for probing. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke, and announced, "We did not come to seize the key or open the gate. We are fighting the Divine Lord behind Tokugawa, the Otsutsuki who covet this world. If we know nothing about the gate and the key, how can we hope to stop them?" He pointed to the wreckage of Tokugawa's fleet on the sea. "We have just destroyed the Divine Lord's greatest minion in this world. We have proven that we stand on the side opposing them. Guardian, if you are truly protecting something important, isn't stopping the Divine Lord from obtaining it also your mission? Would making enemies of us not simply let the true enemy reap the benefits?" These words went straight to the core. The island guardian's luminous form swayed slightly. The immense pressure began to recede like a tide. Slow, gradual, not disappearing entirely, but no longer on the verge of eruption. After a long silence, that ancient spiritual fluctuation came again, carrying an indescribable weariness and a hint of yielding. "What you have said is not without reason." The luminous figure's voice seemed somewhat lower. "But forbidden knowledge is itself a calamity. Those who learn the secret of the gate will ultimately be devoured by its shadow." It paused as though it had made a certain decision. "I can tell you part of the truth in exchange for the sealing of the fragment and your vow never to approach the gate of your own will. In exchange for partial truth, the proper sealing of the divine eye Magatama and Naruto and the others promise." Sasuke looked at Naruto, who nodded without the slightest hesitation. They needed intelligence. They needed to understand their enemy. It was the best option available. As for the vow never to approach it, who could say how things would develop in the future? The most pressing task was to obtain information. "Agreed." Sasuke responded on behalf of them both. "We promise that until the threat of the Divine Lord is removed, we will not actively attempt to open or approach what you call the gate." The Guardian's luminous figure seemed to accept the terms. It slowly raised its hand, and a far gentler emerald glow separated from the barrier, drifting towards Sasuke and Naruto like a veil shrouding them both. It was a spiritual link channel isolated from outside detection and interference. Then a vast stream of information poured into their consciousness like a flood bursting through a levee. Shattered stars, burning kingdoms. A colossal figure like a divine tree stretching between heaven and earth, devouring the life force of a planet. An indescribably tragic battle, countless mighty beings falling. An ancient weathered gate inscribed with incomprehensible runes flickering in the depths of a planetary core. And a scar running across the starry sky like a covetous eye forever watching this starfield. That was the source of the Divine Lord and its kind. The information was immense and chaotic, filled with images of devastation and tragic majesty. Naruto and Sasuke both turned pale. Even with their mental strength, absorbing these ancient fragments was extremely taxing. They saw the image of the gate. It was not a physical door, but a conceptual passage sealed within the planetary core, connecting to a higher dimension or an ancient battlefield. The key in turn was the authority and energy core used to open or stabilize that passage. They also saw the Otsutsuki clan, the beings called thieves. Their purpose seemed to be seeking out and devouring planets that possessed a gate or a special planetary core in pursuit of ultimate power and immortality. What Tokugawa Ieyasu had colluded with was merely one of them, or perhaps an offshoot branch. Finally, they saw the Guardian's true nature. It was not a living being, but the final automated defense program, an aggregate of will left behind by an ancient fallen civilization that had once protected this planet. Its core directive was to stop the gate from being incorrectly opened at any cost, to prevent the power of that place of ending and origin behind the gate from leaking out, or to prevent whatever was behind the gate from emerging. The stream of information stopped abruptly. The emerald glow faded. Sasuke and Naruto staggered, cold sweat beading on their brows, their eyes filled with shock. What they had touched were the planet's deepest secrets and scars. Without hesitation, Sasuke sealed the divine Eye Magatama completely, once more reinforcing it with several additional layers of barriers. Now he understood this thing was not only a token of the Otsutsuki and a fragment of their power, it was also a beacon pointing to the gate and a potential source of dangerous corruption. The Guardian's luminous form became even dimmer, as if transmitting all this information had consumed an enormous amount of its energy. The truth. You now know. Keep your vow. Leave. Its voice carried a weakness that had never been there before. Naruto took a deep breath, suppressing the stormy waves in his heart, and nodded solemnly. We understand. Thank you for telling us. We will use this information to fight the real enemy. He looked at Sasuke, and both saw the same determination in each other's eyes. The enemy's face had finally become a little clearer. The road ahead would be harder and more dangerous, but at least they knew the meaning and direction of their battle. The Break Organization's fleet began to slowly turn and pull back from these waters. Sasuke took one last deep look at the dimly glowing floating island and the Guardian, then his figure merged into spatial ripples and vanished. The sea returned to calm, only the wreckage bearing witness to all that had just happened. The floating island once more hid itself in the dense fog and turbulent currents of energy, as if none of it had ever happened. But Naruto and Sasuke knew that the shape of the world had changed. They were no longer merely resisting a tyrant. They had been drawn into a grand war originating in the ancient stars, a war that concerned the very survival of the planet. A direct confrontation with the true Otsutsuki forces and how to handle that dangerous gate would become the ultimate challenge they had to face in the future. The battle in the far seas had come to an end, but what it brought was not a conclusion. It was the prelude to a new era of even greater splendor. The voyage out of the Devil's Triangle Sea was completely unlike the journey in. The pressure of the pursuit was gone, replaced by a heavy, stifling solemnity born of a shattered understanding of the world. Whether they were ordinary members of the Break Organization or core figures like Naruto and Senjutsu, everyone was still immersed in the shock of the far sea battle and the impact of the ancient information. Naruto stood alone at the bow of the flagship, letting the briny sea breeze ruffle his blonde hair. The fragmentary images conveyed by the Guardian kept replaying in his mind: burning stars, a fallen giant, a greedy eye that pierced the starry sky, and the door at the planet's core, as if it contained the ultimate secret of the cosmos. Otsutsuki, divine sovereign, star-core thieves. He murmured those words again and again. The once vague figure of the enemy now became clear and concrete, and the threat level rose to that of the survival of the entire planet. This was no longer a simple contest for hegemony in the shinobi world, it was a war for survival. How do you feel, eh? Sasuke's voice sounded from beside him. He had come to the bow without Naruto noticing, still wearing the same imperturbable expression, but deep in his eyes lingered a faint, not yet dissipated trace of fear. The impact of that information on his soul was just as immense. The pressure is immense, Naruto admitted with a wry smile. But at least now we know who the real enemy is and what they're looking for. That's still better than charging around like headless flies before. Sasuke gave a slight nod. Tokugawa was only a pawn. The real battle has only just begun. Sasuke looked at Naruto. What do you intend to do? Naruto turned, swept his gaze over the faces of those who followed him, and a resolute flame was rekindled in his eyes. We can't fight alone anymore, Sasuke. We have to unite, to bring together every force we can unite. Sunagakure, the land of iron. even Kirigakure and Iwagakure. We have to make them know the truth. This isn't some one village's or one nation's business. This is about the fate of every living being on the land beneath our feet. He clenched his fists, his voice ringing with iron conviction. We're going to form a true alliance, an alliance that fights to protect this world. Sasuke looked at Naruto and didn't argue. He knew this was the only way. Alone the two of them might kill a few Otsutsuki, but they could not oppose a race that lived by devouring stars, let alone handle the unknown dangers the door might bring. Alliances are your strong suit, Sasuke said calmly. I'll continue operating from the shadows. The Eye of God needs more thorough research and sealing, and someone has to keep watch over the movements of the Otsutsuki themselves. That guardian. Its words may not be the whole truth. He maintained his skepticism. The guardian might not have lied, but it might have concealed key information. For instance, what exactly is behind that door? Why did that fallen civilization seal it away? These were all matters he needed to verify. I understand. Naruto nodded firmly. Light and shadow, we divide the work and cooperate. Just like before, the two exchanged a look. No words were needed, for their old tacit understanding had returned. After returning to the base, Naruto immediately threw himself into intense work. He first gathered all the core members, and together with Sasuke, through remote communication, recounted the filtered and simplified truth obtained from the Guardian. The threat of the Otsutsuki from beyond the stars, and their horrific aim of swallowing the very origin of planets. As for the specific details about the door, Naruto left them out for the time being, only emphasizing that it was the key the enemy coveted and that it needed to be protected with every available effort. The news caused tremendous shock among the upper ranks. Panic and incredulity gradually gave way to a burdensome sense of responsibility. So the enemies we faced before were nothing but pawns being used. Morishita murmured. His gaze turned resolute. Chief, we understand. What should we do next? Mr. Mita immediately issued top-level confidential meeting invitations through every channel in the most solemn manner to the 5 great nations, including Kirigakure and Iwagakure, whose positions are still unclear, and to the Land of Iron. The meeting's theme: let it be the threat from the stars and the survival of the shinobi world, Naruto ordered. Understood. Morishita knew this would be a meeting that changed the history of the shinobi world. Naruto then turned to Senju Shio and Ichiryu. Ichiryu, consolidate all our forces and intensify training, especially tactical coordination against those angel-type energy beings. The improved demon-repelling arrows provided by the Land of Iron must be equipped as soon as possible. Understood. The two accepted the order and left. The base was like a machine running at full speed, beginning to prepare for the coming alliance meeting, one that would determine their fate, and for the war ahead. The Land of Iron, the mansion of the Grand General. Mifune looked at the top-secret letter from the break organization that Saito Ishin had presented, together with the attached brief on the stellar threat, which likewise omitted the details of the door, and fell silent for a long time. He touched the guard of Cagehide, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. So that's it. The anomalies from beyond the heavens, the energy erosion, Tokugawa's madness. All of it now makes sense. He slowly rose and walked to the window, looking out at the Land of Iron's sturdy walls and fluttering banners. Ishin, here. In the name of the General of the Land of Iron, reply to the break organization, we accept the invitation. Also tell them that the samurai of the Land of Iron are willing to do their part for the peace of this world. Mifune's voice was steady and powerful. Neutrality does not mean standing aside with folded arms in the face of an overwhelming calamity. A samurai's blade should be drawn for the sake of protection. Yes. At Tsunagakure in the Kazekage's office, Gaara looked at the same letter, a faint ripple stirring in his sand-colored eyes. He had always harbored doubts about the source of Tokugawa's power, and now that the truth was out, he felt relieved. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Once the enemy is clear, there is a direction to fight. He looked out the window at the boundless sea of sand, his decision already made. Tsunagakure could no longer hesitate or waver. Reply to Naruto Uzumaki: Tsunagakure will attend the meeting. At the same time, in the distant Kirigakure, where thunder resounded unceasingly throughout the year, and in Iwagakure, hidden beneath thick rocks, strata similar letters lay on the desks of the 4th Raikage A and the 3rd Tsuchikage Jinoki. Shock, suspicion, calculation. All kinds of tangled emotions churned in the hearts of the two Kage. A threat from the stars. Devouring planets. It sounded like an utterly incredible fantasy. But the break organization's destruction of Tokugawa's power, the Rinnegan power displayed by Uchiha Sasuke, and the movements of the Land of Iron and Tsunagakure all left them no choice but to take the matter seriously. The entire structure of the shinobi world was undergoing a profound and unprecedented transformation because of the startling secrets leaking from the far seas. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner unknown to all, Uchiha Sasuke's figure appeared in a desolate, forbidden land known as the Starfall Desert. According to the clues in the fragments of the Guardian's information, traces related to that fallen civilization seemed to remain here. His Rinnegan swept across the scorched black earth beneath his feet, land that seemed to have been struck by tremendous force, and he murmured to himself, a forgotten war. A fallen guardian. The legacy the Otsutsuki seek. Just how deep in the darkness is the truth hidden? The base of the break organization buzzed with unprecedented activity. Ming Ren's invitations, warning of a threat from the stars, and summoning a secret council for the survival of the shinobi world, landed like a boulder into the seemingly placid lake of the shinobi realm, and the ripples were spreading with alarming speed. The responses ranged from eager support to wary observation, yet not a single party failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. This was no game. The meeting venue was set at an absolutely neutral and hidden location, the Guanxing Terrace, situated at the juncture of three nations and guarded by the ancient neutral Xinjiang clan. Far removed from the power centers of the great nations, it boasted a formidable barrier and a long tradition of seclusion, making it an ideal venue for a meeting of such sensitivity. Sengxia Jintian exhausted nearly all the merchant guild's resources and goodwill to guarantee secure passage for the delegates and absolute safety at the venue. Qinsho Shi and the One Blade School devoted themselves entirely to drilling their forces, partly to guard against unforeseen incidents, and partly to demonstrate to the arriving powers that the break organization was no motley rabble, but a reliable ally with substantial combat strength. Ming Ren himself poured every ounce of his energy into the preparations. He had not only to manage the organization's internal affairs, but also to deliberate repeatedly over how to present the truth at the conference, sufficiently compelling to command attention, yet not so alarming as to spark panic, while balancing the divergent interests and suspicions of all parties. This demanded more of him than facing any formidable foe. To reveal the secrets of the Gate and the Star Corps outright would carry far too great a risk. Late at night in the command chamber, Ming Ren said to his few core advisors, including Zhuozhu, who was connected remotely, that the five great nations were far from monolithic and some parties might harbor ulterior motives. We need a narrative that both makes them realize the threat and binds them together. Zhuozhu's holographic image flickered within the communication crystal, his voice cold and crisp, emphasizing that the Daitongyu clan, whose goal was to devour the life force of planets, was the mortal enemy of all living beings. That suffices. The specific core secrets can only be shared with trusted members after the innermost alliance is established. Zhuozhu is right, Qinsho agreed. We should first establish the existence of a common enemy and its threat level. As for the Guardian and the Gate, they should remain top secrets to be revealed gradually only after the core echelon of the alliance has been formed. After prolonged deliberation, the fundamental tone of the conference was finally set, exposed the existence and threat of the Daitongyu present. Partial evidence, such as the analysis linking the Dachuan divine, remains energy, to the angelic energy, stressed the necessity of unity, and proposed the formation of a pan-shinobi defense alliance aimed at confronting the threat from the stars. Just as Ming Ren was busily preparing for the conference, Zhuozhu made a new discovery on his end. The Xingyun Desert, a vast barren wasteland at the border between the Earth Country and the Lightning Country. Legend held that this was where a star from beyond the heavens had fallen in ancient times. The Earth was scorched black, suffused with chaotic magnetic fields and a thin eerie chakra laced with radiation. Zhuozhu walked across the cracked Earth, his reincarnation eye carefully scanning the surroundings. Following the vague coordinates embedded in the Guardian's fragmented information, he had located this region. Unlike the floating isle where immense life and destruction were intertwined, this place exuded a deathly stillness, desolation, and a lingering, tragic grandeur that had never fully dissipated. He arrived at a relatively flat expanse of black rock. Within the site of his reincarnation, traces of residual energy that ordinary eyes could never perceive came into view. These traces were immensely ancient, nearly fused with the rock itself. Yet the patterns they formed bore a faint resemblance to certain runes on the barrier of the floating isle, only far more fragmented and dim. Zhuozhu crouched down, pressed his palm against the rock, and attempted to infuse a wisp of Six Paths chakra into it. A low hum emanated. The rock face abruptly lit up with faint blue light lines, almost invisible, flickering a few times like a dying breath, then fading entirely. But in that very instant, Zhuozhu seemed to hear a cry that spanned the ages, filled with despair and unyielding resolve. Along with a fleeting vision, countless figures charged skyward, one after another, burning themselves into a brilliant rain of light in a desperate attempt to stop some sky-veiling darkness from descending. In the end, the rain of light was annihilated, darkness fell, the earth split apart, and the stars dimmed. The vision shattered. Zhuozhu snatched his hand back abruptly, his brows tightly knitted. These residual imprints recorded a primordial defensive battle of utterly savage intensity. That fallen civilization had once fought a bloody war here against the invaders, most likely the early Daitongyu. He pressed deeper into the desert, and at the bottom of a colossal ring-shaped crater, he found a massive shard half buried in black gravel, neither metal nor stone. The shard's surface was smooth, its edges bearing an irregular melted appearance. It emanated an extremely faint energy fluctuation, one sharing the same origin as the Magatama of the Eye of God, yet far more ancient and pure. This is Zhuozhu's reincarnation, I narrowed as he carefully sensed it. The shard was not a Magatama. Rather, it seemed to be part of some far larger structure, its internal composition complex and exquisite, far surpassing the technological level of today's shinobi world. He attempted to analyze the shard's interior with his reincarnation eye, but discovered that its structure was shielded by a powerful energy field with a self-repairing nature. Forcing his way through might damage the shard. A relic of a civilization. Or the fragment of some weapon. Zhuozhu carefully sealed the massive shard into a space-time scroll. This could be one of the key clues to understanding that fallen civilization and combating the Daitangyu. Just as he was about to explore further, a small communication talisman in his bosom suddenly grew warm. It was the emergency contact signal agreed upon between him and Ming Ren. The conference at the Guanxing Terrace seemed to have hit an unexpected snag. Zhuozhu glanced toward the depths of the desert where more secrets seemed to lie hidden. But he knew that the formation of the alliance was far more urgent at this moment. Without hesitation, his figure merged into a spatial ripple and vanished from the Xingyun desert in an instant. At the Guanxing Terrace, an ancient stone structure perched atop a range of peaks. The atmosphere was heavy and delicate. Representatives of the 5 great nations, Wind Shadow Wa Ai Luo in person and full empowered envoys sent by the Lightning Shadow, Earth Shadow, and Water Shadow, along with General San Chuan of the Iron Country and the chieftain of the Xinjiang clan as host, had all taken their seats. Ming Ren, as the initiator of the meeting and the leader of the break organization, sat at the head of the table. At the start of the conference, when he unveiled the theory of the starry threat and presented some of the evidence, the hall was filled with doubt and shock. The Lightning Shadow's envoy, a burly, hot-tempered jonin from the hidden cloud village, was the first to challenge him. Xuanhua Ming Ren, what you speak of is utterly preposterous. On the strength of these energy analyses and speculation about Duchuan's power, you expect us to believe that an alien race intends to devour our world. Could this not be an excuse for you to consolidate power and realize some ambition? The Earth Shadow's envoy, an elder well-versed in scheming, drawled, indeed. There is nothing wrong with uniting against a threat. But how are we to unite? Who will lead? How will resources be allocated? These concrete questions cannot be resolved by a vague threat from the stars. A murmur of discussion immediately filled the hall. The foundation of trust had yet to be laid, yet the contest of interests had already begun. Ming Ren drew a deep breath, preparing to explain further and persuade them according to plan. Suddenly, the barriers surrounding the Guanxing Terrace convulsed with violent fluctuations. A chilling, malevolent chakra aura, sharing the same origin as the divine, remains energy, yet far purer and more powerful, descended like a plague. Alarm! Unknown powerful enemies are invading. A guard of the Xinjiang chieftain burst into the hall to report urgently. Everyone's expression changed at once, and they instantly shifted to a state of combat readiness. Ming Ren's heart plummeted. The minions of the Daitangyu had actually found this place at such a critical moment. The first trial of the conference had arrived in the most direct and most dangerous way possible. The chilling, malevolent chakra flooded in like a tangible tide, instantly submerging the outer perimeter of the stargazing platform. The barrier emitted an agonized groan, its light flickering violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet this aura was of the same origin as Tokugawa Ieyasu's divine remains power, but it was purer, icier, and carried an inhuman sense of order in no way comparable to Tokugawa's chaotic ferocity. Inside the venue, all representatives rose to their feet in an instant. Lightning crackled around the Raikage's envoy, rocks rose beneath the Tsuchikage's envoy, Gaara's sand silently floated around him, Mifyun's hand rested on the hilt of his blade, Kagehide his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Here it comes. But not the main force. Naruto made a snap judgment. Although this power was formidable, it lacked the primordial vastness and antiquity originating from the essence of life that he had sensed far out at sea. It felt more like a slightly advanced tool or servant. Protect the non-combatants. All combatants follow me to meet the enemy. Naruto decided without hesitation. Golden chakra surged around him as he charged out first. This was indeed the perfect moment to demonstrate the threat to all parties and foster an alliance. The group rushed out of the venue onto the open-air platform outside the stargazing platform. The sky was covered by a curtain of dark crimson energy sealing off the starlight. 5 figures hovered in the air, dressed in identical white uniforms patterned with intricate lines. Their faces were concealed beneath expressionless metal masks, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with eerie blue flames. Unlike the twisted, faceless ones, their forms were well-proportioned, exuding a cold and efficient killing intent. Detected high-concentration chakra aggregates. Confirmed targets Naruto Uzumaki Sasuke Uchiha not present. Secondary targets representatives of all nations. The leading divine servant spoke in a flat, synthesized voice. Execute the purge order and retrieve the fragment wave source. Stop your tricks. The hot-tempered Reikage envoy erupted in lightning-release chakra mode, turning into a blue bolt of lightning as he charged upward. Lightning release lightning lariat. Facing this fierce strike, the leading divine servant simply raised his hand. A hexagonal shield of dark blue energy instantly appeared before him. Boom. The envoy's attack collided with the shield, bursting into blinding light. The shield rippled violently, but did not break. At the same time, ripples undulated across its surface, and a powerful backlash sent the envoy staggering back several steps. An energy absorption and counterattack system. Much more advanced than Tokugawa's crude imitation. Sasuke's voice rang out as he appeared beside Naruto, using a meticulously, his Rinnegan rapidly analyzing the opponent's ability. Altogether, Gaara said in a low voice. A colossal sand hand accompanied by dense sand bullets attacked from every direction. The Tsuchikage envoy used earth release, causing the ground to heave up, colossal stone fists crashing toward the enemy. The other 4 divine servants moved. Their motions were swift and synchronized, their hands forming strange seals. Divine art energy deflection. Divine art matter decomposition. The sand bullets and stone fists that rushed toward them were either deflected aside by invisible force fields or disintegrated at their surfaces into fundamental particles the moment they approached. The demon-banishing arrows shot by the Land of Iron Samurai were nimbly dodged or blocked by energy shields. Though the arrows inflicted substantial damage to the shields, they could not land a decisive finishing blow. These divine servants as individuals might be inferior to Naruto or Sasuke, but they possessed technology and energy manipulation that surpassed the current shinobi world's understanding, and they worked in flawless coordination like a precise killing machine. Senju Shio's water dragon bullet was dispersed by the energy deflection. A swordsman employing the one-sword style attempted to close in, only to be repelled by a high-frequency energy blade that extended from a divine servant's hand. The White Fang short blade clashed with the energy blade, scattering dazzling sparks. The battle fell into a stalemate. The delegates from the 5 great nations and the Land of Iron each displayed their unique skills, yet they were unable to quickly overcome these divine servants, and were instead rendered somewhat unsteady by their bizarre abilities and squad coordination. We can't allow them to keep their formation. Naruto realized that the energy connections among these divine servants formed a powerful cooperative combat network. He clapped his hands together. Sage Art Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. The colossal shuriken roared with natural energy, slicing toward the leading divine servant. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto another divine servant in the middle of casting matter decomposition. Ameno to Jikara. He directly swapped the servant's position with a huge boulder, interrupting his technique. Boom. The Raisin Shuriken was barely blocked by the leading divine servant and 2 other companions using their energy shields, but cracks appeared on the shields. The divine servant that had been swapped was instantly bound by Gaara's sand. Perfect coordination. Now, General Mifune seized the opportunity, drawing Cagehide from its sheath. A single condensed flash of sword light struck not at the divine servants themselves, but at the invisible network of energy connecting them. Secret sword severing flow. A silver-white arc of light swept through, and something in the air seemed to be severed. The remaining 4 divine servants' movements immediately became sluggish and uncoordinated. A golden opportunity. The Reikage envoy and the others seized this fleeting opening and erupted with all their might. Lightning release Raimei Raijin. Earth release rock iron cannon technique. Sand waterfall burial. Stripped of flawless coordination, the divine servants' defenses drastically weakened. Under the dense and overwhelming attacks, their shields broke one after another, their bodies pierced by lightning, crushed by rocks, and swallowed by sand. The battle ended quickly, leaving the 5 divine servants as cold wreckage. Silence reigned inside and outside the venue, disturbed only by the crowd's heavy, ragged breathing. Although they emerged victorious, no one's face held joy, only solemnity. These were merely servants, yet they had been so troublesome that only a joined effort could defeat them. Then how powerful must the divine lord behind them be? Naruto walked over to the divine servants' remains, picked up a piece of the shattered metal mask, and looked at the assembled representatives. In a deep voice he said, "Now do you still think I am crying wolf? This is the enemy we will all have to face in the future. Merely servants." This time, no one raised any objections. The Reikage envoy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Tsuchikage envoy's eyes were profound. Gaara and Mifune wore even more determined expressions. The attack on the stargazing platform was a hammer blow that shattered all wishful thinking and divisions. In the face of an undeniable and formidable external threat, the cornerstone of the alliance was finally laboriously laid. As the dust settled over the attack on the stargazing platform, what remained was not only the cold remains of 5 divine servants, but the profound sense of crisis and urgency seared into the hearts of everyone present. All the earlier doubts, scheming, and estrangement were set aside for a time in that brief but fierce battle against a common enemy, replaced by a consensus born of the instinct for survival. No more words were needed. Under the auspices of the Hashimi clan, a covenant marking a turning point in the history of the ninja world was swiftly drafted and signed. The Stargazing Platform Covenant, a pan-ninja world defensive alliance aimed at countering the threat from the stars, had taken initial shape. The core terms of the covenant included 1. Intelligence sharing. All parties shall establish a top-level intelligence sharing mechanism, and any information concerning anomalous energy, unknown life forms, ancient ruins, or anything possibly related to the Otsutsuki must be shared unconditionally. 2. Military mutual assistance. When a confirmed attack from the Otsutsuki or their servants occurs, alliance members are obligated to provide military support. 3. Technological cooperation. The research power of all factions shall be pooled to jointly study ways to counter divine remains energy and divine servant technology, including, but not limited to, the Iron Country's demon-breaking techniques, Sunegakure's sealing arts, and Kumigakure's nintaijutsu and lightning release applications. 4. Resource allocation. Within the alliance framework, strategic resources such as chakra metal and special crystals shall be prioritized for projects against the threat from the stars. 5. Decision-making mechanism. An alliance council composed of the 5 Kage, or their plenipotentiary representatives, the general of the Iron Country, and the leader of the break organization, shall be established to make major decisions. Routine affairs were to be coordinated by a standing body. The signing ceremony was simple and solemn. There were no celebrations, no cheers. Only an oppressive sense of duty filling the ancient stone hall of the stargazing platform. After the meeting concluded, representatives returned swiftly to their respective factions, carrying both the covenant and the weight of urgency. They understood that peace was temporary, the next strike could come at any moment, and the enemy would only be stronger. At the break organization base, Naruto immediately convened a high-level meeting after his return. The covenant is only the first step. He scanned the room, his tone severe. We have personally verified how powerful those servants are. Next time there may be more than 5 of them, or maybe even higher-ranking individuals. We must use this precious time to raise our strength at any cost. Chief, what should our main focus be next? Morishita asked. Advance on multiple fronts. Naruto said without hesitation. First, integrate the remnants of the divine remains armament seized from Tokugawa and the fragments of the divine servants, combine them with the technical data sent from the Iron Country, and exhaustively analyze them to find weaknesses in their energy cores and the possibility of imitation or countermeasures. Mita-san, you will be in charge of this overall. Whatever resources you need, they will be allocated first. Understood. Morishita felt the heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Second, strengthen both individual and team combat capabilities. Naruto looked at Uchiha and Ichiryu, his 2 core combatants. Revise the training program based on what we learned from this battle with the divine servants. Focus on tactical coordination drills for penetrating energy shields, closing distance rapidly, and unraveling strange jutsu. In particular, team chakra fusion techniques and targeted elemental counter-tactics must be treated as the highest priority. Yes. Senju, Uchiha, and Ichiryu responded in unison. Third, Naruto's gaze turned toward the medical ward, deep in the base, a flicker of tenderness and resolve in his eyes. About Mei. And about my own power. He could sense that both Ninetales chakra mode and sage mode still hit a bottleneck when facing enemies on a higher plane. He needed to tap into his power at an even deeper level, especially the primordial power that the Sage of 6 Paths had granted him, the power belonging to Azura and intertwined with the origin of natural energy. At the same time, the mutation of Mei's Hakai bloodline after it resisted the divine blood might also hold the key to a breakthrough. Iron Country Secret Research Institute. General Mifune personally inspected the institute's progress. Relying on the divine servant energy data and remnant samples shared by the break organization, the artisans and scholars of the Iron Country were working frantically. General, we have preliminarily decoded the wave frequency of that energy shield. The new demon-breaking arrows are expected to improve penetration efficiency by 30%. An engineer reported with excitement. Not enough, Mifune said in a deep voice. We need weapons that can pierce the shield in a single shot, and even threaten higher-level beings. Launch the Star-Severing Project. Concentrate all resources and prioritize the development of a demon-breaking cannon at the level of a large-caliber city-breaching crossbow. The steel tide of the Iron Country was undergoing a complete transformation to face the enemies from the stars. Sunegakure, the Kazakage's office. Gaara looked at the Covenant document and said to Kankuro and Temari beside him, conventional sand release and puppetry have limited effectiveness against that kind of energy defense. We need to change our approach. He opened his palm, and a wisp of gold sand permeated with dense magnet-release chakra floated above it. We must push the power of magnet release further and develop a magnetic storm technique that can disrupt or even dismantle energy structures. At the same time, the puppet core must be fitted with the demon-breaking bladed weapons and energy body interference devices provided by the Iron Country. Sunigakure, this land of wind and sand, was also beginning to sharpen new fangs for the coming war. Kirigakure, the Raikage's office. The fourth Raikage stared at the battle report and slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it, to be pushed to this point by a few puppet-like things. Killer B. Yo, don't worry big brother, you fool, you jerk. Killer B, uncharacteristically refraining from an impromptu rap, answered with a serious look. The tailed beast balls, shape transformation, and penetrating power need to be raised another notch. Maiguki the Eight Tails also said that their energy makes him feel really uncomfortable. Notify Samui, a jonin of Kirigakure skilled in analysis and technology, and set up the Thunder God Project team. Research how to apply the destructive power and speed traits of lightning release to the extreme against energy defenses. The Raikage's voice boomed like thunder. Just as the Ninja Alliance was intensifying its efforts to strengthen combat power in the unknown depths of the universe, or rather in a separate dimension attached to the main world. In a pale temple of a starkly different style, filled with geometric beauty, the battle data of the 5 divine servants who had been defeated by Sasuke and Naruto was transforming into streams of light and pouring into a massive biocomputer that resembled a brain. A voice colder still and even more devoid of emotion rang out. Units K7 through K11. Connection lost. Data recovery complete. Target planet's resistance level raised to gamma. Detected a brief surge in key fluctuations. Suspected resonance with the fragment. Initiate the second sequence purge protocol. Deploy annihilator units. Priorities: recover the fragment, eliminate high-threat targets. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. A new, even more powerful shadow was already racing toward the ninja world. The brief peace was nothing more than the final breath before the coming storm. The Alliance and the Break Organization must seize every second before the enemy's next descent, forging themselves into blades sharp enough to sever the claws of the enemies from the stars. The signing of the Observatory Alliance Pact was like installing a powerful engine beneath the seemingly calm surface of the ninja world, driving all forces to operate with unprecedented efficiency and determination. At the underground training ground of the destroyed organization base, the roar of thunder echoed incessantly. Naruto was enveloped in a dazzling golden chakra, but unlike the previous frenzy, the Nine-Tails chakra now appeared more concentrated and profound, interwoven with a barely perceptible lustrous glow of natural energy. He was attempting to fuse Sage Mode more deeply with the Nine-Tails chakra rather than simple stacking. This process was extremely perilous, as a slight misstep could lead to backlash from natural energy or disrupt the balance with the Nine-Tails, yet he had no choice. He could sense that only by truly mastering the integration of these two powers and reaching the realm once guided by the Sage of Six Paths would he be able to face the formidable enemies to come. On the other side, Chishio Senju and Ichiryu were sparring against a puppet temporarily modified by Morishita Mida's team, which simulated the energy shield of a divine servant. Water dragons and blade lights repeatedly struck the azure shield, seeking the patterns of energy flow in the weakest moments. Around the training ground, other team members were also practicing newly devised combined tactics in groups, with chakra lights flickering in succession. In the medical room, Mei Terumi remained asleep. But on the surface of her body, the dark red patterns no longer seemed so ferocious. Instead, they faintly radiated a deep, starry night-like luster. The medical team discovered that her Hayami bloodline, after undergoing divine blood erosion and resistance, seemed to have undergone some unknown benign transformation. Cell activity and chakra capacity were slowly increasing, but her consciousness remained sealed deep within her soul. Naruto came here every day not only to transmit chakra to maintain the connection, but also to begin gently channeling the natural energy he had comprehended into Mei's body, hoping to stimulate her recovery. In the land of iron, the immense forge workshop blazed with flames. A strong, bare-chested samurai with bulging muscles strained to pull the trigger of a specially modified giant crossbow, inscribed with countless runes. With a deep hum, a massive, specially made crossbow bolt wrapped in spiral air currents and demon-breaking runes shot out, like a meteor, instantly piercing an energy target simulating the divine servant shield, which was of astonishing thickness. The target shattered with a sound, and energy dissipated. Success! The star-slicing crossbow prototype has passed the test. The craftsman burst into cheers. General Mifune nodded slightly, but his gaze remained stern. Not fast enough. The reload speed needs to be improved by 30%. The intensity of the energy target must also be doubled according to the estimated second-tier enemy standards. The technological blade of the Land of Iron was being honed with astonishing speed. In the Sunegakure's exclusive training ground, Gaara hovered in midair above a sea of gold sand infused with intense magnet-release chakra under his control. The gold sand was no longer used solely for defense and physical attacks. It surged with his will, forming complex energy fields. Occasionally, a scrapped puppet was thrown into the field, and the chakra-conductive metal inside it rapidly overheated, malfunctioned, and even disintegrated from within under the drastic changes of the magnetic field. Magnet-release gold sand realm. Gaara muttered, and the gold sand domain suddenly contracted. The powerful magnetic storm disturbance caused subtle ripples in the barrier surrounding the training ground. This was the technique he envisioned for massively paralyzing enemy energy equipment and low-level units. Meanwhile, Kankuro and Temari were also fully engaged in modifying the puppet core and wind release tactics, striving to tear open enemy defenses more effectively in the next encounter. In the Kumogakure's lightning gorge, a huge explosion echoed through the valley. Killer Bee was in full-tailed beast form. The massive 8-tails Gyuki condensed a tailed beast ball far larger than usual, its surface wrapped in high-frequency lightning release chakra, and slammed it into the distant mountain wall. It was not a simple explosion. The moment the tailed beast ball touched the mountain wall, the lightning release energy burst first like countless blades tearing apart the rock structure, followed by the destructive energy of the tailed beast ball itself, utterly annihilating the entire cliff. Yo, penetration power increased by 50%, you bastard. Killer Bee communicated with the 8-tails in the spiritual world. Raikage looked at the monitoring data and nodded with satisfaction. That's it. Combine the sharpness of lightning release with the weight of the tailed beast ball. Samui, how is the electromagnetic launcher of the Raijin project progressing? My lord Raikage, the prototype has been assembled and is undergoing stability tests, Samui reported calmly. Theoretically, it can accelerate specially made metal projectiles to over 10 times the speed of sound, with penetration power expected to reach 1.5 times that of the star-slicing crossbow. The entire Ninja Alliance was like a gigantic war machine, every gear spinning madly, accumulating strength for the unknown but inevitable battle. However, beneath the seemingly active preparations for war, undercurrents still surged. Uchiha Sasuke did not stay within the territory of any alliance member. He traveled through various forbidden lands related to ancient ruins, pursuing traces of the fallen civilization. After finding that massive fragment in the Starfall Desert, he discovered a broken stele covered with coral and sediment in a deep-sea trench, its style similar to the barrier ruins of the floating island. Through the interpretation of the Rinnegan, he learned more fragmentary information. The fallen civilization called itself the Star Spirits. They were not the original inhabitants of this planet, but visitors or guardians from an earlier era. They sealed the gateway to prevent the spread of a cosmic calamity called the Void Devourer, and also to protect the planet's unique life essence, the star core, that it had nurtured. The Otsutsuki clan were plunderers chasing the life essence. They saw the Star Spirit seal as an obstacle and tried to break it to devour the star core. Star Spirits, Void Devourer. Sasuke muttered these names, feeling that another piece of the puzzle of truth had been added. But the most crucial question remained unanswered: what was behind the gate? Where were the Star Spirits now? How powerful was the Otsutsuki chief among them? He had a premonition that the answers might not be entirely buried in the past. He needed to go to the distant sea again to communicate more deeply with the guardian of the floating island, especially after he had sealed the divine Eye Magatama. But with the alliance newly established and Naruto needing support, he temporarily set aside this thought. Meanwhile, far away in the vast starry sky beyond the ninja world, or rather on a path connecting different dimensions, a small fleet different from the previous divine servants was sailing in silence. The fleet consisted of only 3 spindle-shaped ships, but the energy waves they emitted were far more concentrated and dangerous than those of the earlier divine servant ships. Inside the command room of one ship, a figure stood before a huge observation window. It still wore the standard divine servant uniform, but the patterns on its mask were more intricate, and the blue flames in its eyes had turned into a deeper, almost pitch-black color. Its physique was more perfect, and the oppressive energy it radiated was several times that of the eliminated K-series divine servants. It was an Annihilator unit, codenamed Shadow Wraith, commander of the second-tier Purge Protocol. An icy, synthesized voice echoed in the command room. Target planet coordinates locked. Energy barrier level Gamma. Detected large-scale, low-level energy aggregate activity increase. Suspected resistance preparation. According to the last data transmitted by K-series, high threat targets Naruto Uzumaki, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, high energy reaction suspected to touch nature's origin, Uchiha Sasuke, Rinnegan wielder, space-time ability. Secondary threats: Land of Iron energy weapon development, Sunegakure large-scale environmental manipulation. Tactical adjustment prioritized, decapitation, operation eliminate Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. Simultaneously deploy eroder units to disrupt their logistics and RD nodes. Estimated time of arrival 72 hours. The black flames and shadow wraith's eyes flickered slightly devoid of any emotion, only absolute execution commands. 72 hours. The time left for the Alliance was only the last 3 days. A trial far more severe than the observatory attack was about to descend. And this time the enemy brought more precise kill commands and greater destructive power. The 72-hour countdown hung over the Alliance like the sword of Damocles. The entire shinobi world was mobilized with unprecedented efficiency. Every researched effort, training session, and deployment became a desperate race against time. Deep beneath the break organization's base, the aura surrounding Naruto began to transform. The golden and emerald lights were no longer merely interlacing. They began to truly fuse, forming a heavier, more restrained dark gold chakra cloak. At the corners of his eyes, markings reminiscent of Sage Mode appeared, yet their patterns were more intricate, touched by a trace of golden radiance. It was the sign of his initial deeper integration of Ninetail's chakra with natural energy, the prototype of Sage Fox Mode. Though it remained unstable and limited in duration, his power, speed, perception, and control over natural energy had all undergone a qualitative leap. So this is a fraction of the power of all creation that the Sage of Six Paths spoke of. Naruto felt the torrent of power flowing through him, and his gaze grew even more resolute. Meanwhile, aided by the natural energy Naruto provided, the medical team made critical progress in their research on Kageyama. They discovered that after its mutation, Mei's Bia bloodline displayed an extremely high affinity for natural energy, even spontaneously absorbing small amounts of it to nourish itself. Combining ancient records with Naruto's perceptions, they speculated that Mei's deep slumber might be a form of profound bloodline reversion and soul tempering, and that once she awakened, her power could surpass everything she had shown before. Every day Naruto persisted in using his fused gentle chakra to nourish her meridians, waiting for the moment she would awaken. Meanwhile, the Land of Iron completed emergency production of the first batch of 12-star severing crossbows and swiftly deployed them to several pre-planned strategic positions. The prototype of the Hidden Cloud's Thunder God's super electromagnetic cannon had also overcome its stability issues and entered live fire testing. The Hidden Sand's Magnet Release Disruption Core and Gaara's Gold Sand World Law completed their initial integration. The Alliance's war machine had taken preliminary shape, yet the enemy's arrival came even sooner than expected. When the countdown entered its final 12 hours, the Alliance outpost on the coast of the Land of Lightning issued the highest alarm. 3 strangely shaped spindle ships broke through the outer sentry barrier and were hurtling toward the continent at astonishing speed. "They're here." The moment the message arrived, the Alliance Council linked up instantaneously via long-range communication. Based on the energy signatures, they far surpassed the previous K-series Divine Servants. Raikage AI's voice was grim. "Their target is clear. They're coming straight for the heart of the continent," Gaara added. "We can't let them get near densely populated areas as easily as they did last time. Take the initiative. Intercept them at sea," Naruto declared with absolute resolve. Orders were swiftly issued. A joint interception force composed of the break organization's elites, the Hidden Cloud Rapid Response Unit, the Land of Iron's star-severing crossbow crews, and the Hidden Sands Aerial Support Squadron set out under the personal command of Naruto and the 4th Raikage, racing at high speed aboard warships toward the approaching enemy. Sasuke did not take part in this frontal interception. His Rinnegan had caught a deeper revelation. These 3 ships were merely bait, and Vanguard, the true killing blow, might be hidden elsewhere. Using a Minotejikura, he slipped away alone, moving silently toward the region where energy fluctuations were the faintest and where a dimensional leap or the deployment of corruptors was most likely. On the vast open sea, the combined fleet encountered the 3 spindle ships. There was no warning, no negotiation. Battle erupted in an instant. The spindle ships' surfaces lit up with deep, nearly black energy shields. The Alliance fleet's opening barrage of jutsu and cannon fire was mostly deflected or absorbed. Only the Land of Iron's star-severing crossbows and the Hidden Cloud's Thunder God cannons could leave visible ripples and cracks in the shields, but they could not pierce them in a single strike. The ship's hatches opened and dozens of Annihilator units in upgraded uniforms, eyes blazing with pitch-black flames, poured out. Their speed, strength, and energy manipulation far surpassed the previous K-series Divine Servants. "Thunder Tyrant Dance, 1,000 generations." Raikage AI roared, turning into a bolt of lightning and charging into the enemy ranks. Locked in combat with 2 Annihilators, his crackling arcs clashed violently against their black energy blades. Naruto entered in initial Sage Fox mode, his dark gold chakra cloak making him look like a war god. Huge chakra arms swept away the Annihilators that charged at him, while he repeatedly condensed-tailed beast balls to hammer the spindle ship's shields. Senju Shio, the one-sword style, and the other Alliance shinobi formed battle formations, struggling to hold back the Annihilators' ferocious assault through teamwork and new tactics. The battle was white-hot from the very first clash. Relying on new equipment and coordinated tactics, the Alliance barely withstood the Annihilator's first wave, yet the enemy's individual combat power and the resilience of their warship shields still exerted tremendous pressure. We must destroy their ships first. Naruto fought, while sensing the energy nodes of the warship shields. In Sage Fox mode, his perceptive abilities had soared. At last, the ever-silent Shadow Husk flew slowly out from the lead vessel. It carried no visible weapons, merely hovering in the air with unnerving calm. Its jet-black eyes swept across the battlefield and finally locked onto Naruto and the Raikage, who possessed the strongest energy reactions. Target confirmed. Executing purge. A cold synthetic voice announced. Shadow Husk raised both hands' palms aimed at the spot where Naruto and the Raikage stood. Divine Art Energy Collapse. In an instant, an invisible heart-stopping force field enveloped Naruto and the Raikage. The chakra around them seemed seized by an enormous unseen hand, compressing and collapsing inward uncontrollably. Even space itself began to warp subtly. What? Naruto and the Raikage both sensed a towering crisis, as if their own chakra were about to betray them and detonate from within. So this was the power of a second sequence purifier. With a single move, it launched a terrifying attack aimed directly at the very essence of chakra. The naval interception had been plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Meanwhile, in another stretch of sky, Sasuke discovered the enemy's true hidden card, a space tunnel quietly taking shape for the large-scale deployment of corruptors. The battle that would decide the Alliance's fate had on two fronts simultaneously reached its most perilous moment. Main naval battlefield, the terrifying energy collapse force field like an invisible cage held Naruto and the Raikage in a death grip. Their chakra ran berserk and cracks began to appear across their skin as if they were about to burst from within at any second. Damn it! Break open! Raikage A bellowed, driving his lightning release chakra mode to the absolute limit, attempting to pry open the collapsing field with sheer force. Yet black energy patterns continued to creep over his body. Naruto, meanwhile, found himself trapped in a different dilemma. In Sage Fox mode, his perception of natural energy was exceptionally acute. At this moment, he could clearly see that the collapsing field was not only acting on chakra, it was also draining and warping the spatial structure and natural energy around them. Head-on resistance is by no means the right approach. Kurama, aid me. Naruto cried out mentally. Kid, this power is bizarre. It's dismantling the very structure of energy. Kurama's voice carried unprecedented gravity. Use that. Release the power we just comprehended. That fused power, in the form of vibration. Disrupt its force field core. Vibration. A flash of insight struck Naruto. He sank his consciousness into the dark gold chakra within his body. Chakra that had only just begun to fuse. And instead of resisting, he channeled it to vibrate with tremendous force at an extremely high frequency. Sage Art Resonance Spiral Wave. Radiating from Naruto, visible rings of dark gold energy ripples erupted outward with overwhelming force. These ripples were not a direct attack. They contained an oscillating force of extremely high frequency, and they slammed into Shadow Remnant's energy collapse field with devastating impact. Two utterly different sets of energy rules interfered with and annihilated each other. Space let out an agonized groan of unbearable strain. The collapsing field enveloping Naruto and the Raikage twisted violently, and in an instant countless hairline cracks appeared across it. Now, Lord Raikage, Naruto shouted. Lightning released Liger Bomb. Seizing that fleeting moment, the Raikage took the berserk lightning release chakra that had nearly caused his own body to explode, condensed it into an ultra-dense lightning orb, and smashed it viciously into the center of the force field's cracks. Boom! The collapsing field shattered on impact. Violent energy torrents flung several nearby annihilators into the air. In Shadow Remnant's pitch-black eyes, streams of data flickered wildly. Target energy attributes updated. Possesses rule interference properties. Threat level elevated. It seemed not to have anticipated that Naruto could counter its killing move in this way. Not that simple. Freed from danger, Naruto's gaze sharpened. In Sage Fox mode, his speed skyrocketed, and he appeared before Shadow Remnant. In an instant, his dark gold chakra-clad fist smashing out with an aura that could rend space itself. Shadow Remnant raised a hand to block, and a gloomy black energy shield materialized. Bang! Fist and shield collided with a dull thunderclap. This time the shield shook violently, and even fine cracks began to appear on its surface. Sage Fox mode, infused with natural energy, now posed a genuine threat to Shadow Remnant's defenses. The Raikage roared and joined the fray, as well launching a ferocious combined assault on Shadow Remnant alongside Naruto. In an instant, the focus of the main battlefield converged on these three figures. On the periphery, the other allied shinobi and annihilators were locked in a bloody struggle. The star-severing crossbows of the Land of Iron and the Thunder God cannons of Kirigakure thundered endlessly, struggling to counter the firepower of the two other spindle-shaped vessels and the relentless assault of the annihilators. Flanking battlefield at the space tunnel hidden under a warped optical camouflage, Sasuke kept his Rinnegan fixed on the spatial tunnel hovering over the sea ahead, a tunnel that endlessly rotated, expanded, and radiated sinister fluctuations. Inside the tunnel, countless twisted figures, hybrids of insects and machines, could be dimly seen massing. These corrodors were smaller in size, but overwhelming in number, radiating corrosive and disruptive energy fields. It must be destroyed before the tunnel stabilizes, Sasuke judged coolly. Directly assaulting the tunnel itself was too risky if it might trigger a spatial storm. His target was an inconspicuous buoy-like device floating on the sea beneath the tunnel, a spatial beacon providing positioning and energy support. Amino Dejikura. In an instant, Sasuke swapped his position with a block of floating ice beside the beacon. Yet the moment he appeared, a dense network of energy rays suddenly illuminated around the beacon. At the same time, 4 special model annihilators hidden underwater and tasked specifically with guarding the beacon burst out of the sea, high-frequency energy blades in hand converging from 4 directions to cut him down. A trap. Sasuke's pupils contracted, and Susanu's skeletal frame instantly manifested around him. Clang, 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 clang. The energy blade struck Susanoo, sending out blinding sparks. These guard model annihilators might not match Shadow Remnant in individual strength, but they fought with seamless coordination, attacked with vicious precision, and possessed a specialized penetrating power against Susanoo's defenses. I must settle this quickly. Sasuke could sense the fierce energy fluctuations from the main battlefield. Naruto and the others were under tremendous pressure. He ceased holding back, his Rinnegan whirling madly. Amaterasu. Black flames burst onto 2 of the annihilators, but they seemed equipped with advanced fire suppression programs. Ripples spread across their surfaces as they slowly isolated and disintegrated the Amaterasu. Kagetsuchi. Sasuke manipulated the shape of the black Amaterasu flames, transforming them into countless black sunbon that shot toward the other 2 annihilators and the spatial beacon like a blinding rainstorm. The annihilators swung their energy blades to block, but several black flame sunbon struck the beacon, and its surface immediately began to burn and crumble. The spatial tunnel's stability plummeted instantly, its rotation slowed, and the corrodors inside emitted shrill, piercing shrieks. Success! Sasuke felt a surge of delight in his heart. But at that very moment, the Annihilator captain he had briefly trapped with Amaterasu flashed dark light in its eyes. Forcefully peeling away part of its burning armor, it hefted a spear condensed from pitch-black energy, and with nearly space-jumping speed, thrust instantly at Susanoo. Divine Art Boundary-Breaking Spear. SHHK? The energy spear actually ignored Susanoo's defenses, pierced straight through the skeletal ribs, and stabbed toward Sasuke's real body. Sasuke twisted his body with barely enough room to spare. The spear grazed past his flank, drawing a spray of blood. A sinister corrosive energy instantly invaded his chakra pathways. Ugh! Sasuke let out a muffled groan, a flash of pain flickering in his Rinnegan. So this boundary-breaking spear could directly attack the soul and the very source of one's energy. Though the spatial beacon was damaged, the tunnel had not yet fully closed. The 4 guard annihilators closed in once more, their attacks even more frenzied. On the flanking battlefield, Sasuke, too, was trapped in a bitter 1 versus 4 struggle, bearing wounds that hindered his movements. Both front lines had reached their most critical, most dangerous moment. The fate of the alliance hung on whether Naruto the Raikage and Sasuke could each break through their deadly deadlock. Naruto Uzumaki and the Raikage's combined assault poured down upon the Shadow Husk like a raging storm. Dark Gold Sage Fox Chakra interwove with the wild lightning release, and every collision caused space itself to tremor. Cracks spread across the Shadow Husk's pitch-black shield under the relentless bombardment, yet it remained terrifyingly calm. With exquisite energy control and calculation abilities far surpassing any ordinary being, it always neutralized lethal attacks at the most critical moments. Analysis complete. Target, Naruto Uzumaki. Energy fusion is not yet stable. Gaps exist in his power fluctuations. Target, 4th Raikage. Attack pattern is monotonous, over-reliant on straight-line speed. Data streams flashed through the Shadow Husk's eyes. It suddenly retreated, pressed its hands together before its chest, and a hyper-compressed black sphere of energy, within which stars seemed to flicker and die, rapidly took shape. Divine Art Dark Star Annihilation. The black sphere of energy shot out silently. Wherever it passed, light twisted and seawater was evaporated into a vacuum channel pointing straight at Naruto Uzumaki, whose aura had just dipped slightly after completing a powerful strike. The destructive power contained in this strike far surpassed the previous energy collapse. Naruto, watch out! The Raikage shouted, trying to step in, but he was blocked by 2 other annihilators fighting with suicidal determination. At the crucial moment, Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. He could sense that taking this strike head-on, even in Sage Fox mode, would be extremely dangerous. No choice but to use that. A flash of determination passed through Naruto's eyes. He gave up dodging and clapped his hands together in front of his chest. The initially fused dark gold chakra inside him began churning ferociously in an unprecedented way, drawing in the vast natural energy around him. Sage Art Yin-Yang Release Raisin Shuriken. It was no longer wind-natured, nor simply a change in form. A raisin shuriken swirled into existence in Naruto's palm, its core a chaotic hue, half brimming with vibrant life, half drowned in dead stillness. This was a forbidden technique beyond his current level, created by forcibly merging his understanding of the yin-yang release granted by the Sage of Six Paths into his own power, combining natural energy and Nine-Tails chakra, and imitating the principle of the truth-seeking orbs. Go! The chaotic raisin shuriken shot from his hand and collided violently with the Shadow Husk's dark star annihilation. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extreme darkness that devoured all light and sound spread from the point of impact. Space shattered inch by inch like fragile glass, exposing the twisted void beyond. Seawater, air, energy. Everything was mercilessly swallowed and annihilated by that pitch-black region. The Shadow Husk's ever-calm pitch-black eyes finally churned with violent turmoil for the first time. Impossible. A lowly life form could actually touch the realm of rule erasure. The darkness persisted for several seconds before slowly fading. On the sea, a huge, bottomless maelstrom remained, and the surrounding waters hesitated to rush in. Naruto knelt on one knee on the distant water surface, gasping heavily. His Sage Fox mode had been forcibly dispelled and his face was as pale as paper. That last strike had almost drained every ounce of his strength. The Shadow Husk was in no better condition. The pitch-black shield around its body had completely shattered, and its left arm along with part of its shoulder armor had been lost in the annihilation, with unstable energy sparks flickering at the breach. It stared fixedly at Naruto, its eyes filled with chaotic streams of data. Now, all forces attack. Seizing this precious opening, the Raikage unleashed the last of his lightning release. Like a true thunder god descending upon the world, he blasted the blocking annihilator to pieces and charged at the wounded Shadow Husk. The allied fleet's morale surged, and all their firepower concentrated on the other two spindle-shaped warships and the remaining annihilators. Flanking battlefield beside the spatial passage, a sharp gnawing pain came from Sasuke Uchiha's side, and the cold corrosive energy within the wound kept trying to freeze his chakra flow. Under the frenzied siege of the four guarding annihilators, his Susanoo was already covered with wounds. I can't fall. The passage must be closed. Sasuke gritted his teeth, bloodshot veins spreading through his Rinnegan. He abandoned defense and poured most of his chakra into Susanoo. Susanoo complete body. The colossal purple war god rose from the ground. Although it was less solid than its prime, its might was still astonishing. The complete body Susanoo's four arms respectively held a chakra, sword, a shield, a bow, and an ancient mirror with Magatama ornaments along its rim, the Yata Mirror. An artifact, the Yata Mirror. The Annihilator captain's synthesized voice carried shock for the first time. Sasuke paid it no attention. The complete body Susanoo knocked an arrow, aiming not at the Annihilators, but at the spatial beacon, which was still slowly repairing itself. Indra's arrow. The purple arrow containing ultimate annihilation left the bowstring. The four Annihilators staked their lives to block it, with energy blade shields, and even their own bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in rapid succession, and three Annihilators were reduced to powder in the arrow's residual shockwaves. But that captain-class Annihilator, relying on the realm-breaking spear and bizarre footwork, forcibly altered a portion of the arrow's trajectory. Indra's arrow grazed past the spatial beacon, heavily damaging it once again, yet failing to completely destroy it. Though the passage shook violently and became extremely unstable, it remained open, and a few corruptors began pouring out of it like locusts. Damn it! Sasuke cursed inwardly. The complete body Susanoo had become ethereal due to excessive chakra consumption. Moreover, because he had forcibly driven his power, the wound in his side burst open and blood stained his clothes red. The captain-class Annihilator holding the realm-breaking spear locked its dark gaze on the weakened Sasuke and made its final death declaration. Target Sasuke Uchiha. Elimination. It became a black line stabbing straight towards Sasuke's heart. At that life-or-death moment, a golden light like a sword of dawn ripping through darkness descended from the sky. It struck the captain-class Annihilator dead on. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed that Annihilator. A figure stumbled and landed on the palm of the Susanoo beside Sasuke, the pale-faced Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes burning with resolve. After the Raikage took over the main attack against the Shadow Husk, Naruto forced himself to use the Flying Thunder God technique with the last of his strength to rush over in support. Dead last. You sure know how to pick your moments. Sasuke coughed up blood, his tone still carrying the usual mockery, but for a brief instant his taut nerves relaxed. Cut the chit-chat. Destroy that broken beacon first. Naruto glanced at the teetering spatial beacon and the endless stream of corruptors, a ruthless flicker flashing through his eyes. He formed hand seals again. Though he could no longer unleash the Inyang release Raisin Shuriken, an ordinary tailed beast ball could still be condensed. Kurama, lend me your final power. A small yet highly condensed tailed beast ball formed in Naruto's palm, and he hurled it ferociously at the damaged spatial beacon. At the same time, Sasuke mustered the last of his chakra, controlled the complete body Susanoo, and aimed the Yata mirror at the entrance of the passage. The tailed beast ball struck the beacon. Boom. The spatial beacon exploded completely. Deprived of its positioning anchor, the already unstable spatial passage began to twist and contract wildly. Yata mirror reflection. Sasuke pushed the Yata mirror's power to its absolute limit, forcibly reflecting part of the spatial turbulence generated when the passage collapsed, sweeping it toward the corruptors that had just surged out. In utter silence, a large number of corruptors were devoured and crushed by spatial cracks. The passage finally closed completely. The crisis on the flank battlefield was temporarily resolved. But Naruto and Sasuke had also expended nearly all their strength, both severely wounded and unable to fight on. On the main sea battlefield, with the Raikage and the allied forces fighting desperately, the wounded Shadow Husk was ultimately pierced through its core by the Raikage at the cost of one of his arms, using lightning release Hell Stab, forefinger thrust, and reduced to cosmic dust. The other two spindle-shaped warships were also focused and sunk by the star-slaying crossbows of the Land of Iron and the Raijin cannons of Hidden Cloud. The war was a Pyrrhic victory. The sea gradually calmed, littered with the wreckage of warships and divine servants. Sunlight pierced through the smoke of battle, shining down on the battered allied forces. There was no cheering, only the silence of survival and a heavy, tragic atmosphere of blood and valor pervading the air. They had won this interception battle, but the cost had been enormously heavy. And everyone understood that this was only the beginning of the war against the threat from the stars. The true power of the Otsutsuki clan's main house had yet to be revealed. The price of that Pyrrhic victory was staggering. The wreckage and blood floating on the seas silently told of the cruelty of this interception battle. The combined fleet lost over a third of its strength. Nearly half of the Land of Iron's proud star-slaying crossbows were destroyed, and Kumogikure's Thunder God cannons were temporarily paralyzed by overload. The toll in lives was even more appalling. Countless brave ninja and samurai were doomed to sleep forever beneath this cold sea. The fourth Raikage, lost an arm. Though emergency treatment saved his life, his power was bound to be greatly diminished. Naruto and Sasuke, moreover, were critically wounded, their chakra nearly depleted, and were swiftly taken back to the Break Organization base for treatment. Sasuke's condition was especially troublesome. The corrosive wound left by the realm-breaking spear was so intractable that even the restorative power of the Rinnegan could barely drive it away. The entire alliance was shrouded in grief and exhaustion, but what dominated was a resolve to burn all bridges. The enemy's attacks, each wave fiercer than the last, made it unmistakably clear that a ceasefire was nothing but a distant dream. They had no choice but to lick their wounds among the ruins and hone even deadlier fangs. At the Break Organization base, inside the intensive care unit, Naruto and Sasuke lay side by side on adjacent hospital beds connected to various monitoring instruments and medical catheters. Naruto's injuries were mainly chakra depletion and damaged meridians. Under the combined effect of the Nine Tails chakra and medical ninjutsu, he recovered at a fairly rapid pace. Sasuke's condition, however, was far more complicated. That cold, corrosive energy was like a canker clinging to the bones, ceaselessly obstructing his self-healing. Late in the night, Naruto woke from his daze, feeling the slow recovery of strength within him, and from the guardian pact at his chest, a warm pulse clearer than ever before. He turned his head toward the unconscious Sasuke on the adjacent bed, his brows tightly knit. "Sasuke," he whispered, trying to channel a thread of gentle sage chakra into Sasuke's body, only to be ruthlessly repelled by that cold, corrosive energy. At that very moment, a sudden change erupted. The guardian pact at Naruto's chest suddenly radiated a soft, yet resolute light by itself. As if guided by some invisible pull, the light flowed outward slowly like a warm stream, rushed toward Sasuke on the adjacent bed, and seeped into the wound at his flank. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The corrosive energy that even the Rinnegan and supreme medical ninjutsu could barely disperse began to melt like ice and snow under the illumination of that warm light. Not only that, the light seemed to stir some slumbering power deep within Sasuke, and a faint, ancient, majestic chakra fluctuation gradually awakened from his body. At the same time, in the medical chamber at the deepest part of the base, Kagaya Ming, who had long been asleep, seemed to move a finger almost imperceptibly. The dark red patterns on the surface of her body were unnoticed by anyone, quietly shifting into a deeper, more harmonious dark gold. It seemed the Guardian Pact not only connected Naruto and Ming, but through some karmic chance, had also become the key to awakening an even deeper power. Just as the Alliance was busy regrouping and treating casualties, the monitoring stations of the Land of Iron and Sunagecure's stargazing outposts almost simultaneously detected an anomalous signal from outer space. A colossal object radiating suffocating energy fluctuations was approaching the planet of the shinobi world at a speed that appeared slow but was in fact far greater than that of any vessel before it. Its size rivaled that of a small moon, and its energy level was incalculable. When the news reached the Alliance Council, an icy chill climbed up everyone's spine. Is that the power of the Otsutsuki main house? Even Reikage-A's voice carried a hint of dryness. According to the fragmentary records on ancient stone tablets and the information left by the Guardians, this may be the Divine Chariot, or rather the mobile fortress used by the Otsutsuki when devouring planets. Morishita Mita, the analyst stationed at the base, reported the newly deciphered ancient information in a trembling voice. Its name was Amanamanaka. The true doomsday weapon had already descended beyond the starry sky. The time left to them could not even be called rest. It was merely the last breath before an execution. Critically wounded and unconscious, Sasuke's consciousness sank into an endless darkness. The cold, corrosive energy coiled around his soul like venomous serpents. Just as he felt his consciousness was about to be frozen entirely, a faint, warm light pierced the darkness. That light came from the Guardian Pact, and from deeper within that radiance a phantom figure slowly emerged, carrying a chakra fluctuation similar to his. It was the imprint of Indra, a deeper power belonging to the origin of his bloodline. At the same time, another majestic and weathered voice seemed to cross time and space, ringing directly in the depths of his soul and resonating with Indra's imprint. Reincarnation of Indra. Reincarnation of Azura. The malevolent chakra of the Otsutsuki covets this land once more. The planet weeps. The two of you need an even greater power. The will of the Sage of Six Paths appeared once again. Guided by the bridge of the Guardian Pact and spurred by the external threat of annihilation, Azura's chakra, within Naruto, Indra's chakra, within Sasuke, and the gift left by the Sage of Six Paths, began an unprecedented deep resonance and fusion. Naruto's consciousness was also drawn into that spiritual space. He saw Sasuke, saw the warm light, and heard the voice of the Sage of Six Paths. "Old man," Naruto murmured. "Naruto, Sasuke." The apparition of the Sage of Six Paths became more solid. Amanamanaka has arrived. There is little time left for all living beings. With your current power alone, you cannot fight against it. Now open your minds and accept the final gift from the source of your bloodline and the origin of nature. I will guide you to truly awaken. The ultimate forms of Six Paths Sage Mode and the Rinne Sharingan. A mighty torrent of energy, far more vast than anything before, began to flood into the souls and bodies of Naruto and Sasuke. The sage markings on Naruto's body spread over his entire form, becoming more intricate and sacred. Faint horn-like protrusions even began to emerge on his forehead. Within Sasuke's Rinnegan, the original six-tomo pattern began to rotate and transform, evolving into a more ancient, more complex nine-tomo state. The wound on his flank healed completely in the light, and his pale face quickly regained color, more vivid than ever. Outside in the intensive care unit, Naruto's and Sasuke's hospital beds were completely engulfed in dazzling golden and violet light. The enormous energy fluctuations even ruptured the medical barrier, triggering alarms all over the base. Everyone stared toward that direction in shock. The light slowly subsided. On the bed, Naruto sat up, slowly radiating a soft and boundless golden brilliance like a sun god descending into the mortal world. At the same moment, Sasuke opened his eyes. In those Rinnegan 9 tomo revolved slowly, as profound as the starry universe. They exchanged a glance, and each saw in the other's eyes a power and resolve that had been fundamentally reborn. The ultimate power had finally awakened on the eve of the darkest hour. "Let's go, Sasuke." "Yeah." Their figures flickered and vanished from the ward in an instant. The very next moment they stood side by side atop the base's highest watchtower, gazing into the far sky at the enormous nightmare-like shadow that was growing ever clearer. The final decisive battle was about to begin. The shadow of Amanamanaka hung overhead like the sword of Damocles, cold, enormous, and suffocating, bearing down upon every living being on the earth below. Just as despair was spreading like an inescapable tide, two brilliant pillars of light erupted from the resistance base, tearing through the oppressive heavens and piercing straight into the cosmos. As the radiance faded, Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, suspended in the cold and desolate void of space. Their forms had undergone a transformation of earth-shaking proportions. Naruto was cloaked in a gentle yet boundless golden effulgence. The traditional Sage Mode eye markings had been replaced by far more intricate, sacrosanct, dark golden patterns which meandered across his body like living entities imbued with the unceasing power of creation. The 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls were no longer mere spheres. As though endowed with life, they revolved slowly behind him. now unfurling into flowing tassels, now condensing into rings, exuding awe-inspiring fluctuations of fundamental law. He seemed to have transformed into a solar deity governing the myriad mysteries of the world. Wherever his gaze fell, the void grew warm. Sasuke's change, by contrast, was even more profound and phantasmal. In his Rinnegan, the original 6-tomo pattern had fully evolved. 9 tomo, like 9 miniature stars, moved slowly through his deep violet irises in accordance with some arcane trajectory, as though reflecting the very birth and death of the universe. He had not summoned Susanoo, but the purple chakra halo naturally emanating from his body warped the surrounding light, rendering the space around him blurred and unreal. An ancient spear of neither metal nor jade hovered quietly at his side, its shaft entwined with currents of primordial chaos. It was the projection of the fabled divine tool of creation, a Minanahoko, capable of severing anything upon which the heart sets its will. Their appearance was like 2 stars hurled into a dead sea of stars, instantly drawing every sensor and all of Amenominaka's hostility toward them. Ultra-high energy life reactions detected. Energy signatures display extreme overlap with database records for Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Threat level assessment ultimate. The cold synthesized voice echoed through Amenominaka's core. On the hull's surface, countless dim patterns lit up like veins, and colossal energy began to converge violently on the Great Annihilation, a main cannon beneath the bow. The dark red glow grew ever brighter, like a supernova about to explode, its target unmistakably locked onto one of the most densely populated regions of the shinobi continent. If it fell, the land would be reduced to ashes, and the rivers and mountains shattered. We must not let it succeed. Naruto's gaze was as sharp as a blade. His hands clasped together before his chest, and a truth-seeking ball behind him instantly flew into his palm. As vast natural energy surged into it, it rapidly warped, stretched, and transformed into a colossal sword spanning several kilometers, wreathed in golden thunder and verdant nature energy. The 6-path sage art, heaven-splitting, earth-dividing sword. The blade hummed as its aura seemed capable of severing karma itself and reordering the primal elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Without the slightest hesitation, Naruto swung the colossal sword of coalesced divine power, hacking it down upon Amenominaka's main cannon. Where the blade light passed, space was plowed open into a tremendous golden chasm that would not close for ages. Yet just as the sword light was about to cleave the main cannon, Sasuke's 9-tomo Rinnegan whirled violently. Ameno Dejikura universal displacement. He was not attempting to move the colossal sword or the main cannon. Such a feat would consume too much power and prove impossible to control with precision. His target was the spatial coordinate itself that lay before the main cannon, the one that had been locked on and was destined to endure the annihilating blow. With sheer force, he instantaneously exchanged that coordinate with a vast, lifeless, pre-scouted dead zone in the distant celestial sea. The fabric of space itself let out a strained, agonized groan of violent distortion. The dark red annihilation beam finally erupted, yet it was as if it had crashed into an invisible funnel. The overwhelming majority of its energy bent and vanished in a bizarre refraction the instant it left the muzzle. The next moment, in that dead star domain a billion light-years away, a stretch of void collapsed and annihilated without warning, as though erased by a gargantuan invisible hand. Only a tiny proportion of the energy rendered incomplete by the flawed exchange dispersed and grazed Amenominaka's hull, melting hideous scars into its impossibly thick armor. Internal structures were exposed and sparks flew in every direction. We did it. On the ground, the Alliance members who had witnessed the spectacle through special observation equipment burst into jubilant cheers of having narrowly escaped doom. The interference succeeded, but we have not destroyed it. Sasuke's voice remained composed as his Rinnegan stared fixedly at the damaged, but still functional, Amenominaka. Its energy core and structural integrity were far beyond any estimate. As if to validate his words, Amenominaka was now truly enraged. Thousands upon thousands of hatches opened across the hull at once like an overturned beehive, and countless combat units poured out like a raging black tide. This was no longer the scattered divine servants or annihilators of earlier skirmishes. This was a complete, coherently arrayed army of the stars. At its vanguard, an immense host of improved divine servants moving with greatly heightened speed. Behind them followed hundreds of Colossus war gods like mobile bastions with cannon barrels studded across their heavy armor, each step seemingly capable of crushing stars. Weaving among them were the inscrutable phantom hunters, beings with no fixed form, resembling distorted light, and shadow masters of psychic attacks and energy erosion. Dozens of small barracuda-like assault ships also darted through the formation, with agile feints waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. The true war machine had bared its ferocious fangs. Looks like we'll have to clear away these small fry before we can get close to the big one. Naruto's eyes hardened with cold resolve. The remaining 8 truth-seeking balls rose simultaneously behind him, splitting and recombining in the air, morphing in an instant into countless golden shurikens, spears, and chains. Like a golden tempest with a will of its own, they descended upon the thickest concentration of the enemy. Every truth-seeking weapon contained the terrifying power to annihilate matter and disrupt energy. Wherever they passed, divine servants melted like frost beneath a scorching sun, and the heavy armor of the Colossus war gods was rent asunder with ease. Sasuke, holding a Minenahoko, transformed his body into a bolt of violet lightning and charged straight into the very heart of the enemy formation. The spear moved as his mind commanded. Each swing carried not the faintest trace of mortal exertion, yet seemed capable of severing the very concept of a thing's existence. One Colossus war god attempted to block with an energy shield, yet a Minenahoko pierced through as though the barrier did not exist. The Colossus's enormous frame, beginning at its central axis, silently dissolved into the most fundamental particles and dissipated. A phantom hunter sought to ensnare him with mental illusions, but the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan saw through the ruse in an instant. With a reverse thrust of his spear, the twisted shadow was nailed fast into the void, never to move again. The one blazed like an awe-inspiring sun, his light radiating for countless miles as he crushed all before him with overwhelming force. The other struck like a lightning bolt from the netherworld, enigmatic and unpredictable, executing his foes through absolute dominion of order. Side by side they battled as one. They fought shoulder to shoulder amid the stars with flawless coordination, as if they had returned to the battle at the final valley years past. Yet the magnitude of their power could no longer be measured on the same scale. However, the enemy's numbers were simply too vast, seeming utterly inexhaustible. Amanaka itself resembled a colossal arsenal, endlessly releasing new units into the fray. Worse, the assault ships and phantom hunters were extremely cunning, ceaselessly harassing and ambushing them in an attempt to divide their attention and drain their strength. Adding to the difficulty, Amanaka's damaged main cannon was slowly gathering energy once more, while even more defensive runes lit up over its hull, stacking layer after layer of energy shields into an ever more indomitable bulwark. This was an ultimate trial of power and will. Naruto and Sasuke were like two reefs standing firm against a black tide. Steady and unyielding, yet fully conscious of the pressure that never ceased to bear down upon them. Their strength was formidable, but against a war fortress constructed with the entire might of an advanced civilization and an unending army, how long could the brilliance of two individuals shine? The fierce combat amid the star sea descended into a grueling, prolonged war of attrition. Every thunderous blast of a truth-seeking ball, every swing of a Minenahoko, meant the expenditure of enormous energy. And Amanaka's swarming sea of soldiers tactic appeared to have no end in sight. While the starry battlefield was mired in a brutal war of attrition, the shadow of crisis never truly left the land of the ninja. Amanaka, even as it launched its main assault, had already calculated its subsequent tactics. Some combat units that failed to break through Naruto and Sasuke's interception, along with small chambers specially designed for ground infiltration, fell like meteor showers toward strategic points across the continent. Their objective was clear: destroy the Alliance's command hubs, research centers, and fighting strength. Above the capital of the Land of Iron, dozens of burning, falling objects pierced the clouds. Star-slaying ballista array full power. Fire at will. Jiding Isin roared hoarsely. The giant ballistae thundered deafeningly, and specially crafted demon-breaking bolts streaked skyward, with fiery trails blasting most of the falling objects out of the sky. Yet 3 divine giants and over 100 divine servants, relying on their powerful shields and mobility, forced their way through the web of fire and landed on the outskirts of the capital. Their heavy steps made the earth tremble. Warrior corps form up, for the glory of the Land of Iron. Though General Mifune was not personally at the front, his will was carried through every samurai. The steel tide clashed with the energy monsters. Blade light and energy rays interweaved. Every second brave samurai fell, yet the line remained stubbornly anchored in place. Outside Sunagakure, yellow sand filled the sky. Gaara hovered at the eye of the sandstorm, his enormous sand palm crashing down upon the descending enemies like a mountain. Kankuro commanded the fully rebuilt puppet corps, outfitted with demon-breaking blades and jamming devices, in a bitter fight against the divine servants. Temari brandished her giant fan, unleashing wind blades that tore through everything. Sunagakure's magnet release barrier operated at full power, disrupting the enemy's energy systems, but the divine giant's heavy cannons still blasted dazzling bursts of light against the barrier, causing it to flicker violently. Kirigakure, the former site of Konoha, abandoned, but still carrying symbolic meaning and some facilities. Alarms of attack rang out everywhere. The Alliance's war potential was severely constrained. The ground war too descended into desperate struggle, and the greatest pressure fell upon the base of the PA organization. This place was not only a key research and command node of the Alliance, but because of its special nature it attracted an even greater number of enemies than elsewhere. Several divine giants and a tide of divine servants surrounded the base, pouring energy cannon fire onto its barrier like a torrential rain. The barrier's light flickered intensely, flaring and fading, already on the brink of collapse. Senjushio's face was pale and her chakra was nearly depleted, yet she still struggled to maintain the final water-release defense. The one-sword master moved like a ghost through the enemy horde. Each flicker of his white-fanged shortblade claimed a divine servant. But against the divine giant's absolute defense and concentrated firepower, his attacks seemed futile, and his body was already marked by several wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Morishita directed the evacuation of non-combatants, watching the teetering barrier and his comrades fighting to the death, without retreat, despair filling his eyes. At the very moment when the base barrier let out its final lament, about to shatter completely, and countless energy blasts were about to rain down into the base. Deep within the base, in the medical chamber covered with life support devices and natural energy gathering runes, a sudden transformation occurred. Kaguya-Mei, who had been lying still like a sleeping princess, now saw the formerly fierce dark red patterns on her body completely transformed into a harmonious, profound, dark gold, flowing mystic diagram. These diagrams seemed to resonate at the deepest level with the earth beneath her, with the air around her, and with the inscrutable natural energy of the world. Her long lashes trembled, and then she abruptly opened her eyes. They were eyes that could not be described in words. Deep as the primordial starry sky, yet filled with the weight and vitality of the earth. At the corners of her eyes, dark gold patterns stretched naturally, adding a measure of divine dignity to her originally cold and serene features. No more violent chakra surged around her. In its place was a natural aura, as warm, as vast, and as omnipresent as a mother's embrace. Blood of the far shore. Trace back to the source. My body is nature itself. She murmured softly, her voice ethereal and far-reaching, as if crossing 10,000 years. She sensed Naruto's fighting will in the starry sky, Sasuke's resolve to sever all rules, and especially the agonized cries of the land beneath her feet. This land that had given her birth and nurtured her, as it was ravaged and trampled. No hand seals, no deliberate guidance were needed. She simply raised her fair palm and gently pressed it onto the ground beneath her. Ahum! With her palm as the center, a ring of dark gold light instantly expanded across the entire base and far beyond. Immeasurable natural energy converged from all directions and surged up from the depths of the earth. Sage art, pure land, sacred tree, root of protection. A colossal phantom of a divine tree formed entirely of pure natural energy and dark gold radiance rose abruptly from the center of the base. This great tree was completely different from the life-devouring divine tree of Kaguya. It radiated warmth, healing, and protection. Its lush branches and leaves were like the sturdiest shield. With a gentle sway, they absorbed and converted the cascading energy cannon fire, not only stabilizing the barrier on the verge of collapse, but also feeding power back into it, making the barrier shine brilliantly and become indestructible. The great tree's roots, like an invisible web, plunged deep into the planet's ley lines. Mei's consciousness spread along the ley lines. She saw the bloody battle outside the capital of the Land of Iron, the sky filling sand, and explosions outside Sunagakure, and all the suffering lands and people. In my name let the ley lines resonate, and all things revive. She transformed herself into a nexus, channeling the planet's life force that had lain dormant for countless years through the ley line network to every place in need of protection. Outside the capital of the Land of Iron, the samurai, locked in a desperate struggle against the divine giants, were astonished to find the ground beneath them come alive. Warm energy surged into their exhausted bodies, wounds healed at visible speed, and spent chakra rapidly replenished. Meanwhile, the ground under the enemies suddenly became muddy and tough, even sprouting resilient vines that coiled around them. Outside Sunagakure, Gaara felt that the sand he controlled had been infused with life, becoming more agile and powerful. The range and might of the magnet release barrier soared at once. Even the wind blades from Temari's fan carried a faint nurturing vitality. As they drifted past wounded comrades, they soothed their pain. What's more, this vast and warm life energy crossed the boundaries of space. Like trickling streams and surging rivers, it flowed against gravity up into the starry realm and poured precisely into Naruto as he battled the endless tide of soldiers. This, Mei, Naruto's spirit sword. His aura, which had been slightly weary from sustained high-intensity combat, instantly returned to its peak, even surpassing it. The golden light around him blazed even brighter, and his truth-seeking ball spun with greater agility and ease. He felt more intimately connected to the planet beneath his feet than ever before. Sasuke also clearly felt the blessing of this power. It did not directly enhance his ocular powers, but it sharpened his mind, swept away the fatigue of continuous battle, and made the trajectory of his heavenly spear ever more profound and unpredictable. Mei's awakening and ascension were like an unbreakable fortress of spirit and energy rising upon a battlefront on the verge of collapse. She not only averted the base's catastrophe, but single-handedly reinforced the defenses of the entire planet and provided vital sustained support to the starry battlefield. She was no longer a comrade to be protected, she had become the cornerstone that safeguarded the entire world, an indispensable pole of life and hope in this war of survival. At the core of Manaka, above the command throne forged from countless precision energy circuits and cold metal, the dormant, overmind, Momoshiki Otsutsuki, or some higher-order existence, finally opened his golden eyes which held infinite cycles of reincarnation and utter indifference. From the planet below, that vast pure life-bearing natural energy, and the six paths power growing ever more concentrated around those two insects, reminding him of an unpleasant past, finally shattered his ability to remain wholly indifferent. The bloodline left by that traitor Kaguya, and the inheritors of Hagoromo's two defiant sons. The Overmind's voice held no emotion, but carried a killing frost deep enough to freeze the soul. Insects who steal the power of nature, worms who twist the rules, again and again. Revolting. He rose slowly from the throne, the energy fluctuations around him sweeping through the command chamber like a cosmic storm, making even the incorporeal energy's servants tremble and prostrate themselves. Since they cherished this filthy nursery so much, let them witness with their own eyes the finale in which all living things wither beneath the god's wrath. He no longer placed his hopes in wearing the enemy down with fleets or blasting them with the main cannon. Against foes who possessed complete six paths power and the backing of a planet's life energy, those methods had become inefficient. He needed something more direct, more thorough, a single stroke to decide the fate of heaven and earth. Activate the terminal protocol, bypass all surface defenses, and link directly to the planet's core, the star core. Begin forced energy extraction. The Overmind issued the final order, his voice utterly cold. At the same time, activate the gate resonance program, using the star core's energy as the key to forcibly open the gate of origin. At the bottom of Manaka, in the region that had formerly housed the main cannon, the structure began to undergo violent transformations. The colossal eye of destruction contracted and contorted, eventually forming a far more intricate array, a gigantic formation of countless swirling dark violet runes. At the heart of the formation, a dark violet beam of energy condensed to an extreme degree and imbued not with destruction, but with the penetrating linking nature of a key shot out without a sound. It ignored the atmosphere and ignored everything on the surface. Like a precise viper, it bored directly into the depths of the planet's crust, aimed at the star core, sealed in layers by the ancient star spirit civilization, and at the mysterious gate that had been born alongside it, the gateway to the place of origin. This beam's purpose was not to destroy, but to pry and drain. It intended to forcibly extract the primordial energy that sustained the planet's life and existence, then use that energy as momentum to violently shake the gate's seal. Not good. His target is the star core and the gate. Sasuke's nine-tomo Rinnegan saw through the nature of the dark violet beam in an instant. His expression changed drastically. He understood the consequences of the star core being drained and the gate being forced open more clearly than anyone. The planet would wither in an instant, becoming a dead silent rock. And if the unknown being or power that the star spirit civilization had paid such a price to seal leaked out from behind the gate, the ensuing calamity could be far more terrifying than the predation of the Otsutsuki. We must stop him, otherwise everything is over. Through his sensitivity to natural energy, Naruto could also clearly hear the planet beneath his feet, screaming in agony and despair like a living thing whose throat had been seized. Burning with impatience, the two exploded with every ounce of their power, trying to break through the enemy's layered defenses and rush straight at the eerie formation operating at Manaka's base. Naruto's truth-seeking orbs became a destructive storm, clearing all enemies ahead. Sasuke's sword of Nunaboko drew a space-rending arc, slashing toward the formation's energy nodes. Yet Manaka seemed to have anticipated their actions long ago. The remaining colossal divine soldiers and phantom hunters surged forward like madmen, throwing themselves at them at any cost, even using self-destructive attacks, just to buy a single second. The defensive shields on the vessel's surface were all concentrated at the bottom, layer after layer, so solid as to drive one to despair. Time in this moment was so precious and so cruel. They could clearly feel the star core's energy being forcibly extracted strand by strand. The seal of the ancient gate was emitting faint, overburdened cracking noises. At this true moment of ultimate crisis, when the survival of the planet hung in the balance, a gentle, weathered, yet unquestionably authoritative voice sounded simultaneously in the depths of Naruto's, Sasuke's, and Ming's minds. Ming, who was linked to the planet's consciousness through the Earth's veins, children. The final moment has come. In the starry sky, a soft white light glowed, quickly expanded and coalesced into the familiar solemn phantom of the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. His gaze held complex emotion, concern, determination, and beyond these a quiet release. To forcibly stop Ame-no-Minaka's connection is now almost impossible. The only hope, and also the greatest danger, lies with the gate itself. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was low and slow, every word was weighty as a mountain. The ancient star-spirit civilization sealed the gate not only to keep the chaotic void beyond it from eroding the ordered universe. Even more, they sealed it to protect the cosmic seed which was born by chance from extreme nothingness deep in the place of origin, and which represents the hope of the next cosmic age. What the Otsutsuki clan pursues as their ultimate goal is not mere immortality or power. It is this very seed that would let them transcend dimensions and become the concept of a god above gods. Now the only choice was to take the most dangerous path. While the gate's seal has been pried open and the passage is momentarily unstable, the three of you must work together to guide the power of the gate and banish Ame-no-Minaka and its energy core into the endless chaotic void behind the gate. Use the power of the chaotic void to annihilate it completely. The sage's phantom now seemed more solid, yet also more transparent, as if burning the last remnant of its existence. But this is extremely dangerous. The gate's power is fierce and uncontrollable. Those who guide it must use their own soul as a lighthouse and their will as an anchor. The price of success may very well be that the guides themselves are swallowed by that chaotic void, sinking forever into oblivion, never to be reborn. Was it to sacrifice three people in exchange for the survival and future of the planet and of the present cosmic era? Or watch helplessly as the star core was drained dry, the gate was forced open, and everything was destroyed or devoured by something even more terrible? In the hearts of the three, the answer rose almost simultaneously. A smile bright as sunshine, yet carrying a hint of resolve, appeared on Naruto's face. To protect everyone, to protect this world that I protected together with Sasuke, Ming, and all our friends. What is a little risk? Sasuke snorted coldly, but his nine-tomo Rinnegan flickered with firm light. Boring sentimentality. But this road is the only choice. Through the earth's veins, Ming's ethereal warm voice echoed directly in their hearts. My life continues because of this land, and my strength awakens because of my companions. To protect it is to protect the meaning of my existence. We stand together. There were no grand declarations, only the simplest faith and the most resolute commitment. Good, you truly are my children. A relieved yet sorrowful smile appeared on the Sage of Six Paths' phantom face. I will burn this final imprint to precisely fix the gate's coordinates for you, and the moment the passage opens, I will stabilize its entrance for 3 breaths. The rest, I trust to you. The Sage of Six Paths' phantom suddenly blazed and transformed into a white arrow of purest light, like a meteor cutting across destiny, shooting toward an extremely hidden dimensional coordinate on the planet, one that ordinary people could never perceive. There, deep within the planet's core, an ancient weathered gate, its surface covered with countless long-lost star-spirit runes and seeming to bear the weight of the entire universe, shuddered violently and slowly emerged from the light, guided by the white arrow. From between the gate's cracks, a heart-stopping chaotic tint faintly leaked, neither light nor darkness. The final moment. The ultimate choice. Naruto, Sasuke, and Ming, 3 ninja who had inherited ancient fate and mastered the planet's supreme power, would now, for the countless living beings on the land beneath their feet, and for the faint but real hope of the future, embark without hesitation on this most perilous journey, facing the final destiny that might devour even gods. The white light formed from the Sage of Six Paths' burning soul pierced the planet's core like a divine blade. In that instant, the ancient gate trembled violently, chaos-colored radiance erupted through its fissures, coalescing into a gray-white vortex that swept across the heavens and the earth. Just as Naruto, Sasuke, and Mei were about to merge their strength and plunge into the vortex, a cold voice suddenly rang out, ridiculous. It did not come from Ame-no-Minaka, it came from behind them. Space was ripped open like a stage curtain, and a lone figure slowly stepped out of the rift. The newcomer was clad in white, with 2 horns growing from his forehead and an expression of chilling indifference. None other than Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Behind him followed a towering red-haired giant who served as his loyal guardian, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. You truly believe paltry tricks like these can shake the might of a god? Momoshiki's golden Rinnegan swept over the 3 warriors poised for battle, then fixed greedily upon Naruto. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he declared, your chakra belongs to me. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Momoshiki waved his hand, and a pitch-black portal materialized beneath Naruto's feet. A violent, immense suction force erupted instantly. Naruto. Sasuke reacted in the blink of an eye, his Rinnegan spinning. Amino Tajikura. In a flash, he swapped Naruto with a distant meteorite fragment, narrowly dodging the portal by a hair's breadth. May support us. Take these two down first. Naruto steadied himself, his face somber. The sudden appearance of Momoshiki and Kinshiki had thrown their original plan into complete disarray. Understood. May pressed her palms against empty space, as if touching invisible veins of the earth. Boundless natural energy crossed spatial barriers, condensing into a golden halo that enveloped Naruto and Sasuke. Sage art, nature's armor. In the same breath, their auras skyrocketed, elevating their perception and command of natural energy to the absolute limit. Kinshiki. Momoshiki gave the order in an offhand tone. Yes, Lord Momoshiki. Kinshiki answered with a low, heavy voice. His colossal frame exploded into terrifying motion and appeared before Naruto in an instant. The giant fist, strong enough to split a mountain, smashed down with a deafening sonic boom. Sage Art's super ultra big ball Rasengan. Naruto refused to give ground as the massive Rasengan collided head-on with that fist. Boom. An energy storm detonated across the starry void. Naruto staggered back several steps while Kinshiki only swayed slightly. Strong but not strong enough. Kinshiki snarled, pressing his palms together. Vast chakra coalesced into countless crimson chakra rods lancing toward Naruto like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, the battle between Sasuke and Momoshiki grew even more perilous. Takamamasubi. The Rinnegan in Momoshiki's palm opened wide, casually absorbing the probing ninjutsu Sasuke fired. With a wave of his hand, Inukai Takaru. The absorbed chakra merged with his own power, taking shape as several savage hounds of rock that lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke's form flickered, the heavenly spear Ameninahoko carving an arcane path as he cut the rock hounds apart one after another. His 9-tomo Rinnegan remained locked on Momoshiki. That man's ability absorbs ninjutsu and returns it multiplied. I must use taijutsu or senjutsu, or an attack powerful enough to exceed his absorption limit. Ameno Dejikura. In an instant, Sasuke appeared behind Momoshiki and thrust the heavenly spear Ameninahoko straight at his back. Momoshiki, as though blessed with eyes in the back of his head, twisted aside in a grotesque arc, dodging the spear's tip. He lunged for Sasuke's wrist, all killing ash bones. Several gray bone spikes shot from his palm. Sasuke's pupils shrank. He threw himself backward just in time. The bone spikes grazed past the tip of his nose. The aura of annihilation they carried sent a chill through his heart. Kagaya's Kekiaimora. How can he surprised? Momoshiki sneered. That traitor Kagaya possessed only a fragment of my clan's power. He formed hand seals, and a crushing pressure descended. This technique, let's see how you dodge it. Shinra Tensei. This was not the Shinra Tensei of pain. It was a terrifying repulsion infused with Momoshiki's vast chakra, one powerful enough to repel even stars. An invisible force field expanded violently around him. Susanoo. In that instant, Sasuke summoned his perfect Susanoo, the violet war god, shielding him completely. Boom. The repulsive force slammed into Susanoo with earth-shaking violence. The colossal war god shuddered as its surface armor shattered inch by inch. Sasuke, still inside, was hurled away with tremendous force, crashing through several floating meteorites before he could finally stop a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. Sasuke. Naruto's heart seized with panic at the sight. He wanted to charge to Sasuke's aid, but Kinshiki kept him locked in battle. Kinshiki's strength was monstrous and his combat skills were equally superb. Even with nature's armor bolstering him, Naruto could not break free for the moment. On the ground, May strained to maintain the flow of natural energy, her face growing paler by the moment. Sustaining long-range high-intensity support for both warriors while resisting the backlash of the gate's power upon the planet placed an immense burden on her. In an instant, the battle had fallen into an extremely dire state. The combined might of Momoshiki and Kinshiki far exceeded that of any enemy they had faced before. Meanwhile, the swirling gate leading to primordial chaos continued to rotate, becoming increasingly unstable under the interference from Momoshiki and the others. In the starry void, the battle reached its white-hot peak. Naruto and Kinshiki collided again and again like two comets. Kinshiki's strength was boundless, his defense astonishing, and the crimson chakra weapon in his hands shifted through 1,000 forms. Naruto fused sage art with taijutsu to its absolute limit. Frog kata monstrous strength, and every Rasengan variant came to his palm, as naturally as breathing, punctuated by the occasional sneak attack of a truth-seeking or barely allowing him to hold his ground against Kinshiki. Boil release, unrivaled monstrous strength. Seizing the faintest opening in Kinshiki's guard, Naruto combined natural energy with boil release and drove his fist forward with unprecedented force, smashing it into Kinshiki's abdomen. Boom. Kinshiki's colossal body was driven back for the first time, a dull impact echoing from his abdomen. Interesting. Kinshiki touched his belly, the red light in his eyes blazing even brighter. But this is where it ends. He suddenly opened his enormous mouth, immense chakra condensing within it into a ruinous crimson light cannon. Daikokuten. Wherever the beam passed, space itself twisted, and its power far surpassed a tailed beast ball. Sage Art's super tailed beast ball Raisin Shuriken. Naruto dared not be careless. He gathered his strongest attack and met it head-on. When the two powers collided once more, the core of the explosion seemed to give birth to a miniature black hole that devoured everything around it. Naruto was hurled back by the blast, shockwave cracks running through the natural energy armor around his body. Meanwhile, the battle between Sasuke and Momoshiki was even more perilous and bizarre. Through Takemamasu no Makoto, Momoshiki was nearly immune to all ordinary ninjutsu, while his techniques, Inukai Kimiai Saraiwa, and others, wielded devastating power, forcing Sasuke to keep repositioning with a Minotajikura and hunt for openings with Amino Naboko and Taijutsu. Useless Uchiha brat. Momoshiki hovered in the air, elegant and unhurried, as though teasing his prey. Your space-time ability is indeed troublesome, but before absolute power it is nothing but vain struggle. He formed hand seals once more. Try dodging this expanding truth-seeking orb. In his palm, a pitch-black orb that never stopped expanding took shape, radiating the aura of annihilating all things. It swelled with terrifying speed, threatening to swallow Sasuke and the surrounding space hole. Sasuke's pupils constricted. He could sense that this orb's power was far beyond any attack he had ever witnessed, even greater than Six Paths' planetary devastation. Only one thing left to do: go all out. A flash of resolve crossed Sasuke's eyes as his Nine-Tomo Rinnegan whirled frantically, pushing his ocular power to the limit. A Minotajikura universal pull. He did not move himself or his enemy. Instead, he forcibly altered the curvature of space around the expanding truth-seeking orb and created a temporary gravitational singularity, trying to wrench the orb into a fatal runaway state. Space let out a piercing shriek. The expanding truth-seeking orb's path bent, and the energy on its surface became violently unstable. Momoshiki's expression changed slightly. He had not imagined Sasuke could manipulate space-time to such a level. In that split second, enduring the agonizing pain of overdrawing his ocular power, Sasuke's figure vanished, then appeared above and beside Momoshiki. Amino Naboko carrying all his strength and will thrust toward the Rinnegan on Momoshiki's forehead. Courting death. Momoshiki roared hurriedly, raising a hand to block. Squelch. Amino Naboko pierced through his palm, its momentum slightly checked, but it still drove viciously into his shoulder blade. Golden blood sprayed through the air. Ag. Momoshiki let out a pained groan, and for the first time, true fury and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Vile worm, how dare you wound me? He seized the shaft of Amino Naboko, and his other hand, bearing the limit of raw power, slammed toward Sasuke's chest. Divine vacuum strike. Bang. Sasuke's chest visibly caved in, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Blood gushed from his mouth, his consciousness instantly went dark, and Amino Naboko was sent flying from his hand. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes nearly split apart with rage. He tried to charge over, but Kinshiki blocked him savagely. Your opponent is me. Kinshiki roared his attacks, turning even more crazed. On the ground below, Ming saw Sasuke gravely wounded and on the verge of death, while Naruto was mired in a bitter battle. A trace of final resolve passed through her eyes. She knew she could no longer merely support from the sidelines. She slowly stood up and pressed her hands together before her chest in an ancient hand seal. It was the ultimate forbidden art recorded in the Baya bloodline inheritance, offering one's own soul and bloodline as a sacrifice in exchange for power beyond all limits at the cost of annihilation of body and soul. With my soul, burn the Baya blood. Summon the star spirit's blessing. Dark gold patterns ran wild across her skin, finally converging on her forehead into a complex sun emblem. Her presence erupted like a volcano. The boundless natural energy was no longer gentle, it carried a resolute, all-consuming heat. Naruto, receive my power. Ming's voice rang directly inside Naruto's mind with unwavering certainty. In the next moment, a vast wave of energy, beyond anything before, as if the life source of an entire planet were burning, poured into Naruto like a flood bursting through a levee. Naruto perceived the enormity of that power and the life force of Ming fading at terrifying speed, and he let out a howl of agony and fury. The golden light around him turned platinum white, blazing like a supernova. 9 truth-seeking orbs merged in an instant into a massive pure white sword that stretched across the starry sky. Six Paths Sage Art Pure Land Judgment Sword. He paid Kinshiki no more. He'd locked his gaze on Momoshiki as he was about to kill Sasuke, and swung the sword. The strike bearing Ming's final will and the hope of the planet. Wherever that sword light passed, the starry sky seemed to split in two. Every energy, every piece of matter, even the rules themselves were eclipsed before that single slash. Momoshiki felt a lethal threat, and his face changed drastically. He no longer cared about Sasuke, furiously activating Takemamasu no Makoto. in every defensive measure to try to withstand that heaven-shaking strike. Kinshiki also roared and charged forward, attempting to shield his master with his body. But it was far too late. The pure white sword light, like fate's judgment, instantly devoured Momoshiki Kinshiki and the colossal wreckage of Manaka behind them. There was no explosion, no sound. Only the ultimate purification and annihilation. Momoshiki's horror-stricken face and Kinshiki's resolute silhouette dissolved like sandcastles in the white light. Even the indestructible hull of Manaka silently melted away like snow beneath the sun. After the white light faded, that stretch of space became an absolute void, with only faint motes of energy dust remaining to testify to the mighty enemies that had once existed. Naruto remained motionless in his sword-swinging stance as the platinum white light slowly receded. He gasped violently, feeling his power drain at terrifying speed, and the warm thread that had once connected him to Ming completely severed. He whipped his head around, looking toward the ground. There stood Ming, showing him a smile of profound tenderness and quiet farewell. Then, like grains of sand in the wind, her body began to dissolve bit by bit, turning into specks of dark golden light that drifted skyward and melted into the planet underfoot. Ming! Naruto let out a heart-rending scream, tears blurring his sight. At the same time, Sasuke, severely wounded and unconscious, was falling toward the planet. The price of victory was so devastating that it stole the breath away. The war was over. The surviving members of the Alliance began to clear the battlefield and heal their wounds. Yet the joy of victory was tempered by the immense grief of losing their heroes. Naruto carried Sasuke back to the scarred land. Sasuke's injuries were critical. His sternum shattered, his internal organs damaged, his life hanging by the thinnest thread of chakra. He was rushed into the highest-grade medical pod. As for Ming, she had completely dissipated, leaving not even a trace behind. Naruto sat alone at the edge of the rebuilding Chiming city, gazing into the distance. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and desolate. He had once protected the world, but one after another he had lost those who mattered most. He thought of Hinata, who had long ago given her life to cover the civilians' evacuation, and of Ming, who had ultimately turned into starlight to guard this land. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and sorrow threatened to consume him. Naruto! A gentle voice sounded behind him. Naruto turned and saw Kakashi-sensei, standing there, his gaze complicated as he watched him. Kakashi-sensei. Grief and pain are the weight that the living must bear, Kakashi said, walking to his side and patting his shoulder. But don't let that weight crush you. They sacrificed themselves so that everyone, could keep moving forward. Carry their share with you, live well, and protect the world they bought with their lives. That is the greatest comfort you can give them. Naruto was silent, tears slipping silently down his face. He knew Kakashi-sensei was right, but the void in his heart was hard to fill. Deep in the silent night, Naruto came to a small memorial garden built where Ming had finally dispersed. It was filled with the white flowers she loved, blooming quietly in the moonlight. He ran his fingers over the cold stone tablet, as if he could still feel the presence of that cool, yet gentle girl. Ming, what should I do? He murmured, pressing his forehead against the stone tablet, his tears soaking the stone's surface. Just as he was immersed in boundless sorrow, the guardian pact in his bosom, which had lain silent all along, suddenly emitted a faint but unwavering warm light. At the same time, inside the medical pod, a finger of the unconscious Sasuke twitched slightly. Behind his closed lids, his Rinnegan, with 9 tomo unnoticed by anyone, began to rotate slowly on its own, catching faint soul particles in the air that ordinary people could not perceive. Naruto jerked his head up, staring in astonishment at the glowing guardian pact. He sensed a faint but familiar consciousness reaching out to connect with him through the Magatama. Nah, are you? Too. It was Ming's voice. Faint yet impossibly clear. Ming, you're still alive? Naruto was shocked and overjoyed, hardly daring to believe it. No. My body. Truly dispersed. But my consciousness. Because the Bia bloodline fully merged with the planet's origin. Was not completely annihilated. Instead, I have become part of the planetary consciousness. Ming's voice came in fragments, yet carried an unprecedented vastness and tranquility. I am everywhere. And yet nothing. The Guardian Pact connects our hearts. As long as your will is firm enough, you can sense me. Naruto's heart shook violently, as if he had seized the last life-saving straw. What should I do? How can I bring you back? It's difficult. It requires an opportunity. It requires the power of the heart. Enough to reverse life and death. Ming's voice gradually faded, and the connection seemed about to break. I won't give up. No matter what, I will find a way to bring you back. Naruto clenched the Guardian Pact tightly, the light of hope rekindled in his eyes. At that moment, a figure in purple staggered into the entrance of the memorial garden. It was Sasuke. He had woken up at some point and forcibly left the medical pod. His face was still pale, but his 9-tomo Rinnegan gleamed with an all-seeing light. You dead last. I heard it. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, but carried a hint of understanding. Her soul did not completely disperse. Instead, in a peculiar way, it merged with natural energy and the planetary consciousness. Similar to a higher form of the Pure Land. Sasuke, do you have a way? Naruto asked urgently. Sasuke walked up beside Naruto, looking at the glowing Guardian Pact and the extremely faint dark gold specks drifting around it, the scattered soul particles of Ming. He said in a low voice, conventional methods won't work. But perhaps the power of the heart truly can. He raised his hand, pointing first to his Rinnegan, then to Naruto's heart. My eyes can see the fragments of souls. Your heart has the power to connect and warm everything. And between us, there is the strongest bond. Combining the strength of the three of us, with the Guardian Pact as the bridge, my Rinnegan as the guide, and your power of heart as the furnace. Perhaps we can try to gather her scattered consciousness and reshape it. This was an unprecedentedly bold idea, transcending any known ninjutsu, relying entirely on the miracle of will and bonds. Naruto did not hesitate for a moment. He nodded firmly. All right, let's try. The two sat down cross-legged. Naruto placed the Guardian Pact in his palm, while Sasuke rested his hand on Naruto's shoulder. His 9-tomo Rinnegan spun at full power, capturing and guiding the soul particles in the air that belonged to Ming. Naruto closed his eyes, transforming all his longing, all his prayers, all the fierce desire to see that girl again into the purest, warmest light. It radiated through the Guardian Pact like a gentle vortex, drawing those wandering soul fragments home. Time passed drop by drop. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead, and Sasuke's Rinnegan grew bloodshot. It was an extremely draining process. Gradually above the Guardian Pact, a single dark gold light began to condense like a firefly. Then a second point, a third. Countless specks of light converged from all directions like rivers returning to the sea, slowly outlining a vague, familiar human silhouette in the air. The light grew brighter and brighter, and the silhouette became clearer and clearer. Finally, at the instant when the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, all the light converged inward. A complete figure slowly materialized. Kaguya Ming opened her eyes as deep as the starry sky. A hint of bewilderment in them gave way to endless gentleness and emotion as she gazed at the two who had given everything for her. She had returned, not as a pure spirit body, nor as a simple physical resurrection, but in a more perfect form, a nature spirit with soul and natural energy fused at a profound level. A miracle was born from the sincerest of hearts and the strongest of bonds. Ming's return was like the warmest ray of hope poured into a war-scarred world. Her very existence symbolized life and miracles, lifting the hearts of every survivor. In the years that followed, the shinobi world entered an era of rapid reconstruction and development. Under the joint efforts of leaders such as Naruto Kakashi, who had succeeded the retired Tsunade as the 6th Hokage not long after the war ended, Gaara and Mifune City was not only swiftly completed, but also became the heart of the entire shinobi alliance. The narrow barriers between villages no longer existed here. Ninja, samurai, scholars, merchants, and commoners from every nation lived together in harmony, shaping the future side by side. As the hero who had saved the world and the spiritual symbol of the alliance, Naruto held no specific administrative position. He admitted he was not cut out for it, yet his influence was everywhere. He was more like a living bond, moving among all sides, and using his unique warmth and infectious charm to dissolve conflict and unite people's hearts. He had fulfilled his promises to Hinata, to Ming, and to countless fallen comrades, truly protecting the hard-won peace. He often went to the memorial stone and told Hinata and Neji that this world was becoming better and better. After his wounds fully healed, Sasuke set off on a journey once more. But this time his gaze was fixed upon the starry sky. The appearance of Momoshiki and others proved that the universe was not home only to the shinobi world, nor was it home only to peace. He resolved to become the shinobi world's eyes and blade in the dark forest of the cosmos, exploring the unknown and standing guard against potential threats. Occasionally, he would send back information through special communication means, sometimes star charts of rare mineral deposits, sometimes reports of energy anomalies in some distant star region. He knew that Naruto and Ming were guarding their homeland, while his battlefield lay in the vast ocean of stars. Every time he returned briefly, a single glance and a fist bump were still all it took for him and Naruto to understand each other. Ming chose to remain in Chiming City. She could not travel far like Sasuke. Her roots had already become deeply interwoven with this land. She planted a tree of hope infused with her power at the city's center. The tree could purify the air, harmonize the earth's veins, and subtly nourish all who lived there. She opened a small flower shop not for profit, but because she simply loved watching life bloom in her hands. She became the gentle elder sister beloved by the children and a soothing presence for the wounded hearts of many injured ninja. Between her and Naruto, there was an unspoken warmth and understanding, guarding each other, supporting each other. One quiet evening after finishing his day's work, Naruto walked to Ming's flower shop out of habit. A faint fragrance of flowers filled the shop. Ming was carefully watering a newly arrived orchid. The golden light of the setting sun streamed through the glass window and fell upon her as if draping her in a sacred halo. Naruto did not disturb her. He simply leaned against the doorframe and quietly watched the scene, his heart full of calm and contentment. He had lost a great deal, but he had also gained a great deal. He had protected what mattered most, and he would continue to protect it. Ming seemed to sense his gaze. She looked up and gave him a gentle smile. "You're back." "I'm back." The simple exchange was filled with the warmth of home. Outside, the window-chiming city was just beginning to light up, full of life and hope. The new era had already set forward with steady strides, and their story would continue to be written in the peaceful dawn forevermore.